When the reincarnation of Ashura encounters another reincarnation of Ashura, Naruto's life becomes increasingly vibrant. Senju Hashirama. Ah, isn't that the Nine Tails? Long time no see. Nine Tails. Who can tell me why this rascal has appeared in Naruto's inner world? Or dear, how did this seal weaken? No, you are too powerful even if I must sacrifice some chakra. I must reinforce the seal. Sage Art. Would release. Divine Gate. Nine Tails. Don't come any closer. Chapter 0, Prologue. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the world mirrored that bleakness. Little Naruto, the orphanage has closed down, and henceforth, you shall live on your own. Hiruzen Sarutobi, without his Hokage hat, gently stroked Naruto's golden hair while draped in a white robe. At merely 3 years old, Naruto did not fully grasp the implications of this announcement. He only knew that his friends from the orphanage had vanished, and now his beloved caretaker was also leaving him. And oh no, I don't want to leave Grandpa. Tears welled in Naruto's blue eyes, ready to spill over. Hiruzen gazed at the small boy before him, seemingly seeing the silhouette of a man through him. Minato, Hiruzen whispered softly, quickly shaking himself from the reverie and lifting Naruto into his arms. Little Naruto, you must learn to live independently. That is the mark of a true man. Just like the will of fire, every new leaf must leave the shelter of mature leaves to face the storms alone and grow. Familiar words flowed from Hiruzen's lips, a phrase he often used to coax Naruto into obedience while instilling the right values. Naruto stifled his tears, turning his head away to wipe his eyes with his sleeve. But I will miss Grandpa. The sincerity and innocence in his blue gaze stirred something deep within the third Hokage's heart. Yet he steeled himself as someone who had endured the ravages of war. He believed children must possess the ability to survive and withstand pressure, especially those who were. Jinchuriki, don't worry, little Naruto Grandpa will visit regularly and bring you your monthly allowance. Hiruzen winked, his wrinkles creasing as he smiled broadly. Naruto could only respond with a soft before wrapping his arms around the third's leg. Ouch, how could this little one have such strength? Hiruzen winced slightly, but as the strongest Hokage in history, how could he complain about the embrace of a 3-year-old? Perhaps it was a trait inherited from Kushina. A vision of a woman with fiery red hair flashed through Hiruzen's mind. Yet if Kushina were to know of his current decision, she might very well break his old back. Hiruzen chuckled self-deprecatingly before setting Naruto down. Little Naruto, you must take good care of yourself from now on. After placing Naruto down, he clapped his hands, and a member of the Umbu, with long purple hair and a white mask adorned with a red mark, appeared. Lord Third. She stood straight, bowing her head, awaiting his command. You, please take Naruto to that apartment. Hiruzen gestured for Naruto to approach the Umbu, signaling her to escort him to the apartment arranged for him in the village. Yes. The Umbu nodded and led the timid Naruto away from the orphanage. Hiruzen watched as Naruto's figure receded, seeing in his silhouette the golden flash of yesteryears, a slight ache in his leg reminding him of that red-haired woman. Ah, little Naruto, grow up quickly. Konoha needs this new generation of leaves. That IT was now the 51st year of Konoha, 3 years since the Nine Tails incident, and only about 3 years since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. With the departure of Tsunade and the loss of control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, other villages were eyeing Konoha with predatory intent. Moreover, his most prized disciples were in disarray. Orochimaru had defected due to his human experiments. Tsunade had succumbed to grief over her brother and lover's deaths. And Jiraiya was out searching for the prophesied child and gathering materials. Konoha's elite combat capabilities had dwindled. The village relied primarily on the strength of various ninja clans to sustain itself. With a sigh, Hiruzen turned and made his way toward the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Naruto, under the guidance of the Umbu, arrived at the apartment designated for his future living arrangements. You briefly explained how to use the amenities and where to purchase food before vanishing. Why did Lord Third have to make the Jinchuriki live alone so early? You stood in a tree outside the apartment, watching as Naruto opened the empty refrigerator, rummaging for food, then sitting there, lost and bewildered. We focus on completing our missions, replied another Umbu coldly. You, watching Naruto begin to cry again, felt a pang of sympathy. Naruto gazed at the barren room, sorrow swelling within him, while an inexplicable chakra began to emerge from within. Yet he was too preoccupied to notice. staring blankly at the ceiling. Why do I have no mother? Why do I have no father? Why has Grandpa abandoned me too? A trickle of crimson chakra flowed slowly from the seal's entrance, unnoticed by anyone. However, it was scant and had little effect on Naruto. Ah, Uchiha, take a look at your child. I have already envisioned the glorious future after breaking the seal. Ah, in the depths of Naruto's sealed space, the Nine Tails laughed arrogantly and freely. It chuckled at the foolishness of Uchiha, who had severed itself in half, sealing itself within his son. It laughed at how Kushina could never have anticipated that her child would be living independently at the tender age of 3. How utterly absurd. Indeed, such is humanity. Old sage of 6 paths, is this what you meant by having a harmonious relationship with humanity? The Nine Tails observed as Naruto's state began to stabilize, realizing that the path for its chakra to seep out was cut off, and thus it closed its eyes, waiting for the next opportunity. Meanwhile, a figure sleeping in the Pure Land felt a pull and began to drift toward Naruto. Chapter 1. Ah, Nine Tails, long time no see. Naruto struggled to prepare a bowl of instant noodles, taking a bite and finding the taste peculiar, far inferior to the food at the orphanage. That I'm still so hungry. His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he was not yet satisfied. After pondering for a mere 2.5 seconds, Naruto retrieved another pack of noodles and continued to eat. Upon finishing, he drank a glass of milk, overall feeling somewhat full. Following his usual routine, he washed his face and then lay down on the unfamiliar bed. It felt strange. Children's thoughts are often a whirlwind, and Naruto's mind swirled with the immense upheaval of the day. It's all right, Grandpa will come to see me tomorrow. I will become a fresh leaf and protect Grandpa. Wiping away the tears that had slipped from his eyes, Naruto drifted off into slumber, in the ceiling space. The Nine Tails watched the scenes within Naruto's mind, sneering in disdain. A millennium of existence had exposed the Nine Tails to the machinations of humanity had it not been for the malevolent Uchiha Madara forcibly controlling it decades ago to battle his deceased friend Senju Hashirama. It would still be roaming freely in the wilderness. The Nine Tails, increasingly agitated, pondered the absurdity of being sealed away simply because Senju Hashirama deemed him too powerful. Fear not, I shall bring ruin to the village you established. A sinister cackle echoed in the void. Pray tell, where am I? A voice resonated in the ceiling space, causing the Nine Tails to freeze momentarily. Ah, if it isn't the Nine Tails. Do you happen to know where we are? Clad in dark crimson armor with flowing black hair. Indeed, it was Senju Hashirama, the legendary first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, how did you come to be here? Didn't you perish? With a stiffened posture, the Nine Tails shifted his gaze towards the man, feeling a twinge of pain in his waist. Ah, wait a moment. What is this? Hashirama disregarded the Nine Tails' inquiries, despite their volume. A blue screen materialized before him. Mission: assist the prophesied child, Naruto Uzumaki, in his growth. Reward: achieve peace in the ninja world. Personal resurrection. Restriction: must not reveal your existence to outsiders. Note: little Naruto is quite pitiable as the first Hokage and his elder. I hope you can help him grow well. What is this? Hashirama stroked his chin, scrutinizing the blue screen. Hey, keep it down. The Nine Tails' voice had risen too high, prompting Hashirama to admonish him, leading to an immediate hush. Cursed be this uncontrollable throat, I wish to remain silent. The Nine Tails lay dejectedly, watching Hashirama gesticulate at the emptiness. Did he lose his mind? An idea suddenly sparked in the Nine Tails' mind, but since Hashirama was outside the seal, he couldn't directly probe him. So I'm currently within the body of the Jinchuriki named Naruto Uzumaki. Hashirama clapped one hand onto the other, startling the Nine Tails, who was wary of Hashirama's unpredictable temperament. Uzumaki, a descendant from the Mito line, perhaps? Achieve peace in the ninja world? Did war erupt again after my demise? Hashirama's expression reflected disappointment, saddened by the failure to maintain the peace he had fought for. Very well. I shall remain here to observe what manner of person the prophesied child becomes. With a cheerful resolution, Hashirama's gaze fell upon the timid Nine Tails. Hey, Nine Tails, why are you lying down? Are you fatigued? His words, laced with concern, struck the Nine Tails like daggers into a heart that did not exist. Who's to blame for this? Was it the inherently wicked Uchiha Madara, or was it you, Hashirama, who claimed I was too powerful before sealing me away? No, but how did you return? After contemplating the consequences of berating Hashirama, the Nine-Tails fell silent before changing the subject. I am here on a mission. Someone told me that Naruto Uzumaki is the prophesied child, and I must aid in his growth. Hashirama pondered. Since the Nine-Tails was not human, he deemed it acceptable to share this information. How clever of me. Not at all like what Tobirama suggested. The prophesied child? That sounds somewhat familiar. Wait, the Sage of Six Paths mentioned something similar. The Nine-Tails fell into contemplation before promptly inquiring. Who assigned you this mission? The Nine-Tails eagerly awaited the answer, for only he possessed the capability to return Hashirama. Regrettably, I do not know. Hashirama shook his head, expressing his disappointment that he merely sent me a mission but did not disclose his identity, instructing me not to reveal my existence to outsiders. Hey, tell me about little Naruto. Has he entered the Ninja Academy yet? What grade is he in? In Hashirama's understanding, Jinchuriki should at least be children over 6 years old. I wouldn't tell you that the child is merely 3 years old. Hashirama fell silent. What manner of village would allow a 3-year-old to become a Jinchuriki? Had he truly erred? Hey, Hashirama, would you like to step inside? I can convey the details of this matter through chakra. The Nine-Tails attempted to entice Hashirama into the ceiling space. Do you underestimate me, Nine-Tails? To enter, wouldn't I need to break the seal? Hashirama regarded the Nine-Tails with a hint of menace in his gaze. With a clap of his hands, a towering wooden figure, even taller than the Nine-Tails, emerged from the ground, adorned with a wooden dragon coiling around its waist, its golden eyes glimmering in the darkness of the ceiling space. That I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts of harming little Naruto. Though Hashirama could easily obliterate the Nine-Tails, he was uncertain whether Naruto's body could withstand the onslaught of the Nine-Tails chakra. The Nine-Tails froze, his body once again collapsing to the ground. All right, I still have a bit of chakra left outside. You may use it. Reluctantly, the Nine-Tails had no choice but to offer the chakra he had accumulated over the years to communicate with Hashirama. Curse be this, yet if it is indeed the old man. The Nine-Tails shook his head. Mere humans could never coexist peacefully with tailed beasts. Hashirama observed the deranged Nine-Tails with a helpless shrug before beginning to receive the information transmitted by the Nine-Tails. However, soon, Hashirama's expression shifted to one of distress. Chapter 2. The First Encounter with Naruto. Did you bring him in? Quit your nagging. Capturing him is a simple feat for me. In the midst of a nightmare, young Naruto vaguely heard a familiar yet strange voice, one that was gruff yet laced with a hint of timidity. Where's this place? As Naruto surveyed the dark world before him, panic began to set in. Hey, Nine-Tails, control your chakra. A mature voice echoed from behind young Naruto, prompting him to turn around. Help, Grandpa, save me. There's a monster here. Young Naruto stood frozen, his azure eyes filled with fear. That moment, a large hand gently rested on Naruto's head, accompanied by soothing words. Hey there, little Naruto, there's no need to be afraid. Naruto shifted his gaze towards the M. He seemed somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. Who are you? Naruto's tone was shy, still frightened by the large creature in the distant cage. I am Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. Hashirama struck a heroic pose, one he had previously crafted in experiments. How lame. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's absurd pose, but he quickly regained his composure. The first Hokage? The one Grandpa always speaks of, the protector of everyone. The Hokage, recognized by all? Hashirama observed the glimmer in Naruto's eyes, choosing to overlook the earlier comment, nodding with satisfaction. Little Naruto, do you wish to become Hokage? Hashirama, aware of Naruto's lineage thanks to the Nine-Tails' friendly assistance, pondered whether he should reveal the boy's heritage, given that Tobirama preferred to keep it hidden. Yet, it seemed excessively harsh to abandon a 3-year-old child to fend for himself, especially one who was the child of the 4th Hokage. In that moment, young Naruto cast aside his fears of the Nine-Tails, standing tall with his chest out, his round face exuding cuteness. With those azure eyes, the Nine-Tails cast a discreet glance at young Naruto's azure eyes. Who knows? Very well, from now on, I shall teach you how to become an exceptional Hokage. Hashirama expressed his delight, surprised that his junior harbored such grand ambitions at such a tender age. Thus, from this day forth, I shall be your mentor. In this manner, the covenant between the two reincarnations of Ashura was forged, forming a connection that transcended the ordinary. Young Naruto joyfully leaped into the air, only to recoil at the terrifying gaze of the Nine Tails. Master, what is that creature? Why is it confined? Oh dear, I neglected to introduce you that IT is called the Nine Tails, a beast of formidable power. Hashirama recalled that he had yet to introduce Naruto to the Nine Tails, pointing at it as he spoke. Hey, I'm not simply called Nine Tails. The creature retorted angrily, its 9 orange tails thrashing in agitation. I have a name. In truth, those of lesser strength were deemed unworthy of knowing its name, while those of greater might often regarded it with disdain. Throughout the ages, the Nine Tails had witnessed humanity's malevolence and gradually lost interest in communicating with them. However, the child before him might very well be the prophesied one. Thus, the beast reluctantly decided to reveal its name. Listen well. My name is Kurama. Hashirama stood in shock, staring incredulously at the nine-tailed snow. Kurama. You actually have a name. His finger trembled as he pointed at Kurama, astonished that he had been unaware of this fact all along. Mito had never mentioned it. Humph. Kurama dismissed the two and settled down to resume its slumber. This moment, young Naruto's consciousness lingered at the brink of awakening, a sensation of imminent realization swirling in his mind. Naruto, we shall meet again tomorrow night. I will teach you how to refine chakra, Hashirama said with a smile as Naruto began to fade from view. Suddenly, Naruto jolted awake, performing a surprising flip from his bed. Bewildered, he gazed at his hands. The first Hokage, Kurama, was it merely a dream? Regardless, he thought it best to find something to eat. He bounced over to the refrigerator and retrieved some fresh milk and instant noodles. Hashirama frowned slightly. Consuming instant noodles so early in the morning was hardly advisable. A soft green, vibrant chakra flowed from Naruto's abdomen, causing a fruit to sprout on the potted plant in his small apartment. What on earth? Naruto could hardly believe his eyes. A faint voice echoed in his mind. Naruto, eat this, it will be beneficial for your health. This particular location was quite discerning. The hidden Umbu outside were unable to see, and at present, the third Hokage did not utilize a telescope to observe Naruto. After relishing the fruit, Naruto exited his apartment and embarked on a leisurely exploration. Today marked his first venture beyond the vicinity of the orphanage, stepping into an entirely new environment. After meandering about, fatigue soon set in, prompting him to seek a shady spot to lie down, his gaze fixed on the sky as his thoughts drifted back to the dream from the previous night. In the distance, a girl with pink hair walked alongside a girl with golden locks, giggling and playing. How adorable! Pink hair, indeed. However, the young Naruto, not yet bold enough, could only dare to observe from afar. Meanwhile, the third Hokage arrived at Naruto's apartment. Naruto, dear boy, your grandfather has come to bring you some money. The third entered with a modest envelope and a few elementary books suitable for children, yet regrettably found Naruto absent. Ewing? The third called out towards the window, and a figure leaped into the apartment. Lord Third, where has Naruto gone? The third's tone was gentle, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his narrowed eyes. He has gone to the East Street. The fox is following him. I see. The third nodded, rubbing his eyes and exhaling a sigh. Then place the items here. When Naruto returns, you may inform him as a passerby. With a simple directive, the third turned to depart, aware that he had much to attend to. It had been merely 2 years since the conclusion of the Shinobi World War, and numerous political matters awaited his attention. Additionally, his old friend Danzo was becoming increasingly restless. Chapter 3. The Extraction of Chakra in the Pillars. A blue screen materialized before young Naruto's eyes. Do you wish to be as powerful as your teacher? Although Naruto had yet to learn the intricacies of such codes, children possess an innate understanding of where knowledge illuminates. Thus, he randomly selected one of the glowing markers. Once he made his choice, the blue screen vanished as if it had never existed. Yet, young Naruto felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. He approached a small tree, and the sentinel stationed atop a nearby larger tree observed this peculiar behavior of the 3-year-old Jinchuriki with bewilderment. Surely, The Jinchuriki wouldn't attempt to strike the tree? How could a child of such tender age harbor such bizarre thoughts? With a resounding thud, Naruto's fist made contact, leaving a small imprint on the tree's bark. Ouch, that hurts. His right hand bore a slight redness, a minor abrasion evident. However, upon seeing the little fist mark he had created, he felt an overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the nine tails within him witnessed this act of violence and discreetly averted its gaze towards the seemingly oblivious Hashirama. Hey, is this your doing? The nine tails questioned, now skeptical that Hashirama had directly transferred his power to Naruto. Impossible. You know my strength. If it could be transferred, you would know precisely what the outcome of that punch would be. Hashirama innocently shrugged, indicating he had committed no wrongdoing. Humph. Indeed, if it were Hashirama's power, the nine tails mused, it would surely be painful, memories of past suffering resurfacing. Meanwhile, the umbu hidden in the trees quietly jotted down a note. The Jinchuriki appears to exhibit signs of mental instability, exhibiting self-harming behavior. Caution is advised. However, unlike the concerned adults, young Naruto felt nothing but delight as the pain subsided. He dashed into the woods behind the village, frolicking like a little bundle of joy. As the sun began to set, he returned to his modest apartment. Naruto, called a tall woman with purple hair, stopping him in his tracks. Ah, you are? Young Naruto recognized her as the umbu who had escorted him home the previous day. Ahem, I am not. I have not, she grumbled to herself, feeling exasperated despite her efforts to appear presentable. Uzumaki Naruto, the third Hokage, your grandfather, has sent you this month's allowance and a few books. They are in your room. With that, she turned and quickly disappeared from sight. What a shy big sister, Naruto mused, eager to return to his small apartment to explore the gifts from his grandfather. It was astonishing to realize that his grandfather was the third Hokage. After all, when he had held him, he could feel the strain in his frail form, a stark reminder of his declining health. 2,000 ryo. Naruto exclaimed joyously, gazing at the stack of money, a substantial sum indeed. Tomorrow, he would visit the bookstore, where the beautiful lady selling books had captured his attention. At that moment, in Naruto's sealed space, Hashirama's forehead was lined with sweat. Is this your corrupting influence on Naruto? Impossible. I am not like you humans. How could I discern beauty? The nine tails protested, feeling wronged, asserting that as a mere fox, he could not possibly taint Naruto's aesthetic sensibilities. Do not shift the blame onto me. And what of the notorious Danzo, the so-called scapegoat? There was a rumor that Danzo had, during the absence of the third Hokage, employed various tactics to provoke the nine tails, even resorting to seduction, ultimately guiding Naruto to develop a technique of allure that would save the ninja world. However, young Naruto had secretly stumbled upon such magazines in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, ultimately, I have borne the blame on your behalf. The infamous scapegoat lived up to its name. Naruto, open your eyes. I am Hashirama. The call resonated, and young Naruto felt a peculiar summoning, blinking his eyes to find himself in the familiar space once more. Wait, wasn't this place ominous last night? Why has it transformed into a forest now? Young Naruto was astounded. The ceiling space, once so compatible with the nine tails' energy, now boasted a brilliant sun overhead and soil beneath his feet, even a distant forest visible. Ah, this is the manifestation of chakra. Hashirama laughed heartily, pleased with Naruto's reaction. It reminded him of nurturing Tsunade in her youth. Indeed, a delightful experience. Ah, Naruto, today I shall teach you how to refine chakra. First, sit cross-legged and bring your palms together. Young Naruto complied, positioning himself as instructed. Exactly. Now, concentrate on a sensation of energy that is difficult to articulate, one that emanates from every part of your being. As he spoke, Hashirama's body became enveloped in a surge of chakra, a vibrant blue energy erupting from him. Upon selecting the task on the screen, he realized he had regained a physical form, thus enabling him to extract chakra. Now, it's your turn, Naruto. Hashirama opened his eyes to find young Naruto blown back against a tree by the force of the chakra he had unleashed. The nine tails, confined in its cage, rolled its eyes in exasperation. Does this Hashirama not comprehend the magnitude of his chakra? Besides, with such a clumsy method of instruction, it's a miracle if Naruto learns anything. From a distance, Naruto picked himself up and resumed his position, diligently attempting to extract chakra as Hashirama had described. Slowly, after approximately a minute, a thin layer of chakra began to envelop Naruto's body. Yes, I knew it. I am a genius. Hashirama exclaimed, laughing jubilantly beside Naruto. Indeed, this is the proper method for chakra extraction, unlike what Tobirama claimed. No one else could possibly master it. Look at my foolish little brother. Your older brother is the true victor. Hashirama reminisced about when Tobirama had sought his insights on chakra extraction during his tenure as Hokage and head of the Ninja Academy. Hashirama had shared with Tobirama the very advice he had just imparted to Naruto. However, Tobirama fell silent for a moment before regarding Hashirama with a peculiar expression. Brother, for the love of all that is sacred, do not leave any records on chakra extraction. I fear embarrassment. Infuriated, Hashirama could not fathom being wrong as the revered deity of the ninja world. Yet, after perusing Tobirama's extensive notes, feeling dizzy from the confusion, he conceded that Tobirama's explanations might indeed be more precise. Tobirama, thereafter, refrained from inquiring about Hashirama's views on hand seals. Left alone, Hashirama sulked in the Hokage office, drawing circles and cursing his cold-hearted brother. After work, he vented to Madara over drinks, only to find Madara regarding him with a look of incredulity. The one who had always shared in his grievances against Tobirama had seemingly betrayed him. Hashirama's heart was shattered. But today was different. Naruto, my dear disciple, the prophesied child, has grasped my meaning in an instant. Indeed, practice reveals truth. Alas, if only Madara were here, I could boast of my triumph. Chapter 4. Is Naruto the Nine-Tails Fox? Beneath the Leaf Village, in the roots, a middle-aged man, his body wrapped in bandages and his right eye shrouded, sat upon a chair reminiscent of those found in the Hokage's office. An ominous aura loomed over the spacious room. Indeed, it was true. Danzo had sent the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails away to reside elsewhere. This man was none other than the legendary Hokage, Shimura Danzo. In the realm of Hokage, whenever an undisclosed blame needed to be cast, it invariably fell upon him, earning him the title of the invincible scapegoat. Furthermore, in the future, he would achieve remarkable feats, sealing a great bridge and wielding kunai against Sasuke. However, at present, he was still lacking in strength. The plan can commence, he declared. A young man kneeling before him, adorned with a fox mask, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, Kaido, or rather, Tens, found himself perplexed by Danzo's commands. Yet he complied due to the regulations of the route. The image of a girl named Yukimi flashed through his mind, followed by that of Kakashi, the current captain of the Umbu. I am merely a shadow of Konoha's route. I must obey Danzo's orders, Tens thought to himself, though his hesitant demeanor betrayed his wavering heart. In the eastern street of Konoha, a number of villagers, some of whom had only recently moved there, set up small stools at the intersection, spreading rumors. Hey, have you heard? The Nine-Tails did not perish. It has merely transformed into a child. Indeed, I have heard that it was intentional, meant to elicit sympathy from others, waiting for the day it could return to slay us all. Oh, the cursed Nine-Tails. You must know that my grandfather's unborn child perished at its hands. A moment of silence ensued. How tragic. It is all the fault of that wretched fox. Exactly. Why does it not perish? Having killed so many, it still wishes to live on and surely will continue to wreak havoc. It is the Hokage's fault, in my opinion. The third Hokage has grown old and has been deceived by the Nine-Tails guys. Danzo, lurking in the shadows, took note of this clever individual, deciding to elevate them slightly. What does the Nine-Tails currently resemble? Oh, let me tell you. It has transformed into a child, a boy with yellow hair and the distinctive whiskers of a fox. Ah, how terrifying. I must warn my husband and child to stay away from this monster. Thus, the rumors proliferated among the crowd. That evening, upon returning home, Sakura sat at the dining table, observing her chattering parents. Sakura, let me tell you, the Nine-Tails is still alive, her mother stated gravely, sharing the significant news she had just learned through whispers. What? Sakura's father trembled, his grip on his wine glass faltering, causing it to clatter against the table. Is it true? The young Sakura felt a surge of fear, for since her birth, her mother had always used tales of the Nine-Tails to frighten her, saying things like, if you don't go to sleep, the Nine-Tails will come and eat you. It is true. That fox has even transformed into a child, seeking to deceive others for sympathy. How detestable. Sakura's father slammed his hand on the table, outraged that the Nine-Tails, which had caused him so much strife, was still alive and masquerading as a child to garner pity. Sakura, from now on, if you encounter a boy with yellow hair and fox-like whiskers, you must steer clear of him. Sakura solemnly nodded, recalling a boy with yellow hair she had seen earlier that day on the eastern street. In fact, Ino had mentioned that he had been watching her. Could he be the Ninetales? The thought filled her with dread, and she burrowed under her blankets, succumbing to sleep amidst her fears. Meanwhile, what of the Ninetales, Naruto? Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I've won again. Little Naruto laughed joyfully, having triumphed over both Hashirama and Kurama. Quick, Kurama, let me touch you. Bored, Naruto had already mastered chakra refinement, and Hashirama thought to play with him. With no dice available, and Naruto unfamiliar with the game, he dragged Kurama into a round of rock, paper, scissors. Wait, why should I play such a game with you? Kurama suddenly realized he had unwittingly fallen into Hashirama's trap. Oh, Kurama, are you afraid to lose? Hashirama regarded Kurama with a derisive gaze, while Naruto peeked from behind Hashirama, nodding eagerly. How could I be? Kurama hesitated. While it could outright refuse, it could not allow itself to be looked down upon by Hashirama, the sage of the thousand hands. A small fragment of the Ninetales seeped from the corner of its seal. I knew you still had some left. Hashirama recognized that this was the same essence that had previously seeped in. The mature voice of the Ninetales fell silent, and the tiny Ninetales began to speak. Heh, what a cute voice. Hashirama's gaze shifted toward Kurama, sensing an unexpected rivalry for Naruto's affection. Naruto's eyes lit up as he lunged toward the small Ninetales. Please, the Ninetales as a child is utterly adorable. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths would not have divided 8 portions of chakra among the other tailed beasts, leaving the majority to Kurama. Just kidding, but it is true that Kurama received the most chakra. Hey, that's enough. The mature voice of the Ninetales echoed from the cage, and the small Ninetales swiftly retreated back into the seal. How adorable! 3-year-old Naruto exclaimed, relishing the sensation, eager for more. Honestly, Kurama sighed with exasperation, yet it felt a noticeable reduction in its negative emotions. The child of prophecy? The reality was far from that. It was simply due to the reincarnation of the two Ashura that he had an innate affinity for tailed beasts. Furthermore, with Hashirama, the towering Buddha, suppressing it, Kurama could only open its heart to converse with Naruto. Otherwise, it might have been crushed by dozens of divine gates, becoming a mere vessel of chakra devoid of emotions. Woohoo, Naruto doesn't want me anymore. Hashirama dramatically covered his face, feigning tears. Oh, teacher, please don't cry. I want you. Little Naruto panicked, having never been taught how to comfort a man-child in his 40s. Really? Hashirama peered through his fingers at Naruto. Really? Naruto affirmed vehemently. I don't believe you. Unless you declare that you love your teacher the most. Hashirama enticed Naruto like a cunning wolf. Kurama, nearby, covered its eyes with its tail in disbelief. Unbelievable. Naruto loves teacher Hashirama the most. Haha, I knew it. Little Kurama could never usurp my place in Naruto's heart. Hashirama joyfully lifted Naruto, pleased with his cunning. Kurama held its tongue, pondering if an adult fox would truly become enraged at a child. Yet, the other 8 tails swayed in displeasure. Naruto, make sure to sleep early. As the time drew near, Naruto exited the ceiling space and drifted into slumber. Chapter 5, Regret. I am the shadow. A new day dawned, and the third Hokage sat in his office. Skillfully, he drew back the curtains and stealthily retrieved his prized possession from the desk drawer. Tada! A crystal ball. This crystal ball was the crucial tool for the third Hokage's spying technique. With this, the third Hokage can sit in his office, overseeing all information within the village. Naturally, certain clans have protective barriers around their residences, which the third typically refrains from intruding upon. Let me see how little Naruto is faring. The crystal ball emanated a mysterious glow, and soon, the image of Naruto, just awakening and washing his face, appeared before the third. It's good to wash your face. A clean visage is essential. The third chuckled heartily as he watched Naruto's antics. However, the early hour prevented him from seeing Naruto's face directly. Oh. Then a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower crept across the third's aged features. The image in the crystal ball began to flicker, gradually revealing a foggy scene. TSK, quite impressive to see this early in the morning. Through the mist, the silhouettes of several women bathing in the communal bathhouse emerged hazily. In the dimly lit Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an indescribable thrill. Alas, his advanced age rendered such pleasures futile. Sigh, have you heard about the manifestation of the nine-tailed fox? While the third was enjoying the moment, a voice suddenly snapped him to attention. I know the one with golden hair and fox-like whiskers. I saw him in East Street just yesterday. I suggest we ladies position ourselves there and capture him the moment he appears. But he is the Nine Tails. What if we cannot defeat him? So what? If he attacks, we will alert the village leaders to have him imprisoned. Hiruzen's cheerful demeanor faded. What on earth is happening? Who leaked Naruto's identity? The sound of his fist slamming onto the table echoed through the room, conjuring a familiar face in Hiruzen's mind. Someone, an Umbu agent, entered, kneeling respectfully. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen regarded the Umbu with a grave tone, issuing commands with unwavering authority. Immediately dispatch someone to seal off all information regarding Naruto's identity and summon Danzo here. Yes. As the actions of the Hokage's direct Umbu commenced, numerous information exchange centers run by the village's older women were shut down. You are forbidden from discussing the Nine Tails within the village. This directive spread throughout Konoha, yet it was already too late. Now, everyone who had been warned knew the truth of the matter. Otherwise, why would Umbu enforce a gag order? An hour passed, and the heavy door of the Hokage's office swung open. Hiruzen, is there an issue? Danzo's impatient expression was evident as he rapped his cane sharply against the floor, his gaze casually scanning the Hokage's throne. You were the one who leaked the information about the Jinchuriki, weren't you? Sarutobi propped his chin on his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Danzo. Impossible. I believe the townsfolk deduced it themselves. Danzo chuckled dismissively, denying any wrongdoing. Bring him in. Hiruzen clapped his hands, and an Umbu with white hair escorted a masked agent forward. Speak up. This is someone from Root, correct? Hiruzen's accusatory tone froze the atmosphere. So what if it was me? Sarutobi, you know that the Jinchuriki is an unpredictable variable. Why not hand him over to Root? I will ensure he becomes Konoha's perfect weapon of war. At that point, not just a small village like Cloud, but all 5 great nations will bow before Konoha. Danzo's voice grew fervent, insisting that his actions were all for the sake of Konoha. Bang! The sound of a heavy fist slamming on the table reverberated in the Hokage's office. Enough. The Jinchuriki is a person, not merely a weapon. I will not endorse your plan, and I will cut Root's budget by 30% this year. Sarutobi, the Nine Tails is absolutely. Silence, Danzo. The third's tone was grave, making it clear that Danzo's schemes would find no support here. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's words pierced through Danzo's heart like a dagger. How dare you? Enraged, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door shut behind him. Bang! Silence enveloped the office once more. Sarutobi rubbed his temples, letting out a long sigh. Ah, my old friend, how have you come to this? Kakashi, let him go. The white-haired Umbu, who would later become the renowned ninja Hatake Kakashi, stood ready. From the most incompetent to the likes of Kaguya, they could all hold their own. Very well. Kakashi released the captured Tenzo, who did not recognize him as the one he had encountered during a previous mission. I have an external mission now. Prepare yourself to accompany me. Although Sarutobi had halted Danzo's activities concerning Naruto, the rumors that had already spread could not be recalled. Little Naruto, I am truly sorry. The third offered an apology in his heart to Naruto. Meanwhile, Danzo returned to Root, his expression increasingly twisted. The earlier declaration of I am the Hokage had deeply wounded Danzo's warped psyche. Why? Why must the Hokage be you? I was merely seconds behind you. The flames of jealousy ignited within Danzo's heart, and a nefarious plot began to form in his mind. When Ao returns, inform him that I have an exceptionally important task for him. Completing it will earn him redemption for his past sins. The scene shifted back to little Naruto, who had just awakened. Upon rising, he discovered that the amount of chakra within him had significantly increased since his previous refinement. Everyone must experience this, right? However, as little Naruto hopped onto a stool to wash up, a rather astonishing sight presented itself. Ah, where are my whiskers? Naruto's fox-like whiskers had vanished. Why could this happen? The reason lay in the fact that last night, Kurama had reabsorbed the last remnants of the Nine Tails chakra that had seeped out. Consequently, the whiskers formed from that chakra naturally disappeared. I was merely concerned that you might discover the leaking chakra and get into trouble. Not that I worried about how my chakra might affect your refinement. This was the explanation given by Hashirama when he inquired of Kurama why all chakra had been retracted after Naruto's departure. Ah, I see now, rest assured. Kurama, unless you harm Naruto, I am quite reasonable. It's Kurama, you know. Chapter 6, Malice from the Villagers. Oh, my whiskers are gone. Little Naruto panicked. His whiskers, which he had since childhood, had suddenly vanished. How could this be? Hey, little Naruto, it's alright. Hashirama's voice echoed from the ceiling space. Ever since Naruto refined chakra, his physical strength had remarkably increased, akin to how Hashirama had been in his youth. Hashirama felt great satisfaction with his disciple, finding him far easier to teach than the monkeys. Really? Naruto touched his soft, fair face. Where the whiskers once were, it was now smooth. It feels a bit strange. Although he was quite upset, life must go on. Under the powerful wood release of the first Hokage, a small fruit tree sprouted from the pot. Red fruits, white fruits, green fruits, many fruits grew in abundance. Eat up. I'll sever contact for now. Just call out when you think of your teacher. Hashirama cheerfully concluded his conversation with his disciple, only to find Kurama casting a disdainful, yet envious glance at him. What are you looking at? You don't have wood release. Kurama was incensed by Hashirama's taunt, and in his fury, he retaliated. Observing the silent nine-tails, Hashirama tilted his head in contemplation. Ah, splendid. With a resounding clap of his hands, a magnificent fruit tree soared into the sky. The nine-tails, with its eyes tightly shut, attempted to shield itself from the overwhelming presence of the first Hokage. What are you doing? Yet, a hefty object was thrust upon the face of the nine-tails, compelling it to open its eyes. Here, a fruit for you. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction, his abilities undiminished by time. It was known that Madara had always relished his fruits. Seriously? Humph. The nine-tails turned its head aside, but after a while, seizing the opportunity while Hashirama rested, it devoured the large fruit. To its surprise, it was quite delicious. Although as a tailed beast it had no need for sustenance, the Sage of Six Paths had endowed it with the sense of taste during its creation. However, due to its immense size, many flavors were lost on its palate. This particular fruit, however, provided a unique taste reminiscent of the treats Ashura had once fed it in their childhood. Delicious. La la la, la la la, I am a little runner. Last night, the teacher informed him that he could now run a bit each day to improve his health. As a diligent student, Naruto took the instruction to heart. He set off from his home, sprinting towards East Street. Early in the morning, several elderly women were gathered at the corner, exchanging information in lively chatter. As anticipated, Naruto was soon surrounded by a group of them. That's right. Yellow hair, a child. Yes, that's him. I saw him here just yesterday. Standing at a height of 1 meter, Naruto found himself encircled by 4 women, each taller than him. Are you the Nine-Tails Fox? Was there even a need to ask? Just look at him. But he doesn't have whiskers. So what? In that moment, the 4 women fell silent. The whiskers mysteriously vanished this morning. Hearing their words, Naruto assumed they were merely joking, so he explained the disappearance of his whiskers. It really is him. Everyone, come quick. This is the Nine-Tails Fox. He even purposely trimmed his whiskers. The commotion stirred a crowd, who began to gaze at Naruto as if he were a monster. What's going on? I'm not the Nine-Tails Fox. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, the Nine-Tails within him was indeed the entity they spoke of, yet he felt uncomfortable under their scrutinizing stares. Why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly, a rotten egg soared through the air. Quick, strike him before his accomplice arrives. A menacing civilian hurled the spoiled egg directly at Naruto, who narrowly dodged it. Together, everyone. As Naruto sidestepped, a rotten cabbage landed squarely on his face. What are you doing? What did I do wrong? Naruto cast aside the foul-smelling cabbage, now covered in insects, feeling a mix of anger, fear, and confusion. Why are they throwing things at me? Ha! Dare to kill, but not to take responsibility? One man stepped forward, his demeanor aggressive. In my opinion, it's best if that fox dies sooner rather than later. Don't be afraid, just go for it. Several adult men moved to the front, eyeing Naruto. Although uncertain, the escalating atmosphere spurred them on. A man landed a punch on Naruto's small body, sending him flying. The crowd parted, allowing Naruto to crash to the ground. From his perch in the trees, the fox observed the chaos below, failing to heed the third Hokage's directive to protect Naruto. Danzo's orders were absolute. A glint of cold light flashed beneath his mask as he emotionlessly regarded the scene of Naruto being assaulted. Stop. Just then, Yuzuki Yugao arrived at the scene. What are you doing? Upon seeing the masked figure leap in front of Naruto, the surrounding villagers quickly dispersed, retreating to their homes. Only a few who had managed to flee were encircled by a team of Umbu. Oh no, the Umbu are attacking. The desperate man shouted, attempting to rally support. The villagers, who had been watching from a distance, fled even further. You are suspected of spreading confidential information and assaulting a child. Please come with us. The Umbu apprehended the ringleaders and took them to the Uchiha guard. No, please. He is not a child. He is a monster. He is the man-eating nine-tails fox. Don't be deceived by his disguise. Slowly rising from the ground, Naruto felt the injuries heal, yet he was deeply troubled. Why are they hitting me? Why? I'm not the nine-tails fox. Teacher, why? Within the ceiling space, Hashirama wore a terrifying expression. Meanwhile, the nine-tails mocked. Look at your villagers. How do you feel? Hashirama was at a loss for words. Why had the information about the Jinchuriki leaked? Why did the villagers perceive the Jinchuriki as a tailed beast? Typically carefree. He was now silent. Let us not linger. Can we leave? Hashirama struggled to suppress his anger, speaking gently to Naruto, wiping away his tears of grievance. Naruto walked towards the mountain. Naruto. Yuzuki Yugao observed the tearful child, feeling a pang of sympathy. She understood the distinction between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. Yet, she was powerless to intervene. The rumors had spread, and the best course of action was to contain them swiftly. Chapter 7. The weeping Naruto on the mountain and the aroma of grilled fish. Little Naruto, resembling a dumpling, trudged along the mountain path. He was bewildered by the day's events, puzzled as to why others had berated and struck him. I'm not the nine-tails fox. Wait, were they referring to the nine-tails as the nine-tails? Kurama, Kurama. Naruto called out into the space. Hey, quiet down. There are people around you. Kurama's voice resonated in Naruto's mind. When they spoke of the nine-tails fox, were they talking about you? Naruto's voice was soft and laced with a hint of sadness and inquiry. Ah, indeed, it is I. With Kurama's acknowledgement, Naruto pressed on. Did you kill many people? Kurama fell silent for a moment before responding with a hint of ferocity. And if I did? They sought to seal me away, to wield my power for their wars. To kill even more. Why should I not retaliate? Naruto trembled, feeling lost at such a young age. Kurama's reasoning seemed valid, and after all, he was his friend. But the notion of killing. Ah, let me explain. Hashirama interjected, taking the opportunity to comfort Naruto. 3 years ago, a great villain hypnotized the Nine-Tails, manipulating it to kill many. Your parents perished that night. After breaking free from the villain's control, Kurama was sealed within you again. Naruto's eyes gradually lit up. His lips pursed in anticipation. Is that true, Kurama? His voice carried a hint of hope. Yes, Kurama confirmed with a mature tone. Yay, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Aren't you going to keep questioning me? Kurama, not fully grasping Naruto's mindset, was taken aback by the child's unpredictable logic. No need. It was all that villain's doing. I shall certainly expose the villain in the future and inform everyone of their misdeeds. It is not the Nine-Tails who desires such chaos. Little Naruto gazed at the village of Konoha from atop the mountain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet his cherubic face radiated a captivating charm under the sun's warm embrace. Do as you wish. The voice of the Nine-Tails softened considerably. Ah, isn't this splendid? Let's take a detour back, it suggested. Why? Naruto queried. Because they are unaware of the villain's actions. You must ensure your own protection, came the response. After a while on the mountain, despite Naruto's steadily increasing strength and the natural energy flowing into him, he ultimately succumbed to fatigue and collapsed. Luckily, a member of the Umbu with purple hair appeared, gently scooping him up and carrying him back to the apartment. As Yuzuki Saigen was about to enter, she noticed the litter of instant noodles on the table. With a soft sigh, she tidied up the mess before stepping out to purchase a fish. After a simple preparation, a fragrant grilled fish emerged. What a delightful aroma, exclaimed Naruto, his little nose twitching as his azure eyes fluttered open to reveal a familiar masked figure seated beside the dining table. Thank you, big sister, he said, recalling Hashirama's earlier reminder that it was Saigen who had brought him back. Saigen remained silent, merely gesturing towards the delicious grilled fish and then pointing at Naruto. Is it for me? His eyes sparkled with disbelief. After all, it had been several meals since anyone had prepared food for him. He had been subsisting on instant noodles, his nutrition reliant solely on the fruits conjured by Hashirama. Under the mask, Saigen nodded and encouraged him to dig in. With joy, Naruto clumsily picked up a piece of the succulent fish with his chopsticks. There are no bones, he exclaimed, realizing that Saigen had meticulously removed them to prevent him from choking. The last thing anyone wanted was news of a Jinchuriki choking on fish in Konoha the next day. Naruto was utterly enchanted by the delectable fish. It was the finest meal he had savored in 3 years. While there had been meat in the orphanage, it was, after all, just an orphanage. A faint smile crept across Saigen's lips beneath her mask, though she quickly suppressed it. Once Naruto finished eating, Saigon prepared to depart. Her actions had stemmed purely from her own volition. Although the third Hokage would likely remain silent upon learning, they were contrary to his original intentions. However, with the revelation of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, it was certain that the third would alter his strategy. I hope Naruto can fare well, she mused. Just as Saigon was about to leave, Naruto grasped her hand, halting her departure. What strength! He already possesses the power of a mid-level ninja student, she thought, marveling at the Jinchuriki's burgeoning abilities. Thank you for bringing me back, and for the grilled fish. It was truly the best thing I've ever eaten, he declared, holding a 100-yen note in his left hand. Saigon gazed into Naruto's bright blue eyes, a fleeting figure flashing through her mind. Of course, this is merely a thought. She reflected. She declined his offer of money, gently ruffling his golden hair and caressing his small face. Before he could react, she slipped away. Thank you. Come play again. Naruto called out to the window, eliciting a smile from Saigon, who was concealed among the trees. I told you, there are still kind-hearted people in the village. Hashirama remarked proudly to the Nine Tails. In truth, both Naruto and the fox had been somewhat concerned when he collapsed, but the Umbu swiftly arrived to carry him home. The actions of the purple-haired Umbu had garnered high praise from Hashirama. Mito was equally gentle in her time, he reminisced. Gentle? Are you serious? The Nine Tails retorted incredulously. That one who would whip her partner with chains? The woman who would seize his chakra without hesitation? You call her gentle? Have you lost your mind? Hey, what do you mean by that? Hashirama replied. It's the Nine Tails. I mean no offense. As long as you are happy, that suffices. The Nine Tails fell silent, unwilling to engage with the man whose mind seemed to be unraveling. Think about what to teach tonight. He will be joining us shortly, Hashirama remarked, realizing the upcoming task at hand. Let us give the Nine Tails a reprieve for now. Chapter 8. The Onset of Winter and the Byakugan Girl Saigon. You can take care of Naruto for a while, the third Hokage suggested after thoughtful consideration. Recognizing that he would soon need to leave the village for a meeting and could not oversee Naruto during that time. As a direct subordinate of his Umbu, he felt assured in her capabilities. Understood, Saigon replied, a hint of a smile gracing her masked visage. However, do exercise caution, avoid unnecessary exposure, the third cautioned. Before departing with several Umbu to attend the meeting, in the Root Division, Danzo observed the incoming reports with a smirk. Ah, at last, they have set forth. He laughed heartily. Hiruzen, rest assured, Konoha will thrive under my leadership. In the shadowy depths of the root base, Danzo reveled in his audacity. As if he were already seated upon the Hokage's throne, a small snake flicked its tongue, watching the arrogant Danzo with keen interest. In the distance, Orochimaru, clad in the Akatsuki robe, wore a faint smile, contemplating how to send his aging mentor and Danzo, the shadowy rat, to their demise. Their partnership was one that could be severed at any moment, after all. Recently, Naruto's life had taken on a rather different hue. Though the villagers no longer openly insulted or assaulted him, their eyes brimmed with contempt. Shopkeepers were increasingly reluctant to serve him. Were it not for the timely appearance of the big sister, he might have been unable to procure even milk. Yet, Naruto found himself devoid of companions, as the surrounding children were disinclined to approach him. After a few had attempted to bully him, only to have their bones broken by Naruto's single punch, no one dared to come near him. He insisted he had only exerted a modicum of strength, especially considering they had thrown stones at him first. While wandering through the streets one day, Naruto encountered a boy who radiated a sense of familiarity. Through his conversation with his brother, he learned the boy's name was Sasuke Uchiha. Unlike the others, he did not regard Naruto with disdain, prompting Naruto to wish to befriend him. However, his brother swiftly whisked him away, with Sasuke perched atop his sibling's head, leaving Naruto feeling envious. Ah, they have a brother, he thought. The sense of kinship he had felt dissipating instantly. This left both Hashirama and the Nine Tails in the ceiling space feeling exasperated. Let me ponder what to do, Hashirama mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Ultimately, with the reluctant support of the Nine Tails, Naruto found himself riding upon the wooden-wrapped Nine Tails each night, a form of entertainment he had come to relish. Soon, winter would arrive. Clad in thick clothing, Naruto wandered the streets. Today, a festival was underway, resulting in fewer people on the roads, and consequently, he faced less scrutiny than usual. You are the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Why not showcase your Byakugan for us? If you are unwilling, then do not cast your gaze our way. Those eyes are rather eerie. Are you not a monster? Three mischievous children crowded along a narrow path frequently traversed by Naruto. This secluded route was usually quiet and free from prying eyes. What is happening? Naruto turned to see a little girl cornered by the trio. She had a short fringe, white eyes, and a round, adorable face. So, you are quite courageous, are you? Naruto placed his left hand firmly on the shoulder of the boy leading the group. Of course, I am incredibly brave. I am not even afraid of the Nine Tails. The boy boasted, not bothering to turn around, his head held high with pride. Is that so? Perhaps you should turn around and take a look? The two companions beside him nudged him with trembling hands, urging him to glance back. Ah, the fox spirit. Run away. The exceptionally brave boy shrieked, his voice piercing the air as he fled, crying after Naruto had delivered a solid punch that left his nose crooked. It's all your fault. You've influenced Naruto to be so violent. Hashirama covered his eyes, watching the calamity unfold outside, and complained to Kurama. Huh. Wasn't he that method of exertion taught by you? And that training regimen crafted by you? Kurama was astonished by Hashirama's words. I haven't expended a single ounce of chakra. The few times I did were solely to heal Naruto's injuries. And now you accuse me of influencing him? Has the world gone mad? Setting aside the seal space, Naruto successfully scared off the three bullies and turned to face the little girl. Are you all right? Naruto extended his gloved left hand, helping the girl who was crouched on the ground to her feet. The gentle winter sunlight bathed Naruto's face, illuminating his golden hair as a hint of embarrassment graced his small features. I'm fine, thank you. The girl's voice was soft, and Naruto's grasp made her feel bashful. Ah, you're not afraid of me? Naruto was surprised to discover another child unafraid of him. Why should I be afraid of you? The girl looked at Naruto with wide, curious eyes, questioning him. Because I am the Nine Tails. But you are human. In Hinata's eyes, Naruto's chakra radiated warmth, devoid of any trace of the Nine Tails. Conversely, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. The weather is cold. You should hurry home. Naruto retracted his hand, signaling for Hinata to return, for he sensed that, given her current disposition, she would likely face bullying again. Hinata mustered her courage. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I truly appreciate your help. Naruto paused for a moment, then responded with a cheerful smile. I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become the Hokage. At that moment, Naruto's image was indelibly etched into Hinata's memory. Having exchanged names, we are friends now, right? Naruto asked softly, for this was his first friendship. Hinata's face flushed, and she nodded gently. Hooray! Naruto had made his first friend. Elated, he removed his gloves and placed them on Hinata's hands, which were beginning to steam. This is a gift for you. Remember to keep warm in winter. Hinata buried her face in her scarf, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, both Hashirama and Kurama were astonished by Naruto's actions. Oh, this child truly is the son of Minato Namikaze. Kurama, having learned of Minato's romantic escapades through Kushina's memories, was taken aback by how impressive his son had turned out to be. Are children nowadays so mature? Hashirama felt as though he was out of touch with the times. Regardless of their misinterpretations, Naruto, after exchanging addresses with Hinata, decided to accompany his new friend home. Chapter 9. Enduring the Byakugan, Naruto tugged at Hinata's sleeve as they approached the Hyuga clan's estate. Young lady, a ninja from the Hyuga clan rushed over. Anxious upon seeing the missing Hinata, is this your home? Naruto marveled at the grand estate, which far exceeded his own apartment in size. Who are you? And why are you near our young lady? Hyuga Niji separated Hinata from Naruto, questioning him in a disapproving tone. Uncle Niji, he is my friend. Hinata mustered her courage to introduce. I got lost, and he brought me back. Upon hearing this, Niji's gaze towards Naruto remained unchanged. Young lady, you must be tired. Hurry back to rest. Hey, why are you making decisions for Hinata? Naruto was displeased by Niji's condescending attitude, wondering why he would send Hinata back so abruptly. I haven't even had a chance to say goodbye. Naruto-kun, Hinata's voice was quiet, but it was clear she felt conflicted. Never mind, Hinata, goodbye. Make sure to get some good rest. Naruto decided to cease his quarrel with the uncle and waved goodbye to Hinata before turning to leave. Throughout the journey home, Naruto felt an unfamiliar sensation, an even more piercing gaze than the usual Byakugan. Hinata watched Naruto's departing figure, her gloved hands tightly clenched together. Naruto-kun, goodbye. This was the loudest she had spoken in recent memory. Young lady. Niji attempted to stop Hinata, but was unsuccessful. Come inside. The voice of Hyuga Hayashi echoed. Yes. Clan head. Niji led Hinata into the estate. Hinata, how could you have gone outside during today's ritual? Hayashi's tone, though not harsh, was tinged with inquiry. I accidentally wandered out. Hinata lowered her head, unable to meet her father's gaze. You, for the next month, are forbidden from going out. As for that child, forget it. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Hayashi dismissed any further words from Hinata, leaving the hall in disappointment. If only this child possessed even half of Niji's talent. Next, I must explain to the third Hokage the reasons for contacting the Jinchuriki. Sigh. Tears rolled down Hinata's cheeks, which she wiped away with the gloves Naruto had given her. I will work hard. I will strive to make my father proud. Hinata thought resolutely. Meanwhile, Naruto had returned home and was drooling at the sight of 2 steaming dishes on the table. Thank you, big sister. Naruto shouted to the neighbor. How does the Umbu watch over Naruto during winter? The third Hokage had thoughtfully prepared a small abode for them, and everyone took turns keeping an eye on him. Yuin, I will keep a watchful eye on you. Forever. However, Naruto had grown fond of the big sister who appeared at night. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a sister with a stunning figure who could cook fish? After dinner, little Naruto stood on a stool to wash the dishes. All right, today was another wonderful day. Lying on his bed, he began reading the books gifted to him by the third Hokage. Methods of chakra extraction? How is the will of fire cultivated? 3 essential lessons for a child living independently? How to maintain a healthy exercise routine. He had previously neglected to read them, but upon glancing at them today, he realized the third Hokage had provided him with quite a wealth of knowledge. Naruto decided to bring these books into the ceiling space. Teacher, I made a friend today. Little Naruto joyfully leaped into Hashirama's embrace, sharing the news of his first friendship. Ahahaha, that is truly wonderful. Hashirama and Kurama, out of curiosity and concern, discreetly observed the entire process of Naruto making friends. However, they were surprised to learn that the other child was none other than the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, back in the day, put in considerable effort to persuade Tenjin, ultimately succeeding with the assistance of Madara. In fact, at that time, Hashirama was bowing down while Tobirama, behind him, activated his Susanoo. One might ask whether Tenjin felt moved. He did not dare to budge. Had Tenjin harbored any ulterior motives, Madara could have swiftly annihilated the Hyuga clan after Hashirama's departure. While many speak of the Susanoo and the Great Buddha as a formidable pair capable of obliterating 5 nations, either the Susanoo or the Great Buddha alone could accomplish the same feat nevertheless. Although the Hyuga clan acquiesced, their rigid family structure remained intact. Observing their compliance with joining Konoha, Hashirama chose not to exert further pressure, hoping to gradually encourage them to relinquish their cage bird system. However, after a fallout with Madara, he sustained injuries and ultimately did not witness the abolishment of the cage bird system. In retrospect, it seems that Tobirama, too, did not fulfill his aspirations. Let me tell you about a girl named Hinata Hyuga. Her family is quite large, significantly larger than mine. She has many relatives, yet they all regard me with disdain. Seemingly endowed with the Byakugan. Excitedly, Naruto shared his experiences with Hashirama and Kurama, while Hashirama imparted his knowledge of the Hyuga clan to Naruto. Is it truly that cruel? Thankfully, Hinata belongs to the main family. But wait, such a system should not exist. Young Naruto expressed profound dissatisfaction with a system that restricts the freedom of others. Just as I suspected. Hashirama nodded in approval, then picked up the book Naruto had brought. The Method of Chakra Extraction? This title seems familiar. Hashirama flipped to the last page, where the author's name was inscribed, Tobirama Senju. No wonder. The ornate language and superficial phrases unmistakably bore the mark of his foolish younger brother. It even includes a tutorial on the body technique. It has been a while since I last utilized those 3 jutsu. The body technique refers to transformation, substitution, and clone techniques, which, when mastered, can significantly ensure one's safety on the battlefield. This is precisely why Tobirama mandated these techniques as essential for ninjas in the academy. However, since the establishment of Konoha, Hashirama seldom employed these techniques, considering they require hand seals. Surely, no ninja still relies on hand seals, right? During his battles with Madara, he merely clapped his hands, released chakra, and the technique naturally manifested. Although Madara occasionally performed hand seals for minor techniques like the Great Fireball, he predominantly relied on his fan or ocular techniques, hardly affording time for seals. Tobirama was the same. He simply threw kunai and teleported with Flying Thunder God, dispatching foes without needing seals. Naruto, let us continue our study of chakra manipulation today. I shall teach you the body technique another time. Hashirama spoke falsely. He had long forgotten the intricacies of the body technique and needed time to recall them. All right, I will strive for excellence. Gambat, young Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 10. The green-tinted Danzo and the arrival of the Cloud Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi successfully returned, having acquired an elite Umbu, Tenzo, who possesses wood release. The journey was fraught with twists and turns. Who would have thought that his dear friend intended to kill him? Had Tenzo not defected, success may have genuinely been within reach. Truly, Kakashi, the white-haired charm, had an extraordinary ability to captivate his comrades. Danzo, I shall entrust this child to the Hokage's direct Umbu. The third Hokage, accompanied by the silent Tenzo, now known as Yamato, arrived at the roots of Konoha. Unbelievable. Are you betraying me, eh? Danzo gazed incredulously at Tenzo, disappointment and fury evident in his eyes. Lord Danzo, I believe a ninja should protect their comrades, not engage in mutual slaughter. Gathering courage, Tenzo voiced his convictions from behind Hiruzen. You traitor, have you forgotten who saved you? Who nurtured you step by step? Who erected a gravestone for your deceased comrades? Danzo's accusations struck deep within Tenzo's heart. At this juncture, Danzo had not yet descended into the madness of the original storyline. His feelings for Yamato were genuine. After all, Yamato possessed the wood release of the first Hokage. Though his abilities fell short of the original's prowess, he surpassed many jounin, boasting combat capabilities rivaling that of Kaguya. This was a product of Danzo's careful cultivation over the years, his prized possession, codename A. Now, he was to be taken by Hiruzen. Danzo's hand began to form seals, preparing to cast the seal inscribed on Yamato. So disappointing. The child I raised has been lured away by Hiruzen. Yet Hiruzen was not oblivious to Danzo's tactics. He swiftly interjected, Stop, Danzo. Do you wish to remain in Konoha? This matter ends here. Release the seal upon him, for from now on, he shall be mine. Hiruzen's aura surged, the armor beneath the Hokage's ceremonial robe clanking ominously. It was evident he was serious. At that moment, Danzo's mind echoed Hiruzen's declaration, from now on, he shall be mine. He is mine. Yamato, I raised him. Danzo let out a final wail of despair. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen asserted, driving another metaphorical dagger into Danzo's heart. How infuriating. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Tears streamed down Danzo's aged eyes. It seemed he needed to hasten his plans against the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen donned his ceremonial robe once more, adjusted his hat, and departed the shadowy roots with Tenzo. Tenzo placed his mask, once donned as A, at the entrance of the roots, casting a final glance at the man who had raised him. I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. I have found the meaning of life and can no longer exist as a part of the roots. A white-haired Umbu stood outside the roots, and upon seeing the third Hokage emerge with Tenzo, approached to greet them. Kakashi, this child shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Hiruzen smiled warmly at the two. Yes. At that moment, Kakashi, soon to be appointed as the Umbu captain, accepted the responsibility of mentoring his junior. Let us go, Tenzo. Kakashi's voice, though cool, sounded incredibly comforting to the newly liberated Tenzo. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Hiruzen beamed at his two outstanding protégés, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Danzo, that is mine. I raised him. Let us proceed. The delegation from the Cloud Village will arrive shortly, and we must discuss matters pertaining to post-war communication. Kakashi, please escort him back to the Umbu. Later, come to the conference room to observe the meeting. Hiruzen had long intended to nurture Kakashi, the descendant of the former Umbu captain, Konoha's White Fang, and the youngest jounin in history. However, the trauma from past events weighed heavily upon him. Compounded by the burden of his dear friend's Sharingan, his strength had not truly flourished, and his spirit had only grown dimmer. Entrusting Tenzo to him was also a means of revitalizing Kakashi. Perhaps in the future, should he be gone, Kakashi could shield Konoha from adversity. Yes. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. After all, it was a matter of inter-village relations, especially so soon after the war. Now that Konoha had lost much of its elite power, he could still maintain a semblance of authority during negotiations with the Cloud Village. Thus, they departed from the roots. Have you all understood the mission? Remember, this time we must acquire the Byakugan of the Hidden Leaf. With the possession of the Byakugan, Reputed to be one of the two most formidable eye techniques in the world, our military prowess in the hidden cloud will be enhanced to unprecedented heights. Even if the Leaf comes seeking trouble, we shall not fear. The leader of the Cloud Shinobi delegation addressed his team outside the Leaf village. The current strength of the Leaf has waned. The once mighty Golden Flash instilled fear in the Rock and Cloud Shinobi, but he is no longer among the living. Furthermore, the Leaf's trump card, the Ninetales, has gone berserk, and even though it is sealed within the Jinchuriki, its power may not be reliably harnessed. In light of these facts, the Leaf dares not engage the Cloud Shinobi. Unless all three legendary Sannin return or the deceased Hokage are resurrected, how could they contend with the Cloud? Yes, soon. They arrived at the entrance of the Leaf village. After a brief exchange, they were escorted by Leaf Shinobi to the Hokage's conference room. After some idle chatter, the Cloud delegation successfully extended their stay by 5 days. In the evening, within the Cloud Shinobi's lounge. Hey, Kurado, are we being watched? The sensory ninja Kurado carefully assessed the surroundings and detected no signs of surveillance. When we visit the Hyuga clan tomorrow, remember to note the locations, especially the main house. The intel suggests there is a 3-year-old daughter in the main branch. If we manage to bring her back, we might just establish a Byakugan lineage in our village. The group imagined the glorious scene of returning home as heroes with the Byakugan bloodline, a truly splendid vision. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Hinata was diligently training with her cousin Niji. Sweat glistened on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. With a sharp sound, she was knocked to the ground by Niji. Seeing this, Niji hurried to help Hinata up. At that moment, he bore the mark of a caged bird, and his resentment towards the main branch had grown significantly under the influence of the branch family. Nevertheless, Hinata was still like a sister to him, and he could not bear to look at her coldly. This created a rather awkward dynamic. However, when Hinata was injured, Niji would revert to being the caring older brother. Are you all right, miss? Niji helped Hinata to her feet. I'm fine, Niji and I. Let us continue. Hinata wiped away the tears that nearly spilled from her eyes, steeling herself internally before resuming her stance to continue training with Niji. Chapter 11. A friend in distress beneath the moonlight. It had been quite some time since Naruto last saw Hinata. Today he decided to go visit her. Ever since he escorted Hinata home a few days ago, he had not spotted his only friend outside. Why is Hinata my only friend, you ask? Surely, my charming Kurama and the rather human-like Hashirama are not friends? This question was posed by Kurama, who was also curious about his standing in Naruto's heart. You are my family, Naruto exclaimed, blinking his large eyes at the inquisitive Hashirama and Kurama. He was then embraced tightly by Hashirama. Ah, that's right. We are your family. Hashirama wiped away a tear and, with Naruto, rode on the newly transformed Susanoo steed, joyously galloping through the revamped ceiling space. Meanwhile, Kurama, feigning indifference, turned his head away, but soon a small Ninetales joined the race. Well, I suppose I can play with you, Kurama conceded, igniting Hashirama's competitive spirit, which led to an impromptu horse race. Ultimately, Hashirama emerged victorious, his steed crafted from wood release, while the small Ninetales, initially poised to overtake him, found the wooden saddle rather uncomfortable. Thus, amidst the sharp cries of the small Ninetales, Hashirama triumphed, with Naruto in second place and Kurama in third. The little Ninetales, nursing a sore rear, glared at Hashirama before retreating back into his cage. Do you think I wouldn't want to take on that shameless man? If only I could. From that moment, the bond between the two and the fox grew ever stronger. Naruto chuckled at the image of the small Ninetales getting pricked by the wooden spikes, its eyes popping out in surprise. In previous attempts, Naruto had sought out Hinata, but was thwarted by a group of individuals who forbade him from doing so, claiming the young lady was not to be seen for a month. Please return home quickly. Their demeanor was far from friendly. Yet it was still preferable to the villagers who secretly insulted him along the way. Today, Naruto resolved to take a different approach and stealthily visit Hinata at night. The moon rose stealthily from the horizon, casting its silver glow upon the earth. Naruto gently rose from his bed, slipped out through the window, and left his apartment. This did not alert the nearby Umbu. Perhaps it was because Naruto usually fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, rarely stirring at night. His quality of sleep was remarkable, thus the vigilance of the guards was considerably diminished. Don't worry, those individuals haven't noticed your movements. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. All right, thanks Kurama. Naruto smiled, his plan set. He had pleaded with Kurama for quite a while to act as his lookout. The Nine Tails possessed remarkable sensory abilities, and combined with Naruto's inherent talents from the Uzumaki clan, scouting a 10-kilometer radius was a breeze. Wagging his tail, Kurama extended one limb from his cage with Hashirama's assistance. Indeed, as the mightiest tailed beast, my role is to be larger than some plant man. Hey, Kurama. If it weren't for me, could you have emerged without damaging the seal? Hashirama retorted, arguing heatedly with the Nine Tails. Silence. I need to remain vigilant of those around us. Kurama replied, casting a bemused glance at the plant man who had misnamed him yet again, focusing intently on keeping watch for any potential intruders. Outside, the darkness enveloped the village, and the newly installed street lamps cast dim light, barely illuminating the narrow paths. The houses along the way glowed brightly. Naruto followed the route he had memorized, finally arriving at the Hyuga estate. Almost there, he crouched down, covering himself with a cardboard box, poking 2 holes for observation. Stealth mode activated, and so he proceeded cautiously, successfully infiltrating the Hyuga clan's territory. Hey, Hashirama, that person doesn't seem like one of your leaf villagers, Kurama remarked, sensing an individual whose emotional fluctuations starkly contrasted with those around him. He masked his presence, yet his inner turmoil was palpable: anxiety, excitement, impatience, and a willingness to confront death. Let me take a look. Dark lines flickered around Hashirama's eyes, his sensory abilities surging. What? Naruto, your friend is in danger. Hashirama's shocked and angry voice reached Naruto's ears. What? What is going on? Naruto was baffled. Hinata has been captured? What should I do? No, I must rescue her. Don't panic, listen to me. Head east, quickly pursue. Hashirama, in a moment of clarity, directed Naruto towards the direction of the Cloud Shinobi. All right. Naruto discarded his disguise and sprinted towards the path indicated by Hashirama. In no time, his speed matched that of the hidden Cloud Shinobi. Woo-woo. Hinata blinked awake, only to find herself bound and staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Little Hinata realized that she had been kidnapped. Panic engulfed her. Her father had never taught her what to do in such a situation. After all, as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, surrounded by countless guardians with Byakugan, how could anyone dare to abduct her from the clan's territory? Yet, today, that very scenario had unfolded. Hinata struggled against her bindings, exerting all her strength to free herself from the ropes. Unfortunately, not all 3-year-olds possessed the same strength as Naruto. Hey, keep it down, or I will kill you. A cloud ninja hissed, his voice barely above a whisper, addressing the waking Hinata. In truth, if he found himself with no other option, he would resort to eliminating the hostage, for she was a Byakugan wielder, and he needed to bring her back to the village, if possible. Hinata's struggles intensified. If this man took her away, she would never see her father, mother, Neji, Hanabi, or Naruto again. At that moment, her bedroom door was flung open by Hayashi. Oh no, Hinata thought. Hayashi, noticing the broken window, immediately sensed something was amiss. He leapt out of the room and activated his Byakugan. With veins bulging, a grayish world unfolded before his eyes. He saw it, his daughter's chakra, now far from the Hyuga compound. And beside her, there was an unfamiliar chakra signature. No, it seemed familiar. That's right, it belonged to a cloud ninja. As he ran, Hayashi's thoughts raced. The fury within him intensified at the thought of the cloud ninja having ill intentions toward his daughter. Wait, there's a familiar chakra approaching that scoundrel. Is that the Jinchuriki? Chapter 12. A glimpse through time. Huffing and puffing, little Naruto exhaled white mist. It was a frigid winter night, but at that moment, Naruto was oblivious to the cold. Someone was attempting to take away his only friend. He transformed into a swift ball and dashed forward. Hey Kurama, have you thought about how Naruto is going to defeat this person? As Naruto and Hashirama charged forward, Kurama posed a critical question. Hashirama paused, lowering his head to stroke his chin and tapping his feet. How about you go, Kurama? I can't show myself, so it seems there's only one option left. Let's go. Kurama. You call me Kurama when it's convenient, but when it matters, I'm the great Kurama, right? You think I can't best you? Hashirama watched the proud Nine Tails, unsure of its thoughts. Hey, are you ready? Hashirama inquired again, rousing Kurama from its daydream. Helping Naruto was a must. After all, the child had become family in Kurama's eyes. In other words, he was like his own offspring. How could he allow an outsider to bully him? Sure, but you must call me the great Kurama. The Nine Tails raised its noble head, casting a scornful gaze at Hashirama, as if to say he was useless. A massive wooden figure sprang up, its shimmering golden eyes fixed on the proud Ninetales. On that day, Kurama recalled the fear of being dominated by the wooden giant. However, the anticipated punch never came. Instead, the wooden giant opened its mouth wide. "Oh, great Kurama, please unleash your formidable powers." After spending time together, Hashirama had come to understand that Kurama's nature was not malevolent, and they had gradually become friends. Thus, for someone who could bow to the other 4 Kage in the 5 Kage summit, what was the harm in calling Kurama a handsome fellow? Delightful. Yet, it still feels a bit too easy. Kurama sensed that the title of Great Kurama had come too readily, lacking that sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, little Naruto had arrived. "Hey, let Hinata go," Naruto shouted upon seeing the Cloud Ninja holding little Hinata. As Hinata noticed Naruto's arrival, she struggled even more fiercely. "A little brat. Do you know this girl?" The Cloud Ninja was astonished that a child had discovered him. However, knowing that he recognized the Hyuga heiress meant that today, he would not leave alive. "Yellow-haired brat, blame yourself for not knowing your place. Heaven has a path, yet you choose to venture into hell." A shuriken flew directly toward Naruto's forehead. Yet, to the Cloud Ninja, the threat posed by the tiny Naruto was too insignificant, so he did not exert full force. Mindful of not attracting attention from the Leaf Village, "Put my friend down." Naruto swatted the shuriken away with his small hand, but in doing so, he sustained a deep cut, exposing bone. "Ouch, that hurts. No, I need to save Hinata first. What should I do?" Naruto's young mind began to race with complex calculations, ultimately yielding nothing. "Hey, little brat, use my power." Kurama couldn't bear to witness Naruto's injury. The crimson chakra of the Ninetales surged through the channel set up by Hashirama from the 8 trigram seal, enveloping Naruto's bloody hand. "Alas, I cannot truly merge with Naruto until the seal is lifted." Kurama observed Naruto, ensconced in the crimson chakra, and gently drew back some of the chakra. Naruto's injury began to heal rapidly, but the whisker marks reappeared on his face, and a faint cloak of beastly chakra formed around him. "Hey, hurry up and finish this, or you'll lose consciousness." Although Kurama would momentarily control Naruto's body if he lost consciousness, he still wished to protect Naruto from any significant mental harm. "All right, let's go." Naruto leaped from the ground, lunging at the Cloud Ninja in the tree. "Ninetales." The Cloud Ninja's gaze toward Naruto shifted drastically. "No way, I just encountered a child. And you tell me he's the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Ah, but he's still just a child. I should be able to defeat him, right?" These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. For the next moment, Naruto's claws, infused with Ninetales chakra, struck him with ferocity. Oh no, how could he be so fast? The Cloud Ninja's body was pierced, the force seeping into him. Pain caused him to instinctively release his hold on Hinata. In that moment, Naruto's mind was a whirlwind. Yet he quickly caught little Hinata, struggling to gently set her down. "Run." As Naruto's crimson eyes met Hinata's, they transformed into a brilliant blue under the moonlight. Hinata. Upon sensing the escape of Ninetales chakra, Hayashi dashed frantically towards the scene. He had to run. This was no longer a mere family matter. If Kurama went berserk, the entire Leaf Village would suffer. While the 3rd Hokage might risk his life to seal the Ninetales, Hayashi could not take on such a responsibility. In his frantic sprint, Hayashi soon spotted his daughter in Naruto's arms. "Father!" Hinata exclaimed, momentarily stunned, glancing at Naruto and choosing not to flee. Hayashi swiftly dispatched the nearly lifeless Cloud Ninja with a single blow before turning his attention to Naruto, the little savior. He even overlooked his daughter's injuries. "I can't believe this, I'm going to cry." Through the lens of his Byakugan, Hayashi could see the crimson chakra of the Ninetales flowing continuously from the seal on Naruto's abdomen into his body. However, this flow began to fade as Naruto lost consciousness. As the sun set, Hisashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that the 4th seal remained remarkably resilient. He hesitated to press Naruto's acupoints, aware that the child's meridians were still developing. Any misstep could inadvertently release the Ninetales, leading to dire consequences. In truth, it was Naruto's inner Kurama who had willingly suppressed its chakra, while Hashirama had securely closed the seal's minor openings. Little Naruto was truly impressive, living up to his mentor's expectations. Wiping away a tear of pride, Hashirama gazed fondly at the child he had nurtured. "Ah, this is all thanks to my Kurama. Otherwise, given Naruto's physique, recovery would have been impossible this quickly. However, with the physical training alongside me, his constitution is increasingly reminiscent of mine. Their essay term for it, sage body. It bears a striking resemblance to Ashura from back in the day. Kurama rarely smiled, but this time he did before returning to rest. Naruto was exhausted tonight. The horse racing could wait for tomorrow. Chapter 13. An idea. The Umbu arrived belatedly. Had Hisashi not sent for them, they would have remained oblivious to Naruto's nighttime escapade. Their lethargy was astonishing. Who would have thought that the elite among ninjas, the Umbu members, could become so complacent? Perhaps their indolence was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, Hisashi's daughter might have been abducted. Little Hinata, trembling with fear and worry, wiped her tears away, having witnessed Naruto's hand gruesomely torn by a kunai, exposing bone. It must have been excruciating. Recovery would surely take a long time. Hashirama reassured. It's merely a superficial wound. He will heal in 2 minutes. Naruto chimed in. Exactly. Don't let my injuries fool you. My recovery is swift. Outside Konoha Hospital, Hisashi stood vigil with Hinata, while inside, Yuzuki Yugao temporarily took on the role of Naruto's guardian, having been summoned from her home at midnight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastily draped in a robe over his nightwear, had rushed to the hospital directly from home. The doctor emerged from the ward, a grave expression on his face. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen inquired about Naruto's condition. Is he dead? A heart-wrenching silence enveloped the corridor. Could it be that his beloved grandson, little Naruto, had departed this world? There were so many things Hiruzen wished to share with him. His writing on the Will of Fire, the chronicles of the third Hokage, and even his misadventures with telescopes. What's the rush? The doctor interjected, bemused by the varying expressions of concern. I'm referring to the Cloud Ninja. Surely, you don't believe the Jinchuriki has perished? If he had, the Nine Tails would have already laid waste to the hospital. What of little Naruto? Hiruzen scratched his head, realizing his excessive worry may have clouded his judgment. He arrived just in time. Any later, and the doctor paused. What? Speak up. Is Naruto gravely injured? Hiruzen found himself at the mercy of the doctor's reticence. If he had arrived a few minutes later, his wounds would have healed on their own. With that, the doctor retreated to his lounge for some rest. It was already a late hour, and under normal circumstances, if a Jinchuriki were seriously injured, it was his duty as the hospital's top physician to provide care. However, given that Naruto was nearly self-healing, being summoned was somewhat excessive. Don't think I fear you just because you're the third Hokage. Even the second Hokage had to humble himself when seeking my treatment. At 59 years old, this doctor had witnessed the evolution of Konoha. Despite his lack of combat skills, his exceptional healing abilities had kept him at Konoha Hospital for over 30 years. Yet he remained merely a head physician. His notorious temper and sardonic demeanor played a role in this stagnation. Rumor had it that Hashirama once had a kunai lodged in his kidney, and the doctor had treated it, something neither Hashirama nor Tobirama denied, opting for silence instead. From now on, monkey, don't expect any kidney tonics from me, the doctor coldly remarked as he passed Sarutobi, his voice echoing down the corridor. Let us hurry and check on little Naruto. Hiruzen felt a bit embarrassed, especially with Hisashi and the Umbu deliberately pretending not to hear, contrasted by Hinata's curious gaze. He quickly urged everyone to follow him to see Naruto. The hospital room was brightly lit, and Naruto was snoring softly, murmuring in his dreams. I'm the dog generation. In his dream, he played a game of tag with his family, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja, whose body had been pierced, lay peacefully in the adjacent bed, eyes closed. What a mess. Little Hinata leaned closer, eager to check on her friend. Hisashi reached out to stop her, but was restrained by Hiruzen. Let the children interact. We need to discuss the adult matters. Hiruzen's meaning was clear. They needed to deliberate on the Cloud Ninja issue. According to intelligence from the Umbu and Hisashi, this Cloud Ninja had attempted to steal from the Hyuga clan. Such an affront to the long-standing, pure-blooded lineage of the Hyuga could not be tolerated. However, Konoha currently lacked the strength to declare war on the Cloud. Tomorrow, the Cloud might even fabricate accusations against the Hyuga clan for the death of their own. Yet, gazing at the pierced body and the unmistakable aura of Nine-Tails chakra surrounding it, it was hard to imagine how they could pin this on the Hyuga. They couldn't possibly fabricate such a blatant lie. Hisashi, what is your perspective? Hiruzen posed the question to the Hyuga clan head, Hisashi. Lord Third, I believe the Cloud Ninja intended to steal our Byakugan bloodline, Hisashi replied cautiously. Well, of course I can see that. Hiruzen privately scoffed. Noting how Hisashi had become increasingly diplomatic, even using our Konoha, What course of action do you suggest we take? Hiruzen smiled at the downcast Hisashi. In the room, the atmosphere remained lighthearted as Hinata playfully poked at Naruto's newly sprouted facial hair. Each poke elicited no response from Naruto, causing Hinata's face to redden. Lord Third, I may have an idea, Hisashi said, observing his daughter teasing Naruto, a light bulb moment occurring in his mind. What if we characterize this incident as the Cloud Village provoking us? This body not only signifies our act of eliminating the instigator, but also highlights the state of our Jinchuriki. This way, the opposition would think twice and dare not speak out. We could simply state that our village's Ninetales Jinchuriki accidentally injured a passerby during training. Hiruzen's eyes lit up at Hisashi's suggestion. This idea seemed promising. After enduring the prolonged conflict of the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha had subdued other ninja villages without even employing the Ninetales. Now, proclaiming that their Ninetales remained under control would be magnificent. Naruto's injury had stirred a rare sense of resolve within Hiruzen. Very well, let us proceed as you have proposed. Chapter 14, Niji's Painful Lost Cough. This person is one of your Cloud Ninja, isn't he? The third Hokage carried the unfortunate corpse of the deceased into the conference room. The potent chakra of the Ninetales swirling ominously around the body. The members of the Cloud Village fell into a solemn silence. Their initial plan was to steal the Byakugan. If successful, it would be splendid, but if they failed, they intended to use the corpse as leverage to turn the tables. However, the overwhelming presence of the tailed beast's chakra rendered their plans futile. How could they use the unfortunate soul's lifeless body to accuse the Hyuga clan? Oh, my poor Maida Mingzi. How could he have met such a tragic end? The leader of the Cloud delegation stepped forward, his voice trembling with feigned sorrow, as if the deceased were his own father. He had infiltrated our village's Jinchuriki training area yesterday and was killed by the Jinchuriki, mistaken for a spy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was grave, seemingly echoing the leader's lament. The leader hesitated. They were all involved in Maida Mingzi's actions the previous night. Their role was to distract the Hyuga clan, while Maida Mingzi attempted to abduct the young lady of the Hyuga family. They had succeeded, only to unexpectedly encounter the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Their plans had now unraveled completely. Moreover, the sheer intensity of the tailed beast's chakra indicated that Konoha's Jinchuriki was not to be underestimated. Curse it, was there a flaw in the intelligence? Wasn't the Jinchuriki merely a 3-year-old child? How could a mere toddler inflict such damage? Damn it. I must report this spy who disseminated false information to Lord Raikage upon returning. But what of this slap mark on his face? The leader attempted one last desperate struggle. This is the latest healing technique employed by our Hyuga clan, achieved through pressure on specific facial acupoints to halt bleeding and promote healing. Hyuga Hisashi, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward to elucidate the origins of the handprint. I arrived just in time. Regrettably, I could not save Lord Maida Mingzi. Hisashi sighed with genuine remorse, bowing his head as if truly grieving for the deceased. The leader's eyes twitched at Hisashi's increasingly absurd explanations. Such a deep handprint, and you dare tell me it's a healing technique? Our people witnessed you rush out in a frenzy. This is provocation. It is undoubtedly provocation. Can I endure this? Of course I can. In that case, I sincerely thank you for your efforts to save the late Maida Mingzi. The leader gritted his teeth, aware that everyone knew the truth, yet compelled by the circumstances to remain silent. They could only swallow this humiliation. You're welcome. It is our duty in Konoha. The third Hokage interjected to ease the tension, though his words entirely overlooked the matter of the Ninetales Jinchuriki going berserk. TCH, are you deliberately provoking us? Actually, no. The third feared that if the conversation continued, the Cloud ninjas would turn hostile, and it would be challenging to mediate thereafter. It was better to cease the discussion, subtly demonstrating Konoha's magnanimity. Unbeknownst to them, Danzo Shimura had been discreetly tapping the table, signaling that the conversation should conclude. Having recently been warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his actions became more subtle, and his primary focus shifted to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the events concerning the Jinchuriki the previous night. However, seeing Hiruzen's resolute demeanor, and considering it was for the benefit of Konoha, he refrained from causing any disruption during the meeting and willingly assumed the role of the antagonist. It is a pity, but I must ask you Cloud ninjas to take your people and leave. Due to the Ninetales' loss of control, we must expedite this discussion. Otherwise, who can guarantee that the next time the Ninetales goes berserk, someone else won't perish? Danzo's voice was somber, laden with an unmistakable threat directed at the Cloud delegation. The implication was clear. Having committed such an act, there was no reason to continue discussions in Konoha. They should swiftly finalize their post-war arrangements, after which Konoha would see them off. If they wished to continue their nefarious activities, then the Nine Tails would not be an easy opponent. Damn, this overwhelming sense of pressure. No wonder Danzo is referred to as the darkness of Konoha. Just from his tone, one could discern how insidious he truly was. Very well, Saori. Take the body, and we shall promptly finalize the remaining parts of the agreement, and then return to our village. The leader bowed his head, recognizing that the current situation left them with no room for negotiation. Initially, Lord Reikage had commanded them to seize Konoha's bloodline techniques at all costs, while also gathering intelligence on Konoha's inner workings. Although they had failed to obtain the bloodline, learning that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was not as initially believed could be deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Given this, it would be acceptable to slightly lower their heads to Konoha. Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, his expression complex. My dear friend, how should I treat you? Sigh, if only my 3 disciples were here. I wouldn't have to bear the weight of Konoha alongside Danzo. Hizashi, so in your eyes, your deceased companion is all that matters? The Cloud delegation swiftly completed the final agreement by afternoon, thus bringing the Third Great Ninja War to a definitive close. How delightful and commendable. Meanwhile, Hinata had returned home. The terrifying experiences of the previous night ignited her desire to become stronger. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the distance between her and Niji seemed insurmountable. Lady, perhaps you should rest a while. After all, you are merely 3 years old. There is no need to exert yourself so. Despite his words, Niji, who had not received a grand funeral procession for his father, still held affection for Hinata. Although he spoke of being in the Branch family, his heart was that of an elder brother protecting his younger sister. Little Hinata wiped the sweat from her brow, her chubby cheeks flushed with color. She understood that her performance paled in comparison to Niji's. However, she was unwilling to give up, determined not to rely on others for salvation when faced with danger. The scant chakra within her surged alongside Hinata's resolve, infusing her eyes with power. Veins bulged ominously around her eyes. This was the Byakugan. Last night, the moment the doctor declared the death, Hinata's Byakugan had begun to awaken. Yet, it was only at this moment that it truly opened. However, the instant her eyes opened, little Hinata lost consciousness, her body collapsing to the ground. My lady, Niji, having witnessed Hinata activate her eyes, had felt immense joy, thinking that his lady had finally grown. Yet, he was taken aback when she collapsed moments later. Niji rushed forward to catch Hinata, carrying her back to her room and entrusting her to the maid for care. Chapter 15. Hinata's Path to Triumph. Ugh, my head aches. Where am I? I was practicing with Brother Niji. Right? I believe I successfully awakened my eyes. So, is this the realm of dreams? Little Hinata opened her eyes to find herself in a completely unfamiliar world. This world was bizarre, filled with towering trees, enormous cages, and a blue screen before her. Please, do you wish to grow stronger? The words on the screen read. Grow stronger? Hinata's soft voice echoed through the forest. After a moment of contemplation, she pressed her small hand against the center option. However, the result did indeed emit a glow. The words on the screen underwent a transformation. The Hayamura template has been added, and the process selection is being perfected, confirming the process of consuming food. Restrictions. It is prohibited to disclose any information regarding this screen to outsiders. Note. Congratulations, little Hinata. You now possess a path as magnificent as the 2 towering walls. Remember to eat well. Do not starve yourself, for that is the way to grow stronger. Ah, it seems I haven't clicked anything. Little Hinata tilted her head. Although she yearned for strength, her experience of being abducted had instilled in her a sense of caution regarding such matters. However, this screen appeared to be a forced imposition. With the disappearance of the screen, Hinata departed from this world. Hey, Kurama, do you sense an unfamiliar aura? Just before leaving, Hinata heard a vague voice. Yet, she had already dismissed this experience as a mere dream. At the Hyuga residence, Hinata's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, which seemed to exhibit a slight anomaly. An invisible pressure radiated from her eyes, though it dissipated almost instantaneously. Miss, are you all right? A maid, noticing Hinata's awakening, approached with a bowl of tea and inquired about her well-being. I'm fine. I feel incredibly comfortable now. A refreshing sensation coursed through Hinata's body. a testament to the Hayamura template's power gradually enhancing her physique. In a sudden burst of energy, she sprang from her bed, feeling her small fists brimming with vigor. She dashed out, eager to find Niji for a sparring session. Let us offer a moment of silence for the unfortunate Niji. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Hashirama stood in bewilderment at the spot where Hinata had just stood. He rubbed his chin, puzzled. Something feels off? I distinctly sensed the presence of someone here. A small Kurama perched on his head scoffed dismissively. This is the depths of Naruto's heart, for anyone from the outside to enter. They must pass through the seal on my belly. Would we not sense it if they did? Kurama thought Hashirama was merely seeking trouble, as people often do when left idle for too long. Previously, Hashirama had been busying himself with greening the area and repairing the racetrack. But today he seemed intent on teasing the fox. Could it be that I misjudged? Hashirama began to doubt himself. Indeed, if you have the time for this, you might as well finish repairing the racetrack. Kurama replied, exasperated, while reminding him that there was a match with Naruto that evening. All right then. Tonight's second Ninja World Horse Race will surely be won by me, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama accepted the notion of having misjudged and redirected his focus back to the impending ninja battle. There are people, the god of ninjas, the strongest tailed beast. And they are competing. What else could this be but a ninja war? Hashirama clapped his hands, and a wooden racetrack materialized within the ceiling space. The small nine-tailed fox, unwilling to nap on this tumultuous figure's head, leaped back into its cage and returned to its original form. I suppose I shall observe what Naruto is up to next. Naruto awoke from his small bed in his apartment. Hinata. The terrifying experience from the previous night replayed in his mind, the feeling of being overwhelmed by the nine-tails chakra echoing persistently. How did I end up here? Naruto glanced around and realized he was still in his cozy little nest. Strangely, the severe injuries to his hand from his memories seemed to have vanished. Could it be? I didn't go out last night. It was all a dream? Hey, you fool. It was no dream, Kurama reminded him. You truly saved your friends last night. But what about my injuries? Naruto curiously raised his hand, addressing the air. In truth, there was no need for Naruto to lift his hand. It only made him appear foolish. Your self-healing ability is remarkably strong, combined with my chakra's inherent healing properties, and you nearly recovered overnight, Kurama said with a smirk. Oh, thank you, Kurama. You are truly amazing, the strongest tailed beast. Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude, as Kurama had indeed saved his life. It's nothing significant. Kurama raised his head proudly, relishing the praise from Naruto. Thank you for being my family, Naruto said, which made Kurama feel a tad bashful. Your inherent self-healing abilities also played a significant role. Kurama suppressed a smile, continuing, now, you can commence your physical training with Hashirama. No need to confine yourself to mere power training. Your current physique is increasingly reminiscent of a sage's, almost as if you were molded from the same clay as Hashirama. Your recovery ability is extraordinary, your physical strength is remarkable, and your chakra reserves are unparalleled. I can't fathom how such a constitution emerged. I recall only the sage of 6 paths possessing such traits. Goodness, it must be a legacy left behind by that old man. That damned old man, even after all these years, continues to complicate matters for us. Though Kurama grumbled internally about the sage of 6 paths, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face within the cage. Hey Kurama, come see if this works. Hashirama's voice echoed from afar through his large wooden megaphone. Got it. You chatterbox, Kurama shouted back. Then a small nine-tailed fox slipped gracefully through the gap of the cage. While I acknowledge that the sealing technique of the Uchiha clan is formidable, what will you do when I present a comatose being capable of the 8 gates? Hey, just how much did you shorten your racetrack? Kurama gazed incredulously at the innocently clueless Hashirama, who had reduced the racetrack by approximately 100 meters. Redo it now. Do not think you can sneakily gain an advantage. Chapter 16. The reappearance of the mustache. Naruto rose from his bed. The sun was already bright, likely nearing noon. It must have been my big sister who brought me back, Naruto conjectured. Earlier, he had been observing intently while his older sister cooked. This single individual's observation equated to that of 25 others. Naruto counted as one, Kurama as another, and Hashirama as half. The reason being that Hashirama was utterly clueless when it came to cooking. He couldn't even distinguish between oil and salt, which even Kurama could do. Eventually, Hashirama was nearly excluded from their discussions on culinary techniques. How infuriating. I distinctly remember Mito boasting about her culinary talents. He vaguely recalled once preparing a bowl of caramel-colored ramen, which smelled divine. At that time, Mito had directly served it to Kurama, then returned to inform Hashirama that Kurama found it delightful, though it was best that she continue cooking. Hashirama didn't dare contradict Mito. He was simply pleased to receive such praise. Consequently, he sought out Madara, beginning the cooking process at his residence. Each time, Madara patiently watched Hashirama cook, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan continuously spinning, clearly eager to steal his recipes. Steal away. After all, I can surpass recipes without even having one. However, after each meal, Madara would promptly eject him from the kitchen. Hashirama never witnessed Madara's reaction when tasting his dishes, but he imagined it must have been one of astonishment. This peculiar series of events continued until rumors spread that Uchiha Madara had poisoned Tobirama, later revealing that it was merely Hashirama's cooking mixed into Tobirama's food. Consequently, Hashirama never had the chance to cook again. Alas, truly, the heavens envy the talented. As the Nine Tails reflected on the painful experience of being ostracized while recounting it to others, memories of that day when Mito bound him with a mighty adamantine chain flooded back. With a face full of remorse, he poured the bowl of ramen, exuding a scent of death, into his mouth. Thankfully, being a tailed beast endowed him with a robust physique. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the poison. Under the guidance of Kurama, Naruto successfully distanced himself from Hashirama, this master of toxins. Truly, a moment worth celebrating. Little Naruto rubbed his empty stomach and resolved to prepare his own meal. He placed a small stool in the kitchen and managed to reach the pot. Finally, under Kurama's instructions and his own considerable strength, a bowl of relatively normal-looking fried rice emerged, at least more aromatic than Hashirama's culinary creations. "Oh, my whiskers have grown back," Naruto exclaimed in surprise, noticing the whiskers on either side of his cheeks had reappeared. This was due to the excessive outflow of Kurama's chakra yesterday, which he could not retract entirely, manifesting as whiskers on Naruto's face. Hashirama, somewhat concerned, pondered whether Naruto would face trouble from others again. "Hey, Kurama, is this whiskers thing okay?" Kurama cast a disdainful glance at the useless plant man and replied, "Huh." If Naruto had gone unrecognized before, that would have been an issue. By now, everyone in the village is well aware of his appearance. Be it with or without whiskers, to those foolish villagers, he is still the Nine Tails. Given that, it is better to leave the chakra out, enhancing Naruto's physical condition. Indeed, the villagers who had previously surrounded Naruto had already spread the news about his whiskerless visage. Coupled with Naruto's recent wandering, very few in the village remained unaware of his identity as the Nine Tails. Consequently, whether or not he had whiskers became trivial, as the villagers' prejudices had already taken root in their hearts. They were not oblivious to the fact that such a small child could not possibly be the Nine Tails. Yet their pent-up resentment and daily monotony needed an outlet. Under Danzo's manipulations, Naruto became that outlet. It seems so. Don't worry, it's a normal occurrence. If the villagers were going to surround Naruto again because of his whiskers, they would have done so already, so it's of no concern. Naruto chuckled joyfully. After all, these whiskers had accompanied him for 3 years since birth, as his grandfather had told him. Now that they had returned, he felt a sense of familiarity, having been a bit uncomfortable without them. After finishing his meal, Naruto planned to go out for a stroll. Being home alone was far too dull, and going out would allow him to chat with Kurama and perhaps scare off some of the dull-witted villagers. "Sakura, shall we go flower picking today?" Ino, with her golden hair, suggested to Sakura. "But it's winter. How could there be flowers outside?" Sakura asked, perplexed, while tightening her scarf around her neck. "Oh, how will you know unless you go out to look?" Ino tugged at Sakura, leading her toward the snow-covered back mountain. The trees in the forest were blanketed in white snow, and the grasses beneath appeared somewhat withered, lacking vitality. After frightening a few unfortunate villagers, Naruto sneaked off to the back mountain. "Humph, those mere villagers could never catch me," he thought, reveling in their impotent rage as he confidently made his way up the mountain. The villagers who chased him were flushed with embarrassment, realizing how terrifying it was to be startled by a fox spirit in the dead of winter. The fact that they had failed to catch him only intensified their humiliation. "Even if I wanted to take the initiative, no one would dare bully me now," Naruto mused. Kurama watched with satisfaction as Naruto's exploits unfolded. Earlier, Kurama had deliberately used his chakra to create an illusion of the Nine Tails. The villager who had chased him the hardest, his face the reddest, was the one most thoroughly frightened. His pants had frozen, emitting a rather odd odor. Ah, Kurama. I believe Hashirama intended to convey that communication is essential between people. However, Naruto has not lacked in attempts to communicate, yet all he received in return were insults and rotten eggs. There exists a vast chasm between him and the villagers that a mere child cannot bridge. Thus, while Kurama's methods may be violent, they might also serve as an appropriate approach. Hey, Naruto, over there on the mountain, it looks like there are some kids. Naruto, who had been joyfully hopping along, suddenly froze, as he was not adept at handling such situations. Currently, the only child in the village who considered him a friend was Hinata. The others dared not approach him. Perhaps his methods with those troublesome kids had been a bit too severe, as one child had suffered a broken nose at his hands and found it rather unamusing. I think I've seen her before, she asked the girl with pink hair. Naruto, initially intending to turn away, halted. He felt a certain affinity for the colors red and pink, stemming from his mother. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to walk towards Sakura and Ino. Chapter 17. The proactive Naruto look, such beautiful flowers, Ino exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of white petals with yellow stamens peeking through the snow, her face radiant with joy. Indeed, I never expected to see flowers blooming in winter. Sakura marveled at the sight. This is called Wenxing Lan, and its language of flowers signifies auspiciousness, Ino proudly shared, having learned much about flowers from her mother. Hee, that's wonderful. I hope I won't encounter that Ninetales in the coming days, Sakura wished aloud. Ninetales? Ino looked puzzled, as her parents had not informed her about Naruto, and she seldom paid attention to rumors. After all, being 3 years old, her greatest joy lay in running around and playing. Don't you know? The boy with yellow hair we encountered before is actually the Ninetales that wreaked havoc in Konoha 3 years ago, Sakura said in a conspiratorial tone. It said that in order to gain the trust of the Hokage, he even concealed his whiskers. Ino was astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never imagined that the Hokage would condone this so-called Ninetales. In her mind, the Ninetales had long been sealed by the fourth Hokage and could not possibly reappear, particularly in the guise of someone their age. Really? Why hasn't my dad told me this? Ino wondered, considering that her father, Yamenka Inoichi, as the clan head, would surely know about such matters, especially given his involvement in the last great ninja war. My mom told me that all higher-ranking ninjas were placed under a gag order, prohibiting them from discussing it. Moreover, villagers are not allowed to talk about it either, Sakura informed Ino. I see. I'll ask my dad about it when I get home tonight. Ino acknowledged Sakura's explanation, though she still felt it prudent to consult her father. All right, but be cautious of that Ninetales. I believe his current name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's name echoed through the snow-blanketed forest, traveling far and wide, reaching Naruto's ears as he hid behind a tree. He fell silent, his gaze downcast, as the desire to introduce himself faded away. Quietly, he slipped away from them to continue his search for flowers, eventually arriving at a small stream he often frequented. The stream had frozen over, no longer flowing, mirroring the coldness of Naruto's heart. Hey, Naruto, are you all right? The voice of the Ninetales echoed slowly, as it struggled to comprehend human thoughts. Yet, it could distinctly sense the chill within young Naruto's heart. Ninetales, have I lost my chance at friendship? Naruto kicked a stone across the icy surface, shattering it with a resounding crack. He felt disoriented and lost. What are you thinking? Just last night, you saved your friend, didn't you? The Ninetales softened its tone, attempting to comfort Naruto by recalling the previous night's events under the moonlight. But is he my only friend? Naruto questioned, unsure if anyone else, like Hinata, would stand by him without fear. They always seemed different from him. Ah, Naruto, do not fret. When you turn 6, you'll be able to attend the Ninja Academy. Surely, you'll make many friends then. The Ninetales encouraged. 6 years, 2 winters away, Naruto mused. Believe in yourself. Hashirama reassured him, and gradually, the dimness in Naruto's eyes began to sparkle with hope. All right, I shall become the Hokage, Naruto declared, his spirit rising. He realized he already had a friend and would undoubtedly find more. With more supporters, he would surely achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed heartily, striking a triumphant pose, while blades of grass sprouted beneath his feet, swaying in the winter breeze alongside him. Wait a moment, grass? The Ninetales blinked in disbelief. Is Naruto truly not a Senju? Hashirama, look, is that what release? The Ninetales' voice trembled with shock and incredulity. Hashirama, caught off guard by the Ninetales' exclamation, glanced down at the grass dancing around Naruto's feet. Grass? Perhaps, yes. He stammered, his initial surprise giving way to elation. I knew it. Naruto resembles me so much. He must have the potential to awaken would release. Truly, the child of prophecy, my disciple. Hey, have you considered why Naruto possesses would release? The Nine Tails interrupted Hashirama's delight, trying to bring him back to reality. Isn't it because I taught him? Hashirama feigned ignorance, despite being uncertain himself. After all, it was not unusual for a disciple to resemble their master. Normal? Would release is a Kekkei Genkai, unique to the Senju clan. This child is a Uzumaki. The Nine Tails expressed its disbelief. Had it not witnessed Naruto's birth, it might have doubted the boy's lineage. In truth, would release is not exclusive to the Senju. It is a bloodline I developed myself, Hashirama clarified. My awakening was similar to Naruto's. It involved specific steps that led to success. Are you even listening to yourself? The Nine Tails exclaimed, struggling to comprehend. You expect me to believe that Naruto can wield a bloodline that your grandson cannot? Was it possible that Hashirama's presence in the ceiling space had somehow influenced Naruto? The Nine Tails reconsidered, pondering the implications of Naruto's newfound abilities. That would make sense. After all, there has never been a precedent for sealing a human within another's body over the past millennium. Moreover, Hashirama's chakra might be even greater than my own. Perhaps you should change your name and join our family of tailed beasts. The Nine Tails suggested. I believe your influence in Naruto's sealing space has allowed the power of would release to seep into him, guiding his chakra in that direction. Hashirama shared a look of astonishment at the Nine Tails theory. Despite its unusual nature, the Nine Tails had a point. This revelation was indeed a testament to Hashirama's abilities. Oh, the genius teacher. What a pity that Tobirama did not allow me to teach at the Ninja Academy back then. Chapter 18. Naruto learns would release. Naruto, watch your feet. Hashirama's voice interrupted Naruto's laughter. He looked down to find many small blades of grass sprouting beneath him. What is this? Curious, Naruto examined the grass, feeling an inexplicable bond with it, as though it were part of him. Congratulations. You have awakened the same bloodline as your master. Would release, Hashirama explained, his tone brimming with joy. My disciple has awakened would release. Truly, he surpasses even my other students. Would release? Is that the technique for planting trees? Naruto recalled the lush forest within the ceiling space. Yes, indeed. Naruto, you are quite clever. You can now learn would release from me. Hashirama was ecstatic. Not only had he resolved Naruto's emotional struggles, but he had also gifted him with a powerful ability. His techniques would finally find a worthy successor. Unbeknownst to Hashirama, Danzo had created an entity using his own body. Years after my death, my disciple has unknowingly produced an illegitimate child. How ironic. Amazing. I will plant trees at the doorsteps of those who speak ill of me, so they cannot escape. Naruto exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Truly, my Jinchuriki. Your young mind harbors such wicked thoughts. The Nine Tails laughed heartily. Where did you learn such a terrifying idea? Hashirama was taken aback by Naruto's words. You can use your would release to fight enemies, tailed beasts, or even aliens, but you cannot use it to block paths. Such actions would invite ridicule. Isn't it natural to retaliate against those who insult me? Naruto questioned innocently. Hashirama fell silent. You are right, Naruto. I acknowledge your resolve. However, Hashirama remained at a loss for words. How could he explain the will of fire to Naruto? That would be too much to ask of him. Instead, he could only strive to offer warmth akin to that of a family. Let us discuss this later, Naruto. Hashirama's reluctance to confront the issue mirrored his past dealings with Madara, resulting in an eventual rift. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, you have nothing to say now, do you? The Nine Tails aimed this remark directly at Hashirama, hoping to provoke him and deter him from indoctrinating Naruto with the will of fire. Don't worry, teacher. I am destined to become Hokage. I could never be so petty, Naruto reassured Hashirama, sensing his unease. Oh, Naruto, I'm so moved. Hashirama covered his face as tears of gratitude slipped through his fingers. Humph. The Nine Tails sneered, but chose not to exacerbate the situation. You should visit Hinata tonight. Naruto thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hinata found herself in a different predicament. Lady Hinata, please, do not eat anymore. I'm scared. Niji gazed at Hinata, who had consumed an amount of food 3 times her usual intake, and he found himself unable to meet her eyes. Ahem, Hinata. While it's commendable to open your eyes, surely you need not eat so much, Hayashi gently reminded the young girl. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she showed no inclination to set her bowl aside. As the food entered her mouth, a wave of comfort enveloped her. akin to the soothing warmth of a hot bath. Her eyes gradually deepened in hue, albeit subtly. Father, I feel I still haven't had enough, Hinata said between bites. Her mouth still busy as she responded. How embarrassing, she thought to herself, yet her body acted independently, her hand reaching for another scoop of rice. Being scrutinized by her esteemed father and Niji was quite mortifying. Had it been her former self, she might have fainted by now. However, with each bite, her consciousness sharpened, rendering her face even redder. Enhanced vitality allowed her to endure the blush more comfortably. Finally, with a sound reminiscent of boiling water, Hayashi intervened, halting Hinata's consumption. And she promptly fainted. I wonder where all that food has gone, he pondered, concerned as he observed his daughter consume twice her usual portion yet remain unchanged in appearance. Yet, through the lens of the Byakugan, her condition appeared not only stable but enhanced with an increase in chakra. Had Hinata not been his own daughter, possessing the Byakugan, Hayashi might have mistaken her for a member of the Akimichi clan. Lord Clan Head, is the young lady all right? Niji inquired, glancing at the unconscious Hinata with concern. Oh, Niji, we are among family here. Just call me uncle, Hayashi sighed, reflecting on how even his nephew was not immune to the influences of the clan system. Hinata is merely shy. Her health poses no issues. In fact, it seems improved, he reassured. Niji released a breath of relief, but still refrained from addressing Hayashi as uncle. If the clan had jokes, I shall take comfort in knowing the young lady is fine. The winter breeze drifted through the warm living room, tousling Niji's short hair and revealing a hint of blue on his forehead. Caged birds, true to their name, live a life devoid of freedom, Hayashi lamented inwardly. He wondered when this system could be abolished. If not for necessity, he would never wish to impose such confinement upon his own brother. Everyone deserves to soar freely like birds, unrestrained and empowered with the right to choose rather than be forcibly caged. After a moment of silence, Hayashi summoned a maid to tidy the table and carried Hinata back to her room. Lord Clan Head, I shall take my leave. My father requires my company. Niji bid farewell, his tone laced with distance. Very well, please convey my regards to Hisashi. I shall visit him tomorrow for a chat. Hayashi nodded, seeing Niji off. Chapter 19. The misfortunate young child shall not encounter the river sprite of youth. Spring has arrived, ushering in gentle breezes that dispel the chill of winter. Seeds in the earth begin to sprout, and the frozen rivers resume their flow. Little Naruto stood at the riverbank. Fear etched across his face as he gazed at the recently thawed, still frigid waters. Do not fret, little Naruto. Bravely take a step forward. The encouraging voice of Hashirama resonated from the ceiling space. Will I be frozen to death? Naruto's voice quivered as he removed his gloves and dipped his finger into the water. BRR, so cold, it feels no different from ice. Rest assured, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. This method was devised by my younger brother, who is only slightly less clever than me. Indeed, this training technique was designed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, specifically for students of the Ninja Academy, encompassing both basic tree climbing training and advanced water walking exercises. However, Hashirama had only been aware of the water walking training's initial version, unaware that Tobirama later added the foundational aspects. Tobirama mused, it is perhaps best that my foolish elder brother remains oblivious to these details, lest he squander promising talent. Thus, Naruto was introduced to this challenging water walking training from the outset. He gulped nervously before gently placing his foot upon the water's surface. Splash. His foot plunged in. Sensei, how long did you practice? Naruto inquired, retracting his foot and addressing Hashirama in the ceiling space. Let me think. It seems it took about 2 days. Hashirama replied. 2 days, huh? That sounds relatively simple, Naruto thought to himself. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Hashirama had only begun water walking training as a teenager, a detail he failed to consider. Consequently, Naruto tumbled into the river under Kurama's incredulous gaze. BRR, it's so cold. His clothes soaked. The icy water clung to his skin. The Umbu on duty nearby rushed to rescue him. Hey, what are you doing? It was Yugugo, who was quite displeased by Naruto's unexpected antics. A child of your age should be at home, playing with friends, not performing dives for the Umbu. Ah, big sister. I'm practicing how to walk on water, Naruto explained, leaving Yugugo astonished that a child nearly 4 would engage in such training. She glanced at Naruto, who barely reached her waist, and then at the river, deep enough to submerge him. Who taught you such training? Yugugo curiously probed. In that moment, the clever words of Hashirama sprang to mind. I once saw a ninja uncle standing on the water, fishing, so I thought I'd give it a try. Naruto hugged himself tightly, shivering. I should have listened to Kurama. I shouldn't have come to this cursed place to practice. Come on, let us get you warmed up. I'll have someone fetch your clothes from home, Yugugo said, her expression exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. Which ninja would be idle enough to fish in the back mountains? She wondered. Wait, wasn't there a white-haired fellow who seemed fond of grilled fish? Never mind. She decided to take Naruto to the bathhouse. Without concern for his cold, Yugugo scooped him up and headed toward the bathhouse. It feels a bit squishy, Naruto remarked as he was lifted. Yugugo, hearing his comment, lightly tapped his damp head with her finger. Stay still. Indeed, children require a bit of scaring. Upon hearing this, Naruto settled down. Soon, Yugugo arrived at the bathhouse. Good day, Umbu. This is... The bathhouse owner recognized the little Naruto in Yugugo's arms, realizing he was the famed Nine-Tails Fox of the village. Is he all right? Did the Nine-Tails Fox fall into the water? The world truly seemed mad. Oh, is that you, Yugugo? A man in a green bodysuit with a watermelon hairstyle recognized her, though upon seeing her mask and Umbu attire, he quickly adjusted his tone. Kakashi, would you mind taking this child for a bath? Shien initially pondered whether to take Naruto to the women's bathhouse, but with Guy's timely arrival, she decided to let him accompany Naruto for the bath. Oh ho ho. At such a tender age, he is already diligently practicing at the onset of spring. Truly, this is the essence of youth. No worries, leave it to me. Upon hearing Shien's explanation, Might Guy was so moved that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Wiping away the impending tears, his gaze ignited with fervor. He raised his thumb in approval, revealing his pearly whites, as he acknowledged Naruto's youthful spirit. Naruto interjected. But my adolescence hasn't even begun. I am still but a mere human cub. Mido Mingzi exclaimed. Your human cub just pierced through me. What a shock. Seal it quickly. Shien observed the unexpectedly ecstatic Guy, with the corners of his mouth twitching beneath his mask, yet she still passed little Naruto to Might Guy. Little Naruto, go wash up with this uncle. Naruto opened his eyes, only to be startled by the kappa before him. Ah, a kappa. Might Guy's smile froze on his face as he swiftly scooped up the drenched Naruto into his embrace. Ah, this child embodies the spirit of youth, but I assure you, I am no kappa. I am the azure beast of Konoha. Might Guy? Trapped under Guy's arm, Naruto attempted to squirm free, exerting considerable effort. Wow, such strength. Might Guy sensed Naruto's power, which astonishingly equated to a third of his usual might. Truly remarkable. However, considering the child's identity, Guy could only marvel. No wonder he is a Jinchuriki. No, let me go. I want to bathe with the big sister. In a moment of unguarded honesty, Naruto blurted out his desire. Shien, who had been observing the amusing scene, quietly approached Naruto, who was still being restrained. Hey, why did you let me down? Might Guy released Naruto, but an icy chill suddenly enveloped him from behind. Oh, what did you just say you wanted to do? Oh, Naruto had forgotten the big sister was still behind him. Achu. Naruto feigned a sneeze and then tugged at the kappa uncle, rushing into the men's bathhouse. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The bathhouse owner, previously a mere background character, could no longer stand idly by. What if these two were intending to dine and dash? Here's your money, no need for change, Shien declared as she retrieved a 100 Ryo note from her pocket and handed it to the owner. Oh ho ho, the esteemed Umbu lady is quite generous. I shall not disturb you further. Please enjoy your bath. The men's bathhouse charged 20 Ryo per entry, and with the midday lull, business had been rather poor. Yet, this beautiful, graceful Umbu lady single-handedly boosted the afternoon's sales. You might wonder how the owner recognized her through the mask. Obviously, her noble bearing was evident, suggesting she hailed from an affluent family. Even if one were a pig, they would still be the most exquisite of the lot. Chapter 20. The Acorn Kappa's counterattack. Naruto pulled Might Guy into the bathhouse. Hey, Naruto, you must take off all your clothes to bathe and wear a bathrobe. Might Guy removed his green jumpsuit, revealing his athletic physique before Naruto. He struck a bodybuilding pose, his muscles taut, exuding an aura of confidence. Wow, so cool. Naruto gazed at the kappa with a bathrobe around his waist and a bare upper body, a hint of envy creeping into his previously puzzled expression. Right? Ha 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 ha. Might Guy showcased his proud muscles to Naruto, proclaiming, "This is my youth." As he basked in Naruto's admiration, he became increasingly entranced, until suddenly, the bathrobe tied around his waist slipped down. Although he quickly pulled it back up to cover himself, Naruto, being perceptive, caught a glimpse in that fleeting moment. An acorn? Naruto tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before arriving at the most fitting description. The light-hearted word struck Might Guy like a blow. Wrapping his bathrobe tighter around himself, he submerged into the bath. How infuriating. Woe is me, how can I still be considered an acorn? Years have passed. It is impossible for me to still be an acorn. Beneath the misty surface of the water, Might Guy's face flushed with embarrassment. Naruto, please do not speak of such things directly in front of others. The sage of the six paths offered a moment of silence for the poor child. Ever since seeing Might Guy, he felt an itch in his mind, as if something were about to emerge. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this child must be the one who wore the acorn. After all, in Konoha, only the Might family shouted about youth. However, this child is indeed quite small. The sage lowered his gaze at himself and chuckled. One should never inquire about a sage's size. During the days when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama competed over who could urinate farther, Madara was rendered speechless by Hashirama's size. It is said that during the Great War prior to Konoha's founding, Hashirama stripped down to his underwear before stabbing himself with a kunai, ultimately moving Madara to join him in establishing Konoha. This is a folk tale, whether it is true or not is uncertain, but it certainly feels historical. Observing the despondent Might Guy, Naruto decided to console him. He removed the bathrobe enveloping his body and approached the deeper end of the bath, gently patting the closed-eyed Might Guy. It's all right, Uncle Acorn Kappa. Look, mine is just a bit bigger than yours. Might Guy opened his eyes underwater, only to see a small elephant, larger than himself, swaying in front of him. Hey, stop that. He is going to drown himself. The sage, witnessing Might Guy's heart being pierced once more by Naruto's antics, hurriedly called out for him to stop. I just wanted to comfort the Kappa uncle. Naruto hastily led Might Guy back to the shallow end, preventing him from truly transforming into a Kappa. At that moment, Might Guy sat on the edge of the bath, his legs submerged in the water, his gaze somewhat vacant. He muttered, Acorn, acorn. Uncle Kappa, don't worry, you will grow bigger in time. After all, some people experience their adolescence later. With a display of earnestness, Naruto patted Might Guy's calf in consolation. Clearly, he had triggered the keyword, youth. Might Guy's previously dulled eyes reignited with a vibrant green flame. Indeed, I shall not concede to my youth. I will surely grow larger. This is youth. Oh, young one, you speak the truth. Might Guy puffed out his chest, regaining his youthful spirit. The Kappa uncle is back again, Naruto teased as he noticed Guy's spirits lifting. Humph. Guy's eyes fixed intently on Naruto. An ominous feeling surged within the young boy's heart. Naruto, I assume you have yet to experience a proper scrubbing, have you? Guy rose to his feet, stepping closer to Naruto, his face alight with enthusiasm for youth. Indeed, that mischievous grin was surely indicative of a devious scheme. And no, I don't want to back away. Naruto was taken aback by the mischievous smile on the Kappa uncle's face. Although he was unsure what a scrubbing entailed, that expression was enough to signal impending trouble. Come on, give it a try. How can you call it youth without a proper scrub? Might Guy seized Naruto's arm, and a wave of green energy surged around him. The 8 gates. Open the first gate. Open. No, I'm not yet in my adolescence. You perverted acorn Kappa. Let me go? A mark resembling a tic-tac-toe grid appeared on Guy's forehead, and his smile took on a more twisted aspect. No. As long as one possesses that youthful heart, one is perpetually in the throes of adolescence. Ha. Naruto, having fallen into my grasp, do you still wish to escape? In the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama silently closed their eyes. After all, Naruto's actions this time were indeed somewhat excessive, and he bore no intention of harming the boy. No, I refuse. Yada, I don't want this, you greenskin Kappa. Might Guy, radiating with vibrant green chakra, donned scrubbing gloves and secured Naruto atop the bathing platform. A sensation both painful and refreshing coursed through Naruto's back. Young one, your youth should not be marred by such grime. Allow me to cleanse it all away. Though Naruto's apartment possessed bathing facilities, one could not expect a child to wash with utmost diligence. Thus, Naruto was rather soiled. Consequently, under Might Guy's vigorous scrubbing, layers of dirt were removed from his back. Huff. Naruto exhaled, uncertain whether his breaths were of agony or relief. Has it ended? The vision of an older sister flickered in Naruto's mind. He yearned to find her and escape the clutches of this Kappa. Guy, however, remained silent, loosening his hold on Naruto. The young boy rose, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet this was not the moment for revenge. Once he mastered wood release and attained great power, his first act would be to disrobe that kappa and hang him from a tree. However, while Naruto fantasized about future retribution, a statement filled with despair reached his ears. Of course not. Next, we shall scrub the front. Oh, let me ignite your youth. Chapter 21. The Book of Tobirama. After enduring a torturous, yet seemingly aimless scrubbing, Naruto finally liberated himself from the relentless bathing hands of the Kappa uncle. Big Sister Woo-woo. Naruto felt both clean and unclean. This was a physical cleanliness overshadowed by spiritual taint. The moment he stepped out of the bathhouse, he lunged towards Yuzuki Yugao. Observing the flushed face and glistening eyes of Naruto, Yugao felt uncertain about whether something untoward had transpired between Might Guy and Naruto in that brief hour of bathing. Oh my, isn't this a betrayal of Kakashi-senpai? Wait, how could he possibly harm Naruto? He is but 3 years old. Hey Guy, what did you do to Naruto? Yugao's tone was peculiar. She had momentarily entertained dark thoughts, yet in reality, she could not fathom Guy harming Naruto. After all, the friend he spoke of, Kakashi, the current captain of the Umbu, would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Yet, contemplating Captain Kakashi, white hair, heterochromatic eyes, standing at 181 centimeters, one could not help but marvel at Guy's keen eye, having taken a liking to Kakashi from such a young age. Oh, just letting Naruto experience the essence of youth. Guy displayed his prominent front teeth. Hey, notify the captain. There's an unknown creature committing unforgivable acts against the Jinchuriki. Yugao immediately turned to the Umbu on duty in the trees. Come now, I merely assisted Naruto with his bath. Guy hastily clarified, unsure of what unforgivable acts entailed. But Yugao's tone suggested a misunderstanding. Oh, I see, you startled me there. Yugao called back the Umbu, who was about to leap away, and patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that the trembling boy in her arms had been subjected to Guy's. By the way, I heard Naruto has been eager to train. Should I take him to experience youth? The greenskin Kappa proposed a Pokemon exchange with Yugao. Ding. Yugao pondered. It was akin to a Pokemon ball being violently freed. I'm sorry, I can't make that decision. You'll need to ask since Naruto was still nestled in her embrace. She refrained from stating it outright, yet Guy understood her implication. Ah, what a pity. But fret not. Naruto, your youth is boundless. Do not be disheartened. Whenever you wish to ignite your youth, come find me. Guy gave a thumbs up, his pearly whites glimmering in the sunlight. Naruto remained silent, yet Yugao felt him clutch her tighter. Ouch, that hurts. Come, Naruto, let us go home. Yugao had no choice but to pick Naruto up and turn away. Thank you, Guy. I've already settled the payment. I shall take Naruto home now. Oh, youth truly is a wondrous thing. Might Guy watched as Naruto departed, feeling the exuberance of his youth once more. Naruto thought, I merely opened my eyes for a moment, believing I had left, only to still see those glinting teeth. Oh dear, Naruto gazed at the Kappa with an expression that had begun to resemble something more sinister. Do not weep, Naruto, we shan't seek this uncle for baths anymore. Yugao gently patted Naruto's back, offering comfort. Yet, who else could they turn to? After all, Naruto was still a child. It would be quite troublesome if he accidentally drowned in the bath. Soon, news would spread among the other villages. Breaking news. The Jinchuriki from the foremost Hidden Leaf village drowned while bathing. And thus, the second Ninetales incident would lead to the collapse of the first ninja village, subsequently igniting the fourth Great Ninja War. What a tale this would be, a bathing incident sparking a ninja war. Yugao shivered at the thought of such an outrageous scenario. Enough of that. Perhaps I should ask Captain Kakashi to take Naruto for a bath? No, that felt like wasting talent. After all, the future captain of the Umbu should not be reduced to bathing a 3-year-old. Perhaps Shikamaru? But he was currently on a mission. After much contemplation, she could not settle on a suitable candidate. Just then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knocked on Yugao's apartment door. Yugao, I heard Naruto fell into a river today. What transpired? When Naruto fell into the river, an Umbu reported to the third. However, upon learning that Yugao had taken Naruto to the bathhouse, Hiruzen decided to wait for their return before inquiring further. Yes, Hokage-sama. Here's the situation. Yugao recounted Naruto's earlier explanation almost word for word. I see. A white-haired ninja uncle was fishing atop the water? Hiruzen's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that Naruto's plunge into the water stemmed from such a reason. I provided him with ample funds. Why was he still intent on fishing? If Naruto were to purchase fish, He could manage it under the pressure of the umbu. However, the disdainful glances from the stall owners would surely vex him. Thus, in concocting an excuse, Hashirama and Kurama opted for this rationale. Note, this idea was contributed by Naruto, 49, Kurama, 50, and Hashirama, 1. Hashirama, why does my suggestion of practicing on the water's surface only count for 1? Kurama, have you considered that aside from the initial training method, the excuses you made later were rather lacking? Hashirama's original excuse was, I wanted to experience the sensation of stones skimming across the water to see if I could float over. This is entirely a result of being overwhelmed by once joyful memories after arriving at the river. Unfortunately, the Ninetales is unaware of this experience of Hashirama, otherwise, it would undoubtedly have something to say about it. Every day, you just keep going on and on. Why not turn you into pebbles and let you float down the river for a reunion? Speaking of which, has Naruto already refined his chakra? The third Hokage is somewhat astonished that Naruto, at such a young age, has managed to do so. The key point is that Naruto has only been self-studying for less than 2 months. Well, Lord Hokage. It was mentioned in the previous reports that Naruto had refined chakra a long time ago. The third Hokage paused for a moment and then awkwardly chuckled. Look at my mind. Indeed, getting old means forgetting things. However, it took me just 3 days to refine chakra back in my day. Subsequently, Aizen handed over the book titled How to Strengthen Chakra Control, Student Edition to Yuin. Give this to Naruto tomorrow. Let him take his time and not rush. Also, if Naruto needs help with bathing next time, I can assist. Aizen said, after all, elderly people also need to nurture relationships with the young. Yuin nodded and accepted the book. This is annotated by my teacher, so make sure Naruto takes it seriously. The teacher of Lord Third. That would be the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, right? Yuin opened the first page of the thin book. How to Strengthen Chakra Control, Student Edition annotated by Tobirama Senju. There was another line below, but it seemed to have been maliciously scratched out, leaving only the first 2 characters visible, evil. Could it be some sort of malevolent secret technique? Chapter 22, Innately Evil. Naruto, remember to study the book carefully. Don't jump into the water on your own again. Yuin handed the book to the listless Naruto lying in bed, then explained that the third Hokage would be the one to bathe him in the future. Naruto's dull gaze gradually brightened. Yay, I won't encounter the acorn kappa anymore. After Yuin left, he sat up in bed, with his recovery rate. The red marks on his body had already faded, but the mental torment lingered. On chakra control? The older sister instructed him to keep it safe. He would hand it over to the teacher tonight. Although Naruto knew that Hashirama might occasionally guide him incorrectly, such as accidentally sending himself flying while gathering chakra or tricking himself into the water during practice, he was generally reliable. Moreover, the older sister mentioned that this book was the annotated version by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which made it quite precious. Wouldn't it be perfect to entrust it to the teacher? At that moment, the soul of Tobirama, still slumbering in the underworld, inexplicably shivered. If he knew Naruto's thoughts, he would undoubtedly unleash a sharp blast and knock Naruto unconscious with a flying thunder god technique, then reclaim his precious annotated first edition book. Entrusting it to his brother? Wasn't that akin to tossing it into a doghouse? Back in the day, when he had to step out halfway through work to frolic with the nefarious Uchiha Madara, he returned to find the remaining paperwork in utter disarray, as if searching for history in a doghouse. Numerous documents were haphazardly piled together, some bent and crumpled, all chaotic yet unclean. Let us observe a moment of silence for this book. Oh, another book by Tobirama. Let me see. Upon hearing it was his own book, Hashirama immediately dismounted his horse and, excitedly holding the Ninetales, rushed over. Ninetales, I detest humans with no sense of boundaries, especially the vegetative ones. Let me take a look. Hashirama opened the first page of the book and gazed at the scratched out line, his mind itching with curiosity. Oh right, I believe I've seen this book before. Hashirama slapped his hand, appearing suddenly enlightened. Then what was that evil part that got scratched out? Naruto curiously pointed at the word evil. Hashirama scratched his head, feeling reluctant to speak about it. After all, those were Tobirama's words. He contemplated what Tobirama deemed evil and why it pertained to the Uchiha. After all, during wartime, the Senju and Uchiha had a long-standing animosity. But thankfully 2 good friends managed to change that dynamic. In truth, had either of the 2 individuals been female, the 4 great nations might have ceased to exist. The original text likely read, The evil Uchiha clan is forbidden from reading the annotated version of the training methods specifically researched by the great Senju clan for the new generation of Konoha. You are unworthy. Furthermore, tell your clan leader to keep his distance from my brother, the first Hokage. However, upon being fortuitously seen by Hashirama, it was forcefully scratched out. The subsequent annotated version was never published. Evil individuals are not permitted to read this book, Hashirama declared, a strong scent of deception detected by the Nine Tails. However, even without the scent, the Nine Tails could surmise who was behind it. After all, during Tobarama's research, he often consulted with Mito, repeatedly mentioning the evil Uchiha. The Nine Tails had grown accustomed to it. Really? Why is this blacked-out portion so large? Naruto expressed doubt, as the few words his teacher spoke hardly warranted such a lengthy blackout. Indeed, back then, my foolish brother personally watched me black out that section. He claimed that being a ninja equated to being evil. Yet in reality, ninjas are not inherently evil. We are human, and humanity is diverse. Hashirama spun a tale, leaving the Nine Tails dumbfounded. No wonder Madara had been so easily deceived back then. How to put it? This situation was both clever and foolish, a paradox indeed. Oh, I understand now. Naruto nodded, having fallen victim to the first Hokage's clever tongue. Hashirama, satisfied, ruffled Naruto's gradually lengthening hair and continued to the next page. It is worth mentioning why Naruto chose to grow his hair long. There are two reasons, one being that his teacher, Senju Hashirama, had long hair, and Naruto found it incredibly cool when his teacher's hair flowed while using would release. Thus he began to grow his hair long as well. The other reason is that the village barber did not favor Naruto, and he feared that if he went there, he would lose not just his hair, but his head as well. However, there was a high chance the scissors would get stuck at Naruto's neck, leading to the Nine Tails chakra blowing up the entire barbershop. One must gradually master the flow of chakra within. The chakra newly refined by students is unstable, resulting in considerable loss during use, and the effects may not even be satisfactory. Hashirama stroked his chin, pondering whether he had experienced something similar when he first refined chakra as a child. It seemed that initially employing ninjutsu had indeed been quite challenging. But after a few months, he could resolve most issues with just a few hand signs. From there on, it was simply a matter of clapping his hands and having whatever he called forth. The chakra within flowed seamlessly. This can be understood as Hashirama's formidable mastery over chakra. However, Naruto, being still young, indeed needed to build a solid foundation gradually. The book suggested training methods. After extensive research, it was recommended that students with a certain foundation could engage in climbing exercises. Following that were numerous tips on how to control chakra while climbing. Most derived from Tobarama and Mito, with a few from Madara and Hinata. Among those from Madara, Tobarama had circled some in red ink, marking it as referable, but do not be led astray by the evil Uchiha. True to Tobarama's original version, the prose exuded a vigorous disdain for the evil Uchiha clan. With this in mind, let Naruto begin with tree climbing. Let me ponder over how tall the tree for little Naruto should be. This truly poses a challenge. Then, under the astonished gaze of Naruto, who bore a mixture of 3 parts disbelief, 2 parts fear, and 5 parts schadenfreude, and the reluctant yet fearful eyes of the Nine Tails, a towering tree sprouted, surpassing the height of the Nine Tails. As long as you can climb this tree, you may resume your water-stepping training, Hashirama proclaimed. Although Naruto felt a twinge of trepidation, the radiant smile of his teacher inspired him. All right. I will strive for it. The Nine Tails could not help but cover his face, sighing at the Navet displayed. Chapter 23. Encounter with Hashirama Teacher. This could truly be fatal. Naruto gradually ascended the colossal tree, only to glance back and find the ground growing distant and elusive. Do not fret, just leap towards me. Hashirama encouraged from a branch above. The considerable distance was intended to prevent Naruto from losing control of his chakra due to its excess, and besides, the Nine Tails was below, ready to catch him. However, ultimately, Naruto did not reach the branch where Hashirama stood. A moment of distraction led him to plummet downwards. Honestly, Naruto is merely 3 years old. Does Hashirama not comprehend this? The Nine Tails, in resignation, transformed a small version of himself into a chakra net, attempting to catch the falling Naruto. Naruto collided with the chakra net, only to vanish within the confines of the ceiling space. Hashirama looked at the Nine Tails with a puzzled expression. Wasn't he agreed that Naruto would be safely caught? Why has he exited? Hey, what kind of look is that? The Nine Tails, displeased, slowly elucidated. This incident did not occur due to my failure to catch him, but because Naruto could not withstand the shock from such a height, resulting in his consciousness departing from this ceiling space. Hashirama stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. Oh, I see. It seems this is still Tobirama's oversight, failing to consider the child's physical and mental state. Tobirama interjected, I wrote for the students of the ninja school, particularly those nearing graduation and excelling in their studies. They are all at least 10 years old. Why not inquire with them? The Nine Tails silently mourned for the deceased Tobirama, as Hashirama shifted the blame onto his younger brother. Tomorrow evening, let us teach Naruto some basics, or perhaps select a lower altitude as a target. With that, Hashirama cheerfully decided on the training agenda for the following evening. The Nine Tails lay down, intending to resume his slumber. The following morning, Naruto awoke with a start. Help! His consciousness was still tethered to the moment of his fall from the previous night. The Umbu nearby heard Naruto's cries and quickly rose to assess the condition of the Jinchuriki. It's nothing. He merely had a nightmare, one Umbu concluded. Could it be he was frightened by Might Guy yesterday? Wondered another Umbu, who had been ordered to report by Tsunade. Naruto patted his chest, realizing he seemed to be unharmed. It appeared that his teacher had not deceived him after all. Despite being startled by the minor bungee jump the night before, his fear gradually subsided. After all, he was but a child. Unless the pain was excruciating, such experiences typically left no lasting shadow on a young heart. Today, Naruto intended to play in the park. Although there might be some mischievous children there, he considered himself capable of handling them. Foolish villagers, the Nine Tails is here. He strode confidently towards a park that was usually sparsely populated and mainly frequented by children. However, as he arrived early, the place was mostly deserted, save for a solitary boy on a swing, swinging back and forth. That fan-shaped thing. He seems to belong to the Uchiha clan, Naruto thought, recalling their previous encounter on the street. However, his brother was not present today. With his brother absent, perhaps I can bully him. Hey you! Why are you hogging my swing? Naruto exclaimed imperiously, having previously intimidated several villagers who had called him a demon fox. It is worth noting that while Naruto often made threats, he rarely acted on them unless provoked. For instance, he only intervened when Hinata was surrounded, and in that instance, he had miscalculated his strength, inadvertently breaking someone's nose. However, with the medical ninjutsu being so advanced, he believed it should be manageable. Seated on the swing, young Sasuke, the son of the Uchiha clan leader, although only 3 years old, had already begun learning some basic taijutsu from his brother. With the Uchiha clan's long-standing belief in their supremacy, he was not intimidated by Naruto. What do you mean your swing? Is your name written on it? Sasuke replied, pausing his swinging but remaining seated, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Well, since I'm bored, it's nice to have someone to entertain me, young Sasuke thought. Shouldn't he have screamed the demon fox is here, and run off, leaving the swing for me? Hey, Naruto, why don't you play with him? Hashirama suggested, recognizing in Sasuke the visage of an old acquaintance. Tobirama interjected, What evil thing did Uchiha Madara say about entering with a white knife and exiting with a red one? The answer is Azuna. No, I must first seize the swing. Naruto mused, slightly tempted, but feigned arrogance. He approached the swing, bit his thumb open, and, under Sasuke's bewildered gaze, inscribed his name upon the swing. Behold, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I shall be the next Hokage. Naruto licked his thumb, as his healing had occurred so rapidly that the wound had already closed, resulting in his writing being somewhat unclear. Nonsense. The next Hokage should undoubtedly be my brother. Despite being momentarily startled by Naruto's audacity, upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Sasuke was equally defiant. Uzumaki Naruto? I've never heard of you. How could you possibly become Hokage? Naruto paused, taken aback. You've never heard of me? I am the embodiment of the Nine Tails, the terror that wreaked havoc in Konoha 3 years ago, a fearsome creature that devours without hesitation. He placed his hands on his hips, erupting into a hearty laugh. Hey, Hachibi, is this how you teach Naruto when I'm not looking? The Nine Tails felt a bit embarrassed by Naruto's exaggerated descriptions. While he had been controlled in the past, he had never consumed anyone. Given Naruto's limited vocabulary, he could not have articulated such notions, leading the cunning creature to believe that Hashirama was the true culprit. Hashirama quietly turned away, and after a long moment, finally spoke. Chapter 24. The Battle of Naruto and Sasuke. No life or death, just dominance. TCH, just you? Little Sasuke descended from the swing and scrutinized Naruto intently. Do you truly believe that those whiskers you drew on your face with a black marker can deceive anyone? Allow me to inform you. Under the watchful eyes of the illustrious Uchiha clan, your disguise is utterly transparent. Sasuke struck a pose favored by his clan, shielding his eyes with one hand before fixing an intense gaze upon Naruto. The resemblance was uncanny. Even the haughty tone and pretentious stance mirrored Izuna's from years past. Hashirama found himself captivated by Sasuke's striking demeanor, and an idea began to brew in his mind. It is well known that Kurama is aware that the Night of the Nine Tails was orchestrated by a man named Uchiha Madara, who, like him, possessed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. With just a glance, he had subdued the mightiest of the tailed beasts, Kurama. However, upon recalling the memories imparted by Kurama, Hashirama concluded that the eye pattern could not possibly belong to Madara. Poor Obito never anticipated that someone could replicate Madara's Mangekyou design. Alas, for now, we shall refer to him as False Madara. The mere possession of a Mangekyou suggests he is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Coupled with his deliberate imitation of Madara's voice, it is evident that he must share a connection with him. Madara could not have survived the events of the past. Thus, there exists only one possibility. Madara has returned to this world in a state akin to his own, giving rise to this false Madara. With this in mind, I shall encourage my beloved disciple to forge a bond with this Uchiha child, setting the stage for a delightful surprise for Madara. Hee, just the thought of it sends a thrill through me. Regrettably, the Nine Tails remains oblivious to Izuna's visage, failing to grasp Hashirama's current delight, and assumes he is merely experiencing another episode. The trials of aging. This is an assessment from the youthful Kurama, who has only lived a little over 1,000 years, regarding the middle-aged Hashirama. Nevertheless, Naruto is currently unconcerned with the theatrics of the ceiling space. The boy before him is quite the performer. Yet, inexplicably, there is a sense of exhilaration. Is it because he does not regard himself as the Nine Tails? No. The pressing matter is the ownership of this swing. A mere Uchiha brat. I could obliterate him with a snap of my fingers. Naruto feigned indifference, casting a dismissive glance at the strikingly posed Sasuke, and declared, Tobirama gave you a thumbs up, while tossing a kunai imbued with flying thunder god technique toward the sleeping Izuna. How dare you insult the Uchiha clan? I, Uchiha Sasuke, challenge you to a duel. A glint of cunning flashed in Naruto's eyes. He had taken the bait. Very well. I, Uzumaki Naruto, accept your challenge. He proclaimed loudly, his eyes swirling mischievously. However, should you lose, you shall become my subordinate. Sasuke hesitated. If he were to lose, he would become a subordinate? Shouldn't the stakes be relinquishing the swing? No. This is a moment to uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan. My uncles have always instructed me to fight for our clan's dignity. Are you afraid? You cowardly Uchiha fool. Noticing Sasuke's hesitation, Naruto seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. How could I be afraid? The dignity of the Uchiha cannot be trampled upon. I accept the wager. However, if you lose, you must apologize to the Uchiha. Naruto's goading successfully provoked Sasuke, and thus the battle between the two commenced. At this moment, standing on the left side of the park was Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan and the reincarnation of Indra, one of the future saviors of the shinobi world. On the right stood Naruto, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, son of the fourth Hokage, beloved disciple of the first Hokage, and one of the future saviors of the shinobi world. Merely by virtue of their titles, Naruto already held the upper hand. After all, how could a mere Sasuke dare challenge the authority of the great Naruto? The duel commenced. Sasuke charged at Naruto first, his small hands clenched tightly, swinging toward Naruto's face with the force of his momentum. To Naruto, Sasuke's movements appeared painfully slow, his intentions glaringly obvious. With a deft sidestep, Naruto evaded the punch and, with a surge of chakra, ensnared Sasuke completely. Have you surrendered yet? My number one little brother. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Let go. I was careless. That doesn't count. Sasuke's face flushed with anger, clearly embarrassed. All right. Naruto graciously released Sasuke, resolved to earn his little brother's respect. Sasuke repositioned himself and once more lunged at Naruto, shouting something about Uchiha grappling techniques. Have you given in yet? Naruto gently caught Sasuke again, whispering into his ear. Not at all. Sasuke's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. This scene played out 3 times, and at that moment, Hashirama was doubled over with laughter in the ceiling space. envisioning Sasuke as Madara and himself as Naruto. Ah, truly, his disciple was a force to be reckoned with, defeating a mere Izuna. Hardly a challenge. Finally, Sasuke became serious. He distanced himself and clasped his hands together. Murmuring the sequence of hand seals, he formed them at a rapid pace. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Sasuke successfully executed his jutsu. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Though the technique might not unleash its full potential, the display of power was essential. Perhaps it would intimidate his opponent. Sasuke thought, after all, children of this age might struggle even to refine chakra, let alone perform ninjutsu. Begone, and may your sins be cleansed by my flames, he declared. However, the fireball barely traveled a meter before plummeting to the ground. He coughed, choking on the smoke. Seeing this, Naruto hurried over, patting Sasuke on the back and offering him his water. Gulp, gulp. Naruto's timely assistance alleviated Sasuke's embarrassment. Even if the water had a peculiar taste. Ah, the taste of Naruto. Losers must accept their fate. From now on, you shall be my little brother, Naruto stated, extending his hand to the seated Sasuke. Sasuke paused, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes, yet ultimately grasped Naruto's hand. For now, I shall let you be the boss, but should I defeat you in the future, then I shall be the boss, Sasuke replied. Naruto smiled, the sunlight reflecting in his azure eyes, capturing the image of the proud boy before him. All right, but if you manage to surpass me, you must call me boss. Sasuke found himself momentarily mesmerized by Naruto's grin, but quickly regained his composure. Very well, boss. Speak up. I can't hear you, Naruto shouted. Boss. Sasuke's face reddened. Yet he shouted back. Come on, boss, let's go catch some fish. Naruto cheerfully led his newly appointed little brother toward the back mountain. Chapter 25. The Humbling of Sasuke by Fish. Hey, look, that's the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, One Umbu remarked to Yuzuki Yugao. A hint of worry in his tone, given the Uchiha's precarious standing in Konoha. Indeed, he resembles his brother, though his demeanor is a touch more reckless, Yugao recalled Itachi, having crossed paths with him as fellow Umbu. No worries. I will explain everything to Lord Third when the time comes. After all, this time it was Naruto who took the initiative to seek out other children to play with, and the other party seemed to enjoy their time together immensely. Their faces flushed with joy. Sasuke exclaimed, that's not laughter. Given Itachi's influence, Yugao believed she should advocate for Naruto. After all, Naruto needed friends. He had previously suffered greatly from a prolonged lack of companionship. It is worth noting that, compared to the life lost by Medon, Naruto had sacrificed a significant piece of himself. Thus, Naruto led Sasuke to a small stream. The water's depth reached approximately to Naruto's thighs, and a few fish swam gracefully along the current. Naruto removed his pants, leaving only his underwear. What are you doing? Sasuke was startled by Naruto's boldness. It was broad daylight. How could he dare to remove his pants? Oh, little brother, to catch fish, you must enter the water. To avoid soiling my pants, I naturally had to take them off. You're not scared, are you? Naruto concentrated his chakra in his feet and attempted to walk on the water. With a splash, he fell in again. Sasuke's face flushed, whether from embarrassment or ridicule he couldn't tell, but he insisted, I'm not scared. I'll do it. Sasuke removed his long trousers, leaving only a pair of underwear adorned with a blue elephant. BRR, it's a bit cold, he remarked. Considering it was the end of winter and the beginning of spring, the coldest time of the year. However, given that it was nearly noon and both boys possessed chakra, it was bearable. Naruto's underwear was orange, decorated with a crude drawing of a small nine-tails, albeit poorly executed, making it almost unrecognizable. Timing it perfectly, Naruto swiftly extended his little hand, splashing water as he caught a fish that was roughly the size of his two hands. Come help me. The fish struggled wildly in Naruto's grasp, slippery from its scales, so he was cautious not to exert too much force, fearing it would escape. Sasuke, who had just entered the water, became the perfect assistant. Fine, I'm on my way. Sasuke was chilled by the cold water, but thankfully it wasn't deep enough to wet his elephant-patterned underwear. Hearing Naruto's call, he quickly made his way to him, spotting the relatively large fish. After a brief adjustment to the chilly water, he approached Naruto. Got it. Sasuke seized the fish's tail while Naruto held its body. And before the two future saviors of the ninja world, the small fish could hardly make a splash. However, Sasuke lost his grip, and the fish's tail slipped from his control, thrashing about wildly. In an attempt to reposition the fish, Naruto inadvertently caused Sasuke's face to be slapped a few times by the fish's tail. The impact is minimal, but the humiliation is substantial. Noticing Sasuke's frustration, one could almost see the steam rising from his ears. If he were older, he might have retaliated. Eventually, Sasuke regained his hold on the fish's tail, and together they dragged it to the grassy bank beside the stream. "I'll go find some dry grass or something," Naruto declared as he set off in search of kindling. Sasuke, meanwhile, glared furiously at the fish, his internal rage boiling over. "Very well, you shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to success." Sasuke picked up a relatively sharp rock and struck the fish with it. Unfortunately, the fish managed to flick its tail and knock the rock away. Its vacant gaze seemed to mock Sasuke for his lack of strength. "How dare you?" Now fully dressed, Sasuke resolved to defend the honor of the Uchiha clan by slaying this taunting fish. He lunged at it, engaging in a fierce battle. When Naruto returned, arms full of gathered wood, he was greeted by the sight of a disheveled Sasuke standing triumphantly on the fish, hands on his hips, exuding an air of invincibility. There were clear signs of a struggle on the ground. "Did you duel with that fish?" Naruto inquired skeptically. "Indeed, this fish insulted the honor of the Uchiha clan, and I, Uchiha Sasuke, have slain it to honor our glory." Finally, the moment had come for Sasuke to deliver his long-rehearsed line. He had even devised a new pose to showcase his victory to Naruto. At that moment, the fish beneath Sasuke blinked. "I'm not dead yet." "Well, aren't you impressive?" As the elder brother, Naruto didn't want to dampen his little brother's spirit, although boasting about defeating a fish seemed rather absurd, considering he had taken down a ninja just days prior. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama commented on Sasuke's behavior, noting how showy it was. Though it was quintessentially Uchiha, Hashirama, filled with nostalgia, recalled how Madara had once behaved similarly. "Back in the day, we would toss stones at each other across the water, boasting about our skills. It was beautiful." Kurama, however, lacked the sentimentality to empathize with Hashirama, consumed by his own melancholy. After all, Madara had once used the same excuses Sasuke did, ultimately leading to his downfall. Returning to the present, Naruto arranged the wood. "Quickly, use your jutsu to start a fire," Naruto commanded. "Why should I listen to you?" Sasuke instinctively retorted, then suddenly remembered he was indeed Naruto's little brother. "Because you are mine." "Fine, I understand." Sasuke interrupted Naruto's mischievous grin and began his hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. A moderately sized fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, igniting the pile of wood. Yay! Fish roasting time. The fish, reflecting on its life, thought, "I may not have accomplished much, but before I die, I have slapped the face of Indra's reincarnation a few times. Worth it." Chapter 26. Naruto will not develop a mental illness. After consuming the fish that had achieved a qualitative leap just before its demise, Naruto and Sasuke gathered around the campfire, freely discussing their dreams. "Let me tell you, your older brother aspires to become Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, washing his oily hands in the stream and thumping his chest. "Impossible. The next Hokage will definitely be my brother," Sasuke countered, considering his beloved brother and the yellow-haired boy who had tricked him into becoming his subordinate. In Sasuke's eyes, the choice was clear. Hashirama mused. "It seems these two are not in conflict." Kurama added, "Shut up, you evil guy. Don't project your wicked thoughts onto innocent children. Besides, weren't you the one who encouraged Naruto to become Hokage?" That may not be the case." Naruto pouted but chose not to continue the argument with Sasuke. After all, he was determined to become Hokage in the future and raise taxes on the dim-witted villagers who had doubted him by 100. At that moment, a man dressed in Umbu attire approached swiftly. His hair flowed smoothly, his movements agile as he leaped beside Yugao. "Ida Shirchi, are you here to find your brother?" Yugao inquired of this junior of hers. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by Sasuke." Itachi's gentle voice emanated from beneath his mask as he courteously addressed the gathering. "It's all right. It was actually Naruto who led Sasuke here, so we should be the ones apologizing." Shien understood the profound significance Sasuke held for Naruto, as he was one of the very few friends Naruto had. "Please go fetch your brother. Since you have come all this way, it is undoubtedly to bring Sasuke back. After all, they have played for quite some time and must be weary." Allowing Itachi to take Sasuke home seemed agreeable, especially considering the Uchiha clan's strict nature. Had it been another Uchiha who had arrived, the situation might have escalated. The hawkish faction of the Uchiha might have exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, what have we here?" The clan leader's son has adopted a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Indeed, Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. Once the clan leader gives the command, we shall unleash the Nine Tails. Itachi descended from the tree, removing his mask. Sasuke, let us return home. He spoke to Sasuke, who was engaged in a discussion with Naruto about culinary methods for fish. I must tell you my brother's fish, brother. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke turned and was filled with joy. He dashed towards Itachi, then glanced back at Naruto, pondering how to explain to his sister-in-law their presence here. No, how to explain the addition of an elder brother. Oh dear, it would be so embarrassing to voice it. Would she look down on him? Hello, big brother. I am Sasuke's friend, Naruto Uzumaki. As Sasuke's mind began to whirl, Naruto stepped forward to introduce himself. Although he felt a tinge of fear, uncertain if Sasuke's brother would take a liking to him, he recalled the favorable descriptions he had heard from Sasuke about Itachi. Moreover, Itachi's hair bore a resemblance to his teacher's, and he appeared quite amiable. Ah, thank you for keeping Sasuke company, Itachi said, approaching Sasuke and gently ruffling Naruto's blonde hair. Feeling a bit bashful, Naruto realized that Itachi was so kind, and he had worried needlessly about being dismissed. After a brief exchange, Itachi took Sasuke home, assuring that if the opportunity arose, he could bring Sasuke to play with Naruto every week. Whether such opportunities would arise depended on the third Hokage's decisions. If the third Hokage disapproved, Itachi would have no choice but to wait for a chance to share a class with Naruto in the Ninja Academy. In the heavily curtained Hokage office, Hokage-sama, this is the situation. I deeply apologize for my brother's actions, Itachi donned in his Umbu mask. Half-knelt while explaining the day's events to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, please rise. It is of no consequence. Children will be children, and such frolics are beneficial for their development. Hiruzen replied, already apprised of the entire incident from Shien, thereby refraining from reprimanding Itachi. However, he was taken aback by the news of Sasuke forming a brotherly bond with Naruto, which presented a slight conundrum for Hiruzen. He was well aware of Sasuke, sharing the same name as his father. It had been revealed that Fugaka chose that name to express his longing for his own father. Of course, both elders understood the underlying sentiments at play, although such matters were not openly discussed at the time. It presented an opportunity to mend relations, especially considering the internal tensions within Konoha following the Nine Tails incident. With the threat of the Cloud Village looming, it was crucial to maintain stability within the village. Thus, Sasuke's name was established, but the growing influence of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha had rendered the relations quite delicate. Itachi had been integrated into the Umbu, while Danzo had taken an interest in Uchiha Shursui. Ultimately, everyone aimed to infiltrate the Uchiha to preempt potential issues while simultaneously extending an olive branch. At least from the third Hokage's perspective, that was the case. However, the perception among the fervent Uchiha was likely quite different. What, then, was to be done about Naruto and Sasuke's relationship? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before addressing Itachi. Itachi, let us proceed as you suggested. Sasuke may visit Naruto weekly. However, it is imperative that this arrangement remains undisclosed to your clan, especially regarding Naruto's identity. After all, it would be detrimental for a child of his age to lack friends. We wouldn't want him to leap into a river one day. Additionally, a document on the Hokage's desk indicated Naruto appears to lack companionship among peers, leading to potential psychological issues. He often engages in soliloquy, suggesting he may have fabricated a friend. It is advised to find Naruto some contemporaries. If Naruto were to genuinely develop a mental illness, the situation could transform from a controllable nuclear weapon into an uncontrollable bomb. Previously, when Naruto exhibited explosive power, Hiruzen had inspected the seal on Naruto's abdomen, which remained intact, indicating that Minato had secured a contingency plan allowing Naruto to harness the Nine Tails power in emergencies. This necessitated vigilance regarding Naruto's interpretation of danger. However, Naruto had remained unresponsive during prior threats, implying that his understanding of danger was still robust, stemming from his inherent trust in Minato. Thus, to prevent Naruto from succumbing to psychological distress, Hiruzen resolved to permit Itachi to take Sasuke to play with Naruto. Hey, monkey, Naruto is not insane. Neither am I a figment of imagination. Chapter 27. An awkward misunderstanding. It was Saturday, and Hinata awoke from her slumber. Her stomach grumbled, signaling that it was time for a hearty breakfast. Good morning, father. Hinata emerged from her room in her pajamas and made her way to the living room. Spring had arrived, and the warm sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a cozy glow. "Hinata, come eat," Hisashi said, lifting his gaze from the newspaper to warmly address her. On the dining table, 3 bowls of noodles, 2 baskets of buns, and 4 cups of soy milk awaited, an entire breakfast for Hinata alone. I shall begin, having grown accustomed to this substantial meal over time. Hinata no longer felt shy about her appetite. Instead, she embraced it, realizing that eating well would enhance her physical strength, affirming that her experiences that night were not merely a figment of her imagination. Having previously gone hungry, she relished the opportunity to eat her fill. These buns are delightful. Hisashi, covertly observing his daughter from behind the newspaper, felt his mouth twitch. Why has my daughter suddenly developed such a voracious appetite? Awakening the Byakugan shouldn't lead to this. Could it be the doing of the Cloud Village? Yet, Hinata had clarified that the Cloud Ninja merely abducted her without further harm. The esteemed doctor at Konoha Hospital diagnosed that young Hinata was simply in a growth phase, hence her increased appetite. However, Hisashi could not fathom why it had escalated to such an extent. A 4-year-old consuming 2 or 3 times the amount of an adult, with little change in her physique, was perplexing. Yet, there were benefits. Hinata's abilities had indeed improved, allowing her to hold her ground against Niji during practice. Niji mused, "Who understands our dear family?" The young lady fainted during practice, and since then, her appetite has surged. Now, she possesses greater strength than I, and during our sparring, I can't shake the feeling she has been holding back. It was utterly baffling. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Hinata finished her breakfast with a satisfying burp. Well, she was about 70% full, but that was sufficient. She couldn't afford to astonish her father too much. "It's fine, at this point. I wouldn't be surprised by how much you eat," her father, Hayashi, replied. "Father, may I go out to play with my friends today?" The month-long house arrest had concluded, and given Hinata's recent amicable behavior, Hayashi found it difficult to refuse her request. However, he hoped her friends wouldn't include that Jinchuriki. The image of the crimson figure flashed in his mind, quickly replaced by the memory of him rescuing his daughter. Well, never mind. I'll explain things to the 3rd Hokage later. Given his previous attitude, he shouldn't have major objections to Hinata, after all. Our Hyuga clan isn't like those with the Byakugan. All right then, let Tia take you there, Hayashi agreed, rubbing his temples in resignation. Thank you, father. Hinata bowed deeply, then skipped out the door. Be careful on the way, Hayashi called after her. Ever since Hinata had been abducted, he began to reflect on their relationship. As a father, he indeed loved his daughter, but in the rigid environment of the Hyuga clan, such affection proved impractical. Coupled with his daughter's shy demeanor, he found himself resorting to strictness without other options. Moreover, his nephew Niji, gifted with exceptional talent, was confined like a caged bird. If Hinata's performance faltered, he would have no face to discuss matters with his brother. Surprisingly, though, that abduction had awakened Hinata's potential, allowing him to openly express his affection for her. Outside, Tia led Hinata toward Naruto's home. "Miss, I'll drop you off here. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon." Tia escorted Hinata to the front of the apartment building, where Naruto had previously informed Hinata of his residence. "All right, goodbye, Tia." Hinata shyly waved farewell and entered the building. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, but instead of a greeting, a cry for help emerged from within, a voice that did not belong to Naruto. Hinata was at a loss, feeling a slight turmoil before activating her Byakugan. As the veins on her temples throbbed, the scene inside came into focus. Naruto was perched atop an unfamiliar boy, pinning down his legs, seemingly engaged in some inappropriate activity. How could this be? I arrived first. Ugh, boys can't end up like this. As Naruto's friend, she felt compelled to intervene and prevent such filth from occurring. Although Hinata's thoughts were not particularly dynamic, the essence of her disapproval was clear. With a determined push, Hinata flung the door open. The door slammed hard against the wall, and in the living room, Naruto and Sasuke turned to face her in an awkward position. "Oh, perhaps I misjudged the situation? Ah, Hinata, what brings you here?" Naruto exclaimed, hastily releasing Sasuke's legs, rising from him with an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Make sure not to misinterpret this. Naruto and Sasuke were merely play fighting, with Naruto having just overpowered Sasuke, who would never concede to him. Consequently, Sasuke was left groaning from the tussle, while the Umbu observing merely perceived 2 small children at play and chose not to intervene. Thus, when Hinata arrived, she encountered this peculiar scenario. Inside the ceiling space, Hashirama empathized, recalling a similar experience when he and his classmates were caught by Mito. Hey, you were already married back then. Yet you still hung around with that mischievous Uchiha. You have no idea where Mito vented her anger. Well, my house arrest has ended, so I came to play with you. Hinata's face flushed, both shy from seeing Naruto and embarrassed by her previous thoughts and actions. Oh, perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is my little brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, still feeling the ache in his legs, struggled to rise from the floor and managed a polite nod towards Hinata. An Uchiha, you say? Hinata observed Sasuke's pained expression, recalling the clan's portrayal of the Uchihas. The Uchiha clan, a group of red-eyed lunatics, the redder their eyes, the worse their affliction. They often boast of their honor and pride, performing pretentious acts that pale in comparison to our powerful and side-effect-free Byakugan. Miss, if you encounter the Uchiha clan and wish to avoid conflict, simply acquiesce to their wishes. This last remark had initially been intended with Hinata's personality in mind. But given the door she had just forcefully pushed open, it seemed rather ironic. My daughter possesses the potential of a Hokage. Hayashi chuckled heartily. Chapter 28. Friends hello, Sasuke-kun. Hinata nodded towards Sasuke, and, after receiving Naruto's consent, sat on the couch in the living room. Naruto was elated. Both of his best friends had come to visit him, which delighted him immensely. So what shall we do next? It is well known that when three boys gather, they are bound to generate a plethora of ideas. However, Hinata being a girl posed a dilemma. Not to worry, little Naruto has reinforcements. It's time to unleash you. Go, Kurama. How about we go fishing? Kurama suggested. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a swift rebuttal from Ninetales. You're insane. Sending 3-4-year-olds to a gambling den? Kids, don't heed your foolish teacher. We could go fishing or dine out instead. How had the once feared Ninetales found himself relegated to a caretaker role? Oh, I see, Naruto exclaimed, then proposed an idea to his friends. How about we go for some barbecue? There's a barbecue restaurant on South Street run by the Akimichi clan, in partnership with the Nara clan. Their barbecue is plentiful, flavorful, and nutritious. Naruto had been drawn in by the aroma of the barbecue during his previous wanderings, but dining alone had felt somewhat lackluster. Now, with his two best friends, it would be a delightful experience. Are we eating out? Hinata, not accustomed to frequenting the village, pondered, as she had received a proper upbringing. Is it that place on South Street? Sasuke queried, recalling a visit there on his birthday, which had been quite enjoyable. How about I treat? Though the barbecue might be a bit pricey, Naruto felt it was only right to treat his two closest friends. After all, Sasuke was his little brother, and Hinata was a girl. He should naturally pay. Please, the Uchiha clan isn't short on money, so you need not treat us. Sasuke understood Naruto's situation, having visited him several times and learned of his orphan status, living off meager allowances. Then let us split the bill, Hinata timidly suggested, her pale eyes, tinged with a hint of blue, gazing at Naruto. After all, both of them hailed from prominent families. How could they possibly lack funds? Naruto paused in surprise, then joyfully nodded. All right, let us set forth. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Hashirama was holding a handkerchief he had mysteriously produced, dabbing at the tears of emotion that streamed down his face. Oh, my little Naruto can finally dine out with friends. The Ninetales, Kurama, looked on in exasperation at the frenzied Hashirama, letting out a quiet sigh. Well, considering he could play around with Madara, I suppose we can't expect his thought processes to be entirely rational. However, the two brothers were quite clear-headed, though tragically one was deceased, and the other had been overshadowed by his brother for most of his life. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and many villagers who recognized Naruto cast fearful glances at the trio. Naruto felt a pang of regret for having ventured out. Although his two friends were aware of his identity as the Ninetales, they had never truly experienced the weight of being shunned. He worried that his friends would be frightened away. Hey, what are you staring at? The Uchiha clan is out. Move along, Sasuke interjected, confronting the villagers who regarded Naruto with disdain. Given that the Uchiha clan served as the village's law enforcement, they wielded considerable influence over the townsfolk. Those who caught sight of Sasuke's Uchiha fan insignia promptly lowered their heads. Hush, that fox has found new backing. Those kids must be from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. It's a pity they've been deceived by the fox at such a young age. Why aren't the adults in their families doing anything? Are both clans complicit with the Ninetales? Keep your voice down, or that Uchiha brat will hear you, and your family might face repercussions. Sighing, the villagers' chatter filled Naruto's ears, amplifying his regret and concern. Suddenly, a soft little hand grasped his right hand. Naruto, let us not play with them. Hinata whispered in his ear. You're not some Ninetales, you're my good friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata mustered her courage as her cheeks flushed bright red. Hey, forget those people. I'll have Nichan catch them later. Let us hurry and enjoy some barbecue. Sasuke tugged at Naruto's left arm, urging him to quicken his pace. A glimmer of light returned to Naruto's previously dim eyes. All right, let us go. The trio, hand in hand, made their way to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a slightly plump lady. Akimichi Aoi, behind the counter, looked at the approaching trio with surprise, but quickly asked, Children, are you here for barbecue? Her tone was warm, a stark contrast to the villagers outside. Yes, I'm Naruto, this is Sasuke, and this is Hinata, Naruto replied cheerfully. Releasing Hinata's hand as Sasuke relaxed his grip on Naruto's arm. Hinata's face was still flushed, her ears nearly steaming. Oh, I see. Come, let Annie show you to your seats. Aoi, noticing a signal from an Umbu member behind the trio, patiently led them to their table. Before long, the barbecue arrived, featuring premium beef infused with special herbs, enticing the three children to salivate. Wow, I want some too. Hashirama nudged the small Kurama beside him, who was now disinterested in commenting on the situation. Naruto, remember to pack some for the teacher. Hashirama's voice reverberated in Naruto's mind from the ceiling space. Kurama watched Hashirama eyeing the barbecue with longing, covering his eyes with his tail in embarrassment. What a shame to have lost to this. As the barbecue feast commenced, Sasuke and Naruto playfully argued over the best pieces. Hey Sasuke, that's my meat. Shut up. Just because you're the elder brother doesn't mean you can steal my food. Let us see who can grab it faster. The trio had ordered plenty of barbecue, but Aoi's complimentary premium beef was limited to one plate. With Sasuke's nod of approval, Naruto divided half of it for Hinata. Hashirama and Kurama cheered for Naruto in the ceiling space. The contention over the remaining premium beef began. With a swift motion, Naruto stabbed at the tempting piece of meat with his fork. No way. Sasuke, not to be outdone, blocked Naruto's fork with his chopsticks. How about this? Just as Sasuke was preoccupied, Naruto swiftly picked up another fork with his other hand, launching a surprise attack on the barbecue. Shinmata. Sasuke was momentarily flooded with memories of his brother's embraces from infancy to toddlerhood. Wait, it's not over yet. With no hands left to use, he thought. I still have my mouth. He lunged forward, mouth wide open, ready to claim his prize. Yes, the barbecue is mine. The juices burst in his mouth as he closed his eyes, savoring the taste of victory. But suddenly, he felt a tug from the meat towards Naruto's fork on the other end. Foolish. A mere fork cannot compare to my teeth. The barbecue was gradually being consumed by Sasuke, while Naruto was unable to bite down. Unbeknownst to him, in his fervor for the barbecue, he had awakened an instinct deeply ingrained in his genes. Watching the coveted barbecue being devoured by his younger brother, helplessly witnessing the juices falling into another's mouth, was a bitter pill to swallow. There's only one way left. Sasuke, I shall relinquish my humanity. Sasuke felt the pressure dissipate, only to be met with a primal force akin to a wild beast. Upon realizing Naruto had also abandoned his fork and was going straight for the meat, the utensils were rendered meaningless. Now, it was merely a struggle of teeth and ferocity. Hinata, initially absorbed in her meal, was taken aback by the scene before her. Having consumed a good portion of her barbecue, the two boys were now on the verge of colliding, both reaching for the last piece of meat. Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly signaling Sasuke to yield first. Sasuke, equally unwilling to back down, returned the gesture. Then, how disgusting. Sasuke released his grip and quickly wiped his lips with a napkin. Wow, my first kiss. Naruto was taken aback that Sasuke had dared to persist, resulting in the loss of his first kiss. Hinata, covering her mouth, was left in shock at the fleeting moment, her eyes wide with disbelief, murmuring, Naruto kissed Sasuke. In the ceiling space, Hashirama and Kurama exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, Kurama's gaze at Hashirama was laden with questions. After a moment of silence, Kurama finally spoke. Hashirama, did you lead little Naruto astray? The scene evoked memories of the days when Hashirama and Madara had carefree moments together. Though there were no overt actions, the Ninetales was certain that Hashirama's feelings for Madara transcended mere friendship. Hey, I am not gay. Hashirama protested vehemently. You must understand. I have a wife and children. He continued, exasperated. Madara is my dearest friend. Hashirama, already troubled by his own inner demons, inadvertently revealed more than he intended. I haven't even inquired about that wicked Uchiha, came the indifferent voice of the Nine Tails, resonating in Hashirama's ears. I see, ahahaha. So that was it, I overthought it. Oh, look at this grilled meat. How delectable it is. Hashirama patted his head, awkwardly diverting the topic. Yet, being but a child, it wasn't long before the two resumed their playful tussle over food. One might wonder why they were still fighting for food, considering the special beef had already been consumed. The reason was that a petite Hinata had quietly devoured a significant amount of grilled meat, leaving the remaining portions somewhat insufficient. Ultimately, it was Aunt Akimichi who brought another platter of grilled meat, allowing them to satiate their hunger. As they departed, the surrounding patrons gazed in astonishment at Hinata, who had consumed an impressive quantity of grilled meat without any noticeable change to her physique. Sasuke and Naruto were equally taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Hinata could eat so much. It's fine, we have money. Hinata, eat as much as you like. Naruto reassured her as steam began to rise from Hinata's head, while Sasuke nodded in agreement, indicating his support. In truth, Hinata had only eaten to about 60% fullness. In the end, the trio packed up some leftover grilled meat, cradling the boxes in their arms as they headed towards Naruto's home. Nisan, it was quite arduous for me to bring this for Naruto. I must bring him some grilled meat. Sasuke remarked. My father has been preoccupied with matters at home lately, and Niji has been acting a bit off. I should take some grilled meat back for them, Hinata added. My teacher hasn't eaten in months. How could I not bring him grilled meat as his disciple? Naruto exclaimed. Before long, the trio returned to Naruto's apartment, where a familiar figure awaited them downstairs. He cast a disapproving glance at the three. Who was he? Indeed, it was our uncle Hayashi Hyuga. Young lady, you have finally returned. Hayashi's tone carried a hint of exasperation as it was already mid-afternoon. Naruto and the others had made a spontaneous decision to eat grilled meat, and given their extensive order, it had taken a considerable amount of time. When he arrived, the trio was still on their way back. A purple-haired Umbu had informed him that the young lady was out dining on grilled meat and that he should wait. Alas, as a special jonin of the Hyuga clan, could he refuse her? Of course not, as she was a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu, tasked with overseeing the Jinchuriki. With the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction having eased slightly, he was reluctant to engage in any actions that could jeopardize unity. Uncle Hayashi. I apologize for the wait. Hinata approached her uncle, holding the box of grilled meat. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, see you next time. She waved with one hand while cradling the box with the other. Yes, do come again. Young Naruto cheerfully waved, while Sasuke also offered a few waves in farewell. Until next time. Indeed, that is very Uchiha. Chapter 30. The roots of Konoha Danzo sat in a chair akin to that of the Hokage. Before him knelt a root member wearing a cat mask. Lord Danzo, our operatives have discovered that Itachi Uchiha has repeatedly taken his brother to areas near the Jinchuriki's residence. Moreover, scouts in the shadows have observed Itachi's brother dining on grilled meat with the Jinchuriki. He hesitated, unsure if he should continue. Danzo's eyes flickered with a hint of anger as he noted the pause. Continue. I wish to see what schemes these inherently malevolent Uchiha are concocting. Danzo struck the Hokage-style desk, urging the member to speak freely. He was eager to uncover what wicked plans the Uchiha could devise. Itachi's brother, the second son of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, had shared an intimate moment with the Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. The dimly lit room fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Danzo slammed the table in fury. Audacious. I am aware of the Uchiha's innate malevolence and unstable minds, but I never anticipated they would contrive such a repulsive scheme. To think they would employ seduction to ensnare the heart of a mere 4-year-old Jinchuriki? What kind of world is this? Is there no sense of morality left? In truth, Danzo was quite familiar with such tactics. After all, he had unknowingly utilized similar strategies to persuade Sarutobi to relinquish many of his inquiries regarding his actions. Yet, it was precisely because of this understanding that he recognized the grave implications should the Jinchuriki be deceived by the Uchiha, especially given the unique control Naruto possessed over the Nine-Tails chakra compared to previous Jinchuriki. Danzo shuddered at the thought of what those red-eyed lunatics might do. However, he was acutely aware that his elite forces were somewhat lacking. The betrayal by Orochimaru stung deeply. Damn Sarutobi. How could he be so ruthless? Yet, there was no need for despair, as he now had a new target in mind. Shursui Uchiha, known on the battlefield as the master of the body flicker technique, had recently piqued Danzo's interest, particularly since Sarutobi had taken action against Itachi. Danzo intended to glean information about the Uchiha clan through Shursui, though he seemed to harbor a strong admiration for Sarutobi. Damn Sarutobi, why does he have such an advantage simply because he is Hokage? I was merely a second behind him. With a resounding bang, Danzo struck the table again, creating another hole. You, go and communicate with Shursui Uchiha. Ascertain the current state of the Uchiha clan. Danzo rubbed his bandaged right eye, beneath which lay a Sharingan with 3 tomo, albeit it turned slowly, lacking the spark of vitality. Oh, and visit that wooden craft store. Purchase another table, he added, glancing at the damaged desk. The member did not need to think. He knew the new table must be identical to the current one. Understood. The member slowly exited Danzo's Hokage-style office, setting off to arrange contact with Shursui. Meanwhile, Shursui stood in the Hokage's office, reporting on the internal issues within the Uchiha clan to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, the number of extremists within our clan is gradually increasing. Might we consider revising the village's policies, such as relocating the Uchiha from the police force? Shursui's tone was laced with humility and a plea, as he genuinely wished for harmony between his clan and the village. The third Hokage squinted thoughtfully. With Naruto forming a closer bond with the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly embolden the ambitions of those extremists. The position of the police force, combined with the Uchiha's temperament, would surely invite resentment. Look, I knew this distribution would be effective. Sooner or later, it will lead to the annihilation of the malevolent Uchiha clan, Tobirama exclaimed. However, this was a decision left by the second Hokage, and given that the current order in Konoha indeed required oversight by the Uchiha, it posed quite a dilemma. I understand, and I will seek to amend certain policies, the third Hokage replied slowly, his hands clasped beneath his chin. However, it may prove challenging, as there are other high-ranking officials in the village and the daimyo of the Fire Country to consider. I can only exert my utmost effort. After all, I am now quite old. The last words of the third Hokage carried a tinge of sorrow, but he quickly regained his composure. Thus, return and investigate the demands and reasons behind the extremists in your clan and report back to me. Shizuki nodded, then bid farewell to the third Hokage, gently pushing open the door of the Hokage's office, which had been slammed by Danzo countless times, and returned home. The door seemed to lament. Do you know how many times I've been slammed by Danzo? Finally, a sensible person has closed me gently. Danzo chuckled darkly. Very well, in due time. I shall have him eliminated. At that point, I will take his eyes and continue to torment you. As the door softly closed, the third Hokage leaned back, gradually sinking into the coveted seat of the Hokage that Danzo yearned for. Ah, Minato, how I wish you were still here. The golden-haired figure appeared once more in the third's mind, albeit as a mere illusion. It is worth noting that Minato had a good relationship with Fugaku, and given Minato's renown accrued during the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan would indeed heed his words. Moreover, Minato's wife, Kushina, and Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, were close friends, and should their children grow to be friends, it would significantly ease tensions. Alas, such thoughts were but idle musings. However, it is true that young Sasuke and Naruto had become friends, which inadvertently stirred unrest within the Uchiha clan. After a while, a man clad in umbu attire pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Ah, Itachi, what brings you here? The third Hokage recognized him instantly. Lord Hokage, I am guilty of failing to evade the watchful eyes of my clan. Itachi knelt before him, confessing that Sasuke and Naruto's outing for barbecue had drawn the attention of extreme factions within the Uchiha clan, thus violating the promise he made to the third. It is of no concern. Yuin has already informed me of the situation, and I have tacitly approved it. The third rubbed his temples, aware that the deed was done. Besides, young Naruto deserved to enjoy time with friends. Staying cooped up at home was not ideal. However, the consequences must be addressed. Itachi, do not worry. Return home and spend time with your brother. But be mindful to seek out Naruto less frequently. There will be ample opportunity when the Ninja Academy commences. Once Itachi departed, the third Hokage clapped his hands, summoning an umbu agent. Bring Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader. Yes, sir. Chapter 31. 2 years later. Hey, you lazybones. Get up. We're going to be late for the opening ceremony. Yuin's voice called from outside the window. Naruto rubbed his eyes, gradually awakening. Oh, today is the first day of school. Over the past 2 years, young Naruto had fared quite well, especially when disregarding the simple-minded villagers. In his first year, he had the opportunity to play with Sasuke or Hinata 3 to 4 times a week. However, as time passed, it was primarily Hinata he spent time with. Hinata had informed Naruto that the Uchiha clan was currently in turmoil and Sasuke's visits might decrease. This was news passed down from her father. Indeed, Sasuke's appearances had become rarer. "You know, my brother hasn't had time for me lately. He keeps saying next time and apologizing," Sasuke confided to Naruto. Moreover, Sasuke's demeanor had changed, only smiling when he faced Naruto occasionally. This was a matter of family, so young Naruto could only offer words of comfort. "Once your brother resolves his issues, he will surely have time for you. Besides, you still have me, your big brother." At home, Naruto was diligent in his training, ensuring he did not bring shame to Team 4. Indeed, Sasuke is currently the weakest among us. Over the past 2 years, the trio had occasionally trained together, focusing on physical skills and chakra refinement. Naruto typically practiced chakra control and physical techniques with his teacher in the evenings, while during the day, he sparred with Hinata and Sasuke, leading to the formation of Team 4. Naruto ranked second, Hinata third, and Sasuke came last. "Oh, you wonder who the first is?" The enigmatic Hashirama in the ceiling space chuckled silently. "Ha ha ha," Kurama remarked, bemused, tossing a clump of unwanted chakra towards Hashirama. "How shameless," he added. When Sasuke inquired why the trio was dubbed Team 4, Naruto simply replied, "Team 4 consists of 3 people. Isn't that normal?" "Right, Hinata-chan." Naruto grasped Hinata's shoulder, causing her to blush and nod shyly. Sasuke ceased his inquiries thereafter. "Don't ask, just accept it." As the years passed, Naruto's height had successfully reached 1.3 meters, thanks to his daily diet and the companionship of friends. The villagers, having realized that Naruto was backed not only by the Hokage's elite Anbu, but also by the prestigious Uchiha and Hyuga clans, were hesitant to refuse him service. Though disdainful gazes lingered, they feared Naruto would summon the police force. After all, compared to the Nine Tails, the Uchiha police force held an even worse reputation within Konoha. Despite the third Hokage's attempts at public speeches, the villagers nodded in agreement outwardly while harboring discontent within. Furthermore, the Nine Tails would not act unless provoked. 3 years prior, a child had suffered a broken nose, treated at Konoha Hospital by a physician. The Uchiha police, however, were different. Should they feel displeased, they could directly investigate your establishment. And if any discrepancies were found, your business would face immediate closure. Now, returning to the present, Naruto responded affirmatively, leaping from his bed in one swift motion. After a quick wash and preparing a sandwich, young Naruto made his way to school. Along the path, numerous villagers escorted their children to registration, all of whom appeared dazed. Though of similar age to Naruto. "Humph, they're just lucky to have parents. What's the big deal?" Naruto scoffed internally, especially upon noticing a child who cast a disdainful glance at him before leaping into their mother's embrace. "Very well, I shall remember you. Don't let me catch you later." "Hey, calm down." Hashirama sensed Naruto's rising emotions and quickly intervened. "It's nothing. I couldn't care less about him," Naruto retorted, continuing towards the school. Morning light bathed the earth, casting a golden hue across the world, especially highlighting Naruto's golden hair, fluttering elegantly in the breeze. His hair had grown long, typically tied back with a hair tie from Hinata, resembling Hashirama in some ways. "Hey, you lazybones." A familiar, haughty voice rang in Naruto's ears as Sasuke approached, clad in a blue shirt, accompanied by his brother, Itachi. "Ah, Sasuke, what a coincidence." Naruto greeted. "Good morning, Itachi-san." With Itachi present, Naruto refrained from dragging Sasuke off in excitement and opted instead to act like a polite child. Itachi's tear stains had deepened over the past 2 years, indicating the burden he had borne for the Uchiha clan. "Good morning, Naruto. Would you like to join us?" Itachi suggested, recognizing that Yuin was likely occupied with a mission and that he could escort Naruto along with Sasuke, providing companionship. "Sure, let us go together." The trio set off, soon arriving at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the gathering new students with satisfaction, catching sight of Naruto and the others. "Irika, have you understood my arrangements?" Sarutobi inquired of the man with a scarred face standing before him. "Understood, Lord Hokage." Irika felt a twinge of bitterness within him. The third Hokage had tasked him with closely watching over Naruto Uzumaki, the rumored host of the Nine Tails fox within the village. Irika's own parents had perished during the Nine Tails incident 6 years prior, which fostered a sense of aversion toward Naruto, whom he had yet to meet. Nevertheless, as a teacher, and with the third Hokage's directive, he resolved to pay more attention to this boy, the vessel of the fox spirit. Prejudices run deep, particularly among the lower strata of society, who are often narrow-minded and ignorant of concepts such as Jinchuriki. Those from families with some legacy or possessing sufficient strength would recognize Naruto's true identity. Thus, Naruto received preferential treatment at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. They understood that he was not the Nine Tails, but rather its seal. Furthermore, Naruto's gradually lengthening blonde hair and the Uzumaki surname hinted at his true heritage, leading most shinobi to speculate on his background. At this moment, one could not help but marvel at the strength of the genes from the Uzumaki clan, which had bestowed Naruto with such striking golden locks. Chapter 32, The Will of Fire. In the auditorium of the Ninja Academy, although it was termed an auditorium, the technology in the Hokage world was rather peculiar. There were refrigerators, yet no telephones or microphones. Thus, the scene was that of children sitting on the floor, gazing up at the third Hokage, who donned his signature hat as he delivered a speech to welcome them into the academy. Children, as I have said, where the leaves of Konoha dance, there too does fire thrive eternally. This is the will of fire, passed down from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In my view, each of you is akin to a fluttering leaf. I have become a withered old leaf, while you are the fresh, young shoots. Our generation shall transform our bodies into flames to illuminate your new Konoha, and as you grow, you too shall burn for the next generation. Thus, the fire of Konoha will blaze ever brighter. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Hashirama stifled a yawn, finally unable to endure any longer. He severed his connection with the outside world. This was hardly his fault. The monkey had been speaking for a full hour, expounding on his understanding of the will of fire and his hopes for the children. My will of fire as I see it could fill an entire day. Kurama, the Nine Tails, looked at Hashirama with curiosity, wondering why he could no longer bear to listen. Hey, Hashirama, why have you stopped? Hashirama sat upright, adopting a serious demeanor. I certainly understand the will of fire that I proposed, so there is no need to continue listening. Yet internally, he thought, what a load of nonsense. How could the phrase where the leaves of Konoha dance, there too does fire thrive eternally yield such a plethora of interpretations? It is well known that the origins of Konoha and the Hokage can be traced back to a particularly dark day. Hashirama and Madara stood atop what would become Hokage Rock, gazing down at the nascent village, discussing its name. Well, it's about time we named the village, Hashirama remarked, dressed in a light green outfit, with Madara beside him in a dark robe. Do you have any suggestions? Hashirama asked, tilting his head toward Madara with a smile that radiated warmth, leaving a lasting impression on Madara. Madara blinked, turning his gaze to the leaves in his hand, peering through their holes to view the village below. Since you possess wood release, how about Konoha Village? Hashirama's response caused Madara to lose his composure. How unimaginative. It's far too obvious. Hashirama lowered his head, faint traces of darkness appearing around him, reflecting his despondency. Hey, you, the Hokage, are no different. By the way, have you not shed your melancholic disposition yet? Madara had intended to maintain a facade of aloofness, but Hashirama shattered that pretense effortlessly. Sighing, Madara conceded. Ultimately, the title of Hokage was bestowed upon Hashirama due to his proficiency in fire release, while the village was named Konoha because of Hashirama's wood release abilities. Thus, the true essence of where the leaves of Konoha dance, there too does fire thrive eternally actually meant, wherever Hashirama is, there shall I be. Indeed, Hashirama had once expressed this sentiment to Tobirama, who then chastised him for its awkwardness and made a gentle adjustment. Hence, Konoha became the focal point, with fire symbolizing the village's spirit. Moreover, Tobirama stripped away the implications of their camaraderie. Big brother, you already have children, and yet you spend your days with a single, aging bachelor, even exchanging sweet nothings? It's one thing to speak sweetly, but your partner is none other than the inherently malevolent Uchiha? The Uchiha's inherent wickedness is no trivial matter. Do you intend to convey this message to the next generation? What a ridiculous notion. Tobirama was quite vexed. In Hashirama's continued state of gloom, he inscribed the true meaning of this phrase into the annals of history. Subsequently, after much deliberation by Sarutobi and others, it evolved into its current form. Hashirama mused. I simply cannot comprehend. Now then, I believe my speech has taken root in your hearts regarding the will of fire. I hope that as you proceed with your studies at the Ninja Academy, you will strengthen your understanding of the will of fire, achieving simultaneous growth of body and mind. The third Hokage cleared his throat and kindly gazed at the children below. Why is Naruto asleep? Coughing, Sarutobi's voice roused several drowsy children in the audience. Alas, this is my fault. I spoke too earnestly and neglected the feelings of the children. The third Hokage reflected upon his actions and resolved to shorten his speech by 5 minutes next time. After all, it was essential to instill the will of fire in the young, lest they become rogue ninjas in the future. Hey, the speech is over. Kurama's voice jolted Naruto from his slumber. Already? Naruto stirred, relieved to find that only Sasuke and Hinata were nearby. Sasuke shot a disapproving glare at Naruto. He too had wished to sleep, but his brother had insisted on making a good impression on the Hokage, prompting him to endure. Naturally, Naruto's peaceful slumber only added to his irritation. Why do you blame me for your inability to sleep? Talk about rebellious. The other children kept their distance from Naruto, the reasons for which were all too clear. Not far away, a boy with spiky black hair rubbed his eyes, having momentarily relaxed into a state of daydreaming. Hey, Shikamaru. Isn't that the boy mentioned? A chubby boy beside him whispered, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, that appears to be him. The pairing of Naruto and Sasuke was indeed striking, one with blonde hair and blue eyes, the other with dark hair and handsome features. Yet, due to their respective identities, the surrounding children dared not approach them. In contrast, many girls in the distance were fixated on Sasuke, while few cast glances at Naruto. The reason was, after all, the whisker-like markings on Naruto's face. Naruto had grown accustomed to this, including the attention from a girl with pink hair. Indeed, it was Sakura, who, after gazing at Sasuke, inadvertently caught sight of Naruto and recoiled in fear, only to return her focus to Sasuke. Fortunately, Naruto was asleep, or else it would have been quite exasperating. However, this was a clever strategy to endure the third Hokage's speech, one that Sakura's close friend Ino also employed. Sasuke mused. It's no sin to be captivated by the handsome visage of an Uchiha, but provoking one is indeed a transgression. While being admired by girls was a testament to attractiveness, constant scrutiny verged on harassment. Irika, please lead the students to their respective classes. Standing beside the podium, Irika straightened his posture and replied loudly, yes. Fellow students, I am Irika, serving as your instructional director for this cohort. Now, I shall guide you to your respective classes. First, let us divide into groups according to the names I will call out. Chapter 33, the first day of school. Well, from now on, I will be your class instructor. Irika surveyed the members of the class, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, just look at who was present. Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Shoji Akimichi, all signs of prestigious families, not to mention Naruto Uzumaki, who had received special attention from the Hokage himself. It was no small feat to teach these children, and it was only after much persuasion from Sarutobi, who promised to support Irika and consider him for future promotions, that he had agreed to take on the role. The seating was determined democratically, as many students had already formed their social circles. Naruto sat in the middle of the fourth row, with Hinata on his left and Sasuke on his right. Shikamaru and Choji occupied the center of the fifth row, directly behind Naruto. Sakura and Ino sat to the right of the fourth row, leaning against Sasuke. Notably, Hinata sported a high ponytail, a detail we shall revisit later. After swiftly assigning seats, Irika cleared his throat and began to address the class. Dear students, we will embark on this journey together over the next 6 years. So let us start with self-introductions. Please share your interests and aspirations. Self-introductions? That sounds intriguing, thought Sasuke. First up is Akira Nara. A child dressed in ordinary clothes stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Akira Nara. I love animals. I like fish, dogs, pigs, and cows. He continued. In the future, I aspire to be a chef and interact with these animals daily. Akira paused, shyly revealing his future dream before dashing back to his seat. Wait, is that how kids express their interests these days? Irika suppressed his urge to critique and called upon the next student. After some time, it was finally Hinata's turn. Hinata Hyuga. Given the eccentric dreams and interests of many children, Irika's enthusiasm had waned slightly. Hinata stood up. Naruto-kun, I'll go now. She bid farewell to Naruto and walked to the front. Go for it. Naruto encouraged with a thumbs up. Hinata felt a slight blush creeping up her cheeks. But due to her growth over the past 2 years and her interactions with friends, her demeanor had improved significantly. I feel shy just thinking about what I am about to say, she admitted. As she approached the podium, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her face in warmth. Her youthful ponytail radiating vitality. Irika's earlier despondency reignited. Truly, she embodied the grace of the Hyuga clan. Hello everyone, I am Hinata Hyuga. What I cherish most are my friends. My dream for the future is to become someone my father can be proud of and to witness Naruto become Hokage. Oh, such strong bonds with friends. How delightful. And to aspire to be someone your father admires? As expected of the Hyuga heiress, setting high standards for herself. Wait, witnessing Naruto become Hokage? Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? The very boy sitting beside Hinata, the one under the Hokage's special care? Irika pondered how the third Hokage had never mentioned the closeness of their relationship. Furthermore, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been sitting next to him during the speech, added another layer of complexity to the situation. Irika began to question the third Hokage's intentions. Was he setting Irika up to take the blame when Naruto inevitably caused trouble? Or was this a form of punishment? However, Hinata had no time to concern herself with Irika's thoughts. Her face was now flushed, and despite her mental preparations, she felt quite shy. That's a wonderful dream. I wish you success in achieving it, Irika said stiffly, clapping his hands before moving on to the next student. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke strode confidently to the front. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I love my brother and my friends. My dream is to become like my brother and to be Naruto's older brother. Irika felt numb. He had anticipated Naruto's name would surface in Sasuke's introduction. Very well. I wish you success, he replied, for he had taught many children from the Uchiha clan and understood their propensity for pride. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. All right, it's finally my turn. Naruto exclaimed as he rose from his seat, striding up to the podium. The curious glances of his classmates were palpable, especially since both the Uchiha and Hyuga had mentioned him. When they realized he was the infamous Nine-Tails, many of the commoners' expressions soured. Hey, that's the Nine-Tails my parents warned me about, Sakura whispered. Naruto sensed the hostility, but was more accustomed to the fear. Whatever, I'm used to it. They wouldn't dare provoke me. I'd rather spend my time sealing in the space with my teacher and Kurama for an exhilarating race. Listen well. I am Naruto Uzumaki, currently Sasuke's brother and Hinata's good friend. I love my friends, foxes, and big trees. My dream is to become Hokage. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the weight of the connections he had with both prominent clans. Well, I'm still young. Let my father worry about this. That's a commendable dream. I believe you can achieve it, Irika remarked, genuinely believing in Naruto's potential, particularly given the company he kept. With the third Hokage backing him and the support of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, Naruto seemed destined for greatness. However, achieving the title of Hokage would require the acceptance of the entire village, leaving Irika to wonder how Naruto would navigate his future. Chapter 34. Classroom Amusement. Thus, the class commenced. The theory lessons for the new students proved rather tedious, particularly for Naruto and Hashirama. What defines a ninja? Does a ninja even need a definition? Was Hashirama's reaction to Irika's explanation of what a ninja is. In Hashirama's view, as long as one possessed chakra and could utilize it, they were already a ninja. A succinct and piercing insight. Without chakra, how could one claim to be a ninja? This definition, established by the second Hokage during his tenure as the head of the Ninja Academy, had been compiled with input from various clan leaders, making it exceptionally comprehensive. Irika held great admiration for his idol, the first principal of the Ninja Academy. Without his contributions, the thriving institution of ninjutsu might never have existed. Nor would commoners like Irika have the opportunity to become ninjas. This is a rare method for class transcendence, provided one possesses either innate talent or considerable diligence. Oh, why didn't Tobirama consult me back then? Hashirama suspects he may have forgotten a fragment of memory. How could his dear little brother not inquire about the definition of a ninja from him? After all, I am renowned as the goddess of ninja. Tobirama, I devoted so much time, even setting aside some research on ninjutsu, to focus on our future plans, while you were preoccupied with your motors. I hardly had the inclination to consult you. At that time, the relationship between Hashirama and Madara had soured, so those who understand, understand. In truth, Irika's abilities are commendable. After all, he serves as the director for this class. Coming from a common background, One cannot ascend to such a position without substantial skill. Hey, CHG, could you spare me some chips? Naruto's voice was hushed, yet just audible enough for CHG, secretly indulging in snacks behind him, to hear. The teacher is still present. CHG was slightly taken aback by Naruto's request, but given that these were his favorite chips, it was understandable that Naruto wished to partake. Oh, the mindset of a foodie is quite comprehensible. It's fine, just pass them to me under the table. But be careful not to get caught. CHG discreetly handed the chips to Naruto from beneath the table. Thanks. I'll bring you something to eat tomorrow. Naruto successfully acquired the chips and felt a wave of joy. Upon hearing Naruto's words, CHG's fondness for him surged. He.S. bringing me food tomorrow. He.S. nothing like what Ino calls a troublesome fox. How bad can someone be who shares food? Nearby, Shikamaru observed their covert exchange and glanced at Iruka at the podium, letting out a resigned sigh. Oh, teacher, teaching our class is like hitting a brick wall. He nonchalantly grabbed a piece of candy from CHG's drawer and popped it into his mouth, staring blankly at the blackboard. After all, he had long since studied this material. It was more comfortable to daydream now. As Naruto savored his chips, he embarked on the clandestine snack-eating phase. Oh, Iruka-sensei has turned away. With one swift motion, he swallowed a chip, letting it dissolve in his mouth, releasing an exquisite aroma. These are custom chips from the Akimichi clan, unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Focused on the lesson, Sasuke heard the faint crunch and subtly turned his head, only to catch sight of Naruto snacking. How outrageous. Eating in class. He felt a surge of anger, but knew he must maintain a good impression for the teacher. After all, he couldn't let his brother down. How infuriating, yet so fragrant. A hint of the aroma wafted through the air to Sasuke's nose. Meanwhile, Hinata, seated to Naruto's left, also caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Unlike the belated realization of Sasuke, she had sensed Naruto's intentions and observed the entire process from the moment he moved. As for why she knew without turning around, it was related to her recent enhancements in Byakugan. Now, even without activating her Byakugan, Hinata possessed a 360-degree field of vision, which she could actively shut off, though she still could not see through objects. When she activated her Byakugan, she could exert a certain pressure on those around her, a capability that had only emerged a month prior. During that time, Hayashi had been quite taken aback by this newfound pressure, and Hinata's appetite had increased significantly. However, Hayashi was quite pleased, as his daughter had grown stronger. A little extra eating was no concern, especially as she wouldn't gain weight. Nonetheless, Hinata had been instructed not to use her pressure indiscriminately, particularly in front of outsiders, even among ordinary clan members. After all, everyone else has a normal Byakugan. Why should hers possess an additional ability, especially one that appears slightly greenish? Who knows how the stubborn elders of the clan would react? Nonetheless, Hinata had already achieved a level of strength approaching that of a genin, and one could hope that as she matured, she might surpass those traditionalists. Watching Naruto consume the chips, Hinata felt a pang of hunger. Naruto sensed a gaze upon him, as if many were watching. He turned around and found Hinata sitting quietly, seemingly engrossed in the lesson. Well, it's almost lunchtime. Based on Naruto's knowledge of Hinata's appetite, she was likely hungry. Stealthily, he nudged her hand under the table, sharing half of his chips with her. Hinata's face flushed momentarily before she quickly devoured the chips, leaving Shikamaru astonished. Not so fast. CHG recalled a recent rumor about a Hyuga girl at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, who nearly broke the clan's record for eating. However, she hadn't been seen since, and the clan's aunt had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Hyugas. Hayashi, it's good that my dear daughter has an appetite, but it could be troublesome if peculiar individuals take notice. He specifically reprimanded a certain Cloud Ninja, a member of the underground roots, and a certain yellow-haired troublemaker. Naruto had grown accustomed to this, as Hinata's appetite had only increased over the past 2 years, and her physical prowess had improved as well. Yet, she still couldn't quite match Naruto. Sasuke, I wish I could eat too. How can they eat during class without including me? How outrageous. Iruka must be oblivious to the children's antics. He thought it unwise to reprimand them on the first day and decided to save it for later. Plus, given the time, he was feeling a bit hungry himself, so he could empathize. However, understanding or not, he planned to speak with their families tonight and ensure they faced consequences tomorrow. Chapter 35. The gradual manipulation of Shursui by Danzo. Shursui walked alone through the desolate park, his eyes devoid of focus as he gazed at the azure sky. Extremists within the clan were increasing in number, and given their considerable strength, it was difficult to fathom what they might do in the future. The clan leader now had to tread carefully, mindful that any misstep could lead to his capture by those extremists. Reports from Itachi indicated that the Hokage had implemented numerous measures, yet the clan members remained unyielding, which was quite vexing. Shursui had conceived an idea, to use his eyes to alter the leader's will. He was uncertain whether the current leader wished to overthrow Konoha or simply live in peace. Fugaku, if I intended to rebel, I would have long since taken a Gundam and kidnapped Naruto. Itachi provided ample opportunity, yet I did not act, and you wish to alter my will? Recently, another high-ranking official in Konoha had taken an interest in Shursui, the first Hokage's shadow, the second Hokage's disciple, and the current aide to the Hokage, Shimura Danzo. He had inquired several times about the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan and offered Shursui various methods to alleviate tensions. For Shursui, this was like a timely gift. And gradually, Danzo's standing in his heart began to rise. Danzo, ha, I am the one who stirs the pot. Wanting to alleviate the conflict is a mere word from me. Unbeknownst to him, Shursui decided today was the day to reveal his Mangekyou abilities to the Hokage. After all, the Hokage is the leader of the village, while Danzo is merely an aide. Sarutobi, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Having made his decision and after briefing his half-brother Itachi on the situation, he proceeded to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock. A gentle yet firm rap echoed, causing no damage to the door. Come in, said Sarutobi. Shursui entered, kneeling before him. Ah, Shursui, what brings you here? Sarutobi rubbed his temples, trying to regain his focus. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been causing quite a stir, necessitating vigilance regarding any information pertaining to them. Lord Hokage, the conflicts within the clan have escalated significantly. Yet, the clan leader remains indecisive, even calling several meetings in the shrine. I am deeply concerned about the potential danger they may pose to the village. Sarutobi nodded, acknowledging that the child's report mirrored the concerns expressed by Fugaku. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan to alter the clan leader's thoughts. Wait, Mangekyou? Alter thoughts? Shursui suddenly raised his head, his eyes, adorned with intricate patterns unlike the typical three-tomo, locking onto the third Hokage's gaze. This power, known as Kotoemitsukami, had been granted to him after witnessing the sacrifice of a comrade during the Third Great Ninja War, enabling him to modify others' will. A hint of fervor crept into Shursui's voice. Now, I wish to employ it to unify Konoha and protect our village. Sarutobi discreetly shifted his gaze, realizing another crisis was brewing. The records left by the second Hokage indicated that the Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan could influence their mental state due to emotional upheaval, prompting them to act out of character. Indeed, Shursui currently exemplified this. The crucial task now was to reassure Shursui. Despite his obsessive tendencies, he still cherished the village. Sarutobi worried that should he take action, he might too fall victim to a change of will. Do not fret. Fugaku has already informed me about the current state of the Uchiha. He harbors no rebellious intentions. You need not resort to using your eyes for now. Upon hearing this, Shursui's eyes gradually returned to their original three-tomo form, his head bowing in acknowledgement. I see, Lord Hokage. Thankfully, Shursui was still a good child, not yet completely lost to madness. How about you take a day off to relax at the hot springs? Sarutobi compassionately granted Shursui a reprieve to alleviate his nerves and avert the risk of further insanity. But the village, no buts. That is an order. Sarutobi interrupted Shursui, knowing that allowing him to continue working might lead to his own will being altered. It was truly vexing. How could such a fine child awaken such a power? If only he were like Fugaku. Sighing, Sarutobi contemplated how to manage this situation. He recalled that Danzo seemed quite invested in Shursui. Perhaps he should consult him for advice? Danzo cackled. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Upon learning of Shursui's abilities from Sarutobi, he feigned concern. Oh, yet another unstable factor. What a wonderful child, reduced to this state. His voice dripped with sorrow and regret. Sarutobi remained impassive, fully aware of his old friend's true intentions. Most likely, Danzo aimed to recruit Shursui into route. Danzo, I'm here to discuss a resolution, not to listen to your complaints. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, which remained unscathed. Cough, Sarutobi, perhaps I should handle this matter? Danzo proposed. Absolutely not. Shursui embodies the will of fire. How could I entrust him to you and your route? Sarutobi's anger flared. He sought a solution to the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. not simply to resolve Shursue's predicament. Enough, Sarutobi. You will regret this. Danzo stood abruptly, glaring at Sarutobi. Oof, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Return to your route at once. Sarutobi's presence was formidable. After all, he occupied the position of Hokage, not you, Shimura Danzo. Fuming, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him. Bang. Is it easy for me? Being dismissed by this old bandage-clad man daily. Sarutobi slumped into the Hokage chair, massaging his temples, reflecting on the Uchiha with resigned exasperation. Meanwhile, Danzo's eyes glimmered with ambition. Sarutobi, if you wish for me to stay out of it, so be it. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. Who would have thought this child possessed the Mangeki? Koto Amatsukami, what a splendid ability. Soon, not only will your Hokage seat be mine, but also your people. Chapter 36, Lunchtime. The scene shifts to the Ninja Academy. At last, the time arrived, and Irika-sensei announced the end of class for lunch. Sasuke retrieved 2 large bento boxes from his bag, offering one to Hinata. Naruto also produced 2 sizable bento boxes, giving one to Hinata as well. Hinata herself had brought 3 large bento boxes to eat. Regardless of how many times they witnessed it, Naruto and Sasuke remained awed by Hinata's appetite. However, Hinata had gradually grown accustomed to eating in front of her friends. This time, a boy with a small dog approached them confidently. Hello there. The boy, holding a small white dog, greeted the trio. The puppy's head poked out, sniffing the air before its eyes sparkled with excitement. Woof woof. Ah, this is a delightful scent. Though overshadowed by the pressure of a top predator, it was enveloped in a comforting, natural aura. It felt reassuring, almost as if wanting to cling to a leg for support. Oh, this is Akamaru. Kiba had introduced the dog when he first arrived. However, absent-minded Naruto had forgotten the name, merely recalling there was a dog. Thus, when he saw Akamaru panting and barking at him, he felt elated. Hi, what is your name? Naruto asked after taking a bite of his soy sauce rice. Hey, I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and this is Akamaru. Kiba expressed his disappointment when Naruto and the others failed to remember his introduction. Nevertheless, he was drawn to Naruto's pleasant scent, as well as Hinata's. Woof, woof. Got it. Want to join us for lunch? Naruto eagerly invited. Friendships among children are effortlessly forged, especially when kindness is reciprocated. Is that okay? Kiba was taken aback by Naruto's straightforwardness and friendliness. Unless you carry the same malice as those dull villagers, I will show you what terror truly means, Naruto warned, alluding to the reality of school bullying. Kiba placed his bento box on Naruto's table, and they began to eat together. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. This is my good friend Hinata Hyuga. And he is my little bro, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto introduced the members of their group. Hinata offered a gentle greeting to Kiba. Hello, she said before turning back to her meal. One should not underestimate this simple greeting. It was a gesture to support Naruto. Typically, during meals at home, Hinata hardly acknowledged anyone, but here, she acknowledged Kiba, indicating Naruto's significance in her heart. Sasuke, on the other hand, regarded Kiba with disdain, yet, as Naruto's subordinate, he reluctantly nodded. One day, I'll pin Naruto to the ground. The group then continued their meal. Kiba watched in astonishment as Hinata polished off 5 bento boxes, one after another. The subsequent reactions of Choji were equally astonished by Hinata's appetite, muttering to himself, It must be her. It must be her. Shikamaru smirked, also taken aback by Hinata's voracity. However, it was not a significant issue. After all, one would eventually need to acclimatize to it, better sooner than later. Hinata declared, I will eat. I will continue to eat. While the model from Yamashiro was indeed formidable, it required a considerable amount of food for Hinata during this process. Hizashi reassured, It's no problem. I can afford it. The esteemed Hyuga clan would never struggle to cover the expenses of the young lady's meals. Imagine the laughter it would incite among our neighbors. During the midday recess following their meal, the group gathered to converse. Choji, do you know Aunt Akimichi Aoi? Naruto inquired. Choji certainly recognized her. Aoi was his aunt and the proprietor of the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. He had often visited the restaurant to play with Aunt Aoi, enjoying a bit of barbecue along the way. Indeed, his affection for Aunt Aoi was genuine, while the barbecue was merely a delightful bonus, not the primary motive for his visits. Yes, she is my aunt. Did you meet her at the barbecue restaurant? Choji asked, nodding his head. Indeed, the 3 of us have visited the barbecue restaurant numerous times. The flavors are exquisite. Several children who had been to the restaurant nodded in agreement. I must tell you, There was a rumor in our clan about a little girl who nearly broke the Akimichi clan's record for the biggest appetite, Choji remarked, casting furtive glances at Hinata. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to Hinata. It seemed that ever since that incident, Hinata had intentionally consumed less food in public. However, the bento she was currently eating was prepared to satisfy her at 8/10 full. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and softly confessed, that should be me. The children who had been speculating revealed expressions of realization, but soon began to worry about hurting Hinata's feelings, for while eating excessively was not inherently problematic, it could be viewed as a flaw in the eyes of some. It's fine. I'm just a little shy. Hinata's voice grew louder. After all, eating well was beneficial for her. The more she consumed, the stronger she became, and her father was pleased about it. However, Niji had attempted to emulate Hinata's regimen for gaining strength, but declared defeat after several bouts of nausea. Yet, Hisashi, as an uncle, secretly provided Niji with numerous secret techniques exclusive to the main family, urging him to practice in secret. He hoped that one day, when Hinata matured, they could together challenge the family's separation system. Then Hisashi proceeded to find Hayashi for tea. I'm getting older. Let the children handle future matters. At this rate, with Hinata's growth speed, she might be able to outmaneuver several elders by the time she turns 13. For now, I shall focus on raising the next generation and enjoying tea with my brother. Do not underestimate Hinata. Her strength surpasses even that of Sasuke, Naruto interjected, simultaneously teasing Sasuke, who was pretending to study while secretly eavesdropping. Calm down. No need to be angry. Anger won't win the fight. Sasuke reassured himself, recalling how, during their last spar, he had been overwhelmed by Hinata's swift combination of strikes, leaving him on the ground for 5 minutes. Had Naruto not helped him up, he might still be lying there. Is that true? Given Sasuke's expression, it seems credible. Kiba and Choji began discussing, while the tension on Sasuke's forehead continued to pulse. How ridiculous. In our Konoha 4, I am the strongest, Hinata is second, and Sasuke is last, Naruto proclaimed, sharing the composition of his Konoha 4 with the others. Well, having 3 members in Konoha 4 seems reasonable. At least we can't count a vegetative state as a person. Quite absurd. Why don't you tell us how you became Sasuke's older brother? Kiba unabashedly asked Naruto, striking a nerve for the latter. Let me tell you, back in the day, Sasuke and I hit it off instantly on a cold winter morning, the biting wind swirling around us, yet it couldn't diminish our fervor to forge a brotherly bond. With a dramatic flair, Naruto animatedly recounted, I first swooshed, then crackled, and finally bounced, and Sasuke willingly acknowledged me as his elder brother. Naruto's enthusiasm soared. It was rare to have so many friends around him to share stories, a far cry from the dull villagers of his past. He placed a foot on the table, pointing toward the ceiling, the sunlight illuminating his golden hair, casting a radiant glow. Hinata gazed at this scene, a sweet smile gracing her lips, while the surrounding friends erupted into thunderous applause, everyone except Sasuke. Hey, you tricked me, Sasuke protested, but Naruto silenced him with a single retort. Sasuke, remember, I am the boss now. Chapter 37. Performance in practical classes. The lunch break concluded, and the students returned to their seats, commencing a snoring contest. If one fell asleep before the others, they would be spared from the cacophony of snores. Naruto, deeply understanding this principle, had already ventured into the ceiling space to race with the teacher and the great fox. Meanwhile, Hinata tilted her head, stealing glances at Naruto's sleeping face before succumbing to slumber herself. However, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched by numerous unseen eyes. Utilizing the Uchiha clan's heightened perception, he discerned a golden-haired and a pink-haired figure covertly observing him. Are you admiring my charm? How dull, Sasuke mused, redirecting his gaze to the slumbering Naruto. Well, he may be a blonde, but he isn't entirely unpleasant to look at. Shoo, this is nap time. Wake up, everyone. Time to get up. Hinata fluttered her eyelashes, opening her eyes. Nap time is over. Yet Naruto remained asleep, still racing through the ceiling space on a wooden version of the Susanoo fox. Naruto-kun, wake up. Hinata gently nudged his back, attempting to rouse her friend. Alas, her efforts bore no fruit. Having witnessed Naruto's sleep quality firsthand, Sasuke took matters into his own hands, roughly shaking Naruto until he finally awoke. Is it already time? Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, acknowledging Sasuke with a pat and greeting Hinata. Good afternoon, Hinata-chan. Good afternoon. She replied succinctly, her her smile radiant. Hey little brother, good afternoon to you too, Naruto responded to Hinata, who appeared to be sulking silently despite her evident concern. After Naruto exchanged pleasantries, Sasuke's lips curled upward before he quickly suppressed the smile. Good afternoon, he replied coolly, embodying his aloof persona before being pulled by Naruto toward the restroom. In the restroom, Naruto urged, come on, let me see. Don't. Stay back. Is that a challenge? The more you resist, the more. Meh. It's just average. Disappointed, Naruto withdrew his head, the image of the acorn Kappa lingering in his mind. However, after that humiliating experience in the bathhouse, he had not encountered Uncle Kappa again. Sasuke's face flushed with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. Hurry up. We are about to start outdoor classes, Naruto urged. I know, Sasuke retorted. The two little ones returned to the classroom, guided by Irika to the training ground. The sun was glaring at 1:30 in the afternoon, its scorching rays beating down upon the ground, causing the students to perspire profusely. While Irika went to fetch the training equipment, the students were left to their own devices in the training field. Humph, I couldn't care less, thought Sasuke. As a ninja, one must learn to endure various extreme environments to accomplish assassination tasks. With the cool and aloof Sasuke as a role model, many girls captivated by his looks and boys intimidated by the teacher chose to stand in the sun alongside him. Meanwhile, Naruto quietly led Hinata in search of a shaded spot. On such a sunny day, playing around was one thing, but merely standing there? Were they practicing military posture? Leaving Sasuke and others standing there like fools, Irika returned from the equipment room with a dozen wooden kunai and shuriken. Although these kunai and shuriken were encased in wood, they contained iron within, allowing the students to familiarize themselves with these weapons without causing harm. Can you guess whose idea this was? The wooden exterior reveals that these are products of the wood release technique. This was a creation forcibly requisitioned from Danzo by Sarutobi, now a masterpiece of the current Tenzo. Tenzo remarked, hee, one kunai weighs 10 taels, and one shuriken 5 taels. Only we in Konohagakure produce such specialized tools suitable for our children's physique. However, given Tenzo's intellect, he could not have conceived such a brilliant idea alone. Thus, to uncover the true originator of the wooden kunai, we must trace back to the previous user of the wood release technique. By now, you may have guessed correctly, it was the brainchild of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju's brother, Tobirama Senju. Upon returning, Irika observed a group of children drenched in sweat under the sun, with the Uchiha clan's second heir standing among them. Proud and erect, I seem to have forgotten to allow them to move freely, he mused, but Naruto and Hinata are hiding in the shade, right? Oh well, the minds of children are difficult to decipher. Let us take them to a cooler place, lest they faint from the heat. Class, let us go stay under the tree. It's too hot now. Under the tree, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba watched their classmates sweating profusely, all reflecting how wise it was to follow Naruto. Shikamaru remarked, I'm just lazy and don't want to be in the sun. Kiba added, since Naruto is here, it doesn't matter if I come along. Choji thought, if they all went, wouldn't it be odd if I stayed behind? I might as well finish my chips over there. Sasuke approached Naruto, a cloud of discontent surrounding him. What a failed attempt at showing off, he mused. Classmates, come and collect your ninja tools. Each person will receive 1 kunai and 2 shuriken, and we will serve 15 at a time. Irika called to the students to retrieve their specially designed ninja gear. In the ceiling space, Hashirama's eyes lit up at the sight of the wooden kunai. Ah, how nostalgic. He stepped on Kurama's tail, ignoring the beast's protests as he delved into his thoughts. Back in the day when Tobirama established the school, the children of peacetime were relatively unfamiliar with ninja tools due to the unique nature of the profession. While it was fine for them to play with wooden replicas, when it came time to use real ninja tools at school, the children from civilian backgrounds were utterly clueless. There were often incidents of kunai accidentally injuring themselves. One child, who bore a striking resemblance to a snake, even cut his tongue by licking a kunai. Luckily, the school's kunai were regularly sanitized, otherwise, that child might have contracted tetanus. However, Tobirama mentioned that this child had seemingly signed a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave, but what happened afterward was unknown. That kunai was unlike the old ones. Even if it was a product of my wood release technique, it shouldn't have remained unchanged for decades. There must be only one true origin. I still have descendants in Konoha. I wonder if it's Tsunade's offspring or SH Tree's descendants. Hashirama stomped his foot, lost in a reverie. Hey, Hashirama, while I hate to shatter your dreams, Your grandson Tree has long since perished. He died during the Second Shinobi World War. Killed by an explosive tag. Kurama paused momentarily before revealing the harsh truth. However, when Mito learned of this, she wept bitterly, and I was compelled to mourn alongside her. Hashirama halted, taking a deep breath and falling into despair. Explosive tags? After a period of self-soothing, he emerged from his sorrow. After all, he had died once before. So he did not fear death as much. Instead, he felt more regret. Tree died far too young. If only he had a few more years. An explosive tag could not have claimed his life. So it must be Tsunade's child. It's been 3 years, and I haven't seen him. I'm so looking forward to it. Danzo interjected. Teacher, could it be possible that he is your son? He wore an awkward yet polite smile. Chapter 38. Sasuke's desire to win. Well then, let us have the teacher demonstrate the correct use of a kunai. Irika picked up a wooden kunai identical to the student's and grasped the handle in his right hand, striking a combat pose. Hiya! In an instant, a deep brown flash zipped by, and the training dummy before Irika had its head severed by the wooden kunai. The children were awestruck by this impressive display. Wow! Irika-sensei is amazing. Kiba's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was a wooden kunai, and although it weighed the same as a regular kunai, cutting off the dummy's head was no easy feat, at least in Kiba's eyes. Choji nodded in agreement, casually tossing a few more chips into his mouth. Crunch. That was impressive. Irika reveled in the children's admiration before collecting the training dummy. Shikamaru squinted at the severed head lying on the ground, deep in thought. Ahem, alright class. We will now proceed with a slow-motion demonstration using this intact dummy. Irika began a slow-motion demonstration, showing how to hold the kunai correctly, adjust one's stance, and accurately lock onto the dummy's vital points. Naruto watched Irika's teaching intently, although he was not intimidated by the severed head. Mastering kunai technique was essential to becoming a ninja. I don't need a kunai. I could break that dummy's head with a punch, Naruto declared. In fact, even Hinata could do it. Although she was only approaching the rank of a genin, one must remember that the dummy was quite old. It is important to note that the budget for the ninja school was limited. Only 5 years had passed since the Third Shinobi World War, and Konoha's economy was just beginning to recover. Thus, finding ways to save became a priority. For instance, the decapitation training dummy used to establish authority among new students was typically replaced every 3 years, and this year marked its final service. This dummy's head had already been severed 3 times by Irika. Dummy, Irika. 3 times. 3 times. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 3 years? For 3 years, I've either been collecting dust in storage or being put on display for you to behead. However, as a result, the head portion of this dummy was considerably weaker than a normal one. Even Hinata could break it with bare hands. This is also the reason why Irika took it away. However, it is said that the research department has recently developed a new wooden dummy, which is inexpensive yet durable, expected to be available in 2 years. After Irika-sensei completed the lesson, the few civilian students eagerly picked up their kunai and began to mimic the motions. Their movements were rather awkward and difficult to assess. Sasuke, on the other hand, smirked disdainfully. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he be unfamiliar with such ninja tools? He had learned the techniques of kunai usage, including the art of throwing shuriken and how to insert kunai into shuriken, from his elder brother 2 years prior. Yet, during sparring sessions with Naruto, he often found himself overpowered and knocked to the ground, his weapons scattered. But now, an opportunity for redemption had arrived. Hey, which side are you on? Sasuke casually inquired. How about a contest to see who can throw their kunai and shuriken more accurately? He made an effort to suppress his mischievous thoughts, worried that Naruto might decline. Alright then, let your big brother teach you how to use a kunai. Naruto, seated beside Hinata and watching their classmates wield their kunai, immediately agreed without a second thought. Sasuke thought to himself, yes, I did it. He accepted. No, I mustn't laugh. I must hold it in until the competition ends, and then I can mock him freely. A certain someone who had endured a month of suppressed laughter gave a thumbs up and inquired about your name. Naruto, observing Sasuke, whose expression remained neutral but whose surroundings radiated pride and elation, resignedly stood up. Hinata, just wait and see how I'll make Sasuke dance around. This was merely an exaggeration, as the competition would involve throwing kunai and shuriken, not whips and chains. Kyubi, little Naruto, don't go astray. You have would release. That's enough. Chains are so outdated now. Hinata nodded, gazing up at Naruto's face with a smile. Good luck. In that moment, Sasuke's previously commanding aura suddenly diminished. Oh, Sasuke-kun, you too should do your best. Thanks, though it feels a bit insincere, but I'll accept it. Naruto picked up a wooden kunai, weighing it in his hand. It felt light, yet familiar, evoking a sense of closeness. All right, it's your turn, Iruka-sensei announced, leading away the previous group of swaying students. And now it was Naruto and Sasuke's turn. However, they were still in the midst of close combat training, with their throwing competition scheduled for later. First came the stance. Naruto adjusted his body position, lowered his center of gravity, gripped the kunai firmly, and focused intently on the training dummy before him. Yes, that's the spirit. That gaze. Very good. Hashirama, in the ceiling space, held the struggling little Kyuubi in his arms, watching Naruto's first kunai training intently. With a swift motion, Naruto's golden hair shimmered in the air as he dashed forward. The kunai sliced through the air, and with a gust of wind, the dummy's scalp was stripped away. Oh, it seems I missed. His intended target had been the neck, but he inadvertently struck the scalp instead. Despite using all his strength and the techniques taught by his teacher, he miscalculated and veered off course. Hashirama, witnessing this, covered his face in disbelief. Come on, Naruto. Don't embarrass your teacher. His voice echoed in Naruto's mind, accompanied by Kyuubi's mocking laughter. Meanwhile, Sasuke executed a precise strike with his kunai, hitting the dummy squarely in the neck and slicing an approximately 8-centimeter gash. Now, close your eyes and relish the joy that belongs to the Uchiha, a voice within urged him. Yet, knowing Naruto, he understood that things would not be so simple. Ignoring Iruka's praises and the admiring gazes from several girls in the distance, Sasuke fixed his gaze on Naruto, who was preparing to throw his kunai once more. Chapter 39, Iruka, My Budget. Naruto adjusted his angle and prepared to strike again. Sasuke's narrowed pupils reflected the image of the golden-haired figure. With a sound of shattering wood, the training dummy's neck was severed, thumping to the ground. A wave of energy surged through the air, palpable enough for the onlookers to sense the force of the strike. Well done, Hashirama praised, beaming with pride. What a powerful strike, truly my disciple. The Kyuubi, pinned down by Hashirama, looked on in silence, yet couldn't help but acknowledge Naruto's current strength. Previously, during their playtime in the back mountain, Naruto had once knocked down a towering tree with a single punch. Though his knuckles had been scraped and bruised, he had recovered completely within 2 hours. In the meantime, Inuzuka, holding a trembling Akamaru, expressed his admiration. Wow, I must admit, among all the classmates I've seen, your taijutsu is the strongest. Sasuke smirked slightly, knowing it to be true. Naruto had completely outgrown the persona of a mere 6-year-old. During an earlier fishing expedition, a wild boar had attempted to sneak up on him, only to be felled by Naruto's fist. He had even borrowed a kunai from the surrounding Ambu to butcher the meat, treating Sasuke to a barbecue feast in the wild. This was a year ago, back when they spent more time together. As for now, Sasuke preferred to refrain from commenting. It was precisely his deep understanding of Naruto's extraordinary strength that led Sasuke to choose kunai throwing as the contest's focus. How else could he hope to win? Naruto, you did great, but next time, maybe ease up a bit. Iruka looked on, both astonished and exasperated, at the head of the dummy that had rolled to his side. Oh no, not another one broken. If this keeps up, we'll exceed this year's budget. He wondered if he could report this to the third Hokage for reimbursement. Naruto scratched his head, the fallen strands of hair giving him an endearing, vulnerable appearance. Hey, the dummy's head is right at my feet. Come on, don't act innocent. I know. I'll use less strength next time. Iruka nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Naruto was indeed communicative and obedient. If he were the kind to disregard all discipline, Iruka would have no way to handle him. You might wonder why Iruka didn't resort to force to make Naruto comply. Setting aside Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, given the damaged dummy, Iruka genuinely feared provoking Naruto's wrath. He could easily retaliate. Well, that's good. Both you and Sasuke performed admirably. How about I reward you with some ramen tonight? Iruka recalled the third Hokage's words and found himself harboring a desire to bond with Naruto, which was certainly not motivated by fear of his fists. Perhaps he could take him to Ichiraku Ramen, providing a perfect excuse to report to the third Hokage and inquire about reimbursement. Is it all right if Hinata comes along? Naruto asked, not wanting to leave any member of Team 7 behind. Well, that depends on her performance. Although bringing a girl along posed no problem, Iruka had no idea about Hinata's appetite. Naruto hurriedly dashed back to the tree to whisper something to Hinata. Irika stood still, observing Hinata's face as it flushed, followed by her words, before she rose to her feet, veins visibly throbbing near her eyes. Veins bulging? No. Could it be that she activated her Byakugan at such a tender age? Irika had taught numerous students from the Hyuga clan, most of whom only awakened their Byakugan close to graduation. A select few from the main family exhibited potential around the middle school years. Hence it was indeed astonishing that little Hinata, at merely 6 years old, had already activated her Byakugan. Hinata remarked, "Actually, I awakened it when I was 4. Niji had also activated his eyes, originally expected around the age of 12, but due to the pressure from his esteemed cousin, he had achieved this at the age of 7 instead. Niji thought to himself, while I may not surpass my cousin, I can still contribute to her safety. Despite having awakened his Byakugan, he still found it challenging to best Hinata. However, his gentle fist technique had become increasingly refined, and he could now execute the 8 trigrams 16 palms. Irika-sensei, may I begin?" Hinata approached Irika, her voice soft and delicate, unmistakably that of a gentle girl. "Of course," Irika replied, concerned for Hinata's pressure, adding, "There's no need to compare yourself to Naruto, just do your best." Although they were both from prominent families, Hinata, being a girl, would likely not exceed the adept Uchiha clan known for their proficiency with ninja tools. After all, the Uchiha specialized in weapons, whereas the Hyuga focused on hand-to-hand combat. "Okay," Hinata nodded, accepting the wooden kunai that Naruto had handed to Irika earlier. It was warm, imbued with Naruto's warmth. As Irika watched Hinata standing still, he began to question whether he had placed too much pressure on her. He regretted not simply agreeing with Naruto from the start. Just as he turned to speak with Naruto, suggesting that even if Hinata performed poorly, they could still work together, a sharp slicing sound pierced the air. He stiffly turned back to witness Hinata bashfully holding the head of dummy number 2. Sasuke observed Irika's expression, internally noting how unusual it was, considering he was already accustomed to the antics of these two peculiar individuals. After all, it was no small feat to have a proud Uchiha scion ranked last in Konoha for 2 consecutive years, not due to gender or camaraderie, but sheer force. Well executed. Next time, it won't be necessary to go to such lengths, he remarked. The Byakugan offered a degree of insight, allowing Hinata to identify the dummy's weak points, and combined with her strength, she had effectively decapitated dummy number 2. Irika lamented why he hadn't advised Hinata to hold back, having told her to give her all. Now, it seemed this year's quota would undoubtedly be exceeded. This was merely the first day. He pondered whether he could request reimbursement from the Hyuga clan. Though the thought was enticing, the prospect of being met with disdain from the clan members upon entering their territory caused Irika to abandon that idea. After all, not everyone possessed Naruto's audacity. The pressure from the great ninja clans on civilians was substantial. Perhaps he should consult the 3rd Hokage instead. Stealing his thoughts, Irika guided the remaining students through their first close combat training session. "As I've reiterated, please refrain from performing decapitation surgery on the dummies like those two," he advised, though the other students lacked the capability to do so. Chapter 40. Sasuke's Moment of Coolness. Long-range throwing, a core offensive technique for ninjas, is something every ninja must begin learning from a young age. Irika grasped a shuriken in each hand, addressing his students. Not every ninja possesses a chakra capacity akin to that of Hashirama Senju. In fact, the majority of ninjas have chakra levels that are barely half of what young Naruto possesses. Kakashi, the current captain of the Umbu, also had a limited chakra reserve, often relying more on physical techniques interspersed with ninjutsu during battles. Most of the future students likely to become genin lack the ability to execute even basic offensive ninjutsu, let alone the body replacement technique. Thus, commencing training with ninja tools and throwing was immensely beneficial to them. Additionally, it could elevate their potential, akin to the 3rd Hokage's Shuriken Shadow Clone technique or the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, both of which utilized ninja tools to varying degrees. Even the legendary ninja, Hashirama, battled with a large sword, while Madara wielded a scythe and fan. "Hashirama, I was joking. I didn't use a sword that day. It was all wooden dragons and giant Buddhas." "Madara, what kind of delusion makes you think I had the opportunity to deflect your wooden dragons with a fan during our battle?" Sasuke watched Irika's posture as he held the shuriken, shaking his head in disdain. Being an Uchiha, he had been practicing shuriken throwing since childhood. With his elder brother frequently teaching him, Sasuke, though not as strong as Irika, found no challenge in the technique of throwing shuriken. Alright, everyone should grasp the shuriken like this, using both the wrist and fingers to generate force while ensuring your eyes are fixed on the enemy's position. With a swift motion, a shuriken sliced through the air, embedding itself in dummy number 3's head. His fundamentals were solid. Though his technique was not as flashy as that of the Uchiha clan, it was more than sufficient for instructing children. Kiba, observing Irika's stance, eagerly volunteered to be the first to try. With Akamaru cheering him on, he loaded 6 shuriken in both hands, and, before Irika could react, hurled them. Here I go. Irika hadn't anticipated Kiba's reckless audacity. Tossing 6 shuriken was no small feat. Had he mistaken himself for Itachi, a graduate from years past? As expected, only 3 of the shuriken headed toward the dummy, while the remaining 3 veered toward 2 unsuspecting students seated beneath the tree, Ino and Sakura. Both girls were caught off guard, unable to react in time to the incoming shuriken. Ugh, how boring, Sasuke remarked, deftly leaping over the girls' heads, swatting 2 of the shuriken from the air. However, he was still struck by 1 shuriken, which hit him in the waist. Feeble, even with the standard weight. It fails to compare to Naruto's, let alone Hinata's punches. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Ino rushed forward to check on Sasuke, while Sakura turned to confront the reckless Kiba. I'm fine, Sasuke replied, halting the approaching girls. He tossed the kunai into the air, caught it behind his back, and returned to Naruto's side. Wow, so cool. Sakura gazed at Sasuke in awe, hearts forming in her eyes. He is indeed very cool, Sakura-chan. You wouldn't want to compete with me, would you? Ino realized her friend's sentiments, having felt the same way just moments before. Ino, have you also developed feelings for Sasuke-kun? Also, Sakura, you're turning bad. How dare you compete with me? Just watch. I will. Ino teased, sticking her tongue out at Sakura. Ino pig. Sakura retaliated, provoked by Ino's taunt, resorting to the nickname she had once given her. Such a shame. You have a wide forehead. Ino shot back, her forehead adorned with a character for, well, refusing to back down. Naruto observed the 2 girls bickering over Sasuke. Glancing at Sasuke, who stood with his hands in his pockets, ready for action, and shrugged helplessly. Irika praised Sasuke and liberated Akamaru from Kiba's grasp, placing him aside before sternly reprimanding Kiba. Akamaru quipped, "Thank you, dog lover." As the students grasped the shurikens, Irika scrutinized them closely, wary of another boastful presence like Kiba. Hey, which side are you on? Step up. Sasuke pulled Naruto towards Irika to collect their shurikens. Even for Uchiha Sasuke, he could only acquire 2 shurikens, while the more powerful Naruto received just 1. Irika thought to himself that if Naruto missed through, he would be safe, but the children might not be so fortunate. Under the shade of a tree, Hinata observed the duo, one dark and one golden, standing in the training field, her eyes filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. After all, this marked Sasuke's 37th challenge to Naruto. Having just been reprimanded, Kiba returned beneath the tree with Akamaru in his arms, aware of the impending match between Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, which side are you on? You better not let the boss down. Kiba had maintained a cold demeanor towards Sasuke, feeling disgruntled by his superior attitude. Despite acknowledging Sasuke's strength, he still believed Naruto could prevail. Thus, Kiba eagerly anticipated the outcome of the match. Hey, Shikamaru, do you think Sasuke will win? Choji, munching on chips, directed his question to Shikamaru, who was squinting in the dappled sunlight. It's a hassle. It depends on their criteria for victory. If it's accuracy and control, Sasuke will likely triumph. However, if it's merely about hitting the target, then it's uncertain. Shikamaru mused, envisioning a scenario in his mind. Hinata mentioned it's the 37th time. Sasuke is truly persistent. Sakura and Ino approached, casting a fierce glance at Kiba, prompting him to scratch his head in apology before they diverted their attention. Hey Choji, what's going on? Why is Kiba cheering for Naruto? Ino inquired, settling beside Shikamaru and Choji, their familiarity evident from their childhood friendship. Oh, they're competing in throwing shurikens, and Kiba is rooting for Naruto, Choji replied, continuing to munch on his chips. Why is no one cheering for Sasuke? Ino asked, disgruntled as she glanced at a glutton seated on the ground and a lazy figure sprawled in the sun. Well, Sasuke likely doesn't have much chance of winning, Shikamaru stated nonchalantly. Sakura felt a surge of dissatisfaction, yet she maintained a calm facade, aware they were not yet close friends. Why not? Isn't Sasuke-kun exceptionally strong? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba silently turned to the head of the dummy. Though they did not vocalize their answer, their expressions conveyed it clearly. Chapter 41. I won. This marked Sasuke's 37th attempt to challenge Naruto. Hinata softly remarked to the two girls, breaking the awkward silence. How could that be? Ino gasped, her hand over her mouth, gazing in shock at Naruto's golden-haired figure. Although Naruto was indeed strong, was it possible that Sasuke had never won in the previous 36 attempts? Sakura recalled her parents' warning. Sakura, be cautious of the boy with yellow hair and blue eyes. He is the embodiment of the evil Nine-Tails fox. Just then, Naruto turned to wave at Hinata, signaling his encouragement. The fox-like features of his face flashed in Sakura's mind. Before she could finish her thought, Ino clamped a hand over her mouth. Ah, Sasuke, go for it, Ino exclaimed, pulling Sakura back to their previous position. What are you doing? Sakura glared at Ino, unaware that her friend was, in fact, helping her. Are you trying to say Naruto is the Nine-Tails fox? Ino asked seriously, her eyes fixed intently on Sakura's face. Sakura turned away. What else could it be? Ino rubbed her forehead, exasperated by her friend's naivety. First of all, Naruto is not the Nine-Tails fox. Regardless of your thoughts, you must never speak of it, otherwise, I will sever our friendship. Ino turned Sakura's face back to her, her tone stern. Sakura felt a hint of grievance. She merely wished to share the reason for Naruto's great strength. Tears threatened to well up in her eyes. I might have been a bit harsh, but you absolutely cannot forget this. Ino lamented internally, feeling helpless about her choice of friend. Consider that everyone over there is Naruto's friend. And you know the rumors about him being the Nine-Tails fox. Surely, they are aware of it too. Moreover, even if Naruto were truly the Nine-Tails fox, he remains our classmate. The villagers may attack him for that, but we must not tread in such dangerous waters. Ino's words gradually soothed Sakura, though the grievance lingered. She nodded and shouted towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, do your best. You're the best. Ino smirked and joined in the encouragement. In the center of the training field, Sasuke grimaced at Kiba's cheers, while Naruto beamed and ruffled his hair. Hey, Sasuke, Kiba's cheering for me. Annoying, meaningless cheers, Sasuke scoffed, turning away from Naruto's smug face. However, when Ino and Sakura's supportive voices reached him, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Being an esteemed member of the Uchiha clan, garnering admiration from others was only natural. With these two girls leading the charge, other girls who harbored feelings for Sasuke also joined in. Come on, let's get started, Sasuke thought, struggling to suppress a grin. Haha. As the two raised their shurikens, distancing themselves from the dummy, the surrounding classmates fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. Naruto pinched the shuriken between two fingers, adjusting his angle and controlling his strength. A loud crack echoed, and in the next moment, two wooden shurikens lodged deeply beneath the dummy's groin. All the males present, including Hashirama, felt a chill in their nether regions. Irika's lips twitched, unsure of how to comment. Naruto had indeed followed instructions. His force was enough not to dismantle the dummy. Yet it left a significant gash in its groin. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, the dummy mused. Meanwhile, Sasuke smirked. What a pathetic throw. What do you have to compete with me? He loosened his sleeves, allowing two more wooden shurikens to drop. Irika, initially pondering how to manage the damaged dummy, was startled by Sasuke's sudden addition of shurikens. You didn't expect this, did you? I was waiting for this moment. He first casually tossed two shurikens, then struck the first two mid-air with the next pair. The four shurikens, launched in pairs with rocket-like acceleration, pierced the dummy's eyes. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye, completed before Irika could intervene. Afterward, Sasuke casually returned his hands to his pockets and approached Naruto, gently stating, I won. He nearly cracked a smile, but it wasn't the right time. Too many eyes were upon them, and laughing now would be unbecoming. Naruto nodded, accepting the reality of his defeat with grace. After all, it was Sasuke's first attempt with shuriken, and merely hitting the target was quite an achievement. Furthermore, his skill was undeniably impressive. Indeed, remarkable, Sasuke acknowledged with a hint of pride. Covering his mouth, he pulled Naruto along, returning the shuriken before leading him to a secluded corner. Irika, observing Sasuke's secret stash of shuriken, sighed in resignation. Ah, the troublesome Uchiha clan. Where is Sasuke taking Naruto? Sakura pondered, her curiosity piqued, yet feeling too shy to follow. She decided to join Ino in seeking Shikamaru for answers. Shikamaru, barely opening his eyes, glanced at Sakura and then at Ino. Ugh, women are such a hassle. I have no idea. Perhaps you should ask Hinata? He suggested, genuinely unaware of their whereabouts. Hinata tilted her head in contemplation, recalling the moment during the 28th match when Sasuke believed he had won. They might, perhaps, be going to the restroom? She offered, her gaze drifting nervously to the side. Huh, didn't they just go before the training session? CHG interjected. Well, maybe they drank too much water? Shikamaru suggested, closing his eyes again to bask in the sun. So boys also like to take their friends to the restroom, Sakura noted, before she and Ino resumed their practice. Meanwhile, in the distant grove, strange sounds echoed. Ha ha ha, kik, ah. Sasuke clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. I did it. I defeated you, Naruto. Tears glistened in his eyes as he pointed at Naruto. Oh, this child has endured much, Hashirama remarked, wiping away tears of joy for Sasuke. After 3 years of relentless challenges and failures, it was indeed a moment to celebrate. Naruto wore a bemused expression. Is this really necessary? Yet, he nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes, you finally beat me. Well done. Kurama watched the touching scene between Hashirama and the young human with a sense of exasperation. Oh, the stubbornness of the Uchiha is truly remarkable, he mused, observing Sasuke's red-rimmed eyes. Wait, red-rimmed? Chapter 42. Ichiraku Ramen. Let us go. In the grove, Sasuke sensed a change in his vision. An exquisite sensation coursed from his eyes to his brain. He covered his eyes, bowing his head. Just as Naruto was about to inquire about the situation, Kurama's voice echoed. Hey, Naruto. Sasuke has awakened his eyes. Sasuke's trembling subsided, yet laughter erupted once more. He suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes fixated on Naruto, a single black tomo swirling in his pupil. Powers. I feel an unparalleled power. Hey, Naruto, right now? I am stronger than ever, he declared, only to be met with Naruto's swift chop to the top of his head. All right, whether you've awakened your eyes or not, we should hurry back. We have free training soon. Naruto's gesture was gentle, a playful jab rather than a harsh blow. Ugh, that chop shattered my dreams of being an older brother, Sasuke lamented as they returned to the training ground together. Ah, Sasuke-kun, you're back. Ino chimed in, eagerly approaching with a barrage of questions. Sakura followed suit, equally inquisitive. But it's strange. Why has Sasuke-kun's demeanor changed after going to the restroom? He seems even colder yet somewhat dazed. Naruto chuckled. Hey, Naruto, what were you and Sasuke up to? Hinata said you two went to the restroom, Kiba interjected, wrapping his arm around Naruto. Glancing at the blushing Hinata, Naruto quickly pieced together the reason. Oh yes, that's right. He spoke with a nonchalant confidence, knowing it was a harmless fib. After all, if he revealed that Sasuke had been laughing uncontrollably for 2 minutes, how could Sasuke ever show his face in class again? Kurama was certain that given Sasuke's Uchiha disposition, revealing the truth would provoke him into activating his Sharingan. Next time, take me along, Kiba suggested, nodding in agreement. Eager for the camaraderie. Sure, Naruto replied, considering it a trivial matter. As the group engaged in conversation and training, the first day at the Ninja Academy came to a close. At the academy's entrance, the trio awaited Irika to finish his preparations while updating their parents on the day's events. Father, today, the teacher is treating the 3 of us to dinner, Hinata said shyly to her father, Hayashi, who had come to pick up his precious daughter. The usually composed Hayashi was taken aback, for with Hinata's appetite, dining at a high-end restaurant could potentially consume Irika's salary for half a month. Sensing her father's apprehensive gaze, Hinata bashfully lowered her head, aware of her hearty appetite. But this was a chance to dine with Naruto. Hinata, I'll save some food for you at home. Please be mindful, Hayashi suggested delicately, intending to ensure Hinata didn't overindulge. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding the underlying message in Hayashi's words. Well, we plan to eat at Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata replied, silently resolving to only eat until she was half full. Good evening. Head of the Hyuga clan, Irika arrived slightly late, initially addressing the trio, but then noticing the serious-looking Hayashi. Good evening, Irika-sensei. I entrust my daughter to you tonight. I will send someone to fetch her later. I hope you will take good care of her during her studies, Hayashi stated, his demeanor formal yet cordial. Irika smiled in response. Although he felt an odd intensity in Hayashi's gaze, it felt familiar yet elusive, especially with the Hyuga clan's distinctive white eyes, making it difficult for him to decipher the meaning behind Hayashi's expression. Once Hayashi departed, Sasuke's brother arrived in haste. Upon hearing that Irika was treating them to dinner, he praised Sasuke profusely, ruffling his hair, leaving Sasuke beaming with pride and blushing. However, Naruto sensed an unusual tension in Itachi, a faint urgency and concern lurking beneath the surface. As for Naruto, he didn't need to inform his parents, as they were well aware of his activities. How amusing. All right, let us set off, Irika announced, waving his hand enthusiastically, leading the cheerful Naruto, the bashful Hinata, and the proud Sasuke toward the fabled Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome. A girl with long brown hair greeted them as they entered the ramen shop. Ah, it's Irika-sensei. Are you here again with your excellent students for ramen? I am recognized Irika, who had once taught her a class. Oh, I am. Yes, I've brought my students once more, Irika replied warmly. Irika chuckled as he introduced the restaurant to Naruto and his companions. The handmade ramen crafted by the skilled chef was simply exquisite, once tasted years ago. Its flavor had lingered in his memory ever since. Irika extolled the deliciousness of Ichiraku ramen, while SHBU felt a bit embarrassed. Really? You always exaggerate like this every time we come here, she exclaimed. All right, Irika-sensei, what would you like to order? SHBU interrupted Irika, who was eager to continue praising the ramen, and promptly handed over the menu. Since it was their first visit, the three youngsters silently turned to Irika for guidance. After all, they were uncertain about what was delightful to eat, so it was best to let their enthusiastic mentor make the selections. Ah, I see. Let's start with 3 bowls of Ichiraku's renowned tonkatsu ramen and 1 bowl of spicy miso vegetable ramen. All large, please. Irika ordered 3 substantial bowls of the famous tonkatsu ramen for the trio, while opting for a spicy miso vegetable ramen for himself. Given that he was unaware of the children's preferences, this was the safest choice. Before long, steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were served at their table, filled with bamboo shoots. Rich pork bone broth, soft-boiled eggs, green peppers, seaweed, tender slices of chashu, and perfectly chewy noodles. The bowls, nearly as large as Naruto's face, exuded an enticing aroma. Hey, what about me, teacher? I want to eat too. A somewhat shy yet persistent voice echoed in Naruto's mind from the sealed space. Kurama shot a disapproving glance at the drooling Hashirama, exasperated. How could little Naruto possibly bring you ramen in this situation? Glutton. Chapter 43. Irika, no worries. I can afford it. Struggling to maintain composure, let us dig in. The 3 youngsters eagerly grasped their chopsticks and began to savor their ramen. Irika watched them with a smile, his earlier thoughts gradually fading away. He even began to reflect on his role as an educator, realizing that harboring hatred towards a child was utterly unjust. Expertly wielding his chopsticks, he slurped up the noodles, relishing the familiar and delightful flavor. Ah, what a wonderful taste, he mused, sinking into the experience until he was jolted back to reality by Naruto's shout. Big sister, please bring us 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Irika's eyes widened in shock as he noticed that Naruto and Hinata had completely emptied their bowls, even drinking half of the broth. Irika-sensei, is that all right? Naruto asked, wiggling his body playfully and winking at Irika, while Hinata sat beside him, nervously poking her fingers together and gazing up at Irika adorably. Of course, since it's on me. Eat to your heart's content. Sasuke, do you want some? Irika thought about how he couldn't let his students leave hungry after bringing them out for ramen. Thus, despite being astonished by the 2's appetites, he nodded cheerfully and inquired about Sasuke's wishes. Sasuke, feeling a bit reluctant, rubbed his already full stomach and shook his head in resignation. Curse you, my ungrateful stomach. It's clearly your fault. I can't keep up with those 2. Niji gave a thumbs up. I'm nearly done, but those 2 might require a tad more time. Irika nodded, while SHBU went to inform her father in the kitchen to prepare 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Indeed, children's stomachs were relatively small, but eating too quickly was not advisable for digestion. Should I order another bowl for myself? Irika pondered as he continued to eat, lost in thought. 2 minutes later, Naruto raised his right hand and shouted for SHBU again. Big sister, we need 2 more bowls. SHBU was taken aback, wondering if kids these days could really eat so much. These 2 aren't even from the Akimichi clan. Sasuke covered his face, wanting to tell SHBU that it was just a matter of getting used to it, but refrained due to pride. Just as Irika was finishing his last noodle and about to order another bowl, he heard Naruto's call for 2 more. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he noticed the 2 bowls were indeed empty, yet their bellies showed no significant signs of fullness. Go ahead, eat without worry. It's on me, Irika reassured them, feeling the weight of his wallet by his side. With the school year just starting and his salary yet to be received, he hoped his savings would suffice. Assessing the thickness of his wallet, Irika regained his confidence. What a few bowls of ramen. Eat up, enjoy. Teacher, let us add more for you too, Naruto exclaimed, calling out to SHBU, who was heading back to the kitchen. Alright, got it. Looks like you're in a good mood today, Irika-sensei. Having once been Irika's student, SHBU understood him well despite not becoming a ninja after graduation. Irika was likely feeling quite pleased at the moment. Dad, more ramen. SHBU returned with 3 bowls shortly. By the time Naruto finished his 3rd bowl, he was already full and contemplating how to sneak a bowl back for Irika. It seemed unlikely tonight, as Irika had already checked his wallet multiple times. Hinata also finished her 3rd bowl, having nearly finished the broth. Teacher, I'm full, she shyly announced as she set down her chopsticks. This was a fib. Hinata simply felt shy about eating too much in front of Irika, especially since her father had left food for her at home. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged knowing glances, their silent understanding evident. Irika, oblivious to their secret communication, felt relieved to hear Hinata was full and that Naruto wasn't asking for more. Thank goodness, that's a relief. SHBU, let us settle the bill. Irika called out to her as she assisted in the kitchen. That's a total of 7 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 2 bowls of spicy miso ramen, amounting to 200 ryo. Irika had anticipated this and maintained his composure, pulling out 230 ryo from his wallet. He paid 200 ryo to SHBU and returned the remaining 30 ryo back into his wallet. As the 3 youngsters and Irika stepped out of the ramen shop, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One with red-eye disease, the other with cataracts. Humor aside, it was none other than Itachi, there to pick up his younger brother. And TRU, there for the young lady. Both Itachi and TRU politely thanked Irika before taking the 2 youngsters away. See you, Naruto. Sasuke waved goodbye, while Hinata, illuminated by the orange glow of the sunset, offered a gentle smile as she bid farewell to Naruto. TCH, blonde hair, was T-Ru's inner monologue. Well then, Sasuke, Hinata. See you tomorrow. Naruto waved at the 2 as they departed. Irika observed Naruto walking home alone and hurried to catch up. Hey, where are you going? Let me walk you back. It's not safe for a child like you. Irika's words trailed off. A figure in disguise emitted a wail, while another covered its groin in distress. A certain Irika, oblivious to the names of those involved, felt exasperated. Is this what children are like? Naruto turned and smiled at the frozen Irika. Why, of course. So, Irika-sensei, will you take me home? Having received the opportunity, Irika nodded. All right, let us head home. By the way, where do you live? Irika-sensei, you fool. Hey, give me directions. As the sun set, the shadows of Naruto and Irika, one small and one large, stretched endlessly into the horizon. Through the crystal ball, the 3 generations nodded in satisfaction and waved their hands to approve the Academy's reimbursement. Irika exclaimed joyfully, hooray. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked home alongside Itachi. After contemplating for a moment, he leaned closer to his brother and proudly declared, Nisan, I defeated Naruto today. To him, this achievement held greater significance than awakening his Sharingan. Oh, Sasuke is truly impressive. He is indeed my little brother. Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Despite being overwhelmed by the recent clan and village matters, his love for his younger sibling remained unwavering. Indeed, I am a proud genius of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke exclaimed, striking a heroic pose, feeling quite invincible. Oh, by the way, there's something else I almost forgot. Sasuke suddenly remembered that he seemed to have awakened his Sharingan. What is it? Itachi responded, his mind still occupied with Shirsue's plans. I have awakened my Sharingan. Oh, how impressive. You truly are my little brother, Itachi praised as usual. A few seconds later, Itachi halted in his tracks. Wait, you awakened it. Chapter 44. Danzo's actions. Itachi drew Sasuke closer, scrutinizing his dark pupils. In the next moment, Sasuke's scara turned crimson, and the circular black patterns began to rotate slowly. Sasuke, let's keep this between us for now, Itachi pondered. Given the current situation, if word spread that Sasuke awakened his Sharingan at the age of 6, the Uchiha clan might very well revolt tonight, jeopardizing his and Shirsue's plans. Although Sasuke was somewhat puzzled, he trusted his beloved brother and could not fathom that Itachi would wish him harm. As the scarlet faded, the original black and white returned. Sasuke nodded in agreement. All right, but why? Itachi gazed at the distant sunset, stroking Sasuke's spiky hair. Because of the current circumstances. In any case, trust your brother. I will protect you. Sasuke felt the familiar prickliness of his brother's hand, finding comfort in it. He puffed out his cheeks, feeling somewhat exasperated that Itachi often spoke in ways he could not comprehend. Then, will you practice ninjutsu with me tomorrow? I want to learn the Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi considered this and nodded. It had been a long time since they trained together, and he felt he had neglected that responsibility. All right, no problem. Really? It's a promise. Yes, it's a promise. The path bathed in sunset was filled with Sasuke's laughter and Itachi's gentle chuckles. At the roots of Konoha, in Danzo's office, Lord Danzo. Shisui has arrived. A subordinate knelt respectfully before the seated Danzo. Bring him in. Danzo squinted, gesturing for the subordinate to admit Shisui. In less than a minute, Shisui, clad in combat attire, entered the office. Lord Danzo. Observing Shisui bowing, Danzo's tone softened. Please rise. We are all part of Konoha and do not require such formalities. A flicker of red gleamed in Shisui's eyes, but vanished in the next moment. Very well, Lord Danzo, regarding matters within my clan. As Shisui began to speak, the subordinate thoughtfully provided a chair. I believe you can do this, and this. Danzo earnestly responded to Shisui's inquiries, offering his insights. After about 5 minutes of discussion, Danzo suddenly shifted the topic. Shisui, I heard you awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Don't take offense. This information is from the Hokage and is intended to provide some perspective on the Uchiha issues. Shisui smiled at Danzo, whose face was wrapped in bandages. Lord Danzo, I apologize, but may I ask if the accusations against the security force were your doing? His tone remained gentle, yet the earlier reverence had dissipated. In the next instant, black patterns emerged in his pupils, transforming into swirling shapes. Kodo Amatsukami. How foolish. Do you truly think I lack intelligence? Shisui thought, recalling the numerous Uchiha issues he had encountered, all while noting the presence of root shadows during his investigations. He would not underestimate the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. If he could manipulate Danzo's will, the Uchiha might just live in peace. No, I am not. Just as Danzo attempted to respond, his eyes lost focus. And in the next moment, a blade of light flashed, piercing Shisui's body. Due to the considerable chakra consumption of Kodo Amatsukami, Shisui could not react in time and was struck by the subordinate beside him. How could this happen? Shisui was astonished that Danzo had attacked him directly. He had only modified Danzo's will. Applause erupted as dozens of elite root members surrounded the office. Danzo's voice echoed from an unseen corner. Shisui, how should I describe you? Just as naive as that fool, Kage. Did you truly believe that the clues you discovered were solely your own? No. They were all bait I deliberately laid out for you. He chuckled ominously. As the shadow of Konoha and the Uchiha's nemesis, Danzo, trained by the second Hokage, could not possibly be ignorant of Uchiha's techniques. It was laughable that these malevolent Uchiha believed their techniques and Jinjutsu were unparalleled, failing to engage their intellect. It was a pity. Had Shisui feigned ignorance a bit longer, he might have been able to retain him for a few more days. Once he possessed his eyes, he would visit Shisui's home under the cover of night, pin him down, and use Kodo Amatsukami on him. From that moment on, Hiruzen would become his pawn, and the Hokage position would surely be his. This is bad. Shisui kicked the subordinate away and swiftly removed the blade embedded in his body. Using chakra to temporarily staunch the bleeding, he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how to escape. Do not struggle. Your eye techniques cannot be reused in a short period, correct? Even if you could use them again, do you think I am truly me? Give up. Even if you manage to escape, Hiruzen will not believe you. You will be branded with the crime of attempting to control Konoha's higher-ups and will be apprehended. Danzo attempted to undermine the resolve of the famed Uchiha Shisui, knowing that attacking the mind was often more effective than attacking the body. However, was the heart of an Uchiha so easily swayed? Especially one who had awakened the Manjiki and deeply cherished Konoha and his clan. Shisui's Manjiki spun rapidly, and in the next moment, a green skeletal figure began to coalesce around him. Dozens of shuriken were hurled at Shisui, only to be blocked by the rapidly forming skeletal structure. A massive green skeletal hand waved, deflecting all the shuriken. Susanoo, initial form. Danzo recognized the name immediately based on his subordinate's descriptions. This name, which once suppressed an era, transcended that of mere shinobi. Susanoo. Tobirama had written about it in his texts. Within each Manjiki Sharingan of the nefarious Uchiha clan lies a powerful ocular technique. When two Manjiki of the same origin converge, that third power, Susanoo, would emerge. Danzo's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Shisui could activate Susanoo after employing Kotoeme Tsukumi just once. However, this was his territory. He refused to believe that the duck he had in his grasp would fly away. Surround him. He is already injured and cannot hold out for long. And indeed, Shisui felt a substantial drain on his ocular power. For ordinary Mangeki, ocular power was a limited resource. Perhaps only the eternal Mangeki could replenish it. However, it is imperative that I act now. The one I seek, Itachi, awaits my arrival. A smirk curled at the corner of Shisui's mouth as his skeletal form began to proliferate, manifesting a verdant skull before the astonished onlookers. Susanoo. First stage. The green skeleton's hands dispersed the incoming ninjutsu, shattering parts of its own form to carve a path for escape. I must hurry. This matter must be relayed to Lord Third. Shisui harbored doubts about Danzo's words. If the Third truly wished him harm, he would have been captured long ago, instead of being sent to the Hot Springs district. Yet, if he could indeed emerge alive, faced with the approaching members of the Root organization, Shisui relied on Susanoo's defenses and his agility to evade them. However, he noticed the wounds upon him were gradually turning a shade of purple. Chapter 45. The death of Shisui accompanied by the crumbling of structures, a colossal green Susanoo erupted from the ground below. Yet, Shisui's condition was far from optimal. The Root organization, after all, had been under Danzo's dominion for nearly a decade, with most of its members completely obedient to his commands, even resorting to suicidal assaults. Tense, it's fortunate I left early. The blade wielded by the Root member was poisoned, impairing nerve responses, thereby exacerbating Shisui's frailty. Given the remote location of the Root, reaching the Hokage was becoming increasingly improbable. Itachi. At this moment, Itachi should still be there. Adjusting his position, Shisui shielded himself with Susanoo against the ninjutsu that pursued him and redirected his course. With relentless pursuers behind him, he resolved to eliminate them all before encountering Itachi. With this determination, he activated Izanagi. As the light of his left Mangeki Sharingan dimmed, Shisui's Hinu ascended to its third stage. Izanagi, the ability to transform damage endured by the user into a mere dream, allowing the resulting harm to manifest as reality. In that instant, the limitations of his ocular power ceased, and the immense Susanoo rose skyward, grasping a spiraling spear. Yasaka Magatama. Dozens of massive green Magatama flew towards the Root members, as the spiraling spear lunged directly at them. Is this real? One member, still partially unbrainwashed, gazed at the impending assault, finally grasping why Lord Danzo coveted Shisui's eyes. Will we win? His voice trembled. We will die, replied a companion nearby. In the next moment, the Yasaka Magatama shattered the earthen barriers they had conjured, and in a tremendous explosion, they were reduced to the most inconspicuous dust in the air. After all, the Root never permitted individuality. 20 seconds left? Shisui felt the dwindling time as massive wings sprouted from his Susanoo, propelling it swiftly into the sky. The spiraling spear in Susanoo's grasp began to rotate once more, before Shisui hurled it towards the Root base. I shall name this technique Flying Spiral Super Wheel Flash Life Spear. A nod of approval from the death god, Minato. Danzo. Once the spear was cast, Shisui hastened towards the training ground where Itachi usually practiced. The colossal Susanoo soaring through the skies instantly captured the attention of the village's sensory department. The door to the Hokage's office was kicked open as Kakashi rushed in, disregarding the Third's privacy, and immediately reported the crisis. Startled, the Third covered the crystal ball, instantly recognizing the severity as he sensed the immense chakra manifesting as a giant. He swiftly shed his Hokage robes and donned the armor prepared in the office, making his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Meanwhile, Itachi had just returned home after escorting Sasuke. Subsequently arriving at the training ground he frequented with Shisui under the pretense of having matters to attend to. A foreboding feeling gnawed at him, particularly regarding Shisui's earlier words. Today, I shall strive for something. If successful, perhaps I can save the village and the Uchiha. At the time, Shisui had spoken lightly, almost jokingly. Yet, he had yet to return. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a massive green Susanoo descended from the mountains behind the clan, only to dissipate midway. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Itachi discerned the figure at the center of the fading Susanoo. Shisui. Itachi rushed forward, attempting to catch Shisui. Fortunately, The descent was not swift. Allowing the trees to serve as a cushion, and Itachi successfully became a human barrier, breaking Shirsue's fall. "Itachi, I'm glad you're here," Shirsue managed, a smile finally gracing his face. "Shirsue, what has happened?" Itachi asked, concerned as he felt Shirsue's weight pressing down on him. "I confronted Danzo today. He is the one perpetuating the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha. I, sought to alter his will with Kotoame Tsukumi to prevent the Uchiha coup, but I failed. Ultimately, I escaped using these eyes." Shirsue's voice faltered, revealing his frailty. Itachi gently lifted Shirsue, examining his injuries. Shirsue's body was becoming numb. After all, what poison could Danzo, the dark figure of Konoha, have employed that was of low quality? Were it not for Izanagi, Shirsue would have succumbed long ago. With another cough, Shirsue forced a bitter smile and raised his hand. In Itachi's incredulous gaze, he removed his right eye. "Itachi, I can no longer continue. My left eye has lost its sight due to Izanagi, and now I bestow upon you my right eye, which still possesses the fleeting power of Kotoame Tsukumi. Konoha is now in your hands, my dear friend." With the memories of his vision still intact, Shirsue awkwardly placed his eye into Itachi's hand before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shirsue. Itachi shook his friend, but it was futile. Shirsue had perished, dying in pursuit of his dreams. Yet, he found solace in the thought that his dear friend would carry on his aspirations. He believed that Itachi would surely mend the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. "Tobirama, what are you muttering about? There is no time to mourn the fallen Uchiha." Shirsue. Next, we have Senju Itachi making his entrance. As Itachi felt the last warmth of Shirsue's body, he quietly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the crimson Mangeki appeared. By the time the third and Fugaku arrived, they beheld Itachi carrying Shirsue's lifeless form, heading towards the Uchiha shrine. Gazing upon Shirsue's deceased countenance, the third wished to speak, yet found no words. "Lord Third, this is a clan matter. I implore you to return for now," Fugaku said, sorrow evident in his eyes as he regarded the body of his fallen junior. Shirsue had been an extraordinary talent, imbued with the will of fire, closely allied with the Hokage, and devoid of the Uchiha's more extreme ideologies. Fugaku couldn't help but wonder if Itachi would recover from this blow. Nevertheless, Shirsue had been one of his subordinates, and he vowed to uncover the truth behind his death. With Shirsue gone, only he could unlock that Susanoo now, and the location of its manifestation was not far from Danzo's route. Sighing, he resolved to confront Danzo first, then seek out Itachi for any information. The members of the Uchiha clan began to gather, their eyes aflame with anger, for Shirsue had been one of their own. Though he often followed the Hokage, he was undeniably an Uchiha. The eyes of the extremists had already turned crimson. The third Hokage, having surmised some truths, consciously felt guilty and quietly departed from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 46. Fugaku, my prowess speaks for itself. Sasuke expressed profound dissatisfaction regarding his elder brother's decision to embark on a mission immediately after dinner. Wasn't he supposed to spend more time with me? This is unacceptable. He resolved to feign ignorance the next time they met, ensuring that his brother would have to apologize. Soon after, the third Hokage, clad in his battle attire, arrived at Sasuke's home. Sasuke was taken aback. The Hokage, who had nearly dozed off that morning, had come specifically to visit him. Was he here to share a bedtime story to help him sleep more soundly? Fugaku chuckled, wishing that were the case. Sarutobi, accompanied by Umbu members, knocked on Fugaku's door and entered with a white-haired and a brown-haired Umbu operative. "Fugaku, what is the situation with Susanoo?" The urgency in Hiruzen's voice was palpable. Currently, the only Uchihas likely to possess the Mangeki Sharingan were Shirsue and Fugaku. If even a couple of those extremists had awakened their Mangeki, they could very well be launching attacks on the Hokage building right now. After all, the current strength of the village was far inferior to that of the first Hokage. Fugaku sat at home, enjoying the meal prepared by his devoted wife, conversing with his two sons, while contemplating how to manage clan affairs. "What on earth is Susanoo? I thought there were virtually no Mangeki users left in the clan aside from myself." "Well, Lord Third, I am not aware of this matter," Fugaku claimed innocently, as he diligently maintained the relationship between the clan and the village, hoping to enjoy a peaceful life with his family. Noticing Fugaku's earnest expression, the third Hokage felt a sense of sincerity. "Where did Susanoo appear?" Fugaku inquired. After a brief silence, Hiruzen replied, "I am not certain of the exact location. but it descended from the Uchiha's back mountain. It is highly likely to be Shisui. Upon hearing Shisui's name, Fugaku's pupils dilated in shock. Shisui, Itachi, mission. Lord Third, let us proceed to the training grounds at the back mountain, Fugaku stated, leading the third Hokage toward the internal training area of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Sasuke was being held by Mikoto, who covered his ears. Sasuke, dear, your father has matters to discuss with the Hokage. Let us return to your room for now. Sasuke nodded, but given his years of camaraderie with Naruto, could he easily suppress his curiosity? After being escorted back to his room, Sasuke executed a small leap and rolled out of the window. Yes, mission accomplished. Due to the urgency of the situation and the limited number of Umbu present, they refrained from causing any disturbances among the Uchiha. Consequently, the Umbu outside regarded Sasuke as merely an ordinary Uchiha child, unaware that anything extraordinary could transpire. Thus, Sasuke stealthily followed his father and the eloquent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were moving quickly, and Sasuke struggled to keep up. How infuriating. If I weren't so young, I wouldn't be lagging behind. He exclaimed. Come on, I've chased after Nin before, albeit 3 years ago, Naruto retorted. During this time, a white-haired figure casually glanced back and spotted Sasuke trailing behind. Honestly, why all the sneaking around? Why can't you just be up front? Kakashi thought, bemused by the antics of the Uchiha child. Due to the distance and his lack of attention to Sasuke's features, he merely assumed Sasuke was just another young Uchiha having a moment. Ah, how reminiscent this was of his own younger self. Kakashi shook his head and continued to follow Sarutobi and Fugaku. Eventually, they encountered Itachi, who was solemnly carrying Shisui's lifeless body back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the pale moonlight illuminated the grim scene. Sasuke peeked out and was horrified by what he saw. Brother. He yearned to speak, but was momentarily speechless. Then, he was incapacitated by a jinjutsu cast by his father. Lord Third, this is an internal clan matter. I must ask you to leave for now, Fugaku said, his head spinning as he surveyed the tragic scene before him and his 2 sons. Ah, what a troublesome time this is, he sighed. Sasuke only remembered receiving a glare from his father before everything faded to black. The following morning, Mikoto gently roused Sasuke from slumber. Sasuke, get up. It's time to prepare for school. As his consciousness gradually returned, he rubbed his head, fragmented memories flooding back. He abruptly turned to glance at the window he had climbed through last night. Just yesterday, it had been a regular glass window. How had it transformed into a security window overnight? Well, you snuck out yesterday and your father discovered it. To prevent a recurrence, we installed this security window similar to those at school. Surprised? Mikoto's mood seemed much lighter, enjoying teasing her son, especially when he appeared bewildered. But wait, last night, I saw my brother carrying Shisui and Shisui's eye. It was missing. Little Sasuke, is that how you speak? Shisui's voice echoed in his mind. Sasuke wanted to inquire about what transpired, but was silenced by Mikoto's finger on his lips. Now is not the time for such questions, my dear. Hurry and get dressed for school. A hint of sadness flickered in her gentle gaze, masterfully concealed from her son. Nevertheless, no buts. Hurry to school. Itachi won't be able to take you today. You'll have to go on your own. Fugaku entered, his authoritative presence rendering Sasuke speechless. What kind of person was Uchiha Fugaku? In the world of Naruto, he was one of the few who could rival 2 formidable adversaries. One was Uchiha Itachi, a future destroyer of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan and a core member of the Akatsuki organization. The other was Uchiha Sasuke, a reincarnation of Indra and a future savior, who even sealed the Sage of 6 Paths mother. Isn't it amusing how they would fight as if a father were battling a son? Sighing, Sasuke nodded obediently, though his heart was heavy with disappointment. His brother must have sustained severe injuries. He wondered how he was faring now. With Itachi absent, he thought to himself, fine, I'll just go to school and find someone to play with. I can check on Shisui later. Clad and equipped with a backpack containing 2 large bento boxes, Sasuke set off for school. Chapter 47. Kurama, don't come any closer. Naruto, rise and shine. Kurama's voice resonated in Naruto's mind, awakening the slumbering boy. Please, don't ask why it isn't Hashirama. Hashirama, ZZZ. Yesterday, as Naruto successfully entered the Ninja Academy, Hashirama received a reward. A blue screen displayed 3 options. 1. Converse with Tobirama for a minute. 2. Acquire a jutsu from the ceiling book. 3. Obtain a design for an entertainment activity. Hashirama stroked his chin, quickly dismissing the second option. What a joke. The jutsu in the sealing book were primarily developed by Tobirama, and most were sealed by him as well. Tobirama, brother, I've developed a new jutsu. Hashirama, oh, is it water release? Tobirama, no. Hashirama, oh, the sealing book is in that drawer over there. Go retrieve it yourself. In years past, Tobirama developed numerous ninjutsu techniques that posed threats to both the body and the health of the village. For instance, the multiple shadow clone technique, where an excessive number of clones could overwhelm a person's physical capacity. Another example is the dark illusion technique, which primarily targets the Uchiha clan and possesses a formidable counter against the Sharingan. Tobirama quipped, "What do you think motivated me to create one forbidden technique after another?" Then came the first task, to engage in conversation with Tobirama for a minute. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he last spoke with his dear brother. The last time they conversed was during the moment Tobirama summoned him through the reanimation jutsu. On that occasion, Hashirama was infuriated, believing that Tobirama's research into ninjutsu transgressed moral boundaries, and thus compelled him to seal this technique back into the Book of Seals. Tobirama remarked, "Is it acceptable for me to seek you out, but not Naruto?" Hashirama retorted, "What a joke. Naruto is my prized pupil, and the prophecy declares him to be the chosen one. How could I refuse to assist him?" However, upon seeing this option, Hashirama felt a pang of nostalgia for his brother. Consequently, his finger hovered over the third option. Tobirama exclaimed, "Oh, a slip of the hand." As for entertainment activities, one must understand that in Hashirama's era, such pursuits were scarce. Gambling was the sole form of amusement that emerged after the establishment of Konoha by Hashirama and Madara. "Oh, you inquire about adult literature? That had yet to develop," he mused, as both the first and second Hokage were not known for indulging in such vices. One could hardly forget how Hashirama would sneak out at night to rendezvous with Uchiha Madara, leaving only Mito to guard the empty bed. It was evident that Tobirama harbored deep sentiments for the Uchiha, dedicating his life to devising techniques to counter them, remaining unmarried as a result. Indeed, Hokage were paragons of virtue, right, Sarutobi? Sarutobi quietly returned the crystal ball to the drawer, adjusting his appearance before affirming with conviction, "Indeed, it's true." Danzo, baring his teeth, cast an irritable glance at the two-faced Hokage. In the next moment, as Hashirama selected this option, 54 cards flew into his vast mind. What on earth? My elder brother possesses a colossal intellect? What could possibly be stored in his mind? Tobirama interjected. Hashirama secretly locked away his cherished memories. Playing cards? Dodiju? Speed? Hashirama stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. As a seasoned gambler, his instincts urged him that these cards held great potential for wealth. But how to proceed with the 54 rigid, resilient cards? Why not consult the wonders of wood release? It is well known that the phloem of trees is exceptionally pliable, which aligns perfectly with the properties of playing cards. Given this, why not use wood release to create wooden cards? The thought stirred excitement within him. All right, let's get to it. With a clap of his hands, a suitably sized tree burst through the soil of the sealed space, coming into view. Now that I have the raw materials, how do I process them without a blade? This posed a conundrum, as Hashirama pondered. The sleeping Kurama suddenly sensed an overwhelming malice, a depth so profound it reached to its very core. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it at once." The little nine-tailed fox abruptly opened its eyes, only to find itself cradled by Hashirama. "That man is wielding his sharp claws to trim my tree. Has he lost his mind, or has the world gone mad?" Kurama struggled to break free from Hashirama's grip, but alas, it was futile. Such a meager amount of chakra could not withstand Hashirama's strength. "Calm down, Kurama. I'm merely borrowing your claws for a moment." Hashirama chuckled gently, exuding an air of mischief. "Stop. Don't you have claws of your own? Please cease immediately." 5 hours later, the contrast between the lifeless Kurama, who seemed to have lost its fox-like ambition, and the exuberant Hashirama, who was eagerly handling the cards, was stark. What an abomination. No, worse than an abominable beast. It was known that Hashirama's hands were not particularly steady, and combined with Kurama's struggles, this led to 5 hours of torment. After the labor of 6 grand trees, a perfect set of 54 playing cards was finally created. Hashirama gazed intently at the 54 cards, devoid of any designs. "Hey, Kurama," he called. "Don't touch me." Kurama retorted, unwilling to engage with the madman, who had inexplicably embraced him and used his claws to carve trees. "Go ahead and carve. I'm not even struggling anymore." This endeavor has yielded nearly 100 failed attempts. How about we draw on these cards together when Naruto returns from school tomorrow? Hashirama's suggestion reached Kurama's ears. The little fox's ears perked up, and a glimmer of interest sparked in its eyes. Can I draw whatever I wish? Kurama inquired, with a hint of curiosity. Hashirama, not dwelling too much on the details, simply nodded. Of course. How about we split them 3 ways? That is feasible, but how do we divide 54 cards equally? Kurama, having gained some knowledge over the years, remembered how, during the time of the Sage of Six Paths, he had learned a few human concepts. For instance, Shikaku had even studied sealing techniques to challenge Kurama's status, only to be overwhelmed by Kurama's formidable power. Not to worry, we can all draw on the last card together, Hashirama declared, not giving it much thought after his long endeavor. Very well. Chapter 48. The latecomers. The slumbering Naruto was oblivious to the events that transpired between Hashirama and Kurama the previous night. When he finally rose early in the morning, Kurama's voice urging him to wake up sounded notably fatigued. After a quick change of clothes, tying his hair, and enjoying a hearty breakfast, he also prepared a lunchbox for later. I'm truly remarkable, far surpassing that certain someone who only prattles on about older brothers. Naruto mused as he made his way to school, inevitably encountering Sasuke along the way. Oh, Sasuke seems to be in a rather foul mood today. Did something unfortunate occur last night? Perhaps he wet the bed and was soundly scolded by his mother, or worse, by Itachi. Naruto thought mischievously. Sasuke, feeling a chill from Naruto's peculiar gaze, scoffed, "Tch, that Naruto must be thinking of something bizarre again." He shot a glare at Naruto, who sheepishly diverted his gaze. Naruto's intuition was becoming increasingly accurate, and it seemed he would need to keep a closer eye on Sasuke in the future. Hey, you slack. Were you just thinking of something strange? Naruto touched his head. No, I wasn't. Don't slander a good person. It's confirmed. Come on, let us hurry, we'll be late. Naruto shook his head, maintaining a serious tone. Sasuke slipped his hands into his pockets, activating his Sharingan, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Let us go? Why did you activate your eyes? Because it's cool. Not that it's any of your business. It was laughable. One could hardly find an Uchiha who wouldn't want to flaunt their impressive Sharingan after activating it. After walking for a while, Sasuke sensed that his chakra seemed to be running low, perhaps insufficient. Silently closing his Sharingan, he asked his brother to keep his eye activation a secret from Naruto. As they gradually made their way towards the Ninja Academy. 10 minutes later, at the Ninja Academy, they were already late for school on the second day. Irika had specifically conversed with the parents of his classmates the night before, particularly those from the prominent families, to restore his usual demeanor. Are we late? It was usually Hashirama who woke Naruto, but today, Kurama felt something was off and suddenly remembered that Naruto should be getting up for school. Thus, he roused Naruto, plopping down on Hashirama's stomach in the process. Hashirama, I feel a weight pressing down on me, reminiscent of the time I battled Madara. Kurama disdainfully curled his lip, cursing Hashirama for waking him up last night while he himself slept soundly. Feeling a bit drowsy. Perhaps I shall sleep a little longer. Hashirama, this pressure is concentrated in my abdomen, making me feel as though Madara is repeatedly stabbing my kidneys with kunai. Sasuke, having overslept due to the previous night's failed adventure, was also delayed in getting ready. Sasuke, if my brother had accompanied me, I would not be late. He followed behind Naruto, who was scratching his head, feeling a bit flushed. How embarrassing for him, a proud Uchiha, to be late on the second day of school. His demeanor sharply contrasted with the playful Naruto. It was evident that attending school with Naruto had diminished, and in a few days, he would likely catch Naruto's infectious spirit. Oh, Sasuke, come in. Stand at the back for 5 minutes, then return to your seat. Clearly, the shy child would be rewarded. Hinata peeked her head out. Hey, no dawdling. Stop grinning and go stand with Sasuke. Irika's voice, though loud, lacked harshness. Sasuke, did you hear that? Hurry up. Naruto nudged Sasuke to the back, and the entire class's gaze was fixed upon them, particularly on Sasuke, as the civilian children dared not meet Naruto's eyes. Naruto, hey, look at me. Many girls discreetly stole glances at Sasuke, with Ino and Sakura being the most fervent. Ino even glanced at Naruto. Truth be told, Naruto was quite handsome. His golden hair complementing Ino well, though his whisker marks obscured his good looks. His fashion sense could use some improvement. I wonder who picked that outfit for him. Sarutobi, I think it looks quite nice. My grandson Kinomaru also appreciates this style. There is a certain aesthetic that resonates with the older generation. Hashirama thought Naruto's attire was rather fashionable compared to his own monotonous light green robe from his youth. The vibrant colors are splendid. Too bad Naruto is already with Hinata. Otherwise, he could try it on. After observing the interactions throughout the day, Ino was convinced that the relationship between Hinata and Naruto was far from ordinary friends. Good friends were merely a facade. She mused who would confess first. This line of thought seems much more entertaining. Truly, the children of the Yamanaka family possess a remarkable ability to think divergently, making Irika feel inferior. Ino, what are you doing? Ino jolted from her daydream, resembling a startled student caught sleeping as the teacher walked by. Sorry, I was just zoning out. Her father had taught her this, even if caught. A direct admission of guilt, combined with her status as a girl, would surely earn her teacher's leniency. Irika, satisfied with Ino's contrite demeanor, nodded approvingly. Since one pair had already provided a spectacle, he decided to let Ino off this time. Well, consider this a pass. Next time, you'll stand at the back like Naruto. Yay, plan successful. However, she had just envisioned herself as a bridesmaid. I wonder what kind of wedding dress Sasuke prefers. Sasuke, orange yellow, do not disturb. Unlike other girls who occasionally looked back at Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata was exceptionally composed. With a 360-degree view, Naruto's radiance was fully revealed to her. Naruto, why doesn't Hinata look back at me? Feeling a bit sad, boo-hoo. Hinata, however, had not disclosed her ability to see in all directions without activating her Byakugan due to her shyness. Otherwise, with Naruto's perception, they would have locked eyes the next moment, leading to an awkward situation. Chapter 49, How to Extract Chakra. After about 5 minutes, Naruto swaggered back to his seat, causing Irika's eye to twitch. Oh, my students. Cough, class. Today we shall discuss how to extract chakra from our bodies. This segment was primarily directed at the children from civilian backgrounds, along with some from ninja families. Despite having ninja parents, not all could teach their children the art of chakra extraction. Mastering a skill is one thing. Teaching it effectively is another. Moreover, the knowledge Irika was imparting was from his own childhood, which, if not applied for years, would fade from memory as if it had never existed. Irika presented the essential reading for new students, How to Extract Chakra, Ninja Student Edition, authored by his idol, Tobirama. Irika explained in detail, leading to expressions of realization among the civilian students, while some ninja children solidified their understanding. Irika, who am I? The esteemed head of the grade. The elite class teacher appointed by Lord Hokage. How could I lack skills? You would be mistaken to compare me with the likes of Mizuki. Though we are both teachers, there are distinctions among us. Mizuki, is that supposed to concern me? Wait until I practice my large wind shuriken, and I'll show you. However, for Naruto, Irika's explanations were convoluted and difficult to grasp. This process isn't something that simply manifests with effort. Hashirama thought to himself, as expected of my disciple. His understanding is commendable. Consequently, Naruto yawned repeatedly during Irika's lecture, causing Hinata to worry about him being called upon to experience Irika's infamous roar of the Leaf Academy. Yet, her feelings were similar to Naruto's. Extracting chakra was not particularly challenging. As long as there was enough, wasn't that sufficient? If one were to compare a person to a container, with chakra resembling water, then the act of extracting chakra could be seen as the inflow of water. Irika's teachings aimed to help students enlarge their existing entry points, while the total amount depended on individual talent. Sasuke, I refuse to accept this. Naruto, Hinata, her fingers poked each other, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was unfortunate that Naruto's bright golden hair was so striking, especially in Irika's eyes. Thus, after covering the lesson, Irika shouted, "Who is late?" His voice resonated loudly, even reaching Mizuki in the adjacent class. Naruto jolted awake, standing instantly. Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep. Naruto was caught by Irika-sensei. When is it time to eat? Numerous thoughts flashed through Naruto's mind, eventually returning to the topic of food. You seem quite courageous, don't you? Irika squinted, a mischievous smile spreading across his face, as a malicious aura coalesced around him, morphing into a terrifying beast that lunged directly at Naruto. It turned out to be Akamaru sneaking over, while Kiba nearby frantically gestured to Hinata. Kiba, hurry help. You understand? Hinata, got it. Hinata silently grasped Akamaru by the scruff of his neck and lifted him onto her lap. Oh, so soft and pleasant to the touch. Akamaru thought to himself. For some reason, he felt that if he misbehaved, this seemingly harmless girl might tear him apart. A small, cute whine escaped Akamaru's throat, barely audible. Only heard by Hinata and Naruto. Even Kiba had never seen Akamaru act this way. Kiba, Akamaru, you traitor. You forget your master for a pretty face. Akamaru, do you think I wanted this? Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement, but Naruto was still being called to stand up by Irika, so her focus remained on him. Oh, you're overpraising me. I'm really not that brave, Naruto shyly replied, shaking his body. I'm not complimenting you. Irika urged calmly. You can do it. Believe in yourself. You are destined to become the principal. All right, surely Naruto understands chakra extraction well enough. Why don't you come up and demonstrate for everyone? Irika spoke to Naruto in a composed tone. I can extract it, but I don't know how to explain it, Naruto admitted, raising his hand again as he pushed past Sasuke and trotted up. Wow, Naruto is so brave. Without Naruto as protection, Choji dared not openly munch on chips anymore, opting to quietly nibble them while speaking. Indeed, Shikamaru lazily replied. Naruto really has no idea how to slack off properly. A true master of slacking off appears serious on the surface, but is actually daydreaming. Shikamaru mused about Tsunegakure, but he heard that the girls there were just as temperamental as his mother. Irika looked at Naruto approaching with exasperation. Well, if he wants to try, let him. The basics have already been covered. Everyone else can give it a shot. Those with no foundation should be able to extract it in about a week. As Naruto prepared, Irika addressed the students. Ahem. First, sit cross-legged and then press your palms together. Little Naruto promptly sat on the podium, his small hands clasped together. He envisioned an indescribable energy emanating from his body, existing in every part of him. Finally, chakra emerged. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a wave of chakra radiated outwards from him, creating a shockwave that sent papers flying and obscured Irika's face. Wait, is this for real? Sakura, frantically taking notes, was left bewildered. What energy? If it's indescribable, then why are we explaining it? Though her mind was in chaos, she maintained a facade of calm. After all, she didn't want Sasuke to see her flustered. Irika removed the papers from his face and lifted Naruto, returning him to his seat amidst Sasuke's gleeful gaze. Ahem. Special circumstances, I do not recommend following this example. Chapter 50. Danzo's disaster. In contrast to the cheerful daily life at school, our root leader was exceedingly furious. The situation was as follows. Yesterday, Danzo had been fishing for several months, only to have his catch escape, and in the process, he overturned Danzo's fishing platform. A massive spiral gun had struck the base of the root with tremendous force, creating a scene that was nothing short of cataclysmic. Most of the important areas within the base were underground, and the support pillars could not withstand such a violent impact. Danzo, who was present, exclaimed Maru. Fortunately, Danzo was in one of the safest spots in the base, reinforced with remnants of timber left by the previous leader. It barely withstood the impact of Shursue's spiral gun. Shursue declared, this technique is called the Flying Spiral Super Wheel Flash Life Gun. Even if I perish, I shall shout its name in a hoarse voice from the underworld. All the ninjas using ninjutsu to defend themselves met with dire consequences. Half of his trusted subordinates perished, leaving only a few elite bodyguards alive. Truly, a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Maru, Danzo's plans were entirely thwarted. He had hoped to lure Shursue in and seize his eyes. But what was with that colossal Susanoo? According to Tobirama-sensei's book, the energy consumption for activating a normal Manjiki Sharingan Susanoo is immense. It shouldn't be possible. At this moment, Danzo had yet to acquire information about Izanagi and was unaware that Shursue had traded his coveted permanent Kodoame Tsukumi for an invincible 60 seconds. How could this be? My plan to confront Sarutobi at midnight has been ruined. I can't become Hokage, and Sarutobi can't become my subordinate. With a bang, Danzo furiously slammed a desk that his subordinates had salvaged from the rubble. This one was of significantly better quality than the last. This desk has survived the impact of a Susanoo with the power of Kamui. Oh, you ask why this one is of higher quality? I took on a side job during my downtime and saw a custom desk similar to Lord Hokage's. As a former elite ninja of Root, Danzo's teachings in wood-release swordsmanship were unparalleled. Tens, codenamed A, surely recognized the goods from his former employer. In his youth, Tens watched as Danzo returned from the Hokage's office, his face ablaze with fury, slamming the desk in frustration. Ordinary desks couldn't withstand the wrath of Shimura Danzo, inevitably splintering under his fierce blows. Young Tens often felt sorry for the desks, knowing that Danzo's pent-up anger would often redirect towards him during training. Thus, upon receiving a contract for a desk from his old employer, Tens poured his heart into the craftsmanship. It's laughable. Tens could barely be considered a low-level shinobi. Yet he was now working with all his might to create a desk. Don't laugh. Yamato only fights in high-stakes scenarios. The sound of the desk being struck echoed powerfully in the ruins of the base. Danzo discreetly rubbed his hand, feeling the texture of the desk. This doesn't feel quite right. Have they changed their craftsmanship? Although he no longer needed to place an order, Danzo found it impossible to feel happy. Could it be that even the desk is now mocking me? Tawanzo observed his surviving subordinates meticulously sifting through the remnants buried beneath the earth, striving to unearth documents and experimental materials. Particularly, the items from the laboratory were of utmost significance, as they pertained to his own strength. The members of the Root who possessed the ability to utilize earth techniques had directly delved underground, salvaging whatever they could. Sighing, Tawanzo's hand throbbed with pain as he surveyed the desolate scene before him, pondering how to proceed. Meanwhile, the aged Tawanzo sat upon his throne, watching his remaining subordinates continuously extract his possessions from the depths. Clearly, this base could no longer be retained. It was absurd. After such a colossal explosion, it would be a simple task for the Uchiha to trace it back to him. Had Jia Xiao still been alive, his people would not have perished in that green light, and a few malevolent Uchihas would amount to nothing. Yet, regrettably, there are no ifs. How then could he explain the situation to Hisashi? Should he reveal that Shursui intended to assassinate the higher-ups of Konoha, including the Hokage, Tawanzo? Tawanzo touched the bandaged area of his chin and shook his head. Although he had recently diminished his activities, the actions he had previously undertaken were irrevocable. Hisashi would most likely not take his words at face value. What of Shursui? How could he still be so formidable after being afflicted by the poison he had procured from the Oil Lady clan? Was this the prowess of the Meijiki Sharingan? It seemed implausible. If it were truly that powerful, he should have perished by now. How could the Uchiha have endured in silence for so many years? There had been no such behavior from the Uchiha on the battlefield before. Perhaps it was a fleeting surge of forbidden techniques. It appeared he must revisit the records left by Tobirama and the information from the Uchiha. Tobirama mused, if I had known. After the battle at the Valley of the End, I would have directly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pin Madara's corpse to the ground, mercilessly tormenting him until 3 days later, confirming his demise before returning. Indeed, Tobirama could have merely stood guard over the body, checking each morning to see if it had begun to rot. Unfortunately, in those days, Hashirama insisted on placing Madara's body in a coffin and found a suitable resting place for it. Hashirama had even intended to be buried alongside Madara, but that plan ultimately failed. Why? The arrangements for Hashirama's funeral were made by Tobirama and Mito. Tobirama thought, the inherently malevolent Uchiha Madara. He cannot be allowed to continue causing chaos for my elder brother, not even in death. Mito added, Nine Tails, how absurd. Thus, even in death, Hashirama and Madara could not be together. What a delightful irony. Hashirama exclaimed, what is there to celebrate? That wretched Udu, I am growing angry. However, in truth, Madara was merely feigning death, leaving behind a shadow clone. Madara, I wager that Hashirama will preserve my body. For this, I staked all the bonds I shared with Hashirama. Fortuitously, I emerged victorious. Tobirama lamented, how foolish. My dim-witted elder brother, deceived and counting other people's money. Hashirama. Oh really? Chapter 51. The stubborn Ino Yamanaka rushes for gossip. Sarutobi Hisashi was leading a team of Umbu to confront Tawanzo regarding his excessive actions. After all, Itachi had already disclosed part of the situation to him. The actions of his old friend were utterly outrageous, especially his attack on Shursui. Wait, could it be that he intended to utilize Shursui's Kotoamatsukami? This was intolerable. He could not allow Tawanzo to continue his reckless behavior. However, as the Hokage, there were many shadowy matters he could not intervene in directly, making Tawanzo's role all the more significant. This was, after all, the very purpose of the Root's establishment. Perhaps it was time to replace Tawanzo with someone else. Who, though? A figure with long black hair surfaced in his mind. Would you anticipate a version of Itachi as the leader of the Root? Let us return our perspective to the Ninja Academy, where mealtime had arrived. Today, Irika chose not to dine outside. The reason being, a female teacher had brought him a bento. Indeed, Irika received what one could call a heartfelt lunchbox. Hey, Irika-sensei, Ino approached her teacher, her curiosity evident as she covered her mouth. Gossip. This was undoubtedly gossip. Who sent you this pink bento? With Ino's inquiry, the students who had been engrossed in their meals lifted their heads in anticipation. At last, a brave soul had taken the lead. Why isn't Naruto charging in? You might wonder. His emotional intelligence was notably lacking in certain aspects, such as genuinely believing that Irika's bento was pink. Nonetheless, for the more mature students, it was clear that the teacher's gossip served as a potent seasoning, especially when it concerned their homeroom teacher. Oh, this? It was sent by the teacher from the next class, Irika replied, his voice slightly quieter than usual, his face uncharacteristically devoid of anger. Naruto scratched his head. The teacher from the next class? Isn't that Mizuki? Why would Mizuki send Irika a bento, especially one that was pink? Wait a minute. Mizuki-sensei has a crush on Irika-sensei, and Irika-sensei accepted it. The duo of Hashirama and the Ninetales in the ceiling space were taken aback by Naruto's outrageous thought. The Ninetales exclaimed, Hashirama, quick! Did you corrupt Naruto? If I ever meet the fourth Hokage, I shall report you thoroughly. Hashirama protested, that's absurd. I didn't. Don't say such things. I'm innocent. This isn't my nature. I have a wife and children. Our relationship with Madara was purely platonic. Tobirama interjected, ah yes. A profound friendship that even in death aspired to lie side by side, forsaking wife and children. How infuriating. The inherently malevolent Uchiha. He shifted slightly closer to Hinata. Hey, Hinata, I never imagined Irika-sensei would fancy Mizuki-sensei's style. Naruto leaned closer to Hinata, whispering conspiratorially. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her cheeks to redden. Hinata tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, securing her ponytail. Why does Naruto-kun have such peculiar thoughts about these matters? I think the teacher he meant was actually Shizen-sensei, Hinata conjectured. Ah, is that so? I seem to have misjudged. Hinata pouted slightly, yet the next moment, a terrifying thought struck her. Wait, Naruto-kun, do you realize that our adjacent class is led by Shizen-sensei? Naruto, puzzled by Hinata's question, replied, of course. I saw her during the meeting. Thus, Naruto prioritized thinking of Mizuki-sensei rather than Shizen-sensei. Did this imply that Naruto had issues? Hinata's face paled. However, she quickly added, but I didn't know she was the homeroom teacher. It didn't occur to me at that moment. Oh, thank goodness. Hinata sighed in relief, realizing that she could continue to enjoy her meal without worry. This is my third bento. Ino, having gleaned some gossip, was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, spill the tea. The golden-haired girl leaned in closer, her eyes closed in eager anticipation of hearing about this extraordinary love story. Ah, what is happening? Why isn't Irika-sensei saying anything? 5 seconds elapsed, and Ino realized that not only had Irika-sensei fallen silent, but even the sounds of eating had vanished. The previously boisterous chatter had also ceased. It felt as though she were the sole inhabitant of the world. Could it be that time had stopped? It must be time standing still, right? Ouch, that hurts. Irika delivered a sharp rap to the overly inquisitive girl's head. Are today's children so precociously gossipy? I certainly was not like that in my youth. Otherwise, I wouldn't be receiving lunch from a female teacher only now. Hurry back to your lunch, you young one. Focus your attention on training. Poor Ino clutched her head and sulkily returned to Sakura's side. Upon seeing her dear friend return, Sakura gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. As expected of you, tough-headed pig. Go to hell. Ino felt her defenses crumble at Sakura's teasing, sobbing inwardly. She merely wished to offer advice on Irika-sensei's significant life matters, yet had found herself in such a predicament. However, Sasuke's gaze lingered on Ino. After all, she was the only girl of such audacity he had encountered thus far. This small detail did not escape Ino's notice. Although Sasuke quickly turned away, they locked eyes for a fleeting half-second. Wow, did Sasuke just look at me? Ino felt a swell of pride. Hey, Sakura, Sasuke just glanced at me. Provocation. It was undoubtedly provocation. A blatant challenge. Yet its impact far exceeded Sakura's earlier remark. No, hold it together. She is my dear friend, my dear friend. Right. Perhaps Sasuke merely wanted to see me humiliated. Sakura retorted, her counter lacking conviction. After all, Sasuke typically focused on only a handful of matters, studies, his brother, the blonde, and Hinata. That he had dared to meet Ino's gaze was significant. Sasuke, woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. This was merely a figment of Ino's imagination. Meanwhile, Sasuke contemplated how to recount the day's gossip about Irika-sensei to his brother that evening. Moreover, Ino was truly quite brave. Chapter 52 Danzo. Am I something you can just take at will? Above the ruins of the root, Danzo sat with his hands clasped, his mouth resting against his intertwined fingers, one eye fixated on his diligently working subordinates. Suddenly, a voice, one Danzo recognized all too well, broke the silence. Danzo, what on earth have you done? As the words fell, Sarutobi, clad in combat attire, appeared with his top subordinate, the white-haired Kakashi, along with the second-in-command, Tens, and several members of the Umbu. Tens surveyed the devastation of his former home, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet amidst his sadness, he noticed the table he had crafted for Danzo still stood resilient. It's you. The table is unyielding. Truly, it was a testament to his craftsmanship, remaining unscathed. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint handprint. Huffed, Tens quickly covered his mouth. Kakashi, the Umbu captain, kindly patted Tens' back, puzzled by his sudden laughter. What's the matter? Why are you laughing? Tens replied, I am an elite Umbu, rigorously trained by Root. In normal circumstances, I would never laugh. Unless I couldn't help it. Ahem, it's nothing, I just choked a bit. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, confused. Choked on what? You didn't even drink anything. Did you choke on your saliva? Kakashi regarded Tens with a strange look. At his age, it was quite alarming to be choked by one's own saliva. Tens, you wouldn't understand my sense of humor. He grinned. With such a sturdy table, Danzo-sama's wrath will not be unleashed upon the other Root members. I truly care for my former comrades. Just moments ago, Danzo had increased the workload for Tens after he struck the table in frustration, leaving him quite exasperated. Danzo shot a fierce glare at the traitor, who had forgotten loyalty in pursuit of personal gain, and quickly reviewed his prepared speech in his mind before beginning to spin his tale. As you can see, Sarutobi, my base has been attacked by the malevolent Uchiha. Since Shursui has escaped, this matter cannot be concealed any longer. Thus, I shall turn the tables on them, as I have done before. Uchiha Shursui. He attempted to manipulate my will with his Mangeki Sharingan to control the higher echelons of Konoha. Fortunately, I had a contingency plan and successfully evaded his Kotoeme Tsukumi. However, I did not anticipate his ability to manifest Susanoo, which led to the destruction of Root. As the leader of Root, I deeply regret this. Danzo spoke with feigned righteousness, as if he were imparting the truths of the world. Look, I articulated my point beautifully. The wicked Uchiha sought to alter the will of Konoha's leaders. I, as the Hokage's advisor, with my superior intellect, evaded the Uchiha's infiltration thanks to my foresight. I can already envision Hiruzen weeping for my bravery, contemplating stepping down as Hokage to allow someone courageous and wise like myself to take the position. Sarutobi, what a fanciful daydream you have. The very thought of what I am about to say makes me want to laugh. Ahem, Danzo, I am not here to listen to your excuses. I am well aware of Shursue's actions. Your deeds have been utterly outrageous. Sarutobi's expression darkened. His continued tolerance of Danzo did not permit him to harm the children who embodied the will of fire. Moreover, Root had already been severely diminished, rendering it nearly defunct. Given this reality, Danzo's continued presence was no longer necessary. Therefore, I shall take charge of the remnants of Root. Your position as Hokage's advisor remains intact, but you shall no longer meddle in Root's affairs. These words struck Danzo like a bolt from the blue. What nonsense is this? Danzo erupted, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi's resolute face. Hiruzen, think carefully about what you are saying. As Konoha's shadow, I have taken on numerous burdens and dirty deeds on your behalf. How dare you attempt to disband my Root? I am fully aware of my words, Sarutobi replied firmly. The new generation of Konoha possesses boundless potential and embodies the will of fire. As such, the older generation must refrain from interfering in the growth of the new. Furthermore, Danzo's actions have already jeopardized Konoha's future. Perhaps this time it was merely Shursui, and only one Root was destroyed, but what of next time? Danzo's strength, while commendable, was still unable to contend with the likes of the Nine Tails. As a disciple guided by the first and second Hokage, Sarutobi understood well the power that Hokage should wield. Though he may have possessed it in the past, he was now succumbing to age. I shall reorganize the remnants of Root, and the leadership will change. Sarutobi hesitated but refrained from disclosing the name of his successor to Danzo, fearing he might truly lose his composure. In reality, even without Sarutobi's revelation, Danzo was already on the verge of madness. After laboring for over a decade to build uproot, you say you can just take it? First threats, then people taken away, and now you seize my position? Sarutobi, you have grown bold. You truly possess the audacity. Very well. I shall see how you intend to take my root from me. In the depths of Konoha, the roots represent the darkest aspect, where nearly all members are loyal to their own death. After layers of brainwashing propaganda, they now heed only one voice, that of Danzo, the shadowy leader of the root. Do you wish to seize them? Sarutobi, you are unworthy. Sarutobi, you must understand that the root cannot be swayed by mere words. With a wave of his hand, Danzo summoned his subordinate, who immediately rushed up, accompanied by dozens of root ninjas. Those who survived the recent upheaval possess considerable strength. The individuals brought by Sarutobi today may not necessarily be able to defeat them. Danzo remarked, surprised. Are you Sarutobi? Though gravely injured, I am still not someone you can easily overcome. Sarutobi, observing the tense atmosphere among the root members, felt a headache coming on. I will grant you 2 days. If the next leader you choose can withstand this abyss of darkness, I shall relinquish my position. However, should the members of the root not recognize him, and should any unfortunate incident occur, it will not be my concern. After all, as an old friend, he felt a sense of assurance and a desire to extend some courtesy, hoping to secure additional funding in the future. Danzo dusted off his attire, muttered a few words to his subordinate, and then walked in the direction of his home. It was laughable, after managing the root for over a decade. Did Sarutobi truly believe he could simply take it away? Danzo's tone carried a hint of mockery. He acknowledged Sarutobi's newfound firmness, both outwardly and inwardly. However, the root was not so easily claimed. At the old site of the root, only Sarutobi and his subordinate exchanged banter, while the remaining members continued executing Danzo's orders. Chapter 53. Itachi and Tenzo. The underpowered warring states watching his old friend depart with a triumphant demeanor, Sarutobi's aged face contorted with frustration. Danzo, how well I know you. How could I not foresee this? Lord Hokage, you may send the next temporary leader at any time, his subordinate earnestly suggested. Indeed, the sooner they arrive, the sooner they meet their demise, and the sooner Lord Danzo returns. At that point, we shall present the head of the appointed temporary leader to welcome Lord Danzo back. The 2 days elapsed, heralding the return of Lord Danzo. Sarutobi felt a surge of excitement at the prospect, wondering if his exemplary performance might earn him a promotion to a higher rank. Danzo mused. You do not comprehend the pain of a departing moonlight. Very well, let us proceed now, Sarutobi replied, squinting with a smile, his tone gentle. Now, his subordinate was taken aback. Hadn't they just agreed to wait? It seemed Sarutobi had been well prepared. Yet, even if he sent that defected ninja, they would not last half a day. With a clap of his hands, Sarutobi summoned an Umbu member from the shadows. Clad in a fox mask, with long black hair tied behind, he bore a long blade. You shall manage the route now, can you handle it? Time rewound to the night of Shursway's demise. After burying his friend's body, Itachi was summoned to the Hokage's office. The moon hung full and bright as Itachi walked slowly, lacking his usual decisiveness. He pondered how to alter the current state of affairs and realize the dreams of his deceased companion. A morbid thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should eliminate the Uchiha clan? Extremist. Who is the true extremist here? The dark aspects of the Manjikyu Sharingan lured Itachi's thoughts to the extreme. No, that cannot be. Mother, father, Sasuke. Yet the village. Thus, Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office in a state of chaotic turmoil. Tap, tap, tap. A gentle knock roused Sarutobi from his thoughts. Under the dim light, he rubbed his temples. Age has its drawbacks. Come in. Itachi entered, standing silently. Itachi, can you tell me what transpired? What did Shursway endure? Sarutobi's tone was soft, reminiscent of a kind neighbor. Shursway discovered Danzo's ongoing persecution of the Uchiha and sought to confront him. However, it was a trap designed to obtain Shursway's eyes. He sacrificed 2 Sharingan through a secret technique to gain power and escape, but ultimately, he did not survive. Itachi's voice was hollow. Having just lost his closest friend hours ago, he longed to eliminate anyone who posed a threat, be it Danzo or the extremists within his clan. Let all the burdens of fate fall upon me. Let me bear all sins alone. Would that not alter the future of my clan and the village? This was Itachi's silent resolution. Sarutobi sighed heavily. Very well, go rest now. I understand the situation. Tomorrow, You will accompany me to confront Danzo. Do not worry. I swear by my title as Hokage that I will ensure your safety and make Danzo pay for his actions. Sarutobi was also enraged. He had invested great effort in speeches and policies to ease tensions between the Uchiha and the village, only for Danzo to take advantage of his absence and instigate chaos. Should you seek out those extremist factions, that would be one thing, but to target Shisui, who just shared his Manjikyu abilities with you. Your intentions are clear to me. Fortunately, Shisui escaped, and his eyes remained safe from Danzo. Thus, I need not show any leniency. If you do not wish to occupy the position of root, there are plenty who will. Returning to the present, Itachi approached his subordinate, with Tenzo following closely behind. Upon learning of Itachi's Manjikyu, Sarutobi contemplated transferring control of the root to him. However, due to internal issues, having Tenzo alongside Itachi would provide additional assurance. Tobirama critiqued. What a low-tier version of an elder brother combined with the malevolent Uchiha Obito. Thus, the members of the root were greeted by their new leaders. Before his subordinate could react, he found himself locking eyes with the crimson and enigmatic Manjikyu. In that instant, his consciousness was drawn into a scarlet world. Here, everything is under my control. Now, embrace the darkness. Bound to a wooden stake, his subordinate was confronted by dozens of Itachis wielding whips. Training is, after all, education. It would not bode well to neglect the future of one's subordinates. As this was a spiritual realm, the transmission could somewhat alleviate the constraints of the curse seal on his subordinate. Orochimaru? Since he is already under control, shall we eliminate them all? Itachi, filled with the overwhelming power of the Manjikyu, pondered. Yet, he felt the need to consult with the third Hokage. Should he seek assistance from the third Hokage? This idea seemed promising. Utilizing the combination of the Manjikyu and wood release, Itachi and Tenzo successfully subdued the remaining root members. The process unfolded as follows. First, Tenzo created a cage using wood release and opened it. Then, Itachi's Manjikyu flashed within the members' pupils. Finally, the cage closed, extending wooden pillars to bind the root members. And just like that, a root member was inexplicably subdued. Tenzo remarked, "For my former colleagues, I have opted for a more comfortable binding method." One root member awoke to find himself painfully pressed against a wooden pillar. Ah, what a delightful turn of events indeed. In less than half a day, due to the initial capture of Y, who was one of the principal members, coupled with the assistance of several Umbu operatives, all remaining subordinates of Danzo were thoroughly restrained. The Umbu members remarked, "Our task is merely to open and close the door." The third Hokage had long since departed, trusting that the new generation of Konoha would fulfill their mission. In truth, his presence here was of little significance, should a real conflict arise. He might prove less useful than Itachi and Tenz. After all, such skirmishes could not be prolonged indefinitely. One could hardly employ the dead demon consuming seal for every encounter, which would surely amuse Danzo. Kakashi observed his junior adeptly managing the root organization, his thoughts a tumult of emotions. Perhaps it was time for him to enhance his own strength. However, Danzo, who had just departed in high spirits, could hardly have anticipated this turn of events. Danzo exclaimed, "Where are my subordinates?" Chapter 54. The 1,000 Ryo once spent by Hashirama setting aside Danzo's misfortunes, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy had, in a haze, come to an end. After bidding farewell to his companions, Naruto eagerly set off for home. Yet, with the very first step, he halted abruptly. "Hey Sasuke, why are you still here waiting?" Typically, whether visiting Naruto's home or during school commutes, it was Itachi who managed all arrangements for Sasuke. This morning's haste had left Naruto little time for reflection. Could it be that Itachi had finally recognized the drawbacks of coddling Sasuke, now urging him towards independence? If so, did that mean he could? Who are you to tell me what to do? Sasuke averted his gaze, contemplating, what if my brother's task remains unfinished? Is he going to send me back? Naruto's expression morphed into one of exaggerated hilarity. How about we head back together? Within the ceiling space, Hashirama felt an uncanny familiarity with Naruto's tone and demeanor. It seemed he had once extended a similar invitation to Madara. At that time, he had learned an advanced dice-rolling technique at a gambling den, a skill for which he had spent a significant sum of 1,000 Ryo. Unfortunately, during his training, Mito had discovered his secret stash and confiscated all his savings. To recoup a little of his lost fortune, Hashirama had sought out the idle Madara, inviting him to his quarters. It was late, and Mito had already retired for the night. Hashirama and Madara began their dice game in the guest room. Hashirama's technique was exquisite. He rolled the dice with precision, then struck the table with a flourish. Come on, Madara, declare your choice. For a moment, Hashirama froze, revealing a roll of 456. His gaze rose stiffly to meet Madara's crimson Sharingan for a full 5 seconds. Hey, don't be like that. Why the sudden gloom? Madara observed Hashirama, who was crouched in the corner, murmuring to himself, somewhat exasperated. His dear friend had invited him at such an hour merely to gamble? While playing was acceptable, why had Hashirama turned despondent at the first roll? Hashirama's eyes had lost their sparkle. How foolish of me, he lamented. The thought of losing his 1,000 Ryo along with his secret stash was disheartening, compounded by the prospect of owing Madara even more. What if I can't repay him? Would Madara allow me to sell myself into servitude? This referred to Hashirama potentially substituting for Madara in revitalizing the Uchiha clan's estate. How serious? All right, let us continue. I won't use the Sharingan anymore. Madara sighed in resignation, moving behind Hashirama to gently pat his back. Upon refraining from using the Sharingan, Hashirama discovered that his skills remained quite effective. Within 10 rounds, he had won a staggering 25,000 Ryo from Madara. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The actual amount was trivial, but the thrill of victory was exhilarating. This made him feel his previous losses were worth it. Madara gazed at the jubilant Hashirama with a blend of exasperation and fondness, then pushed the stakes into the next winning option for Hashirama. Surely no one believed that Madara, even without his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, could not see through Hashirama's clumsy techniques? Honestly, Madara murmured. To him, there were no siblings, no descendants, no one to confide in. Only Hashirama, his closest friend. A considerable portion of the Uchiha clan's wealth was entrusted to him, the clan leader. There is simply too much money to count. If that were the case, what harm was there in spending a little for Hashirama's happiness? A subtle smile graced Madara's lips. All right. Hashirama suddenly slammed the dice onto the table, the sound crisp and clear, reminiscent of a yellow aureole in February. Let us roll, Madara. Madara's expression shifted instantly. He heard the bedroom door nearby swing open, followed by an irate shout. Hashirama, are you still playing dice at this hour? You better not even think about running. Hashirama's elation plummeted. The commotion had awakened Mito. If he were alone, perhaps a few light taps from her wouldn't be too painful. He could endure a few bruises. However, if she saw Madara, it was already too late. With hurried footsteps, the door burst open. Mito appeared in her nightgown, her red hair swirling behind her. But upon spotting Madara, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, Madara, you're here, so late to see Hashirama? Though her tone softened, her eyes narrowed, and her chains remained poised. I'm terribly sorry, but I need to speak with Hashirama about some family matters. Would you mind stepping outside? Mito's narrowed gaze bore down on Hashirama, who had retreated to the corner, trembling with apprehension. In simplified terms, his expression conveyed a desperate plea. Madara, don't leave me. Help me. As Hashirama's closest friend, Madara could not fail to understand his unspoken words. Yet, feeling Mito's increasing fury, Madara took a silent step back. Good luck, Hashirama. No. Under Hashirama's desperate gaze, Madara closed the door, leaving the chaotic scene of Mito and the quaking Hashirama behind. Hashirama muttered, Madara. As this memory unfolded prior to the sealing of Kurama within Mito, Kurama remained unaware of Hashirama's shared experience. However, if he did know, it would surely amuse him. Finally, I am not the only fox to have endured such treatment. Wait, did I spend most of my life taking beatings for Hashirama? Thankfully, he remained oblivious. Returning to the present, unable to refuse Naruto's invitation, Sasuke reluctantly agreed to walk home with him, suddenly feeling a considerable weight on his back. Turning to look, he found a mop of blonde hair before him. Hey, get off me. Oh dear, little Sasuke is misbehaving. Sasuke's face flushed, but in the next moment, Naruto hopped off, leaving his bag on Sasuke's shoulders. Let us go. The sun is setting. Idiot. The two young boy silhouettes were stretched long by the evening sun. Ah, such is the essence of youth. A passing green-skinned river sprite originally intended to approach and see how the once little Naruto was faring, but upon witnessing such a youthful scene, decided not to intrude. Naruto mused, I feel as though I have just narrowly escaped a disaster. Chapter 55. Adding color to the playing cards inside Naruto's home, under the cover of night. He arrived at the ceiling space with the paints and brushes requested by his teacher. Teacher, do you intend to paint? As Hashirama had not mentioned anything about the playing cards, Naruto simply assumed he was bored and wanted to create art. Indeed, Hashirama was idle. But not for the purpose of painting. Rather, he was eager to gamble. Haha, although my skills were not particularly refined in the past, those were old inventions. And seasoned players had long mastered them. However, playing cards are different. Currently, I am the only one in the know. In other words, when it comes to playing cards, I am the best in Konoha, or rather, in the entire shinobi world. Ha 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 ha. Little Naruto, we shall not train today. Instead, I will teach you something exceedingly enjoyable. With an air of mystery, Hashirama produced a stack of playing cards from behind him, each adorned with various claw marks, the origin of which was unknown. Kurama chuckled. Haha, let us color while I explain. What it means to be a guiding teacher, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, thoughtfully demonstrated a scene that brought tears to Tsunade's eyes, showcasing the bond between master and disciple. Hashirama began to deal the cards, one for himself, one for Naruto, and one for Kurama. What happened to the last one? Hashirama and Kurama exchanged bewildered glances. Shouldn't we have an even 54 cards divided among us, resulting in 18 each? Naruto's voice shattered the silence shared by Hashirama and Kurama. It seemed plausible, perhaps even likely, that was indeed the case. Hashirama reflected for a moment, realizing that Kurama had mentioned the surplus. Hashirama glared at Kurama, who had been borrowing his claws, wondering how he could be so muddled. Kurama averted his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. If not for his naturally red complexion, he might have turned crimson. Ahaha, it's nothing. Kurama and I were merely contemplating how to proceed with the painting. Hashirama kindly offered an excuse for Kurama's blunder. Yasashi, huh? Kurama mumbled, then leapt from Naruto's head. His 9 tails coiled around 9 different colored brushes as he took his cards to paint. Observing the bashful Kurama, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle. Little Naruto, let us begin our painting. Yosh, Gambat, Naruto exclaimed, picking up a brush and sitting beside Hashirama as he began to paint. Simultaneously, Hashirama introduced Naruto to the rules of the card game Dodiju. It was well known that 3 years prior, Hashirama had already introduced Naruto to an array of games: rock, paper, scissors, horse racing, bungee jumping, and diving. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had begun to awaken some peculiar attributes, particularly a keen interest in competitive games. In the game of Dodiju, Naruto played a 3. The card depicted a small fox resting beside him, while Hashirama, clad in red armor, gently patted Naruto's head, with a great tree looming behind them. Nearby, Kurama mischievously grinned, his tail holding onto the card. Excellent, splendid. With my 3 against Kurama's, if Hashirama plays a single card, victory shall be mine. Despite his earlier miscalculations, Naruto's mind was now remarkably clear. He had already deduced that the mighty Kurama could easily dominate the defenseless Shikaku. Indeed, it was true. Boom. Hashirama observed Kurama's eyes and the impish smirk upon his lips. So Kurama desires me to feed him cards? Very well, I shall oblige. Hashirama swiftly discarded his 4 cards, which illustrated a scene from when he and Kurama debated the name of Konoha during its founding, albeit presented in an abstract manner. He could almost feel victory beckoning him. After all, it had been quite challenging, as he had not won a single round since the beginning. Truly, my own cards resonate with me now. I can sense your call, he thought, closing his eyes in anticipation of triumph. However, a sudden gust of wind brushed against him. Is this the wind of victory? He pondered, slowly opening his eyes, only to be met by Kurama's 9 crimson tails striking his face. You bumbling fool, Hashirama lamented. Despite having the best cards, he had never won while paired with Kurama. No wonder Mito had been so furious after Hashirama visited the gambling den. He would have felt the same had he been in her position. Yet, why was she taking her frustrations out on him? What happened? Weren't we supposed to win? Hashirama sighed, having inadvertently defeated Naruto's 3. If he played a 3, Kurama could easily follow up. This individual truly had no memory for cards. Kurama quietly collected the cards that had fallen to the ground and retrieved Naruto's from his hands. Look, it seems I played incorrectly. Kurama's tails obscured his face. If only we had played cards instead of using force back in the day with Hashirama. Naruto stretched, feeling fatigued from the extended play. I think I'll head back to sleep now, he said, affectionately stroking Kurama's tail and rubbing his face against it before swiftly departing from the ceiling space. Hey, Kurama exclaimed, feeling exasperated. He was now so small that he could barely move outside, Yet he was being manhandled by two rascals, especially Hashirama. It had started with him alone, and now little Naruto had unwittingly been led astray. How outrageous. Hey, Hashirama. Kurama pondered for a moment before inquiring, when can we unseal this? Upon hearing Kurama's words, Hashirama, who had been lying despondently on the ground, stood up. He gently stroked his chin, contemplating that little Naruto was likely strong enough to handle it. As long as Kurama could maintain control, it should not pose a significant issue. Memories of the past 3 years spent with Kurama flooded his mind. Perhaps tomorrow night. I think it would be meaningful for Naruto to be the one to initiate it, Hashirama concluded. All right. Kurama nodded, then lay down and closed his eyes. After 6 years, an additional day was inconsequential. Yet, was this what it felt like to be acknowledged? It felt rather nice. His thoughts drifted far away, as the words spoken by the elder during his farewell to the tailed beasts resurfaced in Kurama's mind. Memories replayed, sleeping, strolling, battling Shikaku, sleeping, journeying to the desert to confront Shikaku, sleeping, and being ambushed by Shikaku only to be captured by Hashirama for rehabilitation, being manipulated by Madara, and ultimately being sealed until the 3-year-old Naruto patted him. A slight smile curled at the corners of the little fox's mouth. Chapter 56, Eternal Sisterhood. What is this situation? Is it this? Yes, that's it. Gently peel it off from there with your hands, and then we can joyfully play cards. Ahem. This was the evening following the first Shinobi World Do-Diju tournament. Little Naruto had spent a delightful day at school, from recommending the fruits created by his teacher to Choji, to petting Akamaru's head, to leisurely walking with Hinata, and even competing with Sasuke in the restroom to see who could urinate the farthest. Ah, school life is truly vibrant. Iruka exclaimed, what are you doing? Do not engage in such activities during class. Additionally, Iruka successfully claimed reimbursement for the dummy from the third Hokage. However, I have heard from the 3rd generation that the production of wooden products may significantly decline recently, and the development of the new generation of dummies will also be delayed. Although it is indeed regrettable, since the reimbursement has been secured, life can still proceed. Recently, the school has also received additional funding to improve the training environment and living facilities. This sponsorship primarily originates from a pitiable figure whose belongings were seized, who is now likely waiting at home for news from E regarding the arrival of the 2-day appointment to welcome Lord Danzo back. With a blocked chrysanthemum, E responds, Lord Danzo, I'm sorry, but I have already been tainted with another color. Itachi gazes contentedly at this batch of gradually transformed root members, feeling a sense of relief as if all pent-up negative emotions have been released. Ah, truly splendid. Tobirama quietly steps back. His current temporary superior may indeed be quite ill. The scene shifts back to the ceiling space. Naruto stands atop a table provided by Hashirama, shaking left and right as he grips the 8 trigrams ceiling talisman. With a little more effort, the Ninetales, tormented for so long by the seal, could finally run freely across the grass in the ceiling space. Oh, those were its lost youthful days. Hashirama watches this exhilarating scene, a mist forming in his eyes. Indeed, young Naruto is the finest disciple. He has formed a bond of friendship, even familial affection, with the tailed beast. Truly, he is my disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Hashirama does not wish to erase Naruto's existence with the prophecy child. Naruto is himself, whether called the child of destiny or the prophesied one. What matters is always Naruto himself. As his mentor and kin, the Uzumaki lineage will strive to teach Naruto would release once the seal is lifted. Wiping away impending tears with a handkerchief, Hashirama observes Naruto begin to exert force, preparing to remove the talisman. The Ninetales lies there, appearing indifferent. Moreover, Hashirama's voice instructing Naruto to break the seal is quite loud. Naruto is no fool incapable of tearing off a talisman. Although the Ninetales maintains a calm demeanor, the Ninetales gently swaying behind it betray its joyful mood. Yash, one moment. Naruto tightens his grip on the talisman, and at that instant, a figure clad in ceremonial robes appears beside him. Hey, Ninetales, behave. A crisp yet slightly irritated voice resonates within the ceiling space. The golden-haired man grasps Naruto's wrist. A warm sensation coursing through the contact into Naruto's heart. From the side, Hashirama, who has been recording the pivotal moment, immediately recognizes this figure. Golden hair, a red and white ceremonial robe, and emblazoned on his back are the 5 characters. 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Hashirama softly murmurs his name, his eyes gleaming with realization. Earlier, upon entering the sealing space, Hashirama had inspected the condition of the 8 trigram seal, discovering a mass of chakra near the talisman, initially believing it to be for continuously mending the seal's flaws. After all, the 8 trigram seal utilizes the 9 tails chakra to maintain itself. Hashirama did not expect the chakra left by Minato to carry his consciousness. Chakra can indeed store consciousness. His troublesome Edo Tensei developed shadow clones precisely by utilizing chakra to create tangible forms imbued with awareness. When the shadow clones dissipate, their consciousness returns to the original body. However, to leave behind a chakra manifestation in this manner, Minato's sealing technique is impressively advanced. Minato, contrary to Hashirama's expectations and mild shock, the 9 tails erupts in fury. After all, it was Minato who had split it in 2 using the Reaper Death Seal. That was the moment it had been closest to the old man. The 9 tails firmly believes that had Minato sealed it completely in the belly of the Death God, it would have needed the old man's intervention to escape. Upon death, tailed beasts return to the Pure Land, then briefly slumber before reappearing in the ninja world. The Death God serves as an external recycling bin. If trapped there, one can only hope for the old man to come and rescue them. Thus, the 9 tails harbors immense animosity toward the detestable Namikaze Minato, as that was its closest brush with death in millennia. Minato, disregarding the enraged 9 tails, gazes intently at his son. Something feels amiss. Naruto does not appear to be tainted by the 9 tails chakra, so why would he wish to break the seal? Could it be the wicked 9 tails deceiving Naruto? Hey, I don't have time to explain who I am. I have no time to mourn the deceased 4th Hokage. Now, the strongest fox in the ninja world, the 9 tails, is about to make an appearance. Though Naruto feels an uncanny familiarity with the man wearing the 4th Hokage's ceremonial robe and, using his wits, surmises that he is likely his father, the time is not right for such reflections. Hasn't he seen the 9 tails in a frenzy? One is the proud, spoiled fox that has accompanied him for 3 years, and the other is the 4th Hokage, whom he has just met. After all, his teacher is the 1st Hokage. What is there to fear? If the 1st Hokage says something, how could the little Minato dare not listen? The 9 tails scoffs. Such a filial father and son. Naruto's movements are swift, and Minato, instinctively holding back his strength, fearing to injure Naruto, is left astonished and perplexed as Naruto breaks free from his grasp and tears off the 9 tails sealing talisman. Now, he only needs to open the seal on his stomach. Chapter 57, Minato's Test. Little Naruto leaps down from the high table, startling Minato, a concerned father. However, Naruto is unfazed. I've already mastered falling from trees. What is going on? I remember the sealing space was not like this back when I sealed the 9 tails. The current sealing space is filled with sunlight, Hashirama's chakra, trees, specially made tracks, and plant people. Wait, why is that man in red armor with a Leaf Village headband here? His appearance seems oddly familiar. After jumping down, Naruto dashes toward the man. Minato's mind stalls for about 5 seconds before he recalls the man's identity. The 1st Hokage? His tone wavers. After all, it is common knowledge in the ninja world that the 1st Hokage has long since passed. Otherwise, other ninja villages would not dare initiate a ninja war, nor would the mysterious masked man dare invade Konoha. Minato, right? Hashirama greets Minato warmly. You know me? A kunai appears in Minato's hand, inscribed with the sealing rune of the ninja love sword. Don't worry, the 9 tails inform me. Hashirama chuckles, pointing to the still fuming 9 tails in the cage. Hey, why did you tell this brat my name? The 9 tails barks angrily at Hashirama. Just be quiet for now. After all, he is the father of that brat. Hashirama says, scratching his head and addressing the 9 tails. Humph. The 9 tails turns its head away with a scoff, then lies back down. Let me elucidate the situation for you. The information regarding the blue screen has been omitted by Hashirama, replaced instead with the inadvertent revelation made by Kurama about the Sage of 6 Paths, while also disclosing Naruto's identity as the prophesied child. Minato listened in astonishment. Such matters were truly unprecedented during his lifetime, yet here he was, encountering them posthumously. So, do you intend to lift Kurama's seal? The fox within the cage cast Minato a bewildered glance. Wasn't this rather obvious? Indeed, Hashirama affirmed, as little Naruto nodded beside him, lifting his shirt to signal Hashirama to assist in unsealing the fox. Please hold on a moment. This is quite a lot to process, but I must ascertain one thing. Minato stated, is this Hashirama truly the 1st Hokage? After all, This concerns my son, my own flesh and blood. If anything were to go awry upon unsealing, Kushina would surely berate me endlessly. May I spar with you? Minato inquired, summoning 5 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Oh, certainly. However, your current state, Hashirama referred to Minato's existence as merely a manifestation of chakra. No worries. I am but an avatar of chakra. My true self might still be nestled in the belly of the Shinigami, napping alongside the other half of Kurama. Minato replied with a light chuckle, his azure eyes glancing at the proud fox who had turned away in the cage. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Kushina's. Perhaps, he mused, he could find harmonious companionship with Kurama. Alas, the nefarious masked figure flitted through his mind. Well then, it is time to confirm the identity of this first Hokage. Naruto, kindly step aside, Minato directed his son. Naruto glanced at his teacher, receiving a nod of affirmation before sprinting to the nearby tree, extending his hand towards Kurama. They exchanged glances for 10 seconds, and ultimately, Kurama succumbed to the gaze of the child he had nurtured, allowing a tiny version of himself to squeeze through and leap onto Naruto's head, stretching languidly. Hooray! After gathering a few fruits from the tree, Naruto and Kurama entered a state of comfortable observation. The scene depicted little Naruto seated at the tree's edge, a small Kurama resting atop his head, with his left hand munching on a fruit while his right hand offered one to Kurama. Not far away, Hashirama and Minato were preparing to engage in their sparring match. Hey, who do you hope will win? Kurama inquired, irritated by Naruto's slow feeding. I hope my teacher wins, little Naruto replied, oblivious to the disparity in strength between the two. After all, one was his father, and the other his mentor. Hashirama had already become akin to family in Naruto's heart. The first Hokage was family, so Minato being his father seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, the third Hokage was his grandfather. During the past 3 years, Hiruzen had occasionally taken Naruto to the bathhouse, treating him as a grandfather would, albeit with limited time together. In contrast, Hashirama had accompanied Naruto through what should have been the darkest years of his life, guiding him, helping him rescue friends, teaching him ninjutsu, and playing with him, while his estranged father remained a mystery. Thus, Naruto chose for his teacher to emerge victorious. A smirk creased the corner of little Kurama's mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Foolish eternal little sister, your son has already become a pawn in the game between me and Hashirama. He cackled. Indeed, I too believe Hashirama will prevail, Kurama remarked, taking a bite of fruit. After all, the current Hashirama was in his prime, while Minato was merely a chakra avatar. Even if Minato's true self were extracted from the Shinigami's belly, alongside his other half, they would still not match Hashirama's prowess. Some may question, isn't the Shinigami still a formidable opponent? Could Minato contend against Hashirama in his sage mode? It was worth noting that during his complete form, he had once been effortlessly subdued with a single hand. Ah, such memories bring tears. All right, they are about to begin. Naruto caressed little Kurama and pointed towards the two engaged in conversation. With Hashirama allowing him the first move, Minato hurled 5 kunai into the surroundings. Forgive me, esteemed first Hokage. Faced with the legendary ninja god, even as a chakra avatar, Minato felt a thrill of excitement. Hashirama chuckled softly, remarking how similar Minato was to his precious son. With a flash of golden light, Minato's form darted between the 5 kunai, and in an instant, a brilliant blue sphere descended upon Hashirama's head. Interesting, Hashirama mused, recalling his past encounters with ninjas skilled in space-time ninjutsu, particularly when sparring with Tobirama. However, Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique lacked the continuity of Minato's second stage of the technique. Indeed, times have changed, and the old must yield to the new. Reflecting on how his foolish little brother once boasted about his speed, which was now outdated, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle every time he sparred with Tobirama. Despite being unable to breach his defenses, the various forbidden techniques were quite bothersome. For instance, just as the fight was going well, a shadow clone, adorned with explosive tags, would suddenly appear behind him. With a resounding crash, his armor would sustain damage. And then there were those moments when Tobirama would employ the Night Walker technique mid-battle. However, during one such instance, Hashirama, unable to control his strength, inadvertently unleashed a wood-release technique that struck Tobirama. I assure you, I did not intend to. I was merely wary of your sneak attacks, he defended. Lying on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, Tobirama could only chuckle. As the spiral sphere approached Hashirama, he gracefully leapt backward, grounding himself firmly as he landed. The force of the impact sent a gust of wind that propelled Minato away. Regaining his balance midair, Minato reappeared at a distance near the kunai. This force is indeed worthy of the legendary first Hokage, Minato thought, recalling Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. No wonder Jiraiya-sensei had once suffered broken ribs. Quite fast, isn't it, little sister? Hashirama bellowed in laughter, then clapped his hands together. Several enormous trees erupted from the ground around him, charging towards Minato. The wood release, forest of the dead technique. The golden figure danced amidst the surging waves of trees. Although the speed of the flying thunder god was remarkable, Minato still found himself brushed by the tree waves. Since Minato was in his chakra form, Hashirama refrained from using wood release to absorb his chakra. I cannot withstand this, Minato exclaimed. Truly, the legendary first Hokage's wood release was formidable. Should he defend? No. He would go all out. Minato's figure vanished amidst the torrents of trees. The next moment, a gigantic Rasengan, exponentially larger than before, materialized behind Hashirama. Do you remember the sword of love Minato wielded? That kunai had been thrown behind Hashirama during his initial assault. Super Time-Space Rasengan Dance, second style. In the radiant glow of the Rasengan, Minato's form appeared somewhat ethereal. Hashirama's back was struck hard by the Rasengan, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Teacher. Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety as he witnessed his teacher being struck by such a formidable orb. It must have hurt immensely. However, there was no need for alarm. If Hashirama were so easily subdued, I too would not have been captured by him during my time. The small fox spirit atop Naruto's head nibbled leisurely on a fruit, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Indeed, Hashirama was playing rather shrewdly. Regaining his footing after being knocked back, Hashirama regarded Minato with admiration. Not bad, for his age. Becoming the fourth Hokage is quite commendable. With that, the playful skirmish came to a close. Hashirama flexed his wrist. Wood release, wood clone technique. The ground trembled as a colossal wooden figure emerged, its fists swinging towards Minato. Such a level of ninjutsu could hardly be classified as mere ninjutsu anymore. Minato was astounded by the force that could rival that of the Nine Tails. In a direct confrontation, few humans could match such a colossal beast. Yet, Hashirama could. How about it? Aren't I impressive, teacher? Indeed, teacher is truly exceptional. Naruto nodded in agreement, having heard Hashirama's query. The small fox spirit he once rode was diminutive compared to the towering wooden giant before him. How could Naruto not feel exhilarated? How can I still hear my teacher's voice from so far away? In the distance, Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant, leaning forward, directing its strikes at the shimmering golden light below in a game of whack-a-mole. Following the sound, Naruto looked up and was startled to find Hashirama lounging in a tree, munching on fruit. Teacher, how did you end up here? Naruto exclaimed, surprised, as the teacher had just been sent flying by his unfamiliar father's orb. It was evident that the figure over there was not merely a shadow clone. Just a clumsy wood clone, easily discernible by any normal-tailed beast, the Nine Tails remarked, glancing at Hashirama in the tree. Nevertheless, to endure under Hashirama's wooden clone for this long was quite an achievement for Minato. As the wooden giant's heavy fist descended, Minato's speed visibly slowed. Was his chakra depleting? The golden flash halted, and as he gazed at the approaching fist, he turned to look at his son. Naruto, resting atop the small fox spirit, was eating fruit and observing the battlefield. Their azure eyes met. I see. Then I shall entrust the next step to you. First Hokage and Nine Tails. In Naruto's eyes, his father's figure grew dimmer, and the final glimmer of light faded. At the moment the wooden giant's fist fell, Hashirama smiled at him, a gesture warm and comforting. Teacher. As Naruto's voice echoed, the enormous wooden figure ceased its assault. Let us go? Hashirama picked up Naruto, swiftly bringing him before Minato. The latter's chakra was nearly exhausted. Naruto gazed at his father's face, longing to touch it, but his hand passed through. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I wouldn't even have time to wait for Kushina. Naruto, I am an unworthy father. Thankfully, there is Hashirama, no? Hashirama and the Nine Tails to accompany you. A single tear rolled down Minato's gradually fading visage. Teacher, can you save my dad? Naruto tugged at Hashirama's hand, imploring him to assist his father. It was futile. Minato could no longer speak, yet his smile and regretful gaze conveyed his consciousness. Is this where it ends? Chapter 59. It's all right. I will intervene. Chakra can endure the spiritual imprint because it is a product of the individual. However, the chakra of others would incessantly erode his spiritual imprint, unless Hashirama's hand touched Minato's fading Hokage robe. In the next moment, a surge of vibrant and gentle chakra flowed into Minato's dissipating form. Bathed in green light, Minato's figure regained solidity. Minato stared at Hashirama in astonishment. This ability was truly unprecedented. If mere spiritual imprints allowed for prolonged existence in the ceiling space, then death would lose its significance. Yet, Hashirama's methods shattered that limitation. No need to be surprised. Hashirama scratched his head. His chakra possessed remarkable adaptability, but it required his conscious control. Previously, Tobirama had explored the feasibility of spiritual imprints before researching the reanimation technique and enlisted Hashirama's assistance. Ultimately, they discovered that Hashirama's chakra had such effects. However, since only Hashirama possessed this capability, and his intent was to protect Konoha, the research was halted. If my brother were still here, I wouldn't need to bother with spiritual imprints at all. Thus, the project was abandoned, with the data left in Konoha's archives. Later, someone fortuitously stumbled upon the archives while wandering from Jiraiya's house to the Hokage building and discovered this information. Moreover, with Orochimaru's own research, it evolved into cursed seals. Nevertheless, even though Tobirama's research ceased, Hashirama was still present. It was no great task to bestow Minato some chakra with a little effort. Just a sprinkle. Naruto joyfully embraced Hashirama's waist, exclaiming, "Hee, as expected, my teacher is all-powerful." The Nine-Tails turned its head away, still somewhat disdainful of Hashirama, but it was, after all, Naruto's father. It was just a tad irksome. Assessing his current state, Minato's face broke into a radiant smile. At the very least, he could spend the next 4 or 5 years alongside his son. Oh, and Kushina. Well, just call me Hashirama. Hashirama remarked, as they were all Naruto's elders. He didn't mind the generational distinctions. If one were to calculate, Naruto would be his disciple, on par with the monkey. Who was Minato's master? What a tangled web that would weave. Then, Uncle Hashirama, once the seal is lifted, After informing Hashirama of Kushina's existence, he assured Naruto that it would be a simple matter to witness his performance. I shall begin. Blue chakra surged from the tips of Minato's fingers and pressed upon Naruto's small abdomen. The 8 trigram seal gradually began to unravel. Throughout this process, the Nine-Tails adeptly contained its chakra, ensuring no external disturbances were apparent. At last, am I finally to emerge? Though previously, a portion of my chakra accompanied my consciousness, it was not my true self. Moreover, during the sealing, I could not establish a link with Naruto, occasionally affecting his condition. However, as Naruto increasingly resembled Hashirama, he need not fear any adverse effects. Now, once I emerge, should I indulge in a few fruits first, race along the track, or play cards with them? Oh, what a difficult choice. Nine-Tails. A resounding female voice echoed within the 8 trigram seal, and in the next moment, a woman with vibrant red hair appeared. Dozens of adamantine chains surged towards the Nine-Tails, who was lost in thought about its future activities. Why do you humans always leave a few contingencies? First Minato, then Kushina. Am I truly so deserving? The Nine-Tails, feeling utterly speechless, was distressed by the approaching chains. A familiar sensation surged within, reminiscent of being bound. Kushina. The voice of Minato echoed, and upon touching the chains of the Nine-Tails, they came to a halt. Vibrant red hair danced in the wind, revealing a face that brought immense comfort to Naruto's heart. Minato. And who might this be? Wait, is that Hashirama-sama? Kushina appeared slightly bewildered. Why was Minato outside? And it seemed he was the one who initiated the seal. Moreover, why was Naruto still so small? The chakra and mental imprint she had left behind were meant to assist Naruto in seizing the Nine-Tails chakra in the future. Hey, Kushina, can you come down now? However, in the next moment, the chains tightened mercilessly around the Nine-Tails. What are you doing? The Nine-Tails screamed. Cursed Nine-Tails. It even learned illusion techniques. Kushina was certain that this was an illusion conjured by the Nine-Tails. Otherwise, how could Hashirama appear? She had only recognized Hashirama from photographs at Mito's house. How absurd that the Nine-Tails would resort to such a clumsy illusion. If it weren't for Hashirama, she might have believed it. Minato covered his face and then threw a kunai imbued with flying thunder god, teleporting to Kushina's side. Kushina gazed at Minato, who had suddenly appeared next to her. Is the Nine-Tails illusion really that powerful? It's me, Minato said, his familiar smile gracing Kushina's vision. Ah. Minato embraced Kushina and brought her back to Naruto's side. Yet, the chains binding the Nine Tails remained unbroken. Ow, ow, ow. Is this not an illusion? Kushina looked up at Minato's profile as she asked. Of course not. Minato explained Hashirama's presence to Kushina. Exactly. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his status would significantly elevate. Kushina felt dizzy with confusion. It had truly been ages since they last met. Wait, did you just call Hashirama Grandpa? Kushina caught a glimpse of something amidst the chaos. Minato felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Kushina's fist connected with his face. Ow! Minato emitted a cry akin to the Nine Tails. After stepping out of Minato's embrace, Kushina first greeted Hashirama before dashing straight towards her son. Who is this? Kushina tightly hugged her son, surprised to find an opportunity to grow up alongside Naruto. Come on, Mom, don't be so sentimental. Naruto's eyes were slightly reddened, but after living for so long, he had become a man. Ahaha, Naruto, enjoy it. Hashirama ruffled Naruto's hair and then made way for Minato. Hey, I feel like I've forgotten something. Hashirama rubbed his chin. Oh, the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, I'm being overlooked. Chapter 60. The plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan was set by Lord Weasel. Mom, shouldn't you let the Nine Tails go? Naruto pointed towards the Nine Tails, who had been struggling in vain. Nine Tails, finally remembered me, huh? Hashirama smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the Nine Tails. Ow, Mom understands now. Kushina gently stroked Naruto's head. Then, the chains retracted into her body. Thank you, Nine Tails, for taking care of Naruto. The Nine Tails shot a resentful glance at the unfeeling woman and turned its head away. Don't be angry, Nine Tails. Naruto ran to the Nine Tails' side, stepping on its tail to climb onto its back. Let's go racing. No, although I was the one who acted as a mount before, I am also a rider. Is it right for you to sit on my true form? Is that reasonable? Come on. The Nine Tails raised its head, rejecting Naruto's suggestion, even though it longed to run freely under the sunset. Oh, come on. The Nine Tails is the strongest tailed beast. Surely it can run the fastest in the entire ninja world. Just take me along. Humph, you should know better. What strongest tailed beast? What fastest in the ninja world? I merely wish to run freely on the grass after being cooped up for so long. Chakra formed seat belts and chairs on its back, securing Naruto comfortably. Then, the Nine Tails sprinted towards the track prepared by Hashirama, a noticeable smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Throughout this process, Minato and Kushina were utterly astonished by the transformation. Was this truly the same Nine Tails that had wreaked havoc and destroyed half of Konoha? Well, don't worry about it. Hashirama reassured them, patting their shoulders. After all, Naruto is our family. With a smile, Hashirama stealthily led the two into a wooden room. Amidst their curious gazes, he produced a set of magical playing cards. Come on, let's play a round, Hashirama declared, though knowing that the Nine Tails and Naruto wouldn't stand a chance. He was confident he could win against the two novices, Kushina and Minato. Tossing the rules at them, Hashirama eagerly dealt the cards. Ahaha. Tonight's winner will definitely be me, Hashirama. Minato smiled helplessly, then sat down with Kushina. Well, this cozy daily life isn't so bad. Magical. Have the next tasks been clarified? In the root office, Itachi sat with his arms crossed, a serious demeanor on display, alongside Tenzo, who was still producing wooden kunai. Oh, it's done. Upon returning to Root, Tenzo had reverted to his original name, In. The efficiency of ninja work is remarkably high, especially with a wood-release ninja like Tenzo around, not to mention he was a local. Very well, next, Itachi proceeded to gouge out his left eye. What are you doing? Tenzo expressed his confusion over Itachi's actions. Just wait a moment. Itachi, unusually silent, soon returned his left eye and then gouged out his right eye. You will replace it with my right eye. Hey, doesn't that hurt? Although Tenzo had undergone rigorous training as a Root member, it didn't mean he was immune to pain, especially when it came to gouging out eyeballs. Next, we need to eliminate all the extremists within the clan. As the main force, if your resistance to illusions is too low, being controlled will be troublesome. Itachi had decided to bear the weight of all darkness, determined to eradicate the clan members who had already succumbed to their afflictions. The temporary personnel borrowed from the Umbu were all arranged, and he had already informed his father. Itachi did not intend for his father to be involved. He wished to shoulder all the darkness alone, as he was now the leader of Root, the new generation of darkness in Konoha. However, He might not have time to accompany Sasuke. Contemplating many matters, Itachi directly handed his right eye to Tenzo. He then summoned 2 experimental vials, one containing a 3-tomo Sharingan. That was Shirsue's right eye. Placing Shirsue's eye into his eye socket, the connection of chakra rapidly linked with his optic nerves, and soon, Shirsue's eye was successfully implanted. Unbelievable. Tenzo remarked that Itachi truly embodied the ruthlessness of the new generation of root leaders. Alright then. Enduring the pain, he gouged out his right eye, placing it into Itachi's summoned vial, and then inserted Itachi's eye into his own socket. Hiss. I find it utterly perplexing how Itachi managed to extract his own eye without uttering a single word. Itachi, plug and play, you'll soon grow accustomed to it. As he felt the enhancement brought by Itachi's right eye, a wondrous sensation coursed through Ten's mind. It was as though Itachi's right eye harbored a chilling power, while Ten's chakra resembled a warm spring. As it flowed continuously, it gradually imparted warmth to the eye. Moreover, the perspective was extraordinarily unique, with the left eye functioning normally. The right eye seemed to open an entire avenue to the left. As the optic nerve connected, Ten's newly affixed right eye underwent a transformation from a black pupil to a series of tomo, 1, 2, 3, culminating in the final kaleidoscope. A surge of power transmitted from this eye into his consciousness. Amaterasu, Ten's murmured to himself. Indeed, Amaterasu seemed quite fitting for him. Meanwhile, Itachi sensed the essence of his dear friend's eye. Given that it belonged to his closest companion, there was almost no rejection. It felt as if it were his own. The brief capability of the Kodowa Mitsukami also entered Itachi's mind. Shirsue, I shall fulfill our shared dream, Itachi silently vowed. Let us seek out someone to familiarize ourselves with our abilities. Itachi patted Ten's shoulder and led him to the chamber where the members of the root were detained. No, don't come near us, cried the members in unison. Ten's rubbed his eyes, still feeling somewhat disoriented, yet he followed nonetheless. Let us observe a moment of silence for the subordinates of Danzo. A night filled with screams passed by. As dawn approached, Itachi rubbed his eyes and departed from the root. I need to take my brother to school, was his response when Tenz inquired about his destination. Oh, the devoted elder brother, he thought. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, Tenz found it difficult to reconcile the image of this warm-hearted older brother with the new darkness that had befallen Konoha. However, after tonight, it would be challenging for him to meet his brother in the open, wouldn't it? Tenz sighed and rubbed his eyes. Wait, there is still a way. As long as they act swiftly and decisively enough, without anyone noticing, the problem can be resolved. Yet, such a resolution would be nothing less than self-deception. Chapter 61. The School Picnic. Get up. We're going to be late. Minato's voice penetrated Naruto's dreams. Last night, Naruto had reveled in joyous play with Kurama, experiencing the exhilarating rush of speed, while Kurama reminisced about the blissful days spent running beneath the sunset. Indeed, both Boy and Fox had stayed up far too late. Meanwhile, Hashirama was engaged in a game of poker with Minato and Kushina. Initially, Hashirama's familiarity with the rules allowed him to triumph over both opponents. However, as the game progressed, Minato's skill improved. Eventually, it transformed into a collaboration between Kushina and Hashirama against Minato. After an extended session, both Kushina and Hashirama succumbed to slumber, leaving Minato to care for the elder and the younger. With all this bustling about, dawn is nearly upon us. Thus, the duty of waking everyone fell upon him. Get up, Kurama. Naruto mumbled in his sleep. Minato was exasperated. Get up already. This startled Naruto awake, who sprang out of bed in a flurry. Time for school. Minato exclaimed helplessly. Oh no, now I've become the adult in the family. Hashirama, Kushina, and Kurama. Naruto shook his head, approached the mirror, and began his morning routine. Following his brother Sasuke's example, he tied his hair up with a hair tie, gathered his belongings, and set off with a piece of bread in his mouth. Hey Sasuke! To his delight, he encountered Sasuke once again. Sasuke rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Why did he always run into Naruto? The truth was simple. Both had chosen to leave at the same time. Amusing indeed. Sasuke tugged on Itachi's sleeve. Oh, big brother Itachi is here too. It had been days since Itachi had sent Sasuke off, and he was pleasantly surprised to see him today. Well, little Naruto. It's been a while. Not that long. Just 3 or 4 days, Naruto replied, counting on his fingers. Itachi paused. 3 or 4 days, you say? He smiled gently and beckoned Naruto to join him on the way to school. Sasuke raised his chin and huffed. only to receive a playful ruffle of his hair from Itachi. "Hey, big brother, you messed up my hair," Sasuke exclaimed, his face flushed. "What a remarkable effect," Minato mused. "This must be from the Uchiha family, and they've grown so much." He reminisced about the camaraderie shared between Kushina and Mikoto, and his own fond relationship with Fugaku. Itachi had met Fugaku a few times, and Sasuke was indeed the second child of the Uchiha family. Previously, Kushina had mentioned to Mikoto that if the two families had a boy and a girl, they should arrange a betrothal of sorts. But alas, the masked man had appeared. What a tale of unfulfilled destinies. Returning to the present, Minato watched as Naruto and Sasuke made their way to school. "Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, Itachi." The two little ones waved their arms in farewell. Itachi reciprocated the gesture, but once they entered the school, his smile faded. A man wearing a fox mask descended from a tree. "Your little bean is quite adorable," Tens teased. "Let us go," Itachi nodded, a hint of fondness glimmering in his eyes, and then he returned to the root base with Tens. Unlike Danzo, Itachi only needed to consider how to continue his comfortable life under the third Hokage, while Tens had far more to contemplate. After all, the discoveries made within the root were rather substantial. A flash of crimson glinted in his eyes. "Weasel, move out." As the two little ones entered their classroom, they set their bags down and took their seats. "Where are you?" came a hungry wolf-esque call from behind. Coming," Naruto exclaimed, pulling out 6 fruits from his bag, distributing 3 to Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, while keeping the remaining 3 for his own trio. Don't underestimate these fruits. They were created by Ashura's Reincarnation, the founder of Konoha and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. According to Hashirama, even the legendary warrior of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, had praised these fruits. Well, since Madara isn't here, I can say whatever I want, right? Although Madara never stated it, as his close friend, I can tell from his astonished expression that he greatly appreciated my fruits. Madara, the flavor is indeed delightful, far superior to his cooking. I'll just pass the food to that evil white-haired one later. Tobarama, Hinata-chan, eat a fruit. Yes, one a day keeps the illness away. This child, is she the daughter of Hizashi? Minato pondered, stroking his chin. Hinata took the fruit from Naruto's hand and began to eat. Yay, I touched Naruto's hand. Sasuke disdainfully reached out to snatch a fruit from Naruto. Hey, Naruto, what is Itachi doing lately? I feel like something's off with him. Naruto inquired of Sasuke. I don't know, Sasuke sighed. It's frustrating. My brother has been on missions constantly, and I haven't seen him. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head. Well, if even Sasuke doesn't know, how could I possibly find out? Look, Sakura, Sasuke-kun's hair looks so cool today. Ino noticed that Sasuke's hair appeared smoother and more refined than usual. That must be Itachi's handiwork, she remarked. Indeed, Sasuke's lips curled slightly upward, reflecting on his brother's impressive techniques. As the bell chimed, Irika entered the classroom punctually, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, a telltale sign of shyness. Outside the window, teacher Shizun hurried back to her classroom. Irika-sensei, it's time for Ino's antics, she exclaimed. Ahem, everyone, please settle down. We have an activity planned for today. Irika, clearly flustered by Ino's teasing, attempted to regain order. Today, we shall embark on a survival excursion in the wilderness behind the village. A few small children looked at each other incredulously. Us, 6-year-olds venturing into the wild? Do you think we are like Naruto, Hinata, or Sasuke? Especially Choji, whose face paled at the thought of survival, meaning no snacks. What about snacks? He fretted. Well, technically, it is a survival exercise, but the teachers will accompany you and bring along some supplies. Previous students have enjoyed it greatly, Irika explained. But I expect you all to behave well, as will be with other classes, and their teachers will be present. Irika's subtle intentions were understood by those who were perceptive. Chapter 62. Sasuke, I have a story, do you? The Back Mountain, a mysterious place, was home to countless remarkable ninjutsu and unforeseen events. In certain circles, it was a legendary locale. For Naruto, the prospect of a little wilderness survival was no daunting task. After all, he had previously brought Sasuke and Hinata to play there 2 or 3 years ago. Their exploits included fishing, bear chasing, building secret bases, barbecuing, and even setting the forest ablaze. The third Hokage understood Naruto's playful nature, yet he was incredulous that they had set fire to the mountain at such a tender age. That day, both Naruto and Sasuke faced stern reprimands from the third Hokage and Itachi, who warned them against using fire techniques in the forest in the future. Naruto, This is all your fault for trying to impress everyone with your fire techniques. Sasuke retorted. You were the one who insisted on roasting wild boar. Besides, the fire was your fault for igniting it on the tree. Meanwhile, the obedient Hinata had been taken home by Hayashi after the ruckus. What do I care if a blonde and a red-eyed troublemaker cause chaos? My gentle daughter had nothing to do with it, Hayashi thought, as Hinata shyly lowered her gaze. Could it be that Naruto and Sasuke sought to roast wild boar merely to impress Hinata? Later, Hinata explained to her elders that her larger appetite was to blame. However, Naruto and Sasuke, as the principal instigators of the fire, could not escape the scolding. Returning to the present, the designated survival site held a certain significance, especially for Sasuke. Upon seeing the familiar stream, memories flooded back. Winter, sunshine, the stream, blue elephant-patterned underwear, and that fish. It was a remarkable fish, unmatched by others, which had engaged in a fierce struggle with Indra's reincarnation, Uchiha Sasuke. Ultimately, due to an unfavorable terrain, it was caught. It met its demise. Thus, upon encountering this familiar land and stream, a tinge of nostalgia crossed Sasuke's face. This was the very spot where he had vanquished an adversary who had dared to insult the Uchiha's honor. Although it was merely a fish, it was still alive. Wow, Sasuke-kun looks so cool when he's brooding, a girl in the class whispered among her peers. Wow, he seems to have such a captivating story. Do you think if I bring him a bottle of milk, he will share his tale with me? Another girl, smitten, covered her face shyly. Don't disturb Sasuke-kun's current mood. Ino shouted from behind Sakura, seizing the moment to slip the milk she had brought to Sasuke. Ino, is something the matter? Sasuke, having a favorable impression of Ino, who bore a resemblance to Naruto, recalled her brave demeanor during lunch. He, Uchiha Sasuke, held a deep admiration for courageous individuals. Sasuke-kun, thank you for shielding Sakura and me from the shuriken earlier. I thought I'd give you this bottle of milk as a token of appreciation. Ino understood that if she, like the other airhead girls, simply asked to hear Sasuke's story or offered the milk without context, he would likely decline. However, presenting it as a gift of gratitude increased her chances of acceptance. Once Sasuke accepted it, she could easily steer the conversation further. Hee, foolish Sakura. I've left you far behind. Is that so? Sasuke pondered before accepting the milk. After all, it was a gift, and he did not wish to complicate matters over past favors. It was better to accept it. He could even share it with Naruto later. Sasuke-kun seems quite familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Ino pressed on, sensing an opportunity. Yeah, I've been here a few times with Naruto. And some things happened, Sasuke replied casually. Oh, I didn't realize you and Naruto had visited here before. Ino's clever mind word. And she bid farewell to Sasuke before returning to Sakura. At that moment, Sakura, with a curious expression, exclaimed, Hey, that stubborn pig tricked us and snuck off. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Ino stuck out her tongue, finding Sakura's flustered demeanor endearing. Why did she return so quickly? It was simple. Sasuke had unwittingly revealed part of the story to Ino. If she continued to pry, it might diminish Sasuke's fondness for her. Sasuke thought, what? Do you also wish to learn how to battle fish? As if you're worthy. And indeed, if Ino had pressed further, he would have simply walked away. After all, while it had been an exhilarating battle, discussing the defeat of a fish was somewhat embarrassing. Especially now that he was over 6 years old and possessed a sense of modesty. At least he no longer wore that blue elephant-patterned underwear. Now he donned black elephant-patterned ones. Sasuke mused. ISNT black more mature? Both my brother and Naruto say I've grown up. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata stood before Iruka-sensei. You too, if food runs short, feel free to come to me for extra supplies, Iruka said, looking at the two gluttonous kids with a resigned expression. After all, he had taken them to the ramen shop previously, and these two had drained his wallet. Now, during this survival exercise, he could not guarantee they would find enough food. Though they were physically capable, it did not equate to their survival skills in the wild. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances. Hey, I have an idea. Let us catch a wild boar, Naruto suggested. Yeah, wild boar, delicious and plentiful. Hinata chimed in eagerly. Iruka sighed, running a hand through his hair, before ushering the two back to their group. Iruka-sensei is still so concerned about his students, Teacher Shizun remarked as she approached, her tone teasing. Well, what can I say? These two have rather large appetites, Iruka shrugged, responding to Shizun. How about we set up camp here? Jingzi suggested, covering her mouth and pointing to the flat ground beside the creek. Sure, but what about Mizuki-sensei's group? Iruka nodded in agreement. but then recalled the class Mizuki was leading. Don't worry, they have a flat area on the opposite bank, Jingzi reassured, nudging Irika to help her with the temporary lodging. Mizuki exclaimed, I will be watching you two lovebirds from across the river. Chapter 63, The Wild Boar Slayer. Naruto, may I ask you something? Ino approached Naruto and poked him in the back. Sure, what is on your mind? Naruto replied with curiosity. Did anything particularly memorable happen when you and Sasuke came here to play? Memorable? Naruto pondered, stroking his chin. If I had to pick, it would definitely be the first time Sasuke and I came here. I remember we caught a big fish. We've only come here for picnics a few times. Naruto scratched his head, opting to keep Sasuke's secret safe. Oh, I thought Sasuke looked nostalgic. I figured something significant must have happened. Ino shrugged in disappointment. Oh well, I guess I'll just go back to teasing Sakura. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nearly revealing too much. Let me think. In the ceiling space, Hashirama contemplated, not forgetting to involve Kurama in the thought process. Sasuke, I've got it. It was when they first became brothers. And Naruto brought Sasuke to catch fish, and they battled with the fish for a long time. Hashirama slapped his palm in realization. Uffed. Minato covered his mouth, chuckling. I can't believe this cool kid has such a history. He truly is Fugaka's son. Fugaku replied, How presumptuous of you. Ha. Kushina laughed without reservation, thinking how much she wished to share this with Mikoto if they could get out. Uffed. Battling with a fish, ha. Minato patted Kushina's back, pouring her a bowl of water. Naruto can materialize objects in the ceiling space using chakra, and he can also bring tangible items from the outside. Sorry, Sasuke. But now more than 3 people know about this, Naruto confessed, feeling guilty. Just then, Hinata poked Naruto's face. What is going on? Hinata's innocent eyes were fixed on Naruto, her small head filled with questions. 3 minutes later, Naruto returned to Sasuke's side, a slight blush on Hinata's cheeks. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Why does Hinata look at me strangely? I don't know, Naruto shrugged, playing with his fingers. Anyway, Hinata is one of us. She won't spill the beans. Let us gather materials for the shelter, Sasuke suggested, pointing to the forest. And do you want the milk we just received? Sasuke handed Naruto the milk he had just gotten. Thanks. Naruto accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down eagerly. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, slightly exasperated. Under Hinata's vigilant guidance, the 3 began their quest for supplies in the forest. There's a tree of perfect size over there. Hinata pointed to a tree. In the next moment, a golden figure darted past, followed by a dull thud at the tree's base. With a loud crash, the tree began to topple. Naruto shook off a few scratches on his hand, which healed within seconds. Then, he hoisted the tree onto his shoulder and sprinted off, much to Sasuke's astonished gaze. In his haste, he tripped over a few other trees. A minute later, he returned. Half a minute later, he was off again. I feel like I'm invisible. Sasuke remarked. It's all right. I'm just here to guide, Hinata replied lightly. After gathering enough materials, the trio faced the pressing issue of food. Naruto and Sasuke, with their hands in their pockets, exuded confidence. Come on, we've been praised by the 3rd Hokage as masters of survival in the wilderness. Hunting should be a piece of cake. There are 2 wild boars over there, Hinata announced, taking charge of navigation. In the forest, 2 wild boar brothers were blissfully indulging in their carefree lives, alternating between eating and sleeping, while occasionally stretching their legs to see if any solitary prey was wandering by. Dear brother, shall we go for fish today, or wait for a lone, hairless monkey? Big brother, I had a prophetic dream last night, predicting that today would be particularly fiery. Perhaps we should stake out a spot? The 2 boars exchanged wise glances, grunting softly. Are those the 2? A dispassionate voice reached the ears of the wild boars. Hairless monkeys. The elder boar turned around, only to see a small boy in a white shirt and blue shorts standing atop a tree, a shuriken in hand, fixated on his brother's backside. Where did this child come from? The elder boar snorted dismissively, ignoring Sasuke's presence. Hey, Sasuke, you've been disrespected. Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, with Hinata activating her Byakugan from the tree. How could these unintelligent creatures comprehend the power of the Uchiha? Sasuke turned away, displeased with the elder boar's arrogance. But that may not be the case. Naruto released his aura, causing both boars to tremble. The elder boar turned tail and fled. This presence is that of a top-tier predator. Sasuke smirked, irritated that the 2 boars were disregarding him. Let us chase, otherwise, we'll miss lunch. Naruto shrugged. surprised that Kurama's aura was so terrifying to these creatures. However, there was still one left. The younger boar was slightly slower, failing to keep up with its brother. Seeing this, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Sharingan. Crimson light ignited in his eyes as he charged toward the younger boar with shuriken in hand. Sasuke leaped onto the younger boar's back, plunging the shuriken deep into its flesh. The younger boar squealed in pain, attempting to buck off the human on its back. Sasuke smirked, effortlessly dodging its movements, the shuriken slicing through the boar's body. Foolish creature. As Sasuke withdrew the shuriken, a stark contrast emerged between the rampaging younger boar and Sasuke's relaxed demeanor. Satisfying. Hey Hinata, what is up Naruto? I have an idea. Since Sasuke is so cool, how about we call him the Wild Boar Slayer? Huffed. Hinata covered her mouth, trembling with laughter as she nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, Sasuke, toying with the younger boar, felt a chill and glanced at the blonde boy watching him with a strange expression. The younger boar let out a final cry of despair before succumbing to its fate. Elder brother, wait for me. I will avenge you. Chapter 64. Mizuki. The strain the spices carried along dispelled the inherent gaminess of the wild boar as the sizzling grease danced upon the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. However, it paled in comparison to Aunt K's culinary mastery, Naruto lamented after taking a bite of the meat. Sasuke, noting the multiple lines of frustration etched across his forehead, pondered the stark contrast between their circumstances. Was it not evident to the boy with the unruly hair? The others feasted upon premium beef, seasoned with spices cultivated by the Nara clan, expertly prepared by a skilled chef, while they had merely a wild boar. Caught in the wilderness, complemented by unknown spices unearthed by Naruto and the culinary skills of a mere 6-year-old. One could easily discern the disparity. In truth, in the context of their age group, Naruto's team stood out as an undeniable anomaly. The wooden shelter erected for shade, the fire that had been kindled early, a heap of dry firewood, and the enormous wild boar laid before them. Is it true? Did you really take down that wild boar? In disbelief, Kiba rubbed his eyes, staring at the gradually roasting beast, his voice quivering. Naruto nodded, wiping the grease from his mouth. It was Sasuke who took it down. In terms of wild boar hunting, I, Naruto, would gladly declare Sasuke to be a master. Sasuke promptly covered Naruto's mouth, shoving a piece of roasted meat into it. If there's nothing else, you should go find your own prey, he directed Kiba with a wave. Our fire is free to use. Reflecting on his previous words, Sasuke felt a twinge of coldness. So he added, you can go ahead. Kiba observed Naruto, whose mouth was stuffed, and Sasuke, who wore a peculiar smile, and silently took a step back. All right, I'll go prepare some food then. Given the proximity to the creek, the spring fish were plentiful. Most teams opted to catch fish before venturing into the forest for a stroke of luck, perhaps to find fruits or, if fortunate, stumble upon rabbits or bird eggs. However, one team member was currently incapacitated, having been ambushed by a wild boar, and lay at Mizuki's feet. Mizuki remarked, listen to me. Thank you for bringing the chrysanthemum. Indeed, the wild boar that had wreaked havoc was none other than Judah, the elder brother of Jouer, grieving for his brother's demise. He was determined to avenge Jouer. While lurking in the grass, he spotted a group of children clad similarly to those who had slain his brother. Most importantly, their presence bore a faint aura. They could barely leap among the trees, lacking any semblance of agility. Yet, the weapons they wielded instilled fear in Judah, prompting him to bide his time. One of the victims, experiencing a minor stomach ailment, sought a moment to relieve himself. He retreated to a secluded corner, with his teammates standing guard nearby. The outcome was predictable. With limited means to sense their surroundings, Judah stealthily approached the victim from behind, striking at the most vulnerable moment. The chrysanthemum withers. The ground is strewn with yellow. Your smile has faded. His homeroom teacher, Mizuki, dutifully took on the responsibility of caring for him. Ugh, it stinks. Judah urged, continue your stealth. Jouer's vengeance cannot be overlooked. The scene returned to the campsite. Hinata elegantly and swiftly tossed pieces of meat into her mouth, as though she were in a race against time. The well-prepared roasted meat vanishing rapidly. It's a bit greasy. I suppose I'm half full. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hinata concluded her feast. Irika, who had been observing, noted the twitching of his lips. It seemed Hinata hadn't satisfied her hunger during their previous ramen meal. Shizun poked Irika's side, holding a freshly roasted fish. The fish is ready. You can eat now. Irika snapped back to reality, eyeing the sizzling fish with a hungry gaze, swallowing hard. Shizune's culinary skills had always been exceptional, evident from the bento she had previously prepared for him. "Oh, thank you." His cheeks flushed slightly as he accepted the fish and began to eat. The juices of the fish burst within his mouth, and the spices Shizune had brought surprisingly neutralized the fishy taste while amplifying its flavors. "Isn't it delicious?" Shizune observed Irika, who was captivated by the roasted fish, her eyes gleaming with delight. Surely, to win a man's heart, one must first captivate his stomach. Hashirama nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mizuki gazed at the unfortunate soul before him, whose stench was unbearable, feeling a sense of despair, yet proceeded to remove his trousers, fetching a bucket of water from the creek to cleanse him. Meanwhile, Mizuki caught sight of Irika relishing his roasted fish. Why must I be so unfortunate? Why, oh why? His mind was a tempest of frustration, yet he had to attend to the plight of this unfortunate student. Jude declared, "Feel the pain, contemplate the suffering. Accept the anguish, comprehend the torment. Those who have never known sorrow cannot fathom the loss of my brother. Odo? Sasuke-kun, may I borrow some fire?" Sakura approached shyly, addressing Sasuke, who was seated before the fire, diligently roasting meat. Sasuke nodded without turning to regard her. Borrowing fire was no monumental task. It was hardly the first time. A simple stick would suffice. He still had his own meat to roast. Hinata and Naruto had eaten their fill, but he had yet to dine. Oh, a flicker of disappointment crossed Sakura's eyes as she took a branch back to her designated area beneath another tree. "Tsk, useless Sakura," I offered her a golden opportunity. In contrast to the girls who sought to seize a lighter, Ino and her friends brought forth something special. Clang, clang, clang. Choji presented the snake stew he had prepared. The snake had been discovered in the forest near Mizuki's location, captured by Choji with a simple charge. Utilizing the fire borrowed from Naruto, he had crafted the stew. How peculiar. Why is one of my contact snakes in Konoha gone missing? Orochimaru pondered. Wow, Choji, you can even make snake stew. Naruto exclaimed, astonished by the 4 bowls of snake stew Choji presented. It's not that impressive. Choji scratched his head. The Akimichi clan was undoubtedly proficient in culinary arts. As for why there were 4 bowls, Hinata interjected. Well, fruit. Naruto's bounty of fruits was as plentiful as his ideas, both remarkably clever. La Choji joyfully returned with Shikamaru, each carrying several fruits. Such a hassle, but it tastes pretty good. I suppose I'll manage, Shikamaru remarked. Chapter 65. K-Rin, is this the Konoha that Grandma Mito spoke of? In the back mountains of Konoha, a red-haired head peeked from behind a tree. Grandma Mito, is this really Konoha? A soft, melodious voice reached Mito's ears. Indeed, this is Konoha. Once you enter, you must rely on yourself. I have left a few contingencies for you. Should anything unexpected arise, do not hesitate to use them. Mito surveyed the wooded area, memories flooding her mind. It seemed this path was discovered during Hashirama's secret outings to find Madara. Nevertheless, those who had passed were now gone. What mattered now was K-Rin. The events transpired 2 months prior. Mito, who had been slumbering in the Pure Land, inexplicably found herself thrust into the world, occupying the body of a child named Uzumaki K-Rin in a peculiar manner. At that time, the situation for Shorin was exceedingly dire. Her mother had tragically passed away while they were wandering through the land of grass. A handful of ninjas from the grass village had set their sights on the red-haired Shorin, as such vibrant crimson locks were typically characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. A blue screen appeared in her mind, assigning her a mission to protect this child and ensure her safety. Consequently, after unleashing a fervent display of power upon the feeble grass ninjas with the diamond chains, Mito guided Shorin towards the direction of Konoha. The grass ninjas expressed their gratitude. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, gave a nod of approval. Upon Shorin's successful infiltration into Konoha, Mito received a notification indicating it was time for her to return. However, Shorin's residence and livelihood remained unresolved. Thus, Mito left behind a fragment of her chakra, instructing her to simply request identification from the monkey when the time came. To prevent any mischief from the monkey and Danzo, Mito also implemented certain protective measures for Shorin, who was currently at her peak. Though that era was dominated by the red-eye disease and the Great Wooden Man, one should not underestimate the strength of the Uzumaki clan. The overwhelmingly powerful Nine-Tails was subdued like a mere fox beneath the diamond chains of the Uzumaki. Kurama remarked, together with Tobirama's forbidden techniques. It is not excessive to seal a few that could obliterate Hashirama's Hokage statue multiple times, is it? She does not find it excessive at all. When the land of whirlpools was on the brink of annihilation, did Konoha step in? No. At that time, she was aging, burdened with the Nine Tails, and lacked the time to rescue her homeland. Sarutobi and Danzo, having extended their front lines, did not attempt to rescue, only bringing Kushina back. Anger was inevitable, yet it was futile. But now, the situation was different. If the monkey truly became senile, she would have no qualms about turning him into a genuine monkey. After bidding farewell to Shorin, Mito returned to the Pure Land. Shorin felt a mist welling in her eyes. During this time, Mito had cared for her meticulously, rescuing her from the abyss of losing her mother and wandering alone. Although Mito did not feel like a grandmother to her, but rather like a straightforward elder sister, the parting was still heart-wrenching despite her mental preparation. In the remaining sealing space within her, only a few clones of Mito's chakra, several forbidden sealing techniques, and a plethora of sealing knowledge remained. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Sholin's gaze solidified with determination. She vowed not to disappoint Mito and her mother. She would survive, thrive, and perhaps even find a dashing boyfriend, definitely not one resembling the first Hokage. Mito had advised Sholin to be cautious when choosing a partner, particularly avoiding those with a deceased best friend who lacked a significant other, as married life would undoubtedly be arduous. As she traversed through the forest, she soon arrived near the wilderness survival site of Naruto and his companions. It is well known that forests are home to numerous bizarre creatures. As outsiders enter and navigate through the forest, they inevitably make some noise, which would attract the keen senses of the powerful beasts within. At that moment, a formidable beast with a strong presence had fixated its gaze upon the girl with the red bob. Humph, another one has arrived? Pigda's eyes darted about, his small eyes betraying great wisdom. My little brother, I have found my second target. Though the previous one did not succumb immediately, I trust it left a lasting impression. This hairless red monkey cub had no companions to protect her. Let me, Pigda, use your blood to honor my brother. With that, Pigda began to charge. The earth trembled. Pigda's body surged like a shooting star, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Sholin. Missed. Perhaps due to overexcitement, Pigda failed to control his trajectory, narrowly missing Sholin, and crashed into a tree instead. This enormous wild boar instilled a profound sense of intimidation in Sholin, especially since her leg had just gone numb. Using her seals was not advisable at this moment. In the forest, gratitude emanated. Thank you, natural guardian. The 36 stratagems dictated that retreat was the best course of action. Seizing the opportunity while Pigda was momentarily incapacitated, Sholin fled in a particular direction. Meanwhile, at the campsite. What as for dinner, teacher? I want to eat too. I want some too, mommy. The voices of Hashirama and Kushina resonated through the ceiling space, reaching Naruto's ears. Minato covered his face and exchanged a glance with Kurama, who appeared somewhat exasperated. Well, it seems we are both normal human-fox hybrids. Once antagonistic towards each other, the man and the fox now shared a moment of mutual understanding. However, the meat was running low. Naruto scratched his head. Although Pig 2 was indeed large and fiery, most of the meat had already been consumed, leaving little behind. Is it not enough? I can just hunt another one. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke wiped his hands, stood up, and said, Hinata. See where the pig that ran away went. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings until she spotted Pigda over there. It seems someone is being chased by it. Due to the distance, Hinata could not identify the person, but sensed a chakra that bore a slight resemblance to Naruto's, particularly the warm aspect. All right, you all stay here. I will be right back. Sasuke set down his cooking cloth, picked up a kunai, and headed towards the location Hinata indicated. Let us go check it out too. Hinata decided to call Naruto along, considering the chakra she sensed had similarities to Naruto's. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she felt it essential to grasp some knowledge of the ninja world, especially since that surname belonged to Naruto. Chapter 66. Naruto. Your relative has arrived. Are we there yet? A cold yet refined voice echoed through the chaotic forest. Pigda's heart raced. Something was amiss. 9 out of 10 were wrong. This voice reminded him of his deceased brother. However, Sholin continued to run, elated by the emergence of someone new, yet fully aware that she was in the midst of an escape. The world was vast, and her life was paramount. Red hair? She thought. Let us deal with the pig first, otherwise, Naruto will still be hungry. A scarlet glow flashed in Sasuke's eyes. As he locked eyes with Pigda, the boar envisioned its brother, Pig 2. Pigda seemed to relive the days spent crouching in the grass with his brother, waiting for prey. Those days were blissful. They would ambush any creature that dared cross their path. Ah, splendid. Wait, something red is approaching. Was that the hairless red monkey? Quite bold indeed. But why did it evoke such an inexplicable fiery sensation? Could this be what Pig 2 referred to as warmth? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke, perched on a tree, paid no heed to the foolish musings of the boar. All that mattered was incapacitating it. A fireball, roughly the size of Sasuke, hurtled toward Pigda, who was lost in nostalgia. Oh, the wild boar was struck directly by a fireball, its body seared by the intense flames, while the resulting explosion breached its fatty defenses, inflicting damage on its internal organs. Quite formidable indeed. Seizing the moment while Sasuke engaged the wild boar, Kyuka ascended a nearby tree. At this juncture, she took the opportunity to scrutinize the boy who had appeared. Quite handsome, deserving a score of 9. However, witnessing the ease with which Sasuke, of a similar stature, subdued the boar that had pursued her for 2 miles left her astounded. Although the boy emanated an aura of coldness, it seemed to enhance his appeal. Sasuke, oblivious to Kyuka's gaze, focused solely on the wild boar. I heard you crushed a classmate to bits. He hurled a kunai with his left hand, propelling himself forward in unison, then caught the kunai with his right hand as he leaped towards the boar. The wild boar let out a howl as it rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing it. Yet, due to internal injuries, its suffering intensified. In an instant, Sasuke's figure flashed through the air, slicing past the boar. And as he did, blood gushed forth from the boar. Its eyes gradually lost their luster. In its dazed state, it seemed to see its deceased brother. Why does my brother smell so strange? Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Sasuke flicked the boar's blood from his kunai and turned to Kyuka, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, Kyuka snapped back to reality. I am Uzumaki Kyuka, sent here by my grandmother. Is this truly the hidden leaf? Kyuka unabashedly revealed her identity, as her grandmother had assured her that she could act as a privileged heir here. If that uncle named Monkey refused, the seal left by her grandmother could be easily undone. Kyuka placed her hands on her hips, contemplating her background and strength. If not for fearing a poor first impression, that foolish wild boar would never have pursued her. The wild boar chuckled. Uzumaki. Sasuke glanced behind Kyuka, where a deep blue-haired and a yellow-haired figure had arrived. Which clan are you from? Is this your relative? Sasuke called out to Naruto. Huh. Naruto heard Sasuke's shout from a distance. Relative? My relative. Mom. His loud exclamation startled Kushina, who was engrossed in a card game. Son, what is going on? Sasuke claims this girl with red hair is my relative. Naruto briefly explained the situation to Kushina. Oh, a relative, perhaps. Yes. Kushina shook her head, casually responding to Naruto before playing a pair. Come on, Minato. Why aren't you playing? Minato stared at Kushina with a hint of awkwardness, urging her to recall Naruto's earlier question. Where is it? Kushina suddenly sprang up, arranging her cards and pressing them with a small wooden block, then peering through the seal at the relative in Naruto's mouth. Goodness, Naruto, this is your relative. A purebred relative. Kushina's voice was laced with surprise, joy, and a touch of sadness. Really? Naruto leaped onto the tree where Kyuka stood, examining the girl with red hair, reminiscent of his mother's. Hinata followed Naruto, also jumping onto the tree. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kyuka. Wow, there are so many handsome boys in the hidden leaf. This boy, I would rate an 85. However, the girl beside him is also quite beautiful, nearly rivaling me. Hinata. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, accompanied by Hinata, descended the tree and approached Sasuke, while Kyuka's eyes sparkled upon hearing the Uzumaki name, and she followed Naruto down. Naruto, quickly ask her about her situation. Kushina shouted excitedly from within the ceiling space. Were conditions different, she might have joyfully begun to dance. Kurama. This is Hinata, and this is Sasuke. Naruto introduced his companions to ensure smooth communication. Sasuke sheathed his kunai, nodding slightly. I see. Kyuka recalled her grandmother's mention of other Uzumaki clan members in the hidden leaf, one of whom she believed was named. Do you know Aunt Kushina? Kyuka's gaze shifted from Sasuke to Naruto. Oh my, she knows you. Naruto shouted towards the ceiling space where Kushina resided. What are you waiting for? Respond. Kushina gripped the wooden block in her hand, her excitement palpable. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, the Aunt Kushina you speak of must be my mother. Sasuke and Hinata perked up, eavesdropping. No, It seemed more like a blatant listen. Kushina. That name sounds quite familiar. Sasuke stroked his chin, recalling as Kyuka and Naruto conversed. Chapter 67. Sarutobi. Goodness, the ancestral spirits have manifested. In the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi gazed at the small girl with her head bowed and the chakra figure behind her, his lips twitching incessantly. Did you hear that, monkey? Take good care of little Kyuka. Moreover, ensure you look after Kushina's son. To be a Jinchuriki at such a young age, you should cherish it. In the past, why didn't Hashirama and Tobirama teach you to be selfless? The figure of Mito gradually faded until her voice completely vanished, allowing Sarutobi to lift his head. There was no helping it. In her prime, the ancestor was a presence even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would fear. It was only after Mito grew older that her temperament softened considerably. Little Kyuka, you will be residing in the hidden leaf from now on. Sarutobi's aged face broke into a radiant smile as he addressed Kyuka. Kyuka nodded, her red hair vibrant in the sunlight streaming through the window. Kushina. Mito's appearance resurfaced in Sarutobi's mind. How about you stay in the same apartment as little Naruto? You will receive a monthly allowance of 3,000 Ryo. In recent years, the economy has improved, leading to inflation, and Naruto's allowance has risen to 3,000 Ryo. For Kyuka, this amount should suffice. Kyuka tilted her head, pondering. Naruto? He seems to be of a similar age as me. But why is his hair yellow? Quite peculiar. As both Mito and my mother mentioned that members of the Uzumaki clan have red hair. Minato, hehe. However, being relatives, it seems fitting for you to reside there. I just wonder if Sasuke will visit often. Sure. Sarutobi rubbed his temples and called for a white-haired Umbu. Wolf, please escort this child to Naruto's apartment and arrange a room for her. Also, inform Yugao to keep an eye on her. The white-haired Umbu nodded, opened the door, and led Kyuko away. Meanwhile, Sarutobi gazed vacantly at the ceiling of the Hokage office. Here is how it unfolded. Today was meant to be an utterly ordinary day. Sarutobi had risen, washed up, and made his way to the office, initially attending to administrative duties before using a crystal ball to survey the village for any suspicious individuals. Following that, he continued with his paperwork while also seeking Minato for a heart-to-heart, offering psychological support and guidance. In the afternoon, there was little to occupy my time. I had initially intended to visit Danzo, curious to see if his prolonged wait for information from Itachi would leave him in a state of frustration. However, a series of loud knocks and a familiar bellow shattered the tranquility of my day. Irika brought a girl with crimson hair to the Hokage's office. Oh, is she not of the Uzumaki clan? To my surprise, it appears there are still survivors. Arriving in Konoha, she has certainly come to the right place. As for concerns about her being a spy, Sarutobi chuckled. Even a brash Raikage would not send his own bloodline children to serve as spies for others, especially when it comes to the Uzumaki lineage. With a smile, Sarutobi inquired how Kasumi had arrived. The somewhat shy girl fell silent for a moment before a familiar roar echoed through the room. Who could explain why Mito's ancestor appears here? The aura of authority emanating from her elder directly subdued Sarutobi. Following a stern lecture from Mito, the monkey realized the gravity of his mistakes and assured he would treat Kasumi and Naruto with utmost care. Only at last did Sarutobi dare to lift his head and continue conversing with Kasumi. Truly, it is a sight to behold. Perhaps there exists some form of pact between the Uzumaki clan and the Shinigami? Sarutobi pondered, considering the possibility. After all, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique could summon the Shinigami. It is not difficult to connect the dots regarding the return of this ancestor. Now, Sarutobi felt his capacity for endurance had greatly increased. Even if the first Hokage stood before him, he might not falter. Kasumi, following the white-haired enchantress along the streets of Konoha, gazed wide-eyed at the shops and delicacies around her. She halted in front of a dessert shop, and Kakashi, walking a short distance ahead, suddenly noticed his little red-haired companion was no longer behind him, causing the Tomo in his Sharingan to spin rapidly. He turned to see Kasumi, fixated on the dango displayed in the shop. The eyelid beneath his mask twitched in annoyance. Ah, the youth of today. Retrieving 20 Ryo from a pocket in his Umbu uniform, he bought 5 dango sticks amidst Kasumi's adoring gaze. He handed her 2 of the sticks while keeping 3 for himself. Kasumi observed the 2 in her hand and the 3 in Kakashi's. Well, having something to eat is better than nothing. She bit into one of the dumplings, the sweet flavor immediately captivating her palate. Delicious. After all, in her past days of wandering, Having any food was a luxury. She never cared about its quality. Regrettably, she wished she could share this delight with her mother and grandmother Mito. This thought brought a tinge of sadness, and she lowered her head. Kakashi, noticing her silence as she munched on the dango, wondered if he had given her too little, making the child sad. However, he recalled that children should not indulge in too much sugar, lest they suffer from cavities. A conflict stirred within Kakashi's mind. One side argued that, as he was to become the Umbu captain, he should not skimp on a little girl's dumplings. The other side insisted he must limit her sweet intake for her health. Ultimately, Kakashi patted Kasumi's head and handed her another dango. It is too sweet to indulge further. She may have one more. Kakashi's voice filtered from beneath his mask. Kasumi looked up to find Kakashi, somewhat flustered. His previous gloom dissipated. What is your name? She asked. Umbu operates in secrecy. You may call me by my code name, Wolf. Oh, Wolf, you are a good person. Kasumi beamed, accepting the dango and happily munching away. Kakashi, receiving a good person card, fell into a contemplative silence. Is that my lifelong rival over there? A distinct cry, akin to the joyous spirit of Konoha, rang out from a distance. Kakashi promptly pulled Kasumi along, not looking back. I am wearing a mask. I am Umbu. Address me as the proud wolf. No wonder you cannot enter Umbu. Kakashi suddenly realized why his eyelid had been twitching. We must hurry, he thought, as he led Kasumi away quickly, much to her bewilderment. Moments later, a kappa appeared in front of the dessert shop. I can smell the presence of my dear friend. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Also, today is the author's birthday. Chapter 68. The Genesis of Uchiha Extremists on a moonlit night. A solitary crow perched atop a utility pole. Itachi, we can commence, said Jay, donning the mask that had once accompanied him in the depths of Root. His mouth moved beneath the mask as he addressed Itachi. Understood. Itachi placed on his mask, the two holes allowing the Crimson Sharingan to whirl rapidly. Then, let the operation begin. With Itachi's command, the new Root members quietly encircled their target, the South Shrine. Inside the South Shrine, a gathering of middle-aged Uchiha lingered, having participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. They had witnessed the grandeur of Konoha and endured the loss of dear friends on the battlefield. This inevitably led to a slight disturbance in their mental state. Various catalysts ignited a new notion within them, to overthrow Sarutobi's tyranny, claiming Konoha for the Uchiha. After all, Konoha was co-founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. The first and second Hokage hailed from the Senju clan, which the Uchiha begrudgingly accepted, acknowledging their strength while mourning the loss of their own ancestors. Madara lamented. On the day I left the village, not a single clan member chose to follow me. Hashirama replied, did I not accompany you all the way? As the third Hokage rose to power, the initial dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi was palpable, yet they were powerless to oppose him. With a storied reputation on the battlefield and having received the second Hokage's dying wish, Sarutobi was not to be trifled with. Fine, we shall wait. However, with the advent of the fourth Hokage, Minato, who inherited and championed the Flying Thunder God technique that had once slain their ancestor, the third Hokage stepped down, and Minato exhibited a notably amicable disposition towards the Uchiha. Very well, if the clan leader approves, we shall begrudgingly accept. Yet, tragedy struck when the fourth Hokage fell during the Nine Tails incident. Their attempts to assist were thwarted by a bandaged man. Even more absurdly, the Nine Tails bore the shape of their own Sharingan. In the aftermath of Minato's demise, the villagers still recognized this radiant sun, for he had saved many Uchiha lives on the battlefield. Thus, they pondered who could have committed such an atrocity. Yet as time passed, troubles continued to plague the Uchiha, and their reputation within the village deteriorated. The aging Sarutobi returned to power. This was disheartening. If the Uchiha truly possessed the Sharingan, they would have turned against the village the night of the Nine Tails attack, rather than feigning loyalty. Consequently, some Uchiha began to adopt extremist ideologies. Why not find that clan member with the Manjiki and have him lead us to seize the Nine Tails and assassinate the third Hokage for the position of Hokage? Once this idea surfaced, it spread like wildfire, especially resonating with the battle-scarred minds of the Uchiha. Thus, Fugaku found himself surrounded by a group of ideologues. Who within the clan was most likely to possess the Manjiki? Their gazes turned toward the clan leader. On a similarly dark and stormy night, the elders summoned the bashful Fugaku, who had just bathed, to the south he shrine. Leader of the clan, do you not think we, the Uchiha, have reached a critical juncture between life and death? Uchiha Nin knelt before Fugaku, speaking beneath the flickering of his anxious gaze. Fugaku replied, "No, I do not believe so. This afternoon, I discussed the future development plans of the Uchiha with the third Hokage. Intending to send my eldest son to secure a direct lineage to the Hokage, perhaps even contend for the position of the next Hokage." "Why do you think so?" Fugaku's expression remained unchanged as he did not fixate on the kneeling clansmen, but rather surveyed the Uchiha gathered around him. The village's reputation of the Uchiha had plummeted. Moreover, the promotion of Uchiha Nin had dwindled, and the Umbu had closed their doors to them. Listening to the chatter among his clansmen, Fugaku felt a headache coming on. There were indeed reasons for this poor reputation. He and the Umbu members had uncovered numerous individuals deliberately spreading rumors to incite public hatred. The third Hokage had promised to curb the activities of a certain bandaged man. The scarcity of Nin was abnormal. This was a time of peace, devoid of numerous promotion avenues. Did they truly believe it was still a time of war, when one could become a Nin at the tender age of 12? As for the Umbu, he considered speaking with Sarutobi to see if they could secure a few slots. Regarding the higher-ups, after the previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara, departed, the Uchiha had vanished from the upper echelons of Konoha, now dominated by the Senju clan. Nevertheless, Fugaku believed his son could alter this situation. The pressing matter was to soothe the restless clansmen. "Let me have your attention." Here, Fugaku's impassioned speech spanned 2,000 words. After concluding his address, he took a deep breath. My oratory skills remain as sharp as ever. May I ask, leader, do you possess the Manjiki Sharingan?" The elder's voice unexpectedly pierced Fugaku's thoughts. What? He was taken aback. How did they know? No, they did not know. They were merely suspicious. How frustrating. He had just managed to placate the crowd, and now the elder was stirring the pot again. Fugaku shot a glare at the elder and shook his head in response to the eager gazes of his clansmen. "No, I do not. It is quite late, and everyone has work tomorrow. We should not linger here any longer." With that, he turned to depart, casting a glance at the stone tablet. "Oh, ancestors." Sighing, he returned home. At that moment, Mikoto was seated in the living room chair, already dozing off. Gently, he carried his wife back to bed, a rare smile gracing Fugaku's lips. "Goodness, Sasuke has wet the bed again." Returning to the present, Fugaku sat cross-legged in his living room, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Both Sasuke and Mikoto were asleep. From Sasuke's room, soft murmurs could be heard, such as, "Wild boar, capture it," and "Fish, catch it." Sasuke's brows furrowed, as if he were witnessing something unpleasant. Fugaku chuckled softly, continuing to wait patiently for time to pass, while also worrying for his eldest son. Chapter 69, Itachi. I seem to have discovered a power bank. I believe that we Uchiha should seize victory through our own strength. The elder's words resonated in the now silent shrine, followed by an eruption of applause. Approaching 70, though not particularly powerful, his status within the Uchiha clan was formidable. After all, he was not the clan leader and required sufficient strength to command respect. Elders only needed sufficient seniority, past achievements, or contributions to earn their position. This elder had served since the founding of Konoha, assisting the clan leader in managing affairs, and had once held the reins of Uchiha governance until the next clan leader took over. Now, he could no longer bear to witness the Uchiha's submissive state. In the days when Madara was still present, the Uchiha thrived with pride and strength. How had they fallen to such depths? The clan leader had been corroded by the foolishness of Konoha, and it was his duty to rally the Uchiha, igniting their spirit to overthrow the tyranny of Sarutobi. Ouch, my back. A nearby guard rushed to support the elder, the ideological leader of the Uchiha. "I am fine. I willingly sacrifice for the glory of the Uchiha." The elder patted his back, waving off the concerned clansman. "Once we successfully seize Konoha, we can reside in any home we desire, learn any jutsu we wish, and everyone can achieve greatness." Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause echoed in the shrine as a man clad in Umbu attire, bearing a mask and a sword, strode in, followed by another Umbu member with brown hair. 1 against 7? Despite the mask, the Uchiha's keen observation skills allowed them to immediately recognize the traitorous young clan leader who had defected to the Hokage. "It seems I've been recognized." Itachi's voice reached the ears of the radical factions present. He slowly removed his mask, revealing the crimson and enigmatic Manjiki as he gazed upon the elder at the podium. The pattern in his right eye spun rapidly, yet the elder wisely closed his eyes, though his accompanying guard did not. "Hey, what are you doing?" The elder felt himself floating, his eyes involuntarily opening to reveal a familiar body. Whose body was this, and why was there no head? His thoughts slowed, and he soon realized it was his own. "I've been controlled. This is Itachi's doing." The situation was dire. "Quickly, let us eliminate the traitor." The surrounding Uchiha lost their leader but remained resolute. Itachi had brought an Umbu member and had attacked the elder. Surely, he intended to kill them all. They resolved to strike first. Even if he possessed the Mangeki, what of it? With so many of them, he could not eliminate them all before exhausting his ocular power. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fire dragon surged toward Itachi and the Umbu, while numerous fireballs followed. Wood release, wood wall. The Umbu effortlessly countered with a jutsu, hard wooden vines erupting from the ground to intercept the attacks. Meanwhile, the Umbu thought, "Damn it, Itachi. You didn't wait for us to join in. If I hadn't acted quickly, we would have been roasted alive." Amidst the Uchiha, gasps of disbelief erupted. "That's wood release. How is that possible? The Senju clan is supposed to be extinct. Tsunade is not even in Konoha. Watch out, behind us." Accompanied by cries of pain, a group of new root members leaped in from the surrounding walls, led by those who had been subtly controlled by Itachi prior to their departure. Kill. With this fearless contingent of mercenaries, bolstered by well-trained temporary Umbu, the rear Uchiha screamed in terror. "It's our turn now." Itachi leapt from the protection of the wood release, his body enveloped in a swirling array of red and green skeletal figures, blocking several fire attacks. "Wait, are you really Itachi?" Jia, in a state of disbelief, lamented the situation. However, upon witnessing the Susanoo skeleton surrounding him, he relinquished his wood release and charged forward. Amaterasu. The right eye, infused with Itachi's supportive spirit, began to whirl, unleashing black flames imbued with a sense of death that engulfed the crowd. Wood release, intertwining roots technique. Several wooden spikes shot into the throng, swiftly detonating upon contact with flesh, inflicting considerable damage. How envious he felt of Itachi's ability to summon Susanoo. He couldn't even manifest a wooden clone. Approximately 30 minutes elapsed, and nearly 100 Uchiha had been obliterated. "Itachi, you betray your kin. You shall not meet a good end." The last fallen clansman cursed Itachi with a quavering voice as he breathed his last. Jia patted Itachi's shoulder, attempting to offer solace. "Fear not. Having chosen to bear the darkness, one need not heed such curses." Itachi's tightly shut eyes opened as he gazed at the moon above. "Sasuke should be asleep by now." Itachi extended his hand towards Jia. "What's wrong?" Jia inquired, puzzled. Did Itachi desire him to grasp his hand? If so, should he comply or not? What was he thinking? "Return my eyes." Itachi observed Jia's odd expression, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Ah, so that's it." Jia disinfected his hands before removing his right eye. The pain lingered, yet after reclaiming his own vision, he found himself nostalgic for the sensations he had lost. Truth be told, the power of the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan was truly formidable. Aside from the occasional wood release, a single Amaterasu could resolve an entire conflict. Itachi placed Shirsue's eye back into its container while reattaching his own. "Why does it feel as though my right eye possesses significantly more power than my left?" Something felt amiss. Just as Jia settled his new eyes, he sensed Itachi's peculiar scrutiny. "What's wrong?" Feeling somewhat anxious under Itachi's gaze, he scratched his head. "Nothing. If you wish to borrow my eyes in the future, simply ask." Itachi shook his head. "The mission is complete. Now we must address the aftermath." Alas, the ground is strewn with corpses. Fortunately, most lacked family ties and were in a state of prolonged solitude. The effects of the Uchiha's Sharingan on the mind are unavoidable. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Taianzo stretched his neck. He had many tasks yet to complete. If he did not return to work, the factory would surely plead for his assistance. Finally, their essay rating. Oh yeah, Chapter 70. Kaguya, I will be just fine. Little Naruto. Kaguya will now reside next door, so please take good care of her. Yuya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, while the silver-haired Kakashi nudged Kaguya forward. "Ahem, Naruto. I am older than you. You should call me sister." Kaguya raised her chin, having learned from the third Hokage that this boy, towering above her, was indeed 25 months her junior, leaving her astonished. What kind of nourishment allowed Naruto to grow so much taller? Kaguya had originally assumed he was a couple of years her senior. Thus, she resolved to adopt a big sister persona. Yuya and Kakashi exchanged glances. bemused by the petite girl's bravado. Wasn't she just wandering back from outside? Yuya questioned. I have no idea, Kakashi replied, equally perplexed. Nevertheless, Naruto was quite pleased, as he had just gained a relative. However, how could he possibly be the younger sibling? As the esteemed leader of Konoha's 4th division, he could not simply be the little brother. If word got out, Hinata wouldn't mock him, but Sasuke surely would. With that disdainful smirk and a condescending gaze that could pierce through him. How do you know you're older than me? Naruto squinted at the red-haired girl. The 3rd Hokage told me. I am indeed 25 months your senior. Kagaya raised an eyebrow. This brother of hers seemed rather bold, perhaps a little challenging. Oh, that can't be true. If you truly were older than me, how could you possibly be so short? The remark struck a nerve. You don't know that girls grow at a slower rate. Kagaya retorted angrily. But Hinata's quite tall. The image of the pale-eyed girl flitted through Kagaya's mind. Well, perhaps she is significantly taller than me, but I am still older. Flustered, Naruto had successfully riled Kagaya. Yet, Granny Mito advised me to get along well with Aunt Kushina and her child. Hey, don't cry. I'll call you sister if that helps. Seeing Kagaya on the verge of tears, Naruto felt a wave of panic. After all, his mother was watching everything in real time from the ceiling space. Just calling you sister won't hurt me. When Kagaya arrived, Mito had laid down the law, handing over the losing cards to the sleeping Kurama beside her, while binding him to the chair with chains. So, when Kurama awoke, he found Hashirama and Minato staring at him, bound by familiar chains. Before him lay a hand of utterly worthless cards. The culprit is obvious. Mito. Ahahaha, Kurama, hurry and play. Hashirama eagerly urged as Kurama regained consciousness. This is my rare chance to win. Minato added, I'm afraid, Kurama, but I'm powerless here. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Mito, observing the sibling rivalry, lamented her son's ignorance. She traveled all the way to Konoha to meet family, and he behaves like this? All right, Mom, I understand. Naruto's voice echoed through the ceiling space as he affectionately patted Kagaya's head. Really? Kagaya's gaze snapped back to Naruto, her crimson eyes locked onto him. Naruto nodded vigorously. Don't cry. Tomorrow, I'll ask Sasuke to perform acrobatics for you. Sasuke? What's his relationship to you? Kagaya tilted her head, recalling the cool boy. Oh, he is my little brother. Naruto proclaimed with pride, relishing this revelation. Kagaya froze. What's wrong? Naruto asked. How about you call me brother and introduce me to Sasuke? That could work. Kakashi and Yuya, observing from the sidelines, simultaneously covered their faces. Kids these days. In the ceiling space, Mito understood, yet felt exasperation. Child, why must you insist on being the younger sister? Wouldn't being the older sister compel Naruto to introduce you to Sasuke? By the way, little Sasuke's genes were indeed splendid, perfectly inheriting Mikoto's beauty and Fugaka's charm. Are you polite? I see this working. The future of the Uzumaki clan shall rest upon you. After successfully selling Sasuke, Naruto had managed to acquire a little sister. Tomorrow, Naruto, take Kagaya with you to school. Arrangements have already been made for her to be in your class. Kakashi had left, for he was now the captain of the Umbu, a figure of considerable authority, burdened with numerous tasks. Please refer to me as the Lonely Wolf. All right, I'll definitely fulfill my duties. Naruto offered a respectful bow to his elder sister, conveying his unwavering confidence in completing the task at hand. All right then, make sure to retire early tonight, he said, bidding farewell to her and escorting his little sister back to her home before retreating to his own bed. This night, he believed he would conquer that tree. Over the course of 3 years, that tree had witnessed Naruto's growth, from the tender age of 17 to a robust 23. He had long surpassed his fears. Now, he was formidable beyond measure. Here I come, great tree. Meanwhile, as Kagaya lay down on her bed and relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. It had been 2 months. She attempted to lift her hand, but her vision had already begun to blur. From the moment she was rescued by Granny Mizuho to the present, following Granny's departure and her arrival in the unfamiliar Leaf Village, memories flooded her mind. Mother, Granny, I met a really handsome boy. He saved me from the wild boar's clutches. In the forest, she thought, he also rescued me from your grasp. Furthermore, she had encountered the child of Lady Kushina, though it seemed that Lady Kushina had passed away. Well, in order to have him introduce me to other handsome boys, I begrudgingly accepted the role of a little sister. But it was worth it, or at least I hope so. However, This older brother of hers was quite tall, and from what she observed, he appeared to be involved with someone. The girl with white eyes named Hinata. Tomorrow, I shall attend school. It feels so strange, but I believe I can do it. I'm doing well now, so please do not worry about me in the Pure Land. Good night. Chapter 71 Danzo, My Roots. In the shadows of Konoha, the first Hokage, Danzo found himself in a state of dismay. His subordinates had not contacted him for 2 days. According to his original plan, Sarutobi should have dispatched that unfortunate soul the day before to attempt to take his place. The individual was supposed to arrive at the root headquarters in the morning, administer poison by noon, and bury the body in the afternoon. After all, this was not the first time Sarutobi had engaged in such treachery. He had previously attempted to usurp root from him. Yet, how could anyone shake his position? Eventually, Sarutobi had loosened his grip on the organization. Unexpectedly, Amir Uchiha Shursui had rekindled Sarutobi's ambitions. It matters not. In due time, Sarutobi will come to my doorstep, begging for my return to lead root in clearing obstacles for Konoha once more. When that moment arrives, the Uchiha will be my first target. However, yesterday passed without any communication from his subordinates, nor did Sarutobi come to plead for mercy as expected. Yet, Danzo remained composed, confident in his subordinates and in the cursed seal techniques he had acquired from Orochimaru. Nonetheless, Orochimaru had recently joined the Akatsuki, which posed a significant concern. After all, he had once collaborated with Hans to eliminate the founding members of the Akatsuki, and that red-haired man with the Rinnegan had gone berserk, wreaking havoc. Fortunately, he had been prudent, employing shadow clones for dangerous tasks. No wonder it was a technique from his mentor, Tobirama. Thankfully, Orochimaru remained oblivious to his actions. Though this had become a hidden peril, he contemplated finding an opportunity to infiltrate the Akatsuki and eliminate Orochimaru. The mere thought of those mysterious and powerful purple orbs ignited a fervent desire within Danzo. With those eyes, he would undoubtedly ascend to the position of Hokage. He would compel Sarutobi to willingly abdicate in his favor. Finally, the day arrived. Danzo felt a twinge of anxiety. Having waited since dawn in his courtyard for the gates to open, anticipating the arrival of his subordinate, who would kneel and proclaim, "We welcome Lord Danzo back." However, from day to night, he awaited in vain, with only Sarutobi visiting. "Danzo, what are your thoughts on the upcoming governance of Konoha?" Sarutobi inquired, his smile wide, wrinkles crinkling his face in a manner that irked Danzo. Why should he be smiling? He thought indignantly. I shall sit back and observe. Danzo's tone was sharp, a hint of unease flickering in his gaze. "Let me tell you, you will no longer have control over root." Sarutobi, observing his old friend's demeanor, felt a surge of amusement but attempted to comfort him. "Just focus on being my Hokage's aide. I shall overlook your past actions." Despite Sarutobi's good intentions, the underlying mirth in his tone betrayed a sense of schadenfreude that only fueled Danzo's ire. "What do you mean?" Danzo snapped, fixing his gaze intently on Sarutobi's narrowed eyes. "I have already appointed someone to manage root. The members are quite obedient to him. Therefore, your task now is to assist me as the third Hokage. Are you jesting? My people would never heed the commands of your appointee. What about my cursed seals? What about my brainwashing efforts? Was it all in vain? That cannot be. It is absolutely impossible." Danzo rose abruptly, locking eyes with Sarutobi, searching for signs of deception. Unfortunately for him, Sarutobi had already assessed the current situation within root. The original members had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Tens and Itachi. As for the cursed seal techniques, some were utilized by Tens for sealing, while others were implemented for direct control. Ultimately, this batch of members had lost their humanity. Though time might restore them, Konoha lacked the resources to assist them, especially considering they were Danzo's subordinates. "Who did you send?" Danzo sank back into his seat, lowering his head. "Itachi Uchiha." "What?" Sarutobi gasped. "You cough, considering the time. They should be nearing action." Sarutobi glanced at the darkening sky, estimating that the new root members were likely commencing their operations. "Fear not. If any of your subordinates survive, I will send them to accompany you." Watching the utterly deranged Danzo, Sarutobi patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "No, I cannot act against him. At least not within my own home. Otherwise, my dream of becoming Hokage shall truly evaporate." "How ruthless you are, Sarutobi. Have you forgotten what teacher Tobirama imparted to us? Do you not remember those Crimson Sharingan during the Ninetales incident?" Danzo closed his eyes and ceased speaking. Sarutobi then procured a small stool and sat beside Danzo. The two remained silent, and apart from Danzo's flushed face, Sarutobi's smiling countenance appeared exceedingly pleasant. As night fell, a knock on the door shattered this wretched tranquility. "They've arrived," Sarutobi said as he opened his eyes, glancing at Danzo. Danzo's body trembled slightly before he stood and opened the courtyard door. 7 former root members stood before him, the leader being his right-hand man. Why? However, he was missing an arm. The other 6 were also gravely wounded, missing limbs. A bead of sweat formed on Danzo's forehead. Why knelt, unable to bear the sight of Danzo's grotesque visage. They had managed to escape Itachi's control, and now, reflecting on their recent actions, the feeling of being both themselves and not themselves was utterly terrifying. Why come inside? In the past, Danzo would have executed these individuals to assert his authority. However, they were now among his few remaining subordinates. "Oh, Danzo, do not be disheartened. Come to my office tomorrow. Let us enjoy some tea and discuss governance." Sarutobi rose, intending to depart, having initially stayed to keep a watchful eye on Danzo to prevent any unforeseen incidents. He also sought to console and tease his dear friend. "Get lost. Hurry and roll away. The farther, the better," Danzo exclaimed, picking up a watering can from the courtyard and tossing it at Sarutobi, though he had already left. "You all, summon the remaining members. I shall not allow the wicked Uchiha to seize my roots." Danzo addressed the 7 individuals standing in the courtyard, his voice filled with ire. However, the remaining members likely consisted only of those from the rumor and surveillance departments, along with a few who were on missions. Lord Danzo, the nefarious Uchiha Itachi has obtained our members' distribution from the deceased's mind. It is possible that our members are all gone." That night in Konoha, a resounding roar echoed from the Shimura clan, audible even to the neighboring Sarutobi clan. Chapter 72. Kagaya, why does it feel odd between my cheap older brother and Sasuke-kun? "Hey Kagaya, wake up!" After being roused by Hashirama, Naruto stepped out of his room, only to discover that the lights in his little sister's room were still off. "Oh no, she can't still be asleep, can she?" Inside the room, Kagaya lay tangled in her blankets, a small portion barely covering her stomach. Her pajamas were disheveled, exposing her fair abdomen, with a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Ugh, so noisy. As her consciousness gradually returned, she realized she was unaccustomed to waking without the service of Granny Mido. "What is that guy's name again?" "Oh, Naruto. School? School." Kagaya's eyes snapped wide open, and she sprang from her bed. The pink curtains obscured the dim morning light, casting the room in shadows, save for a slightly flustered red-haired head. "Oh no, I overslept." In a flurry, Kagaya dressed hastily, skipped breakfast, splashed water on her face, and dashed out the door. Observing Kagaya's disheveled hair, Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. "You definitely overslept. Let us hurry to school." Kagaya scratched her tousled hair and pushed Naruto out. Timing-wise, they should be fine. After all, Naruto was quite familiar with tardiness, but today he had risen relatively early. This was due to Hashirama's excitement after winning a game the previous night. Hashirama exclaimed, "Woo! Kurama, keep it going." Kurama grumbled, "No, I want to sleep." Kushina chimed in, "Sleep? Get up and have fun." Minato decided to check on Naruto climbing trees, apologizing to Kurama as he turned away. Kurama, with pleading eyes, watched as Minato left to see his son. Then Minato went to sleep, while these two continued their playful banter until dawn. Before going to bed, Hashirama woke the peacefully slumbering Naruto. Thus, there was still ample time for Kagaya to tidy up and grab a bite. "Why don't you comb your hair first, then have breakfast?" Naruto suggested, pointing toward her room. "We still have enough time if we hurry." Bang! The door slammed shut, and approximately 5 minutes later, Kagaya emerged with a piece of toast in her mouth, her smooth red hair cascading down her back, a backpack slung over her shoulder. Hee. Kagaya managed a shy smile. "Let us go?" Naruto waved and began walking toward school. "I have to tell you, there are quite a few simpletons in our class. Just act fierce, and they won't dare to bother you." As they walked, Naruto shared tales of their classmates, including but not limited to Choji's snack stash, Ino's gossip corner, Shikamaru's daydreaming zone, and Sasuke's Sundara brain. Sundara. Kagaya's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, Sasuke is quite the Sundara. On the surface, he appears cold, yet he is very caring toward his friends. Oh, and let me tell you, when Sasuke and I first became brothers, it was a chilly winter. We roasted fish by a small creek. I remember Sasuke wore a blue shirt and white shorts. Just then, Sasuke appeared around the corner, placing a hand over Naruto's mouth. "What the heck? Although Sasuke was alone at home with his mother, he felt energized. However, as he walked, he noticed his right eyelid twitching, followed by the familiar voice of Naruto. Hearing about the roasted fish made Sasuke smile, recalling that, despite being tricked, the memory was quite pleasant. But upon hearing Naruto mention Sasuke's attire, he realized Naruto was about to tease him again. Fortunately, he acted quickly and covered Naruto's mouth. Ah, Sasuke, what a coincidence. Naruto had long known that Sasuke had been stealthily following him. Hey, just as I was talking about you, let us poke some fun at this tsundere little brother. Meanwhile, Kaguya was intently listening to Naruto imparting survival skills for school, which included a plethora of slacking techniques. When Naruto mentioned Sasuke, Kaguya's ears perked up, and she listened even more intently, only to be startled by Sasuke's sudden appearance. Let me introduce you. This is Uzumaki Kaguya, my little sister. Sister? Are you two related? Sasuke inquired, glancing at Kaguya and nodding. It was no surprise. Yesterday, he had sensed a connection when he observed the two conversing. Oh, I do not disappoint as a Uchiha genius. I can discern such things at a glance. Alright, by the way, how about showing Kaguya a trick later? Bro, are you really going to say that? Why not? Sasuke was perplexed as to why he should perform tricks for Kaguya. Cough, Sasuke, you must understand. I am the leader here. Naruto cleared his throat, striking a pose reminiscent of the neighbor, covering half of his face while looking at Sasuke. That was all Naruto's idea. Kaguya felt uneasy about Naruto's antics, potentially leaving a bad impression on Sasuke. Fine. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets, acquiescing to Naruto's request. Are you serious? Kaguya looked at her older brother with a perplexed expression. Naruto raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his gaze. Kaguya silently gave a thumbs up. Alright, let us hurry. Sasuke led the way toward school. Hey, wait for me, Sasuke. Although Sasuke found Naruto's voice quite bothersome, he slowed his pace considerably. Kaguya thought, this scene feels oddly familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Then it hit her. This scene was strikingly similar to what Granny Mito had previously warned her about her close friends. Kaguya, if you encounter such a man, keep your distance. Otherwise, you might find two men rolling dice next door in the middle of the night. But Sasuke really is quite handsome. Handsomeness is a feeling, rooted in appearance and then refined by skill. Clearly, despite his youth, Sasuke had already excelled due to his family's outstanding legacy. Especially when he previously saved Kaguya from the boar and effortlessly defeated it, showcasing the prowess of the Uchiha clan. I'm in a state of deep conflict. Chapter 73, Shikamaru. I sense the aroma of fun. Greetings, everyone. My name is Vortex Hanabi, and I could be considered the cousin of Naruto. My cherished belongings are my family and handsome men, and my aspiration is to become a formidable person like Granny Mito. Sunlight glimmers on Hanabi's red hair, evoking a wave of nostalgia within Minato, who observes from the ceiling space. It is reminiscent of Kushina from years past. However, with Naruto's encouragement, it is evident that Hanabi is far braver. Oh, you inquire why Kushina isn't here to witness this? She is still in slumber, clutching several cards in her hand, murmuring phrases about explosions. Minato finds this perplexing yet accepts it, for she is his beloved wife. Alas, it is a pity for Kurama, who appears significantly weary. Kurama exclaims, "You should take my place. Why are you merely standing there?" Ahem, the scene shifts back to the classroom. Iruka gazes at the newly joined Hanabi with a mixture of emotions. Listen, her fondness for handsome young men reflects a boldness, a precociousness that is quite striking. She is clearly a promising prospect, akin to several others in the class. However, Granny Mito must refer to the wife of the first Hokage, Vortex Mito. After all, she belongs to the Vortex clan. This raises a thought. Doesn't Naruto also share the Vortex surname? Then what of his parents? Could it be that I have stumbled upon a significant connection? No wonder the third Hokage values Naruto so greatly. As Iruka ponders the recent occurrences related to the Vortex lineage in the village, he shudders, his gaze toward Naruto now tinged with a hint of astonishment. Naruto asks him, "Do you wish to hear my story?" I, Vortex Naruto, am merely an ordinary individual. Although my mentor is the first Hokage, my grandfather the third, and my father the fourth Hokage, I am currently just an unremarkable child of the Vortex clan, albeit with a great fox residing within me. Ahem, what a distinctive speech. Little Hanabi has mentioned Senior Mito, renowned for her prowess in sealing techniques. If you aspire to emulate her, I suggest visiting the library to study the knowledge pertaining to sealing arts. Iruka summarizes Hanabi's self-introduction with notable flair. However, it is clear that she is yet another individual with powerful connections, akin to the previous child. After all, addressing Mito as Granny places her in a similar generation as Tsunade. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am destined to become the principal, and I shall not waver. Please take the 5th row. There is a seat available there. Irika kindly arranges for Hanabi to sit in the back row alongside Naruto. There are 3 seats in the back, 2 occupied by Shikamaru and Choji. The remaining spot is behind Sasuke, which many girls initially vied for, but were deterred by Sasuke's imposing aura. Ultimately, no one could muster the courage to sit there. As for the bold Ino, she wishes to sit beside her close friend. Ino remarks, since Sasuke-kun is beside me, I have nothing to lose. I can even catch glimpses of Sakura's adorable expressions when she gets flustered. Quite delightful. And thus, Hanabi successfully claims this coveted seat. Sigh. Women can be such a nuisance, Shikamaru muses as he observes Hanabi approaching, resigned to endure it. Yet, from Hanabi's words and expressions, Shikamaru deduces that she shares the same ambitions as many of the girls in the class. Oh, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. A rare glimmer of anticipation sparkles in Shikamaru's typically languid eyes. This is indeed a source of amusement, a rare delight. Crunching on potato chips retrieved from Choji's desk, Shikamaru begins to look forward to the unfolding events. After all, who doesn't relish a bit of fun? Within moments, Hanabi sits beside Shikamaru. Hello, you're Shikamaru, right? I look forward to getting to know you. Hanabi cheerfully greets Shikamaru while offering him and Choji some fruit. This gift, provided by Naruto, serves to bridge their acquaintance. After all, these 2 individuals are designated friends by her older brother, elevated beyond the mundane interests of the villagers. Unlike the hostile and disdainful gazes surrounding them, some from Sasuke's admirers, others from those displeased with Hanabi's red hair and surname. In truth, the village's hair color has diversified greatly. With Sakura's pink locks, Kakashi's silver hair, Hinata's deep blue tresses, and Naruto's golden mane, among others. Yet, a significant number still adhere to more conventional shades, revealing an undercurrent of insecurity. Ah, wow, thank you. Shikamaru accepts the fruit from Hanabi, casting a glance at Naruto, who is animatedly discussing plans with Hinata to take Hanabi out for a barbecue. Indeed, Akimichi's barbecue restaurant holds many cherished memories for Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, including shared meals and the unforgettable first kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Let us not dwell on those memories. Naruto interjects. However, this time, they plan to bring everyone along. The only concern is the budget. Perhaps he can request some funds from the 3rd Hokage during their next bath. Hey Sasuke, how about a dinner gathering tonight at the barbecue restaurant? Naruto nudges Sasuke playfully. Barbecue? Sounds good. I have money, Sasuke replies. Having received generous allowances from his family whenever he ventured out with Naruto, Hinata's situation is similar, primarily due to her concern that her daughter might go hungry without funds for a meal. Hisashi remarks, my daughter cannot allow that blonde kid to treat her. What a scandal that would be. Money must be given. During the break, they discuss plans, forming a group of 6 from the 4th and 5th rows. After Shikamaru inadvertently reveals this, a blonde and a pink-haired girl join their ranks. Sakura, is everything all right at home? Ino inquires, worried that Sakura's family might disapprove of her dining out. It's fine, Ino, just come along with me. Sakura replies, her determination ignited. This vortex Hanabi, her intuition tells her, undoubtedly harbors feelings for Sasuke. After all, when the subject of the class's handsome boys arises, everyone knows who they refer to. Sigh, very well, I shall look after you. Ino concedes, ruffling Sakura's hair. Don't act all grown up. Meanwhile, Hanabi contemplates an intriguing notion. Her older brother appears to have an interest, though it seems to be progressing slowly. Nevertheless, she senses the white-eyed girl's feelings toward him. Could this differ from what Granny Mito had mentioned? Aha, the plan is in motion. Announcement, the long-awaited Tobirama will soon make an appearance. Should we assign him to Sasuke or Itachi? Chapter 74, Uchiha Itachi. You have been expelled from the Uchiha clan. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere within the school, a calamitous event has erupted within the Uchiha clan. This morning, a clan member discovered that their neighbor had not returned home. Although the neighbor has a habit of frequenting gatherings with older clan members late into the night, they typically return home at dawn, illuminating their home as they begin their day. This peculiar absence piqued the neighbor's curiosity. What could have caused their neighbor to stay out overnight? Was it the allure of wolves or snakes? Thus, they followed their neighbor's usual path toward the South He Shrine. As he walked along, he discovered that he was not alone in facing the issue of older neighbors returning home late at night. Many of his kin, driven by curiosity, were also making their way to the South Shrine. However, ahead lay a scene of horror. Blood. It was blood. Uchiha's body trembled slightly, as the sight before him delivered a heavy blow to his soul. The inside of the South Shrine was drenched in blood, surrounded by severe burn marks. Yet there were no bodies of his clansmen. Upon entering the shrine, he spotted a man dressed in a long black robe seated on a chair. Upon hearing Ya's desperate call, the clansmen behind him hurriedly followed, equally stunned by the gruesome sight. What had transpired? Where was the elder? How could such a calamity befall their clan? Amidst the ensuing chaos, the Sharingan of the clansmen activated, ready for any unforeseen events. That man. It was Itachi. One clansman recognized Itachi sitting on the stone chair, his eyes flickering with confusion and delight. Confusion arose from the question of why the eldest son of their clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, was present here. Delight from the hope that Itachi might know what had transpired. "Ah, you've come," Itachi said, opening his eyes and lifting his head, which had hung low for so long. Last night, he had sought out his father, who, instead of scolding him upon learning that he had become the new leader of the root, had shown a hint of happiness. Yet, Itachi knew that his actions were indeed unforgivable. To atone for his deep-seated guilt, Itachi resolved to impose a punishment upon himself. That is, I, Uchiha Itachi, shall no longer be an Uchiha. Last night, the elder convened a meeting here with a faction of radical clansmen to rebel against the village. And I, with my subordinates, will annihilate all Uchiha present. Itachi's voice resonated, low yet filled with gravity. However, to the ears of the clansmen, it sounded utterly preposterous. Itachi, how could you commit such an act? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha's stiff face contorted into a forced smile as he attempted to approach Itachi, wanting to grasp his shoulder. It is as it is. Itachi's eyes shifted to a kaleidoscope pattern, and in the next moment, he found himself in a world bathed in crimson. In this realm, he witnessed everything that had transpired the night before, from the elder's decapitation to the grim conclusion. It was all true. What a joke. Ya's body shuddered, and the tomo in his eyes spun wildly, breaking through Itachi's Tsukuyomi. This was partly due to Itachi's lack of intention to make things difficult for him. Hey, Ya, are you alright? The clansman behind caught the nearly collapsing Uchiha, whose eyes were now ablaze with fury. Itachi, he really did this. He pointed a trembling finger at the man seated on the stone chair. How could he do this to his own kin? Is it true? Itachi felt little agitation within. Perhaps, at the moment he resolved to become the leader of the root. There was no turning back. The reality was thus. What do you plan to do now? Will you leave, or do you wish to kill me? Itachi spoke coolly. As fiery skeletal figures began to manifest around him, an oppressive aura radiating from him. Is there no one? Then I shall take my leave. From this moment forth, Uchiha Itachi shall cease to exist. Itachi's long hair fluttered in the wind as he rose from the stone chair and approached the crowd. As he drew nearer, the form of Susanoo expanded, piercing through the shrine's ceiling. It was the kaleidoscope. The discerning Uchiha recognized the blood-tear-stained eyes of Itachi. This was the eye recorded in Uchiha history, possessing unparalleled power. How could this be? What gives him the right to wield such eyes? One clansman shouted angrily after Itachi had passed. But we lack the strength to stop him, do we not? Silence permeated the gathered Uchiha. Indeed, aside from Fugaku, none possessed the power to rival Itachi in this moment. Furthermore, they lacked the courage. The courageous Uchiha first confronts the weasel. So what should we do? Shall we let the elder die like this? Let us find the clan leader. Yes, let us find the clan leader. Fugaku. Let me think. Around a dozen explanations, over 20 apology methods, and around 40 strategies to make the blunt truth disappear. After all, it was his son's choice, and as a father, he ought to lend his support. All his worries entrusted to his father, yet now he felt he had no reason to call him that anymore. The wind tousled his flowing hair, and the dawn sun cast its light upon his face. The illuminated areas contrasted starkly with his black robe. Sasuke. Now Sasuke should have gotten out of bed and gone to school, right? Perhaps he even ran into Naruto. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting fondness and regret. He wondered how Sasuke would react when he learned of his departure tonight. Hey, Chief, we're heading back to the root. The industrious Tens, who had spent the night crafting wooden items, approached. I never expected the third Hokage would assign me here. under the pretext that Itachi has just assumed leadership and needs more hands, so I should help him for a while. Although Tens found this absurd, he was surprised to return to the route after 2 years. However, this new leader seemed unexpectedly decent. Well, let us go. Itachi nodded at Tens as they walked toward the dark realm of the route. As the sound of their footsteps echoed, a spirit emerged from the Pure Land, slowly drifting toward Itachi's abdomen. Sealing marks began to form unknowingly upon Itachi's body. Author wishes to sleep, but the roommate is playing games, and the author, feeling agitated, got up to type on a mechanical keyboard. Apologies to one of the silent roommates reading a novel. Today, I'm dragging you down with me. Chapter 75, Tobarama. Where is this? Hello everyone, I am Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, if it can be deemed so. I have an elder brother named Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. My brother passed away early. If you ask why, it leads us to discuss that naturally malevolent clan. It is well known that if one were to inquire which clan in the ninja world is the most wicked, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha clan. Their eyes, the Sharingan, harbor immense power, nourished by their intense emotions. And which emotions tend to escalate the most? Surely, it is the death of kin, the killing of friends, and the dissolution of families. Thus, the Uchiha clan's strength is inherently linked to suffering. Hence, they are labeled the malevolent Uchiha clan. Yet, my brother, with his peculiar mindset, ended up forming a bond with Uchiha Madara, the young clan leader, one fateful night. Seriously, brother, how could you be so easily swayed by a few thrown stones? And together, they aspired to change the Warring States era and establish Konoha. Remarkably, they actually succeeded. I assert that this was all thanks to the Senju clan, which managed to bring the wicked Uchiha into Konoha. Little did we know, the malevolent Uchiha Madara would reveal his true colors and betray Konoha. My brother even considered pursuing him. Pursue him? What would you pursue with? In the final years, Uchiha Madara, accompanied by the Nine Tails, launched an assault on Konoha, resulting in a devastating clash with my elder brother that left both gravely injured. He perished, while my brother sustained severe wounds and subsequently departed. I can't help but privately speculate that my brother's demise was not solely due to his injuries, but rather a yearning to seek out the malevolent Uchiha Madara. How could this be permissible? I took it upon myself to inter his remains within the Senju clan's ancestral grounds, ensuring that no trace of the Uchiha presence would linger here. Thus, it was only natural for me to ascend as the second Hokage. During my tenure, I delved into the study of numerous ninjutsu, though the majority were sealed within the Book of Seals. I also imparted knowledge to a few disciples, but eventually, feeling weary, I entrusted the future to the monkey and sought to accompany my brother. And so, I found myself here, gazing upon this cozy abode, adorned with delightful dumplings. I touched my head to confirm I was not suffering from any delusions. Hadn't I already passed away? Suddenly, a blue screen materialized before me. Task: assist Itachi in becoming the new leader of the route. Reward: permission to connect the space of Senju Hashirama with your current location. Additional: you may communicate with Hashirama for 3 minutes each day. Warning: please refrain from entertaining impractical research ideas. What is this? My eyes narrowed as I scrutinized the fading blue screen. My current existence is indeed peculiar, akin to the Edo Tensei technique, yet distinct. My body remains alive, imbued with vitality, and solidified, reminiscent of the heroic spirits from next door. I yearn to explore this further. I stroke my chin thoughtfully. Impractical research ideas? Impossible. As long as something exists, it can surely be studied. Hashirama, my dear Udu, did you not notice the rewards and additional benefits? How disheartening. Yet, my elder brother appears for a mere 3 minutes on this screen. A seal-like inscription manifested on the back of my right hand, resembling a key that grants 3 minutes of interdimensional communication. Reflecting on my brother's erratic actions, especially his daily interactions with Madara, culminating in their tragic end, I felt a pang of sorrow. How vividly I recall those tearful days. My brother sacrificed himself to that wicked Madara. Gently touching the key on my hand, a faint smile crept upon my lips. Though the nature of this key remains elusive, it surely allows me to engage in delightful exchanges. At this moment, Itachi remained oblivious to the exuberant presence of Senju Tobarama within him, diligently contemplating the future of the route and instilling proper values in the children, yet untouched by curses or deep indoctrination, including a boy named Sai, whose ink paintings had left a profound impression on Itachi. As the day progressed, Itachi, after a long day's labor, finally enjoyed a warm bath and prepared for rest. Stripping off his garments, his robust physique was revealed. He closed his eyes, relishing the warm water cascading over his skin, the weariness washing over him to the point of inducing hallucinations. How else could he explain the seal appearing on his abdomen in the mirror? Wait, a seal on my stomach? Itachi's Sharingan activated, the crimson gaze fixed on his bare reflection, disbelief etched across his features. Slowly lowering his gaze, he beheld the inexplicable seal on his abdomen. When did this happen? Who placed this seal upon him? Was it someone from the clan? No. If it were a clan member, he would surely be incapacitated and unable to be present here. The Hokage could not be responsible either, as he had not encountered him all day. Tens. That seems unlikely. Itachi turned off the shower and sank into the bath, kneeling with his eyes closed as his consciousness gradually delved into the sealed space. Oh, have you finally arrived? Not too late, I suppose. Tobirama held an improvised instrument of unknown origin, dedicating his day to studying his right hand. Some progress was made, albeit minimal. Prior to Itachi's initial entry into the sealed space, he remained oblivious to the outside world. However, Tobirama relished the tranquility. After some research, he reached out to his elder brother. Yes, he appeared unchanged, though it seemed he too encountered the blue screen. Yet, there appeared to be restrictions on his end, such as not being able to disclose his existence, leaving others only to discover it passively. No matter, it wasn't a significant issue. I would continue my research and seek potential loopholes. As night fell, Tobirama sensed Itachi's arrival, yet he remained engrossed in his studies, momentarily looking up. At that instant, a spray of water erupted from his mouth, disrupting his previous concentration. The cause? Itachi stood before him, entirely naked, his Sharingan activated. This revelation struck Tobirama with an impact akin to Madara storming into his home bear. No way, that inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Why are you not clothed? Despite his shock, Tobirama prioritized the more pressing matter at hand. Hence, he first addressed the inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Itachi felt a breeze pass, a chill enveloping him. Although immersed in the bath, Tobirama's covering eyes and the slight gaps between his fingers made Itachi inexplicably aware of the coolness beneath him. Perhaps I should step outside for a moment before confronting the one who calls me a wicked little brat? Itachi, not wishing to fumble about in his current state, made a decisive exit. After Itachi departed, Tobirama squinted at the spot where he vanished. The Sharingan, indeed. Chapter 76. Tobirama. Look, here is an Itachi. Let me deceive him. So, you are the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Clothed once more, Itachi re-entered the sealed space, listening to Tobirama's self-introduction. Hey, what else with that attitude, Uchiha brat? You ought to show respect to the Hokage. Tobirama glared at Itachi, displeased. One must remember that during the Warring States period, any Uchiha daring to address me so directly would have met a swift end at my Flying Thunder God technique. Izuna attempted to throw a retort at Tobirama, but failed. My apologies, but I cannot ascertain your identity. A hint of regret laced Itachi's voice. Furthermore, I no longer belong to the Uchiha. His somewhat melancholic words resonated with Tobirama. Huh, ahem, what do you mean by that? I am indeed the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Tobirama's form vanished, and Itachi felt a hand land on his shoulder. This is my Flying Thunder God technique, which once led me to glorious victories. As he spoke, a smirk graced Tobirama's lips, his eyes glinting with pride. This was not meant for some reckless Izuna, but for all those who fell victim to my Flying Thunder God technique. Itachi's Sharingan spun wildly, yet he could not perceive the traces of Tobirama's instantaneous movement. It was undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God technique. However, there appeared to be seals in this space. Tobirama, as the inherently wicked Uchiha brat, I must take precautions. So I left a few Flying Thunder God seals at his arrival point. I see, but second Hokage, do you know why this place resembles a dumpling shop? Itachi believed in Tobirama's identity. After all, the white hair and Flying Thunder God elements matched. Lacking further information, he found the sealed space oddly sweet. Why does it resemble a dumpling shop? The formation here is related to your inner self. The specific reasons are still under my investigation. Tobirama glanced around and casually picked up a colorful rice dumpling to taste. The first was flavored with taro, the second with red bean, the third with matcha, and the fourth. Wait, was that mustard? How could there possibly be a mustard-flavored dumpling? You have quite the peculiar taste, don't you? Tobirama hurriedly took a sip of water to cleanse his palate. What a farce. Which family makes dumplings with mustard? Itachi interjected, well, I believe the more flavors there are, the tastier they become. Clearing his throat, he added, but let's set that aside for now. Tell me, why do you no longer belong to the Uchiha? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, patting Itachi's shoulder, his gaze filled with complex emotions. On one hand, he felt delighted to witness the Uchiha's misfortunes. On the other, this was an Uchiha with a Sharingan who did not belong to the clan. Wasn't that akin to betrayal? After all, Madara had left Konoha in a similar manner. The thought of none of his clansmen willing to follow him made Tobirama want to laugh. He stifled the rising corners of his mouth, awaiting Itachi's response. As Itachi began to recount his journey from Shursue's death to the coup d'etat in Naruto, ultimately leading to the execution of the Uchiha extermination plan and his subsequent disownment, he had come to terms with it. After all, if Tobirama wished to harm him, he would have already done so. Besides, he was the second Hokage. Though the clan's opinion of Tobirama was far from favorable, Tobirama listened intently as Itachi vividly narrated the events, a strange light beginning to shine in his eyes. He found himself unexpectedly admiring this young Uchiha. No, he was no longer an Uchiha. So, you believe I am extreme as well? Itachi lowered his head, sighing inwardly. It seemed he was destined to bear this darkness alone, with no one to understand him. Suddenly, he felt a firm slap on his back. Cough, how could that be? Tobirama could no longer suppress his amusement. What a clever boy. I never had such thoughts at your age. This is indeed Danzo's doing. You need not feel guilty. Tobirama comforted Itachi with genuine warmth, his admiration unmistakable. Really? Itachi, now just 13, still a child, felt a flicker of hope. Though Fugaku and Mikoto's love for him was genuine, he no longer belonged to the Uchiha clan, leaving him feeling as though he had lost his parents, his home. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, a glimmer ignited in Itachi's eyes. Of course, you are blameless. The fault lies with Danzo and those misguided Uchiha. Tobirama endeavored to mask his laughter, gently patting Itachi's back. Thank you, Itachi said, turning to bow deeply to Tobirama. No, I must hold back. I cannot laugh in front of this good child. That would be inappropriate, Tobirama thought to himself. In any case, now that you have made this decision, you must see it through. I trust that you, as the leader of the root, will resolve the discord between the Uchiha and the village. Tobirama felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding the route established by his disciple, Danzo. Really, Danzo failed to grasp my essence. Though the Uchiha clan may have a reputation for being inherently malevolent, that does not mean they cannot be of service to Konoha. After all, Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. I certainly do not wish to treat the Uchiha as slaves, driven by a whip. I merely seek to guide them towards the righteous path, to contribute positively to Konoha. As he gazed at Itachi, a bold and exhilarating thought sprang to Tobirama's mind. If that is the case, why not become your adoptive father? Tobirama stroked his chin, earnestly regarding Itachi, his eyes brimming with emotion and pure admiration, devoid of ulterior motives. Itachi trembled slightly. Could someone like me truly become your son? His voice was low, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Certainly. Tobirama gently placed his hands on Itachi's shoulders, drawing him closer. There is no need for hasty agreement. I will teach you how to be an exemplary leader of the root. Noticing Itachi's hesitation, Tobirama continued. Or perhaps we should start by calling each other teacher and student. Itachi nodded. Yes, disciple Itachi greets his teacher. Done. It's settled. Now that the title of teacher has been uttered, how far can the title of adoptive father be? The Uchiha Itachi had become a thing of the past. Now, the one before them was Senju Itachi. In a moment of infinite illusion, Tobirama called out, Disciple. Itachi responded, Master. Senju Itachi. Adoptive father. Chapter 77. Hashirama. That was close. At a Kimichi's barbecue restaurant. Cheers. Another round. Naruto raised his juice, toasting everyone as if he held a glass of wine. Hey, Hashirama Grandpa. You didn't teach Naruto how to drink, did you? Kushina looked at Naruto, feeling an odd familiarity, as if she had seen this before. After some thought, she recalled her sister, Tsunade. Hashirama slammed his hand on the table, feigning innocence. How could I? I would never teach such a young Naruto to drink. Though his voice was loud, his gaze shifted to the upper left corner. Kyubi. Kushina turned to the Kyubi, her eyes questioning. What the? How did the flames turn on me? The Kyubi had been enjoying watching Hashirama get caught by Kushina, only for the amusement to circle back to him. I can assure you, Hashirama did not teach Naruto to drink. The QB, observing Hashirama's wildly blinking eyes, realized it was no longer a subtle hint, but a blatant one. After raising an eyebrow and receiving Hashirama's nod, the QB decided to reveal part of the truth. Well, part of the truth is still the truth. Hashirama did not teach little Naruto to drink, but he did ask Naruto to buy him some alcohol. After all, on those long nights without poker, Hashirama would often play dice with the QB, using his clumsy methods to entertain himself. The QB grumbled, "I'm not Madara. Why would I play with you in the dead of night?" Eventually, after Hashirama's relentless pestering, the QB acquiesced. Later, feeling unsatisfied and missing the thrill of the past, Hashirama asked little Naruto to fetch a few bottles of wine. To secure the alcohol, Naruto cleverly utilized shadow clones and transformation techniques, enlisting Hinata and Sasuke to assist him in successfully deceiving the shopkeeper without alerting the Umbu. Although Sasuke and Hinata could not comprehend Naruto's desire for alcohol, Naruto stammered, unable to articulate his reasons. Naruto must have his reasons. If he doesn't wish to share, there's no need to press him. Hinata gently placed her finger on Naruto's lips, signaling him not to force it, her ears flushed and a hint of mist rising. "Whatever, I couldn't care less." Sasuke turned his head, dismissing the matter. Then, the batch of alcohol arrived at the ceiling space. That night, the QB vividly recalled Hashirama consuming half of the several bottles of wine that Naruto had brought, feeling tipsy yet not fully intoxicated, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Thus, after a bit of exploration, he stumbled upon a bottle of alcohol gifted by the shop. Why not indulge? After consuming the entire bottle, Hashirama's face flushed, his gaze becoming hazy as he stared at Kurama. Hey, what are you planning to do?" A sense of foreboding washed over Kurama. "Please don't come any closer." Hashirama mumbled incoherently about various things and lunged towards the little nine-tailed fox. A mix of snot and tears smeared across Kurama's body. Yamit! The loud noise startled Naruto awake, who soon found himself in the ceiling space, gazing at his inebriated teacher. "Teacher, what happened to you?" Naruto rushed to Hashirama, attempting to pull him away from Kurama. No worries. The teacher is fine, just seems to have caught a glimpse of his youthful days." Hashirama struggled to rise from Kurama. The alcohol in his system nearly dissipated, especially after instinctively using chakra to expedite the elimination of the alcohol upon seeing little Naruto. "Little Naruto, hurry and get some sleep. We have training tomorrow." Hashirama affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before picking up the despondent Kurama. "Apologies, Kurama." Upon hearing Hashirama's apology, a glimmer of light appeared in Kurama's eyes, indicating a flicker of humanity. "I almost forgot to offer you something." After sending little Naruto away, Hashirama began to flaunt the alcohol with Kurama in his arms. With the reduced chakra outside and the six-path sage having granted them taste, a bizarre scene unfolded. Hashirama wept while clutching Kurama's tail, calling out the name Madara, while Kurama sobbed, grasping Hashirama's leg, shouting the name of the sage of six paths. They then both went wild, Hashirama exclaiming, "Konoha is here. Madara, do you see this?" It felt as though he heard Madara's reply, "Oh, my dear Hashirama, I see it." Kurama stood atop a stone, laughing heartily. "Keek, foolish eternal companions. Foolish Kushina. Foolish Hashirama. Foolish Madara. Foolish Mito. Foolish old fox Kurama, the strongest of the tailed beasts." In Kurama's vision, he imagined these individuals kneeling beneath his tail, massaging it. Other tailed beasts also submitted to him, willing to acknowledge him as the strongest, especially that raccoon. Then, the sage of six paths approached, patting Kurama's head, declaring he was his most prized child. Keek. Naruto mused, "I feel like I had a strange sleep tonight, with odd voices occasionally surfacing in my mind." The scene returned to the present, beads of sweat glistening on Hashirama's forehead, his eyes fixated on the sky. If Kushina turned around, she might decipher the truth. Perhaps little Naruto had seen others drinking at the barbecue restaurant earlier. Sensing Kurama was truthful, Kushina nodded and decided to bypass the topic, relieved that Naruto hadn't consumed any alcohol. Hashirama exhaled, wiping his sweat, giving Kurama a thumbs up. Kurama's tail shaped into a gesture of counting coins. We can't overlook our promises." Kurama planned to ride Hashirama during the next horse race. "Hey, just thinking about it is thrilling." As the gathering drew to a close, Naruto raised his glass, clearing his throat. "Ahem, today, we are all here to warmly welcome my sister." Applause erupted, led by Hinata and Sasuke, quickly followed by the others. Cheyenne gazed at the small cake and the candles that Naruto had secretly brought out, her eyes misting over. Come, make a wish. This was a cake that Naruto had specially asked his big sister to help make, participating in the process himself. Cheyenne closed her eyes, silently making a wish before blowing out the candles. All right, now it's Sasuke's turn for acrobatics. After the candles extinguished, Naruto nudged Sasuke, saying, huh? Aside from Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru, the others gasped in surprise, especially Sasuke. Me? Indeed you. Naruto pointed at Sasuke, nodding affirmatively. It seemed Sasuke had indeed promised Naruto that morning. Well, I guess I'll perform a bit, so you can witness the techniques of the Uchiha. Ino remarked, see, Sakura, I told you this trip would be worthwhile. No doubt about it. Sakura agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Chapter 78. Forbidden Black History. Ahem, now it's time for Sasuke's acrobatic dance. Aunt Akimichi had cleared a space for the children, entrusting Sasuke with the performance. Let me show you the resilience of the Uchiha. Following the martial arts taught by Itachi, Sasuke placed a glass on the back of his hand and began to move. It felt somewhat lacking, as if something was amiss. Sasuke sensed that this silent performance did not align with his nature. Suddenly, music began to play. Aunt Akimichi turned on the music she used for her square dancing. The rhythmic beat resonated in Sasuke's ears, illuminating his eyes. Yes, this is the feeling. Sasuke's arms, waist, and hips began to sway, the glass gliding along his body. Wow, incredible. So cool. Should we invite him for square dancing? The three young girls looked at Aunt Akimichi, who had voiced the peculiar suggestion. Just kidding. Aunt Akimichi waved her hand, signaling them to continue watching. As the music crescendoed, Sasuke kicked his leg, sending the glass soaring into the air, then inverted himself. His precise feet caught the glass each time it fell, sending it back into the air. What the heck? Ino watched in astonishment as Sasuke inverted and kicked the glass, her eyes nearly popping out. In her arms, Shamaru was equally thrilled, realizing that this Sasuke was impressive and that he could learn acrobatics from him. Truly, Uchiha Sasuke was remarkable. Choji nodded in agreement, casually grabbing another piece of grilled meat from the table and quickly wiping his hands with a napkin to erase any evidence. Shikamaru, unusually alert, was also taken aback by Sasuke's extraordinary skills. Sasuke chuckled, if it weren't for kicking the glass, I could even add a spin. Where did such impressive acrobatics come from? This harkens back to when Sasuke visited Naruto's home. What could two young boys do? It was merely ninja games, training, and boasting. Then, during a debate with Naruto, Sasuke inadvertently declared, I can do inverted spiral rotations. This halted Naruto's boasting, his eyes fixated on little Sasuke. A comical grin spread across Naruto's face. Then show me. Sasuke turned away, I won T. I bet you can't. No way. Little Sasuke, feeling challenged, attempted to prove himself and awkwardly inverted, but failed to spin, crashing into Naruto. The scene depicted Sasuke's socked feet in Naruto's mouth and Naruto's foot in his nose. Panic ensued, and they began to tussle on the floor. Ultimately, Naruto subdued Sasuke, who cried out in despair. After that day, Sasuke sought out Itachi to learn how to perform inverted rotations. Then Itachi suggested that he would inquire and sought guidance from a premier dancer of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their performances in square dancing. This led to Sasuke's intrigue regarding the captivating rhythm of the accompaniment. In a bid to safeguard Sasuke's pride, Itachi refrained from disclosing that it was, indeed, a square dance. Sasuke, convinced of its coolness, often boasted in front of Naruto. Wow, the heavenly dancer is remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, given his extensive experience. Sasuke tucked his shirt into his pants before attempting a handstand, wary of exposing his midriff. In a crowd, he wouldn't have bothered if it were just the blonde boy. He could have danced freely. Meanwhile, Sarada observed, feeling both thrilled and a tinge of jealousy. Honestly, I wish for Sasuke-kun to perform just for me. You silly brother. All gatherings must eventually conclude. However, Naruto and Sasuke were headed in the same direction, prompting Sarada to think, this brother is not without merit. Along the way, Sarada bombarded Sasuke with questions, such as, Sasuke-kun, do you prefer cats or dogs? Neither, he replied. Sasuke-kun, what hobbies do you have? Challenging Naruto, he answered, is there someone you like? No. Sarada realized her inquiries elicited no spark of interest from Sasuke. Pondering his responses, she mused. Why do I feel like my brother is mentioned more often in his words? By the way, do you know any embarrassing stories about my brother when he was younger? Naruto, initially relishing Sarada's discomfort, froze mid-laughter. Slowly, He turned his head to meet Sasuke's dark, glimmering eyes. Cough. Since you're asking, I might as well share a little. He began recounting tales of Naruto's wild childhood antics. I recall one instance when we spotted a man clad in a tight green suit from a distance, and Naruto adamantly refused to let us go outside. When we pressed him about his fear, he confided in me but kept it from Hinata. Very interesting, Sasuke mused. Ahaha, we've arrived home, Sasuke. I'll accompany you the rest of the way. Sarada, you should head back now. Sasuke attempted to break free from Naruto's hold, but his strength paled in comparison to the blonde's. However, Sarada, noticing Sasuke's reddening face and Naruto's gleaming, slightly deranged eyes, reluctantly cast one last glance at Sasuke before departing. Oh, what a predicament! Naruto carried Sasuke a short distance until ensuring he wouldn't spill his secrets, then released his grip, wiping his hands on his clothing. What are you looking at? You wanted to share that story too. Naruto shrugged. Indeed, it seemed he had spoken a bit too freely, caught up in the excitement. Next time, I'll discreetly share with Sarada in a more private setting. All right, I'm heading home now. Sasuke grimaced at his now damp clothing. Feeling unclean despite it being his own saliva, he needed to wash up quickly. Uncertain if his brother would return today, he wished to tell him about Naruto becoming a big brother. As the sun set, Naruto walked toward the horizon while Sasuke turned his back on it. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Kushina struggled to maintain her composure, ensuring her laughter did not reach Naruto's ears. This was due to a video sponsored by Hashirama and Kurama, which humorously depicted the misadventures of youthful delinquents, avoiding encounters with the green acorn kappa. Minato's lips quivered with suppressed mirth as he endeavored not to be assimilated by Hashirama and Kushina's amusement. Pardon me, but I seem to have missed my appointment, Dad. Haha. The scene shifted to a more revealing angle. As the sun gradually descended, Sasuke arrived at his doorstep, sensing something amiss. The grass at the entrance was trampled, resembling the aftermath of a gathering. To his dismay, his mother's potted plants lay shattered, dirt and debris strewn across the ground. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Inserting his key into the lock, he stepped inside. Something was definitely wrong. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Ah, Sasuke's back. Mikoto's voice called from the brightly lit room. Coming quickly. Her tone was heavy, devoid of its usual lightheartedness. Earlier that day, a group of clan members had stormed into their home, claiming that Itachi had ruthlessly slaughtered the Uchiha. Even her husband, though attempting to placate them with words, could not quell their dissatisfaction. My eldest son has even renounced his Uchiha name. What more could you possibly want? Mikoto lamented. They've lost merely a name, while my dear son has lost his home. Convention dictated that the clan would not be so easily swayed by Fugaku's rhetoric. Yet, in Fugaku's eyes, the principles were overshadowed by the dark, swirling kaleidoscope of emotions. Wait, you both knew about this. Mikoto's fury flared. If anything were to happen to Itachi, would you bear the responsibility? He is my son. Consequently, Fugaku's day had been one of significant discomfort, leaving deep impressions on his waist. Sasuke. Mikoto gazed at her son sitting on the carpet, her heart heavy with the weight of the truth she must convey. Well then, you tell him. After hesitating, she called Fugaku from the kitchen. Cough. Sasuke, I must inform you that you are to become the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Wiping his hands, Fugaku forced a smile as he addressed Sasuke. What? What about Nissan? The situation felt utterly wrong. Why were his parents in such a state? Furthermore, Nissan was meant to be the next clan leader. How had that changed? Wait, what happened to Nissan? The unsettling notion struck him. Had Itachi met a tragic fate? He has been expelled from the Uchiha clan. A bolt of realization struck Sasuke, his world shattering. Why? In Fugaku's incredulous gaze, Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, two tomos swirling within his pupils. No, son, this cannot be. You are only 6.5. How could you awaken the Sharingan so soon? Coughing, Fugaku urged, calm down, Sasuke. The truth is, to prevent Sasuke from losing control, Fugaku resolved to reveal the reality. Although Itachi had been cast out of the Uchiha clan, he was now a leader of the root organization. All that was needed was to gather strength, and in due time, they could reclaim their place within the Uchiha. Moreover, Itachi had not left Konoha. Should a crisis arise, he would surely return. After listening to Itachi's actions and current situation, the spinning of the tomo in Sasuke's eyes began to slow. The crimson hue of his gaze reverted to its original dark shade. So, will I never see my brother again? Rest assured, once you have gained sufficient strength, you can simply retrieve Itachi. Indeed, If Sasuke's power truly allows for Itachi's capture, confining him within our courtyard for a decade or so would pose no issue. It would be quite amusing, with 3 Susanoo guarding the yard. Who among our clan would dare to seek him out? In principle, Itachi should be imprisoned, or even face the death penalty. However, principles are often dictated by the perspective of the beholder. Moreover, Itachi currently held the position of root leader. Who among you dares to accuse me? Primarily concerned with the psychological well-being of his clan, there were not many matters of great import otherwise. Sasuke nodded earnestly, determination evident in his eyes. In a 1-on-7 confrontation, I will surely defeat you and bring you back for a proper punishment. Watch me dance. However, your training will need to intensify significantly from now on. Fugaka had not anticipated Sasuke's prodigious talent. Observing his 2 sons, one a kaleidoscope at just under 13, and the other a Tsutomu at 6.5, he pondered, isn't my genetic inheritance remarkably strong? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my genes are exceptional. Since Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened, it was time to begin instructing him in the swordsmanship and illusions of the Uchiha clan. Previously, while Sasuke mingled with Naruto, although he had trained, Fugaku remained unaware of the specifics. Now, however, he was determined to cultivate this golden-level prodigy. Bring it on, I can handle it, Sasuke declared, raising his fist in affirmation. Good, you have ambition. Fugaku's large hand ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair, an involuntary smile illuminating his face. How fortunate I am. With Danzo's downfall, my eldest son becoming the root leader, resolving many of the extremists within our clan. And now my second son awakening the Tsutomu Sharingan. Could it be that I am the protagonist? Fugaku recalled a story from the comic Sasuke had borrowed from Naruto, suddenly filled with an inexplicable confidence. After completing his evening routine, Sasuke retired for the night, planning to rise early for training. Meanwhile, Fugaku began to outline his activities for the following day. First, I will teach Sasuke swordsmanship in the morning, then address some disputes within the clan, followed by offering ideological guidance at the security department, and finally, I shall visit the Shimura clan. After all, as clan leaders, we are all considered part of the higher echelons of Konoha, but the Hokage lineage holds sway, and they are the predecessors of my eldest son. Surely I should bring a gift. Perhaps a Uchiha fan pendant would suffice. Yes, that would be quite fitting. Fugaku's thoughts drifted to Danzo's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Just thinking about it brings a smile. At that moment, in the ceiling space, Hashirama, while playing cards, suddenly heard a beeping sound. Beep, beep, your little brother is calling. Chapter 80. Hashirama, listen to me. Practice the wood clone technique. Moshi Moshi. A voice Hashirama recognized all too well echoed in his ears. The powerful hand that had been holding a winning hand froze in place. The familiar muscle memory compelled him to put down the cards and prepare to pack them away. Hey Hashirama, what's wrong? Kushina observed her teammate abruptly disconnecting, her dissatisfaction evident. Well, having grown familiar with Hashirama, the fiery nature of his personality was laid bare. Ahem, I have a bit of business to attend to. Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head and waved his hand, disappearing swiftly from the scene. According to the law of card-playing conservation, when one player leaves, another must take their place. Thus, a small Ninetales appeared, looking bewildered. Wait, you dragged me here to play cards, and you're in sage mode. The frustrated Ninetales expertly used its tail to gather the cards Hashirama had left behind. Well, I suppose it's not entirely unmanageable. Hashirama's hand is rather decent. Alright, I'll begrudgingly assist you, little Hashirama. Boom. As Ninetales and Kushina watched with anticipation, the landlord, Minato, smirked slightly. Go ahead. At this moment, Hashirama had reached the top of a large tree. Ah, Tobirama, what's going on? Hashirama wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, addressing the blue screen where Tobirama was fiddling with various instruments. Tobirama remained silent, folding his arms, observing his elder brother. Fine, big brother. Did you also see a blue screen? Tobirama decided to let Hashirama off the hook for gambling, planning to study the screen thoroughly later, knowing he would eventually find a way to seek out his brother. Oh, you mean this? Wait, are you even human right now? Hashirama recalled a previous limitation, realizing he could not reveal himself directly. After a lengthy explanation from Hashirama, Tobirama grasped his meaning. However, he couldn't help but think that his elder brother was wasting an excessive amount of time. Well, you shouldn't expose yourself, but if others figure it out, that is fine. Tobirama contemplated. Though his current existence was peculiar, he still counted as human. Surely, I can't be a rabbit. Oh, I see. It's quite similar to what I was thinking. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. Time is of the essence. Let me briefly update you. I was pulled into the belly of a good boy named Itachi by this blue presence, tasked with assisting him in becoming an exceptional root leader. There are no rewards involved, but I do have 3 minutes of contact with you daily. I intend to see if I can devise a forbidden technique to extend that time. For now, I must focus on nurturing this child. Time is short. I will return to summon you at this hour tomorrow. Do not gamble. Tobirama's final shout echoed in the air. Has he left? Yes, he must have. Oh no. The Nine Tails shouldn't finish that quickly, right? My winning hand. Hashirama's figure darted towards the small wooden house. With a sudden crash, he pushed the Nine Tails from its seat and stared at the cards before him, lost in thought. Ugh, the highest card is. Meanwhile, the displaced Nine Tails transformed into a red flash, vanishing without a trace. Across from them, Kushina and Minato squinted at Hashirama, comical expressions adorning their faces. Hey, Hashirama. You are the landlord. Hashirama. Nine Tails. Nine Tails, this is a massive win. In this round, Hashirama lost 2,000 ceiling coins specifically created for their card games, which could be used to buy items in horse racing. Wood release. Wood clone technique. Sage art. Wood release. Divine tree gate. Nine Tails, ah? When little Naruto entered the ceiling space, he was greeted by a strange sight. The shrunken Nine Tails was pinned beneath a wooden door, equal in size, at the card table. While his mother wore an uncontainable smile, and his father's lips twitched slightly, a deeply resentful gaze emanated from the Nine Tails. Ah ha ha ha, little Naruto, the day has finally arrived. Hashirama gently brushed the dust off his hands and, with a smile, led young Naruto to a suddenly appearing clearing. The ground bore paw prints resembling those of a fox. All right, let us begin with something simple. How about the wooden clone technique? Hashirama pondered, stroking his chin, believing that the wooden clone technique would be the most beneficial, offering both offense and defense, and proving exceptionally friendly for a novice. Grandfather Hashirama. Naruto is only 6.5 years old, Kushina remarked, her expression filled with concern as she shook Hashirama's shoulder. Minato nodded in agreement. Let's start with something less complex. Otherwise, little Naruto might struggle to keep up. Both parents were astonished that their son could utilize wood release, but considering Naruto was the child of prophecy and Hashirama's presence, it seemed entirely reasonable. Consequently, they set aside their cards to observe their son's initiation into wood release. Yet, something felt amiss. Wouldn't you agree, Kurama? Kurama retorted, cunning Hashirama. You can't play fair. Irritated, he pushed aside Hashirama's gentle guidance and scampered up a tree, watching Naruto intently as he listened to Hashirama's instructions. With a flick of his mouth, the fox expressed disdain, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. In a few years, I will grant Naruto some chakra. His 9 crimson tails swayed lazily, mirroring the rustling leaves. Meanwhile, Naruto, under the guidance of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, felt an exhilarating spark in his eyes. Ah, yes, this is the sensation. His fingers danced, forming several hand seals. A wave of exhilaration surged through him like a river breaking free. Wood release, wooden clone. A wooden figure detached from Naruto, transforming into a replica of him. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man destined to become Hokage. The wooden clone echoed Naruto's declaration. Splendid. Such spirit. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. After spending about an hour and a half, considering Naruto needed sleep, they had made good progress. Soon, they could move on to the next jutsu, likely continuing with the wooden clone technique. Chapter 81. Sasuke, who has drawn the sword of vengeance. The crowing of roosters roused the village from slumber. Morning light streamed into the Uchiha compound, filtering into Sasuke's room. Sasuke, time to rise. Fugaku flung open the door and tossed back Sasuke's covers. Ugh, I know. Sasuke emerged from his dreams, feeling perplexed by a strange voice he thought he had heard, one that seemed distant, speaking of a naturally malevolent flying sword, shaking his head. He tried to shake off the remnants of sleep. He had gone to bed early the previous night, neglecting the comic book he had borrowed from Naruto. After all, he needed to retrieve Itachi. Dressed and ready, Sasuke followed Fugaku into the courtyard. Fugaku retrieved a battered wooden sword and a smaller one. Take this, he said, tossing the larger sword to Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered, and with a stylish somersault, he caught the wooden sword. Shut off your Sharingan. Fugaku's momentary pride was quickly masked as he admonished Sasuke in a stern tone. Having two tomo is advantageous, but today, we focus on the fundamentals of swordsmanship and developing your instincts. Relying solely on the Sharingan could lead to a fate like our ancestor, Izuna, who fell to the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. Understood. Sasuke bit his lip, deactivating his Sharingan and gripping the wooden sword firmly. Come at me. Fugaku swung his wooden sword with the force of a ninja school graduate. Wham! Sasuke parried effortlessly, having gained considerable strength from his bouts with Naruto, not to mention having consumed many of Naruto's fruits. A flash of pride crossed Sasuke's eyes, which Fugaku keenly noticed. Ah, impressive. Let me increase my strength. This time, Fugaku's strikes matched that of a seasoned ninja. Wham! Wham! 3 strikes of the sword clashed in the air. Sasuke had no time to react, merely managing to block with his wooden sword. Father, I don't understand. This is too dangerous, Sasuke shouted while defending himself. Indeed, for a child Sasuke's age, this intensity is quite extreme. Sasuke, do not evade. Charge at me. Only then can you cultivate the spirit of a ninja and develop formidable power and skill. This line sounded familiar. It seemed to come from the comic book his father had taken from him. Seriously, father, is this how you plan to bring Itachi back? This statement struck a chord deep within Sasuke. I want to. He swung fiercely, striking Fugaku's blade. Then charge at me. Yes. About an hour later, Sasuke's clothes were soaked, and his body bore many red marks from Fugaku's strikes. Honestly, Sasuke is still so young. Why such intensity? Mikoto, while Sasuke went to take a shower, pinched Fugaku's waist. Irritated. We cannot waste Sasuke's talent. Once he matures, we can retrieve Itachi. Mikoto fell silent for a moment before giving Fugaku's waist another firm squeeze. All right, but do be mindful. Fugaku nodded repeatedly, then grabbed a newspaper and began reading as Sasuke emerged from his shower. Father, I'm off. After breakfast, Sasuke shouldered his bag, taking the small wooden sword with him. Safe travels. Fugaku set aside the newspaper, preparing to begin his work. I truly hope today's tasks conclude swiftly, otherwise, how shall I discuss matters with Danzo? Perhaps he could bring a durian as a gift. At Danzo's residence, a snake slithered through the window, and a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Danzo's voice resonated. Yes. The one-armed Ao diligently followed Mizuki inside. Lord Danzo. Mizuki knelt, bowing his head. The little reverence shone in his eyes. A decrepit old man without roots hardly deserved comparison to Lord Orochimaru. However, Mizuki needed the Mangekyo from Uchiha Kagami to fulfill his mission. You are Orochimaru's subordinate left in Konoha? Though phrased as a question, it carried an undeniable tone of assertion. Indeed, I am a capable subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. A flicker of pride crossed Mizuki's gaze. Orochimaru has briefed you on the plan, has he not? Danzo rapped on the table, having acquired a new one after the previous was taken by the detestable Itachi Uchiha. In truth, no one could return it to him. Tianzong originally harbored such thoughts, yet the burdens of work rendered him exceedingly busy. Coupled with the seemingly strained relationship between Itachi and Danzo, Danzo could only take the opportunity to purchase something during those 2 days of rest at home. Mizuki nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, as long as you, Lord Danzo, join us, we shall surely succeed. TCH, unable to distinguish between the small and large kings, what rubbish, Danzo berated silently to himself. The plan was to unite with Orochimaru to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, control the Nine-Tails with the Mangekyo Sharingan, then instigate the Nine-Tails rampage to eliminate Sarutobi, subsequently appearing as the savior who would vanquish the Nine-Tails and ascend as the new Hokage. Quite a beautiful vision, wouldn't you agree? Danzo felt his heart stir. Yet how could he be oblivious to Orochimaru's true nature? Sending Mizuki to present a plethora of enticing prospects was one thing, but whether he would emerge as Hokage or fall victim to Orochimaru's schemes remained uncertain. I agree with this plan, but I have already added a few conditions when speaking with Orochimaru. You shall need to consult him yourself when you return. Mizuki's smile faltered. Although he held great admiration for Lord Orochimaru, he was but a pawn in this game. To request Lord Orochimaru myself, oh well, I shall take the plunge. This could be my chance to turn my fortunes around. In that case, Tsunade will be mine, and Iriko will serve as my subordinate, watching me ascend to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 82, Mizuki, sold out, and still counting my coins at the Ninja Academy, Irika's class. Mizuki's lips curved into a slight smile as he surveyed the group of students before him, unable to suppress his burgeoning joy. Irika had business to attend to, and with teacher Tsunade also occupied, Mizuki had successfully seized this splendid opportunity. Ahem, classmates, I trust you are familiar with our teacher. Since Irika-sensei is unavailable today, I will be conducting this theoretical lesson in his stead. The students below nodded, with several diligently preparing their textbooks and pens to record the knowledge imparted by the teacher. Hey, Hinata-chan, do you think Irika-sensei is up to? Naruto exclaimed as he playfully snatched Sasuke's pen and poked at his own face, turning to Hinata to engage in conversation. It might be related to the school. I heard from father that there might be some changes in positions at the Ninja Academy, and as the head instructor, Irika-sensei probably has a meeting, Hinata mused, sharing her speculation with Naruto. Oh, I see. If Irika-sensei gets promoted, we should ask him to treat us to a meal. Naruto exclaimed. That might not be appropriate, Hinata replied hesitantly. Oh, come on, it'll be fine. I'll just ask Grandpa Third to allocate more funds for the school. Naruto waved dismissively, recalling how Irika had previously mentioned budget reimbursements. After inquiring about the situation from his father, he broached the topic while bathing with Grandpa Third. And it was readily accepted, especially since a significant amount of expenditure had recently been freed up. As for where that surplus came from, it would lead us to a tearful tale involving Danzo. Ahem. Classmates, please pay attention and refrain from whispering, Mizuki admonished. His gaze fixated on Naruto's unruly blonde hair bobbing about. He thought to himself, I must endure this. I need to devise a plan to lure out this mischievous fox. As the lesson unfolded, an opportunity arose. Naruto, do you have any thoughts on how to control chakra more accurately? Naruto's body trembled slightly, his previously vacant gaze regaining focus. I think it should be like this first, then that, and finally this, he stammered, scratching his head. Wataru, why is Naruto like this? Kushina inquired of her husband, glancing at Naruto's lackluster theoretical knowledge. I have no idea. I certainly wasn't like this back in my day, Minato shrugged, genuinely puzzled. Naruto was quick to learn ninjutsu and possessed an ample chakra reserve, adept at managing various details. Yet articulating these concepts was akin to making Tobirama fall in love with Uchiha Madara, an impossibility. A bead of sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead. Perhaps Naruto simply struggles with verbal expression? He suggested. I see. Well, let's continue playing cards, Minato replied. I never expected your theoretical knowledge to be so lacking, Naruto. Mizuki deliberately pointed out, aiming to provoke him. I suppose I could stay after class tonight for some supplemental instruction, and perhaps highlight the key points, Mizuki offered, gesturing for Naruto to sit down, genuinely willing to provide extra help. Teacher, I want extra lessons too. Sakura raised her hand, though Naruto was present. The diligent Sakura would not let such an opportunity slip by. I want to as well, Ino chimed in, seeing Sakura's enthusiasm. I also want to, Hinata added. Sasuke hesitated, longing to witness Naruto being reprimanded, yet he had his own training to attend to. He instinctively touched his wooden sword, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he refrained from raising his hand. Wait, why are you all like this? Isn't he the Nine-Tails Fox? Why are you so fearless? Mizuki smiled outwardly, yet internally began to curse. This plot was all wrong. He should have kept Naruto behind while the other students looked at him with disdain and mocked him, ultimately luring him into the grove where Danzo would arrive to reap the rewards. My apologies, classmates. The teacher's energy is limited, and as you all saw, Naruto's theoretical knowledge is genuinely lacking. Therefore, I wish to provide him with one-on-one guidance tonight. If any other students are interested, you may approach me tomorrow or consult Irika-sensei. Mizuki explained, apologizing and justifying his reasoning. I see, Sakura huffed, lowering her hand. While the teacher's reasoning was sound, did Naruto truly need theoretical knowledge? With his fists? He surely didn't. In theory, Naruto did require supplementary lessons, but that knowledge paled in comparison to his physical prowess. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto nodded, yet internally remained wary. Mizuki's demeanor fell off, more sinister than those dull-witted villagers. Fear not, Naruto. You can go with confidence. The three within the ceiling space observed with smiles as they watched this approaching teacher. They were eager to see what theoretical knowledge this teacher intended to impart. Kushina rubbed her fists together, knowing that without the constraints of the 8-trigram seal, the ceiling space was unbound from the external world. This meant that if they wished, chakra could be released. Moreover, Kurama had assessed that Naruto's body could now withstand approximately 3 taels worth of chakra. As for Mizuki, Although Hashirama sensed a somewhat volatile natural chakra within him, comparing it to Kurama and the others would be unwise. Would it even move you? With no recent action-packed manga to enjoy, perhaps it was time to witness Naruto's live performance tonight. Thus, under the encouragement of the three and the fox, Naruto accepted this night's temptation, even actively persuading Mizuki to encourage the other eager students seeking supplementary lessons. A glimmer of pride and disdain flickered in Mizuki's eyes. Foolish fox. Sold out yet still counting my coins. How delightful. What reward might Lord Orochimaru bestow upon me? Could it be a more formidable throw of tiles? Suppressing the exuberance in his heart, Mizuki continued his lecture. To captivate Naruto's attention, he showcased his finest abilities, occasionally interspersing valuable tips. His outstanding performance garnered recognition from Sakura. I admit your teaching skills can barely compete with Irika-sensei's, she remarked. Chapter 83. The Fading Warmth of the Setting Sun. See you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. Ah, school is finally over. Naruto exclaimed. I really want to eat. The crimson light of the sunset streamed through the window as the school bell rang, prompting students to express their sentiments about the swift passage of time, bidding each other farewell as they headed home. Naruto, be careful, Hinata said thoughtfully. She could sense a peculiar emotion from Mizuki towards Naruto, an emotion that, although difficult to articulate, was certainly not a positive one. After class, Hinata shared her concerns with Naruto. Don't worry, Hinata. I'll be fine, Naruto replied with a smile, patting her head. Thank you for the reminder. Just be cautious, Hinata said, her body stiffening as her ears flushed red, steam rising from the back of her head. She nodded and hurried back to her seat. Naruto-kun touched my head. What should I do? I'm so shy. I'm bored. I'm heading back, Sasuke said, his lips curling slightly. He chose not to inform Naruto about Itachi, perhaps to spare his friend worry, burying the matter deep within his heart. Consequently, he appeared gloomy throughout the day, making it difficult for Ino to approach him for a chat. Wait, is this right? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Ino questioned. I don't know. I'll just catch him next time during the break, Naruto replied. You should take Ino back? I'm worried she won't find her way. Sasuke halted, turning to stare at Ino. I'm coming, she said, silently giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Despite her own concerns about the teacher, she appreciated her brother's efforts to create opportunities for her. Let's go. Once Ino had her bag ready, Sasuke led her away. She wanted to initiate a conversation, but Sasuke's somber demeanor made her hesitant. As most students had departed, Naruto approached Mizuki's office. The warmth of the setting sun filtered in, though it was nearly imperceptible. Knock. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed. Mizuki, rehearsing his plans in his mind, smirked. Is that you, Naruto? The teacher will be right out. Please, come in. Naruto pushed open the door, finding Mizuki shrouded in the shadows of the office, the sunlight failing to reach him. The contrast between light and dark created an unsettling atmosphere. How could Minato believe that Naruto would be oblivious to his wickedness? Kushin amused, covering her forehead. Anyone with a modicum of aesthetic sensibility would instinctively perceive Mizuki as a villain given the disparity in lighting. Perhaps Mizuki thought Naruto was too young to be easily deceived. Minato was equally astonished, thinking, this villainous lighting add in a little dark effect, and it could resemble a crime scene from a neighboring Shinigami's elementary school. Ahem, let's stay on track. Mizuki-sensei, are we going to have lessons here? Naruto asked, swallowing nervously at the somewhat frightening scene. An ominous premonition surged within him. Oh, of course not. We're heading to the training grounds. I've requested night lights. We can engage in theoretical guidance as well as practical training. It will require a bit of walking. Mizuki lifted his head, his perpetually smiling face appearing eerie in the dimness. All right, let's go. Mizuki casually grabbed a scroll containing wind shuriken and pretended to take a book, leading Naruto towards the training ground. Mizuki-sensei, walking behind you like this makes me look rather foolish, Naruto said, hands shoved into his pockets, trying to mimic Sasuke's demeanor. Mizuki's eyelids twitched, this nine-tails fox. Never mind, he would soon be dealt with. Allowing him to boast for a while wouldn't hurt. Mizuki-sensei, which training ground are we heading to? The Eastern Training Ground. Is there a training ground over there? Yes. Why aren't we using the one at school? Because the school is closing. Do you know what Irika-sensei is doing today? He's attending a meeting. Why should I care about Irika's school affairs? Mizuki thought, feeling his mood sour. What meeting could be so important? Naruto, let us discuss something else. Mizuki suggested, his tone growing somber. Did you know there's a particular secret in the village that avoids you? I have no idea, Naruto replied, inwardly criticizing the teacher. Why would I know about something that avoids me? Why do people refer to you as the Nine-Tails Fox? Why do you have no parents? Why do others look at you with hostility? Mizuki exclaimed, standing beneath a tree, his expression slightly deranged. Mizuki-sensei, please stop. I'm scared, Naruto said, shrinking back, alarmed by Mizuki's unsettling demeanor. Has he gone mad? Mizuki paused, saying, you shouldn't be intimidated by my presence, stammering and questioning me. No matter. It was time to reveal everything. Everything is because of you, Naruto Uzumaki. You are the embodiment of the Nine-Tails Fox that wreaked havoc in Konoha 6 years ago, slaughtering countless lives. That evil, detestable beast that terrorized the village resides within you. Mizuki shouted hoarsely. Well then, Fox Boy, do you have anything to say? Mizuki swallowed, moistening his throat, then unsealed the wind shuriken from the scroll. Naruto lowered his gaze, avoiding Mizuki's stare. Mizuki-sensei, the Kyuubi is innocent. After approximately 5 seconds, Naruto's voice reached Mizuki's ears. What? Who? Kyuubi? Is that the name you've given yourself as a fox? Mizuki laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. You even named yourself? Ha. Let me tell you, changing your name won't matter. You were the Nine-Tails, you are the Nine-Tails, and you will forever be the Nine-Tails Fox. Chapter 84, An Angry Naruto. Shut up. Naruto's head shot up, his azure eyes ablaze with fury. While the Kyuubi had indeed caused destruction in the village, it was under someone else's control. He was determined to vindicate the Kyuubi. How dare Mizuki speak so? I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of hearing. Blue chakra gathered in Naruto's left hand, and a wave of energy surged outward. An ominous premonition took hold of Mizuki's heart. Something was amiss. The wind demon shuriken was instantly hurled by Mizuki, a reflex honed from the remnants of battle. Though time had elapsed, that instinct preserved his life. He had not contemplated whether his thrown shuriken would eliminate the Jinchuriki, provoking the wrath of the Nine-Tails. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. The sound of shattering steel echoed through the forest, followed by the fierce wind as fragments of the shuriken embedded themselves into the ground. The demon fox. It dawned on Mizuki that Naruto had shattered his wind demon shuriken with nothing but his fists. Hey, are you alright? Came the voice of Kurama from the ceiling space. Do you need my power? Blood dripped from Naruto's left hand, saturating the earth with its metallic scent. Thanks, but this time I want to handle it myself. Naruto replied to Kurama. After all, this was a promise between him and the Nine-Tails. Rest assured, I will become Hokage and proclaim to the village that Kurama is a great fox. Naruto shook the blood from his hand, the fresh skin appearing somewhat tender. Damn demon fox. Mizuki leaped into the trees, launching several shuriken aimed at Naruto's neck, eyes, and heart. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the condition of Naruto's left hand. Such formidable regenerative abilities? He wondered if Danzo's men had arrived yet. He hoped they would come soon. Mizuki was a chunin, but years of teaching had diminished his strength to that of a particularly weak chunin. Naruto formed hand seals, and several wooden clones burst forth from his body. Wood release, wood clone technique. The wooden doppelgangers swung their fists, deflecting the incoming shuriken while charging at Mizuki. Impossible. How can you have wood release? Mizuki's pupils constricted in disbelief. The legendary technique of the ninja god, Hashirama Senju, how could it manifest in the hands of a demon fox? However, even if you wield wood release, you are but a child. Mizuki swiftly retreated, a mark on his body beginning to spread. I can feel the curse mark. As the curse mark expanded, the dormant natural energy around him was forcibly drawn into his body. His muscles began to swell, yellow and black stripes emerging from his chest, exuding an aura of primal nature. Oh, whoa. Mizuki howled at the sky, his pupils glowing with a dark green luminescence in the night. Hey, maybe you should rely on my power, Kurama said, slightly worried. In truth, even with the curse mark activated, Mizuki could only match Naruto evenly. Kurama merely feared for Naruto's safety. No need, Naruto shook his head, drawing a kunai from his waist. The kunai gleamed coldly under the moonlight. A birthday gift from Sasuke. Here goes. Gripping the kunai, a surge of blue chakra erupted around Naruto. With a forceful push from his calves, he propelled himself towards the howling Mizuki, surrounded by a blue-orange glow. Fool. Mizuki's hands transformed into tiger claws, sharp enough to reflect light. He raised his claws, ready to shred the approaching Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the clones were sliced open, revealing the glimmer of wood within. Yet, Naruto's kunai still struck Mizuki. Get away. Mizuki swung his claws again, sending Naruto flying with great force. Razor claw assault. Mizuki lunged forward, his claws aimed at Naruto. I can evade. Naruto's awareness kicked in, and his body instinctively moved. TCH, so what if you dodge? Mizuki's eyes, now a deep crimson, flashed with brutality as he observed Naruto evade his attack. Fierce tiger rampage. A scarlet glow enveloped Mizuki as he began to dart between the trees, accelerating his speed to a point where Naruto could scarcely react. If only I had learned the wood clone technique from my master earlier, Naruto lamented, finding himself in a rare defensive position without long-range attacks. Oh, why not throw the kunai? Because he lacked precision. If only I had taught Naruto the Rasengan, Minato sighed, watching Mizuki accelerate while Naruto remained helpless. It seems I must intervene, Kurama mused, suppressing a smirk. Thanks, Kurama, Naruto replied. Am I really going to rely on Kurama's power again? Hashirama, I'm still waiting for Udu to find a loophole, but your parents are capable. However, borrowing their strength could lead to complications if discovered, not to mention it paled in comparison to Kurama's. All right, let's search. Naruto closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of Kurama's chakra. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive flame illuminated the dim forest, casting light upon Naruto's face. Hey, don't just close your eyes and wait to die. The explosive fireball struck the speeding Mizuki, a pained howl escaping his lips. Huh. Naruto opened his eyes to find a pair of scarlet Sharingan staring back at him. Sasuke and Karen, weren't you supposed to go home? A red-haired figure peeked from behind Sasuke. Oh, who would leave a stubborn brother behind? Came a playful voice. What an idiot, charging in without assurance. Sasuke scoffed, disdainfully eyeing the reckless duo. Actually, I could handle this, Naruto insisted, poking his finger, realizing that if Sasuke had arrived a minute later, he might have been looking at Mizuki's corpse. Enough chatter, take this. Sasuke handed Naruto a long sword. Hey, damn demon fox, are you two enjoying your chat? Chapter 85, is it really open? Mizuki extinguished the flames on his body, his twisted visage appearing ghastly in the light. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Although two unexpected visitors had arrived, it did not alter his plans. Uchiha, Uzumaki, they were all unworthy of even sniffing at Orochimaru's heels. Orochimaru, be quiet. The unexpected fireball had indeed inflicted some minor injury, but it paled in comparison to the wounds caused by Naruto's kunai. Where's Mizuki? Sasuke gripped the sword he had pilfered from his father's quarters, his gaze fixed warily on the grotesque creature before him, directing his question at Naruto. Ah, there he is. Naruto brandished the long sword, feeling its lightness. It could not compare to the sturdy wooden sword crafted by his teacher, yet it was serviceable, just as I suspected. Karen, stay hidden, Sasuke instructed her as he, alongside Naruto, faced off against Mizuki. Hey, Uchiha brat, do you know what you're up against? Mizuki's arrogant voice boomed. He is the Nine-Tails, a ruthless killer, devouring the flesh of the living. Mizuki relished the thought of witnessing the horror on the faces of the two young ninjas upon learning Naruto's true identity, the fear of their friend's reality. TCH, fools. Sasuke spat on the ground, disdainfully regarding Mizuki. Listen well, no matter how you refer to him, Uzumaki Naruto is my elder brother. Within the ceiling space, emotions ran high. Woo, how moving. Grandfather Hashirama, I am so touched as well. Woo, here is a handkerchief for you. Oh, Woo, thank you. Hashirama and Kushina embraced one of Kurama's tails, tears streaming down their faces. Minato unconsciously shed a tear as well. Kurama exclaimed, so, when do I get my power? And hey, Hashirama, your snot is dripping onto my tail. Naruto's lips curled into a smile, light sparkling in his eyes. Well, Sasuke is my most prized little brother. Let us go. Sasuke smirked, drawing his sword as he charged forward. Oh dear, here I come. TCH, Mizuki scoffed at the two charging towards him, claws swinging as streaks of sharpness lunged at their vital points. The two deftly dodged Mizuki's claw strikes, their swords grazing his body, leaving a trail of blood from his waist. How can this be? Unbelievable. I was just overpowering Naruto, and now with Sasuke here. How could their strength have surged so dramatically? You stand no chance against me, who possesses the Sharingan. Sasuke's lips curled upward as he sheathed his sword, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Really, I've clearly opened it, Naruto muttered, forming seals as well. Wood release, wood clone technique. Dozens of wooden clones erupted from Naruto's body, the wood extending into the shape of swords. Naruto's great spiral wind, dozens of blades, imbued with blue chakra, spiraled towards Mizuki. This was a new ninjutsu Naruto had just conceived, a combination of the great sword techniques taught by Hashirama and the wood clones, creating a self-destructive infantry charge. Moreover, the death of a wooden clone would not transfer memories back to Naruto's mind, making it the perfect self-destructive infantry. Roar! Mizuki's body swelled again, crimson blood surfacing, the dark curse mark turning a vivid red, and natural energy began to surge uncontrollably. No, I can't hold on any longer. Years spent in the office had rendered his body unable to sustain the curse mark. He needed to resolve this quickly. Damn it, where is Danzo? As he pondered Danzo's tardiness, Mizuki had already lured him to the intended location. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Mizuki vanished from sight, and part of Naruto's spiral attack was shattered. Mizuki evaded the assault at the cost of several wounds. It's fine, as long as I escape into the forest. They will never find me. With nightfall approaching, darkness is the best camouflage. Even if that Uchiha brat possesses the Sharingan, it does not guarantee he can locate a seasoned Chunin hidden in the pitch-black forest. Hide, you say? A hint of mockery flickered in the crimson Sharingan. Perhaps alone I wouldn't find you, but now I have opened it. Sasuke-kun, over there. Kagaya's voice resonated in Sasuke's mind, accompanied by a three-dimensional map of the forest. Kagura's heart, eye-sharing version, a newly learned ability of Kagaya, was perfectly timely. Understood. A crimson fireball reappeared, hurtling towards the trees where Mizuki was concealed. Ah! Mizuki's agonized scream echoed. Hello, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto's figure materialized before him, a familiar playful visage reflecting in Mizuki's pained eyes. Goodbye, Mizuki-sensei. A punch, vibrating with blue chakra, struck Mizuki's abdomen, causing a spurt of blood to splatter across Naruto's face. Mizuki's body was launched backward, crashing into two large trees before finally coming to a halt. Honestly, what a relief. Finally, I have time to gather my strength. Naruto shook his right fist. From the beginning until now, he had only used his full power in the initial punch in this one. After all, Mizuki's speed was too swift for him to counter. However, struck by Sasuke's fireball and already injured, Mizuki could no longer maintain his initial speed. Wow, what a wonderful drag. Yaha, that's my disciple for you. Naruto, well done. Let go of my tail. A warm voice echoed in Naruto's mind, calming him amidst the bloodstained chaos. Hey Naruto, are you hurt? Through Kagaya's shared perception, it was evident that Mizuki's chakra was waning. Thus, Sasuke remained so at ease. It's fine, we'll deal with Mizuki later. Naruto wiped the blood from his face, grimacing at the metallic taste. At this hour, let us take him to my house. Sasuke pondered. With their teacher returning home, and being unaware of where the villages Zumbu were, it would be better to leave Mizuki to his father, bringing him to the Uchiha clan. He could determine the interrogation process later. Sasuke was quite displeased with Mizuki's actions. It was not out of a desire to avenge the blonde. Well, let us proceed this way and find out why he deceived me into coming here at such an hour. Naruto nodded in agreement, as he too struggled to comprehend Mizuki's reasoning. How could he be like those foolish villagers? Hey, big brother, Sasuke-kun, be careful. Chapter 86. Danzo's assault enemies are approaching. On Kagaya's shared map, approximately 7 hostile chakra signatures rushed towards their location. Clap, clap. Applause echoed from a distance as a somewhat gaunt figure emerged from the darkness. The bandages wrapped around him bore testimony to his war-torn history. Truly, he was Itachi's brother and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A slightly hoarse voice, combined with the shadowy visage, emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Hiss, why does he seem familiar? Hashirama rubbed his chin, feeling as though he had encountered this individual before. Shimura Danzo. Minato and Kushina simultaneously voiced their astonishment. He is Shimura Danzo? Hashirama was taken aback. He recalled Danzo as a rather dashing young man. Why had he undergone such a peculiar transformation? But why is he here? What else could it be? Surely he intends to target Naruto. Minato questioned, only to be met with a violent retort from Kushina. Teacher and mom and dad, who exactly is this Shimura Danzo? Naruto inquired, having overheard the discussion within the ceiling space. He is a disciple I taught alongside my brother, Senju Tobirama. He was quite handsome back in the day. Hashirama relayed the information he possessed to Naruto. Hey Naruto, be careful. That old dog Danzo is likely after you. Kushina's concerned voice reached him. After all, Danzo had harbored intentions towards her in the past, though those plans had been thwarted by Mito and the third Hokage. As her strength grew and Minato became the fourth Hokage, Danzo had ceased his pursuits. However, given the current situation, with Danzo appearing here alongside Mizuki's earlier actions, this scoundrel must have designs on Naruto, especially as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But wait, why would he harbor such intentions? The old Sarutobi would never allow it. Why not focus on his root instead of targeting a living weapon like the tailed beast? Kushina was unaware that Danzo had been driven to a corner. He could never accept relinquishing his role as a powerless advisor to the Hokage. Once wielding immense power within the walls of Konoha, I, a shadow of this very village, commanded the winds and reigns at will. I almost seized Sarutobi's position to become the next Hokage. Now, having descended to such depths, I find myself compelled to take this perilous gamble. Cursed be those malevolent Uchiha. Who are you? Sasuke's pupils froze as the man before him instantly recognized both his and Naruto's identities. Naruto was likely his target, which wasn't surprising. But the fact that he recognized Sasuke indicated he was well acquainted with his brother. I am Shimura Danzo, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Danzo said, narrowing his eyes slightly. A faint smirk playing on his lips. Are you joking? It was you who sent teacher Mizuki here, right? Why did you lure me into this trap? Naruto demanded angrily. Why? You dare ask me why? Ha ha ha. Danzo chuckled, leaning on his cane. Listen well. I aim to make Konoha stronger. To unify the shinobi world. To have the entire world recognize the will of fire. A gust of wind swept through, and silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the chirping of insects. Hey, I'm finished talking. Why are you two silent? Shouldn't you be opposing me together, or be overwhelmed by your grand ambitions? Naruto exclaimed to Sasuke. Is he out of his mind? Naruto whispered conspiratorially into Sasuke's ear, gripping his shoulder. Yes, it's rare for us to think alike, Sasuke nodded. Sensing this man was even more deranged than those who awakened their Sharingan in his clan. At least his kin wouldn't shout in the forest at midnight, demanding the world recognize the will of fire to two 6-year-olds. Enough. You wouldn't comprehend my intentions, Uchiha Sasuke, is it? I didn't expect you to awaken your Sharingan so early, and with two tomo no less. Danzo observed Sasuke's eyes, where the crimson pupils slowly revolved. Such a pity. Given time, you might have become another Itachi. However, should you perish here, I suspect Itachi would be quite heartbroken. Their bond is well documented. With that in mind, I shall sever this little brat's head and present it to Itachi as a grand gift. In a flash, a handful of shuriken were launched by Sasuke towards Danzo the moment he mentioned Itachi's name, but a man with a severed arm appeared, deflecting Sasuke's projectiles. Commence the operation. At Danzo's command, 5 figures surged forward, 6 former root members charging towards the two. Simultaneously, Danzo unwrapped the bandages from his face, revealing a scarlet Sharingan amidst the darkness. As the 3 tomo spun rapidly, a mysterious pattern formed. This was the Manjiki Sharingan of Danzo's former teammate, Uchiha Kagami, with the ocular technique known as Binding Heart. In essence, it allowed entry into another's inner world for psychological attacks, capable of seduction and annihilation. This was unknown to Orochimaru, which is why he naively believed Danzo could control the tailed beasts with his Manjiki, directly inciting the Nine Tails rampage instead of manipulating the Jinchuriki. Within mere moments of engagement, Sasuke and Naruto found themselves overwhelmed. After all, they faced 6 experienced, emotionless killing machines. Unsurprisingly, even with missing limbs, they were far beyond what 2 students could contend with. Hey, be careful of that Danzo's eyes, the Nine Tails warned. Sensing the familiar feeling of domination, the power of the Manjiki, it was no longer feasible for Naruto to bear this alone. Crimson chakra flowed from the Nine Tails' tail, gradually enveloping Naruto's form. With the Nine Tails chakra augmenting him, the scarlet energy danced wildly around his sword. Naruto's physical capabilities had now reached the level to accommodate 4 tails, but he required time to adjust. Sasuke, give me your hand. Sasuke ducked to evade an incoming kunai, rolling over to Naruto's side and grasping his hand. Though it displeased him to lend his power to an Uchiha, he made an exception for Naruto's sake. A voice resonated in Sasuke's mind, and the massive, red fox apparition appeared before him. Is this the Nine Tails Naruto spoke of? A faint crimson chakra ignited around Sasuke, surging with newfound strength. He turned to face the root member who had attempted to strike him, a smirk forming on his lips. Come. The hazy red figure propelled forward, wielding a sword akin to Naruto's, unleashing a blazing arc. Chapter 87. Hashirama. Time for a change. The Nine Tails has gone berserk. A shocked voice exclaimed, astonished that the Nine Tails would spiral into chaos. Indeed, how could meddlesome Minato have perished 3 years prior otherwise? Yet, they were not weak nin like Minato and Mizuki. After exchanging glances with his teammates, they all retreated. No, we must employ ninjutsu. Naruto and Sasuke realized this and heightened their speed to engage their opponents. However, these were root members. 2 were held back by Naruto and Sasuke, while the retreating 4 wasted no time in forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Water release, water surge wave. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lightning release, earth walk. The 4 disregarded their comrades' fates, launching ninjutsu with the intent to annihilate both their allies and Naruto and Sasuke. No, only their comrades and Sasuke will perish. As the Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto will barely survive. Damn it. Sasuke deflected an opponent's kunai with his sword, quickly retreating to evade the incoming ninjutsu. Is Sasuke going to hold them off? Kushina felt a pang of concern for her son, hoping he would uphold the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, there was no need for such worry. Hashirama, who had just received a call from a white-haired individual, wore an enigmatic smile, signaling that there was nothing to fret about. At that moment, Sarada encountered a presence strikingly similar to Sasuke's chakra. Don't worry. I am Sasuke's brother. Itachi, clad in a black cloak, raised his hands in reassurance. You are Uchiha Itachi? Sarada eyed him warily, discreetly activating a scroll given to her by Mito. Honestly, don't let my brother's cold demeanor fool you. He truly adores his younger brother, a quintessential doting sibling. The amiable Ten smiled, gesturing towards the stoic Itachi, only to receive a swift chop to the head from Itachi. Could you please refrain from mentioning my arrival to Sasuke? Itachi rubbed his hand, speaking with a tone of request. Why? At this moment, Sarada began to believe Itachi's words. But why not inform Sasuke of his arrival? Was he not his brother? Because I have done certain things. Itachi lowered his head, a fleeting moment of gloom shadowing his expression. Hey, Itachi, it's fine, trust yourself. The path lies before you. The judgments of right and wrong will be left to future generations. For now, just focus on being yourself. Hashirama's voice echoed in Itachi's mind. Itachi nodded, indicating Sarada could assist Sasuke, but without revealing his presence. Honestly, Sasuke's brother is quite peculiar, Sarada mused, sealing the open scroll and dashing towards Naruto. Regardless of what this brother planned, Sasuke and his elder brother were in peril. She could not concern herself with his intentions. Hey, can you hold on? Sasuke deflected an enemy attack with his sword, leaping to Naruto's side during the brief respite. Rest assured, Naruto replied, his tailed beast cloak thickening, with 3 tails now fully emerged. The contact on his back connected the flow of the Nine Tails chakra. A somewhat savage energy surged into Sasuke's body, but it was effectively restrained under the control of the Sharingan. Kurama remarked, this is precisely why I despise red-eyed ailments. The playtime concluded here. Danzo unwrapped the bandages from his arms, revealing a pale limb adorned with a crimson Sharingan. At this moment, Danzo had yet to master Izanagi. The Sharingan was merely to suppress the Hashirama cells, and it was just a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. Would release, Great Wood Spear. Would release. How could Danzo possibly wield would release? Hashirama could hardly sit still, although Tobirama had informed him of Itachi's hidden strategies. Danzo now possessed both would release and the Manjiki. While the aura felt somewhat weak, it was undeniably a formidable counter against Naruto, who was currently infused with the Nine Tails chakra. I cannot hesitate any longer. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, although it would expose him. He reasoned that as long as no one recognized him, it would be acceptable. Switching routes, change. Naruto heard his teacher's voice, and his crimson chakra-infused eyes reverted to blue as the tailed beast cloak began to fade. With a light leap, he evaded Danzo's jutsu, landing atop a tree, closing his eyes. Hey, what are you doing, you fool? Sasuke, sword in hand, was bewildered by Naruto's actions. Silence, Sasuke. Naruto's voice diminished, and the surrounding sounds faded. Suddenly, it seemed as if the cicadas had multiplied. The wind began to stir, trees rustled, as if nature itself was celebrating. It has begun. Naruto opened his eyes. A red symbol emerged between them, and a circular rune appeared on his forehead. An overwhelming aura emanated from Naruto, radiating outward. Is this for real? Sasuke felt Naruto's power rising at an astonishing speed. Something was amiss, absolutely amiss. This power, it eclipsed everyone he had ever encountered. Enough, now it's my turn. Naruto's golden hair danced in the wind as his azure eyes fixed upon Danzo. A subtle smile graced his lips. Finally, he could engage. Yet, he decided to hide his true strength, foregoing the wood release. Clenching his fists, he instantaneously appeared beside Sasuke. So swift, Sasuke could hardly catch a glimpse of Naruto before he was right there. Little Sasuke, leave the rest to me. Naruto seized the recently released sword. His immense chakra exploded forth. A powerful pressure surged toward the smug Danzo. Impossible. A flicker of disbelief crossed Danzo's eyes. How could a Jinchuriki possess such formidable strength? Is that Sage Mode? Danzo recalled descriptions from the files, strikingly similar to Naruto's current appearance. Could this be the handiwork of that damned fourth Hokage? However, do not underestimate the power of the Mangekyou. Danzo abandoned evasion. The crimson Mangekyou began to spin rapidly. Time seemingly froze. He found himself in a lush forest, surrounded by verdant trees. At the center of the forest stood a small wooden cabin. Surely, the Jinchuriki's spirit must reside there. Danzo was oblivious to the absence of the 8 trigram seal, nor did he realize that the 9 tails was not present. After all, his knowledge of sealing techniques did not encompass this aspect. Humph, regardless of what tricks Minato left behind, once I seize the Jinchuriki's spirit, everything else becomes moot. Danzo stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode confidently toward the cabin. Chapter 88, Uchiha Madara. A gust of wind swept through, and the chakra sun illuminated Danzo's path to the cabin. The earthy scent in the air unexpectedly brought a sense of refreshment to him. Indeed, since the Shursui incident erupted, Danzo had not known a single day of peace. Now, he was merely one step away from success. If he could control the Jinchuriki, he wouldn't even need to release the 9 tails. He could leverage the Jinchuriki to coerce Hiruzen into surrendering the Hokage position. At that point, he could leisurely deal with that wretched traitor and the malevolent Itachi Uchiha. Finally, he would reconstruct Root. No, once he became Hokage, what would he even call it? Root? It should be called Leaf. At that time, he would recruit talented children to serve as my subordinates, the 5th Hokage, gradually infiltrating other nations. Ultimately, he would unify the ninja world. He would restore Konoha to greatness. Then, Hiruzen would regret his decision, questioning himself why he had not passed on the Hokage title sooner. And he, as the savior, would forgive Hiruzen's transgressions, patting his shoulder, saying, "Let bygones be bygones. Now do you wish to be my aide?" With tears in Hiruzen's eyes, he would acknowledge Danzo's significance, accepting him as his assistant to jointly govern the ninja world. A smirk crept onto Danzo's lips as his pace quickened. How slow? Why is that old mutt Danzo taking so long? It's been nearly a minute. Kushina tugged at Kurama's tail, and upon receiving a glare from him, she sighed. "Oh, don't be so impatient. How shall we proceed?" Minato reassured, glancing at Hashirama. I'm uncertain to what extent this can be utilized. Perhaps I could employ transformation jutsu?" Hashirama contemplated while stroking his chin. Exactly. Tobirama mentioned that as long as we don't actively reveal our presence, it should suffice. If I transform into someone else, wouldn't that work? Hey, great idea. Thumbs up. Wait. Who will the teacher transform into? Naruto scratched his head as Danzo initiated the binding heart technique, while both Danzo and Hashirama entered Naruto's sealing space. The little blonde had returned during the switch, now seated and petting Kurama. A peculiar smile emerged on Hashirama's face. In truth, Danzo transforming into Tobirama's likeness would be the most fitting. Yet, Hashirama declined. "Little Naruto, observe closely as I exhibit my masterful transformation jutsu." Hashirama began forming hand seals leisurely. Amidst the curious gazes of the others, a cloud of white smoke erupted around him. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Kurama felt uneasy as he locked eyes with Hashirama for a fleeting second. The latter's mischievous grin unsettled him. No way. Oh my, what the heck? As the smoke dissipated, a man with long black hair stood where Hashirama had been. A stunning jawline, a prominent nose, indifferent eyes, and distinctly defined fingers. The battle-worn version of Hashirama's armor echoed through the small cabin. Ark. Kurama instinctively recoiled. Damn it, I knew it. Having grown familiar with Hashirama, Kurama wasn't particularly afraid of him, which had led to previous playful interactions. However, This man instilled genuine fear. Madara. Kurama's voice trembled slightly, but after Naruto embraced him and gently patted him, he gradually calmed down. Uchiha Madara. Minato and Kushina exclaimed simultaneously, recognizing the Madara Kurama had mentioned. Likely the same one Hashirama had known. The infamous Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Madara turned his gaze toward Minato and Kushina. An overwhelming aura pressed down upon them. His mere presence exuded an intimidating power. In the slightly fearful gazes of the others, Madara scratched his head and chuckled. Look, don't I resemble him? Hashirama's goofy voice resonated from Madara's otherwise cold lips. Teacher, please don't speak. Just now, you looked incredibly imposing, Naruto remarked. Somewhat speechless, Hashirama's previous transformation into Madara had indeed exuded an impressive aura. Transformations become more authentic the more one understands them. Really? Let me ponder that for a moment. Ban plopped down onto a small stool, legs spread apart, resembling an auntie from the village. This is even more ridiculous. Hey, little brat, what are you staring at? A deep, commanding voice echoed. Ban abruptly lifted his head, the crimson and mysterious kaleidoscope swirling in his eyes. Whoa! The Nine Tails leaped back, baring its teeth and fixating on Ban's feet. It no longer dared to meet Ban's gaze. Even if it was just a disguise of Hashirama, it still felt fear. Wow, so cool. Stars sparkled in Naruto's eyes. An overwhelming sense of pressure radiated from Ban. He was stunning. A kaleidoscope? Both Minato and Kushina gasped in astonishment, marveling at the exquisite kaleidoscope, wondering how Hashirama had managed to memorize it. After playing with Madara so much back in the day, it naturally stuck with me. Ban absent-mindedly scratched his head, a silly grin spreading across his handsome face. Hashirama. The Nine Tails cautiously approached. What is up? Ban inquired. That condition from before still stands, right? The Nine Tails stammered. How about when we race next time? You transform into Madara's form? Gradually, the Nine Tails' eyes sparkled with excitement, its tail wagging vigorously. I refuse. Ban's deep voice returned. Hashirama is my dear friend. How could I let the fox ride on my likeness? He stood up, arms crossed, gazing coolly at the Nine Tails. TCH. The Nine Tails' tail ceased its wagging, losing its playful demeanor. At that moment, Danzo was still on his way. Let us hurry and set things up. I can hardly wait to see the astonished expression on Danzo's face. Kushina rubbed her hands together, a wicked smile creeping onto her face. Let us turn off the lights first. Naruto nodded, glancing at the showy Ban. Ban. Or rather, Hashirama clapped his hands, causing the sun in the sky to dim, plunging the world into darkness. Danzo had approached the small cabin, lifting his gaze toward the darkening sky, disdain evident on his face. Afraid of my arrival? Hardly. What does darkness matter? Under the watchful eye of this kaleidoscope, nothing shall escape. Chapter 89. Danzo, Am I gone? Darkness enveloped the world, and not even a glimmer of light remained in the cabin. Yet, to Danzo, this was merely Naruto's futile struggle. The game was over. Danzo reached the door of the room and swung it open, anticipating the panicked expression of the Jinchuriki. After all, how strong could the spirit of a 6.5-year-old child be? As the door swung open, Danzo's kaleidoscope caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes. Here it comes. A deep, commanding voice resonated in Danzo's ears, reminiscent of a childhood memory. But how could there be anyone in the Jinchuriki's spiritual world? Could it be that the spiritual realm and the ceiling space were intertwined? Uzumaki Naruto, where are you? Danzo cautiously observed the man before him, noticing ancient armor that seemed to trace back to the era of the first Hokage. The world brightened, light streaming in from outside, allowing Danzo a clearer view of the man's face. No, who are you really? Initially, Danzo suspected it might be a contingency left by the fourth Hokage, but with the familiar sensation washing over him, it seemed the situation was more complex than he had imagined. After all, if the fourth's contingency could leave the Nine Tails lying at this man's feet, he would not have met his demise. Nine Tails, I'm just lying here. Finally, it has arrived, that statement. I am Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha. Ban lifted his head, his rebellious handsome face challenging Danzo's reason. What a joke. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. Uchiha Madara? The infamous Shura of the ninja world? How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The aura emanating from the Uchiha before him was immense, and that face truly resembled the legendary Shura of the ninja world. "Oh, Danzo, you've come, yet you bring no gifts." A rather frivolous and familiar voice rang out. "Kushina and Tsunade." Danzo stiffly turned to see two formidable figures, one red and one yellow. "No, this can't be right. Isn't the chakra of these two a bit excessive? I thought they couldn't store this much chakra back in the day." "Danzo, it's been a long time." Minato nodded at Danzo, only to be met with a sharp pinch from Kushina at his side. "Why be polite to this old dog? Grandfather Madara, give him a beating." Kushina was dissatisfied with Minato's courtesy. They had an excellent opportunity to eliminate an enemy who dared to harm Naruto. "Oh." Ban lowered his gaze at Danzo's arm, then responded to Kushina's words. "That arm belongs to my dear friend, doesn't it?" Danzo's head turned stiffly, a rare amount of sweat trickling down his forehead. How should he respond? This was a precious legacy left by Lord Hashirama. "This is property of Konoha. You, a traitor, have no right to inquire." Danzo swallowed hard, summoning his courage to retort. Ban smirked. "And those two Sharingan, where did you acquire them?" Ban stepped forward, height and aura pressing down on Danzo, causing his body to tremble. "You, who betrayed the Uchiha and Konoha, are unworthy to know." Danzo realized that if he didn't act soon, he might not get the chance at all. The kaleidoscope swirled in his eyes, a massive wind sword forming in his arm. The binding heart in the spiritual world transforms into a weapon, doubling the damage to the spirit. He swung the wind sword toward Ban. "Even if you are Uchiha Madara, you are merely a spiritual entity. This means victory is mine. Heh, let me show you the power of my dear friend." Ban clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden golem surged from the ground. The small wind sword made a cut on its surface, but in the next instant, the wind sword was absorbed. "How is that possible? How can you use wood release?" Danzo gazed in disbelief at Ban, who stood confidently atop the head of the golem. "Ahem, this is because my dear friend bestowed his power upon me." Ban's voice resonated in Danzo's ears, provoking a furious rage within him. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have stolen Lord Hashirama's body and committed vile acts with his corpse," while dodging the golem's punches. Danzo shouted angrily. "Minato, Kushina, I misjudged you. I never expected you to collude with this evil Uchiha Madara, bringing shame upon Konoha." Minato and Kushina exchanged wry smiles. Danzo's imaginative capabilities were truly remarkable. Had they not known that Ban was Hashirama's transformation, they might have believed him. "Hey, Minato, let us join forces." Kushina tilted her neck and stretched her arms, feeling the heat of excitement. "It's all this Danzo's fault for daring to target Naruto. I've been wanting to take him down for ages, and now I finally have the chance." "Oh." Minato chuckled helplessly, then wrapped an arm around Kushina, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Ban. Grandfather Hashirama, I want to hit the dog too." Kushina whispered to Hashirama. "Ah, I see. Then I'll leave it to you." The Sage of the Six Paths entrusted the control of the wooden puppet to Kushina, simultaneously developing a sudden interest in arming the Nine Tails with wood-style techniques. This name, the Armored Nine Tails. A smile curled at the corners of Madara's mouth, his laughter resonating freely within the confines of the ceiling space. Danzo, observing the golden chains dancing around the wooden puppet and the massive armored Nine Tails nearby, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was all rather sudden. Wasn't his intent merely to control the young Jinchuriki? How had it spiraled into this? "How am I to strike?" The weapons summoned by the kaleidoscope shattered upon contact. "Surely, you do not expect me to use the violent wood spear against the wooden puppet?" "Hey, Danzo, why come to confront Naruto instead of taking your rightful place as a leader of Roots?" Kushina's voice drifted over. "Heh, leader?" asked Sarutobi. "Inquire of that malevolent Uchiha. If it weren't for them, how would I have ended up in this predicament?" Danzo's mind began to twist. He could not grasp why the day had unfolded in such a manner. "Uchiha Madara, you are far too perilous, even at the cost of my life. I shall seal you." A glint of madness flashed in Danzo's eyes. He dodged the Nine Tails tail attack and made a desperate sprint beneath it. "Sarutobi, I do this for Konoha." Black substance surged from his body, emanating an aura of sealing and destruction. Four-symbol seal. As Danzo's form disintegrated, one of the Nine Tails tails vanished, only to gradually expand until Madara intervened. A multitude of trees surged towards the seal until saturation was reached. "It is over." Madara leapt down from the Nine Tails. The transformation technique lifted, revealing Hashirama's original form. He gazed at the spot where Danzo had perished, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, Hashirama, you should have acted sooner. My tail. However, the Nine-Tails' discontent swiftly captured his attention. Ah, an accident, purely an accident. Almost there. The fervent drama is nearing its conclusion. Soon, we shall return to the mundane. Should you have any narrative thoughts, feel free to comment. The author shall perennially observe your remarks. Chapter 90 Tobarama. Your brother possesses remarkable potential to be trained by me. Danzo's consciousness faded from the ceiling space, and in the next moment, he returned to the real world. Yet, his kaleidoscope lost its luster. It was not his Anaji, but rather the inherent fatality of the binding heart. Now, it had lost its brilliance. As he beheld Naruto rushing towards him, no, at this moment, he ought to be Uchiha Madara. His only escape lay in seizing the recently emerged Uchiha brat, using his life to threaten Naruto, thereby procuring a path to survival. Without hesitation, he charged towards Sasuke. Propelled by the oncoming pressure, his eyes filled with the courage of desperation. It's over, my body won't respond. All of Danzo's momentum bore down upon Sasuke, rendering him immobile. Move. Move for me. Sasuke roared inwardly. Though he knew not how Naruto had grown so formidable, he certainly did not wish to become a burden. This is where it ends. The inscriptions, previously obscured by darkness on Sasuke's long sword, illuminated, a voice of discontent seemingly echoing in his mind. A figure cloaked in black appeared beside Sasuke. Flying Thunder God. Minato looked on in astonishment as the figure before Sasuke kicked Danzo away. Is this a 1-against-7? Kushina recognized her best friend's eldest son. After all, she had cradled him in her arms back in the day. What a small bundle he had been, and now he had grown so large. Brother. Sasuke stared, astonished, at his brother before him. A flood of words caught in his throat. Why was Itachi here? Why had Itachi left the Uchiha? Why had he committed such acts? Sorry, Sasuke. Itachi cast a glance at his bewildered brother, silently apologizing in his heart. Then the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun, and Danzo's consciousness was thrust into a crimson world. Where's this? Danzo's body slackened as he relinquished his struggle. The heavens conspire against me. Watching Itachi approach, Danzo closed his eyes. The memories of his past replaying endlessly. Teacher, was I wrong? As Danzo's bewildered query lingered, his consciousness dissipated entirely. In his final moments, Sarutobi's visage appeared before him. He longed to speak, to convey that he would entrust Konoha to him henceforth, but the words would not come. He beheld a figure clad in blue armor. A familiar sensation surged within him. Danzo, rest now, it is enough. Tobarama closed the eyes of his wayward disciple. Perhaps Danzo's intentions for Konoha were noble. Yet he had strayed into extremes during the execution. Sigh. I suppose I shall resume my research on this screen. Tobarama shook his head and returned to his laboratory in the dumpling shop. Silently, he tossed a dumpling into his mouth. Ugh, lemon flavor again. After resolving the matter with his nominal senior, Itachi turned to face his brother. Words caught in his throat, while Tenzo caught Danzo's lifeless body. Casting a worried glance at Itachi, Brother, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger and bring you back to atone. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Itachi's crimson kaleidoscope, asserting, I will. Heh. A smile crept across Itachi's lips. I eagerly anticipate that. His finger pressed against Sasuke's forehead, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Brother. Sasuke felt the warmth lingering on his forehead, a thin mist rising over his crimson Sharingan. Hey, Itachi. I'm still here. Tenzo, witnessing the emotional farewell, first lamented the profound bond of brotherhood, then abruptly realized that he hadn't yet boarded the train. Well then, former leader, it's my turn to carry you back. Gently hoisting Danzo's body, Tenzo made his way toward the former route base. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi took a rare puff of smoke, exhaling a large ring. He closed his eyes, no longer gazing at the crystal ball containing his dear friend's corpse. Age brings sorrow easily. His eyes moistened, yet duties remained. I still have unfinished tasks, sins yet to atone. I cannot halt my stride. Forgive me, Danzo. Once all is resolved, I shall seek you out. Orochimaru. There remains much to address, such as Yamato's curse mark, Naruto's wood style, and Shine's divine eye. A headache ensued. Time to continue working late. Another plume of smoke escaped. The warm orange light illuminating the Hokage's office, where an old man perused documents, occasionally jotting down plans on paper. Meanwhile, Itachi returned to the root base. Entering the ceiling space, The teacher did not conduct research but regarded him with a peculiar gaze. It was as if he wished to inquire, yet was unsure how to voice it. Teacher, if there is something you wish to ask, please do. Itachi smiled gently, meeting his teacher's gaze. Well then, I shall ask. Ah, truly my disciple, so perceptive. That's Sasuke. He is your brother, correct? Itachi nodded, responding, yes. He is my biological brother. Has he had any peculiar experiences, perhaps wandering into the wilderness at night or uttering strange phrases upon birth? Tobirama pondered his phrasing and inquired. No. Sasuke is like any other child, growing step by step, and he does not have a habit of wandering out at night. Itachi replied outwardly, yet inwardly. He began to reflect on the name Madara that had just been mentioned. Uchiha Madara, indeed. Understood. Let's continue our study of the Flying Thunder God technique. I just guided you through it, and I believe you have managed to memorize it. Practice diligently. Tobirama patted Itachi's shoulder before resuming his intense focus on the screen. Today, Tobirama was quite astonished, especially upon encountering Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke. The resemblance was striking, almost as if he were a reincarnation of Izuna. However, from what he gathered from little Itachi, Sasuke did not share Izuna's malevolent tendencies, indicating that even if he were a reincarnation, he likely bore no memories of his past life. A smirk crept onto Tobirama's face. If Sasuke were indeed Izuna's reincarnation, would that not elevate his own status? Moreover, Madara would also be his junior. How delightful. If he were to be even bolder, with both himself and his elder brother returned, how far could Madara and Izuna be? When the time comes, witnessing Sasuke, who bears such a striking resemblance to Izuna, being tutored by him would certainly be exhilarating. However, the current relationship between little Itachi and Sasuke was somewhat strained, making it difficult for him to intervene. No matter, I possess ample strength and means. I have nearly breached the threshold of the screen's voice function, and soon my elder brother will also be able to contribute. Nonetheless, it remains to be seen how my brother managed to get stuck. I shall inquire tomorrow. Chapter 91 Karen. Oh dear, it seems I have arrived late. Brother, I'm here. In the distance, a radiant golden light illuminated the scene, with 5 colossal chains swirling chaotically, parting the trees as if untangling hair. Karen made a dazzling entrance amidst the golden glow. Where is everyone? Karen scratched her head in confusion. She had sensed others nearby just moments ago. Yet after running for a few minutes, they seemed to have vanished. Could it be possible that Itachi had just been here? Naruto observed the shimmering Karen, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, a man and a fox shuddered, as if recalling something ominous. Hey, Tobirama, could it be? Kurama, I have no idea. They exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them. Wait, Karen is so small yet possesses such enormous chains? Kushina gazed at Karen with astonishment, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ahem, perhaps she is exceptionally gifted? Tobirama chuckled, attempting to redirect their attention. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan has promising successors. Kushina nodded in satisfaction. While it was illogical, could one argue against having such a gifted child? It must be noted that Tobirama had merely borrowed Naruto's body to unleash his full potential. This meant that Naruto's body was now capable of entering Sage mode, with an astonishing amount of chakra. In comparison, Karen truly could not hold a candle to Naruto. No wonder he is my son. It is over, let us return. Naruto stretched his body, feeling sore from Tobirama's exertions, having pulled something. But he estimated he would recover in a minute. Hey, where's Sasuke? Naruto looked over at Sasuke, who appeared somewhat lost, not spotting Itachi's figure. He has gone back. Sasuke's lips moved, ultimately managing to utter 4 words. I see, then let us return as well. Naruto extended his hand to Sasuke. All right. Sasuke took Naruto's hand, the chakra of the 9 tails flowing back into Naruto's body. Hey, how long are you going to hold on? Heh, no, brother, let go? All right, here you go. TCH. How boring. A faint smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. Upon returning home, Naruto collapsed onto his bed. He hadn't anticipated such an exhilarating night. Although he sensed something was off with Shimizu-sensei, he hadn't foreseen the extent of the events. Sensei, Naruto called out to the air. What is it? Tobirama's voice resonated in Naruto's mind. I want to learn the wood clone technique. Hey, that's quite difficult. His mother's voice interjected. It's fine, I want to grow stronger. Naruto did not wish to forever rely on his teacher's power, even though borrowing strength was undeniably exhilarating. Very well, since little Naruto has expressed such a desire, I shall teach you. However, we must proceed gradually. you still struggle with the wood clones and need practice. Indeed, Naruto's control over the wood clones was lacking, which hindered his effectiveness during battles, such as against Shimizu. By the way, do you wish to learn the Rasengan? Minato joined the conversation. It's large, round, and powerful. Minato waved his hands, attempting to demonstrate, but Naruto was still outside, rendering his efforts futile. Let's discuss it later, Naruto pondered. Minato was left frozen, his expression mirroring Tobirama's. Alright, little Naruto, let us skip training tonight and get some rest. Kushina's caring voice warmed Naruto's heart. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Naruto fell into a slumber, while in the distance, underground. Hey, Obito, what does it feel like to take a dump? A swirling-faced white Zetsu writhed, addressing the man seated cross-legged on the ground. The man bore a half-white body, appearing somewhat mismatched, as if he were a patchwork assembly. He kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious, continuing to sit there in meditation. What does it feel like to have a bowel movement? I really want to know. Akatsuki's body swayed, shaking incessantly. Oh, I want to know so badly. A hexagram appeared on Obito's forehead, and as Akatsuki grew increasingly restless, Obito finally opened his eyes. Hey, what is going on? Obito stared at Akatsuki, whose body began to shift into a more peculiar shape, exasperated. Wow, you finally acknowledged me. The transformed Akatsuki reverted to his human form, leaning closer to Obito. What on earth happened? Obito's usually stoic expression twitched. He knew Akatsuki often called out to him for a reason, but his antics made it difficult to maintain composure. Well, the place you were looking for, the Dragon Cave, we found it. Akatsuki's body twisted as he spoke. Is that so? Obito nodded. Based on the information left by Madara, if I wish to enhance my strength, the Sage Mode of the Three Holy Lands is the best choice. However, the locations of the Three Holy Lands are notoriously difficult to find. Even the White Zetsu had searched diligently, yet found no trace. Nevertheless, with the assistance of a member from the Akatsuki organization, he had managed to locate the approximate position of the Dragon Cave. Thus, with the help of the White Zetsu, after several months, they finally pinpointed the location of the Dragon Cave. Obito nodded. Can you tell me what it feels like to take a dump? I am not a toilet. How could I possibly know? Obito responded, exasperated. While other White Zetsu could relay messages, Obito always had Akatsuki do so. Oh, come on. If you can poop, you must know what it feels like. Akatsuki continued his antics, as Obito maintained his stoic demeanor, feeling increasingly bored. Ugh, seriously. A look of resignation crossed Obito's face. Fine. Let us hurry and go. Obito brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. Obito, your face was just so strange. Hurry up. Akatsuki wiggled his body under the intensity of Obito's almost unbearable glare, then lunged toward him. With Akatsuki's sudden attachment, Obito merged with the earth, following Akatsuki's guidance. The Dragon Cave, Sage Mode, here I come. Rin, I shall create a world that belongs solely to you. The image of that girl resurfaced in his mind, and Obito's speed through the earth quickened significantly. Indeed, Obito, next time you must take me along for the experience of nature's call. We shall speak of it another time. Preview. Perhaps we are on the verge of traversing time, and Kurenai shall make her appearance. What will the sage Obito be like? A gender-swapped Madara is also a possibility, though it might tarnish his character. Chapter 92. Itachi and Kurenai Hey, with 1 against 7. You needn't keep staring at my dango. A girl's voice drew Itachi's gaze away from the colorful dumplings. He paused, realizing that today marked his graduation from the Ninja Academy. My apologies. Sunlight danced upon Kurenai's face, highlighting the beauty of the tear mole beneath her right eye. Itachi ruffled his hair, shifting his focus from the dumplings to Kurenai's visage, his cheeks flushing slightly as he turned his gaze toward the riverbank. It was spring. The sun radiated warmth, the river water sparkled with clarity, and fish frolicked merrily within its depths. Well then, having chosen to graduate early, you must prepare for adulthood. Kurenai remarked playfully, her voice ringing in Itachi's ears. Itachi, she called, and as he turned to inquire whether his actions were indeed correct, he was met only with the sight of 2 dumplings. Tada, here's your graduation gift. Kurenai interrupted, producing the dumplings she had purchased and offering them to Itachi. Honestly, they were meant for you. Do try them. Receiving the dumplings from Kurenai's hand, Itachi nodded, her radiant smile encouraging him. Under her expectant gaze, he took his first bite. Plain, taro, strawberry. Delightful. How is it? Tasty, right? Kurenai observed Itachi, whose face was alight with happiness, a smile playing on her lips. Yes, indeed, Itachi replied, glancing at the other dumpling in his hand, then back at Kurenai. Oh, no need to worry. They are all for you. I can make my own, Kurenai said, a hint of fluster in her demeanor, though Itachi remained oblivious. Yet, he recalled her mentioning her attempts at confectionery. Such a life seemed quite pleasant. With that thought, Itachi savored the first dumpling. Huh, is this green apple flavor? When did they release a new variety? It's a bit tart, but quite enjoyable. He proceeded to the second dumpling. Oh, lemon. Quite sour, but invigorating. The sharpness surprised him, though the inherent sweetness balanced it out, rendering the overall taste rather agreeable. Kurenai watched Itachi with sparkling eyes, an inexplicable anticipation dancing within her gaze. The third dumpling appeared green, and Itachi mused it may be matcha. He swallowed it in one bite, only to have his expression shift dramatically. What? Was that mustard? His eyes brimmed with disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon something unspeakable. How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it? Kurenai offered him a bottle of water, her dimples deepening with joy. Take your time. Always maintain the same zest as these dumplings. She playfully patted Itachi's back, whispering near his ear. Memories flickered in Itachi's mind, leading to this very moment. Why would Kurenai participate in the Roots rookie selection? Oh dear, something's amiss. Tenzu, who sat beside Itachi for the interview, raised an eyebrow. Itachi's reaction revealed something significant about this girl. He certainly recognized her. Let me see her profile. Uchiha Kurenai, a lovely name. Wait, Uchiha? Can she really come from the Uchiha clan? The reputation of the Root had tarnished among the Uchihas, especially after Itachi had taken full responsibility for the clan's actions. Although there existed an unspoken fear of Itachi, hostility lingered. Hence, no Uchiha had applied for the Root until now, while numerous Hyuga had, albeit from the branch family. Hello, esteemed judges. Kurenai bowed to Itachi, Tenzu, and a white-haired man. The latter was Kakashi, who, out of concern for his adorable subordinate, had taken the rare opportunity to assist in selecting talent for the organization. This isn't an audition for a film. Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask, his eyes betraying no emotion. And Itachi, wait, Itachi, why are you turning away? Tenzu noted with surprise that Itachi, after locking eyes with Kurenai for a brief second, had turned his head. Is he shy? Tenzu coughed, unsure how to continue, stumbling over his words. My name is Uchiha Kurenai, and I have graduated a year early from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's disinterested gaze flickered with intrigue. Graduating early at this time was indeed commendable. Yet, he reminded her of the caliber of individuals present. Uchiha Itachi graduated from the academy at 7. Hitaki Kakashi graduated at 5. Tenzu, who bypassed the academy altogether to begin at the Root. However, Itachi thought he had graduated during a time of war, which was hardly comparable to the current day. I excel in shuriken throwing, various fire techniques, and swordsmanship. A standard Uchiha profile, Kakashi noted with a nod. Oh, and I also make desserts. Such a statement was ill-suited for the occasion. Who among the Umbu would present their culinary skills as qualifications? Yet Kurenai was different. She spoke with her two-tomo Sharingan, gently pushing her hair aside, her crimson eyes fixed upon Itachi at the judging panel, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Kakashi and Tenzu's expressions sharpened. Two-tomo? At her age? That was indeed a mark of genius among the Uchihas. However, Tenzu discerned something deeper. Itachi's face turned a shade of crimson. There is something definitely amiss. This girl, Uchiha Kurenai, harbors significant ties with Itachi. By the way, I recall that Itachi has a fondness for sweets. After Kurenai demonstrated her abilities, the 3 judges unanimously nodded, approving her application. All right, you may wait in the lounge over there. All accepted members gathered in the waiting area. Itachi spoke gently to Kurenai, taking the rare initiative to guide her toward the lounge. In the ceiling space, Tobirama observed Itachi's demeanor, a smirk gracing his lips. Ah, the vigor of youth. If only elder brother were here, he would certainly chatter incessantly about this, what one might call gossip. Yet who was he? The illustrious Senju Tobirama would never allow such trivial matters to hinder his research. Well, Itachi has returned to continue the interview. I shall turn off the live feed. Ahem. This was merely Tobirama testing a new invention, certainly not a diversion for gossip. After a period of scrutinizing the blue screen, 2 months post the Mizuki incident, Tobarama had successfully unraveled part of the screen's video capabilities. In simpler terms, he could now engage in a 360-degree observation of little Itachi. However, there was little of interest, as Itachi had bared all on his first day before Tobarama. Chapter 93. Sasuke-ha? I am Uchiha Sasuke. You may find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. A man bearing an uncanny resemblance to my father claims to be my ancestor. However, I doubt we share any blood ties. Perhaps it was the evening following the conclusion of the Mizuki incident. Sasuke lay in bed. His muscles ached incessantly. His eyes dimmed, resembling a salted fish devoid of light. How weak I am, so weak. If it were not for Xianglin's perception and Naruto's sharing of the Nine-Tails chakra, I would surely have succumbed. How can I defeat my brother and bring him home? When will I surpass Naruto and become the leader? In truth, Sasuke is already extraordinary. At nearly 7 years of age, he awakened the two-tomo Sharingan and, bolstered by the Nine-Tails chakra, bravely faced several members of the Root organization. Although they were all left incapacitated, even a disabled elite J-nin is not something an ordinary genin can triflingly confront. However, compared to my brother and Naruto, I am undeniably weak. I yearn to grow stronger. The fatigue coursing through my body relentlessly assaults my mind, and my consciousness begins to blur. It seems I hear voices calling out to me. When Sasuke finally opens his eyes, he finds himself in a dense forest. A figure is practicing swordsmanship amidst the trees, while the ground nearby bears the scars of fire techniques, with smoldering patches slowly melting away. Where's this? Sasuke immediately becomes alert. His two-tomo Sharingan flares to life. The black tomo whirling. Wasn't I lying in bed? How did I end up here? A multitude of questions swirl in Sasuke's mind. But the most pressing matter is to discern his location and how to return. Oh, has he finally arrived? A mature and sophisticated voice resonates in Sasuke's ear. Who? The figure in the forest vanishes, and another voice calls from behind him. By the principle of conservation, the person behind him must be the one who was just practicing in the woods. Such incredible speed. Sasuke leaps forward a few steps, and then turns to glare fiercely at the man, only to become momentarily perplexed. This person, why do I feel he resembles me? The man too falls silent. This child seems oddly familiar. Cough. A descendant of the Uchiha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Izuna Uchiha, the brother of Uchiha Madara, the first clan leader. How can one recognize Sasuke as an Uchiha? Is it not evident that the Sharingan does not deceive? Uchiha Madara, the historical figure who, alongside the first Hokage, founded Konohagakure and ultimately betrayed the village? The clan's records indeed chronicled the events concerning his brother, Izuna Uchiha, a versatile aide who not only adeptly managed Uchiha affairs for his brother, but also diligently promoted the clan's development, possessed formidable abilities. Yet he ultimately fell to the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, dying without ever witnessing the village's establishment. No, he is not dead, is he? You. Are you not deceased? Izuna's lips curled slightly. This child speaks rather bluntly about his own ancestor. For some reason, I have traversed from the Pure Land to this realm. Izuna crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. In truth, a blue screen had appeared before him, assigning him the task of educating Sasuke. It seemed that if he could teach Sasuke to surpass Naruto Uzumaki, he and his brother could be resurrected. But who is Naruto Uzumaki? Never mind, Sasuke is an Uchiha, and with the guidance of his ancestral predecessor, how could he possibly be outdone by a member of the Uzumaki clan? After all, the Uzumaki clan could only contend with the Uchiha by aligning with the Senju. A mere Uzumaki is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, it is clear that this Sasuke is exceptionally talented, having awakened the two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. I am confident that under my tutelage, he will become a formidable Uchiha warrior, and my task is to guide you to greatness. Upon hearing the word greatness, Sasuke's eyes sparkled. Really? Is it guaranteed? Can you help me defeat my brother? Your brother? Izuna's interest piqued at the mention of Sasuke's brother. Given how similar Sasuke looks to him, his brother must resemble Madara as well. Once I train Sasuke to be 100 times stronger than Naruto, I can unite with my brother and Sasuke to vanquish the other ninja clans and ultimately unify the ninja world. Well, my brother has committed egregious acts. He sacrificed some of our clan members for the sake of the village. Huh, a village? Clan members? Killed? Wait, can those words even be connected? Hold on, what village? Are we not the Uchiha clan? Izuna interrupted Sasuke, interjecting with a question. It's the ninja village founded by your brother, Uchiha Madara, and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. known as Konohagakure. It was as if lightning had struck Izuna, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. No, I am already dead. Struck by Tobarama's flying thunder god, I perished. Did my brother not promise to avenge me? How could the inherently malevolent Senju Hashirama manipulate my brother into founding a ninja village? There exists a master of fate who produces fascinating content. But why did your brother eliminate clan members? Izuna's body trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. It seems it was because the clan members were dissatisfied with the Hokage and sought rebellion, and my brother, for the stability of Konoha, eliminated them. Stability cannot accommodate instability, especially from awakened Uchihas. I knew it. Izuna had previously discussed this issue with Madara. If a peaceful village were established, a faction within the clan would undoubtedly oppose it. However, now that Konoha was founded, does it imply that my brother also committed similar acts? I must prepare to amend history and restore my brother's reputation. But if that is the case, Sasuke's brother is indeed quite similar to mine. Izuna took a moment to compose himself before speaking calmly. Since you wish to grow stronger, follow my lead in learning. Is there not a member of the Uzumaki clan by your side? Sasuke's gaze hardened, warily scrutinizing Izuna. Do not be so suspicious of me. The task assigned to me is to cultivate you to surpass someone known as Naruto Uzumaki. Izuna sighed, covering his head. This boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, shared his level of caution. Perhaps I should be straightforward. Sasuke slowly nodded, then asked with skepticism, are you truly capable? Are you jesting? A mere Uzumaki clan member cannot possibly surpass the Uchiha. Rest assured, victory is assured. Everyone, enjoy the upcoming National Day holiday. By October, we shall have 3 updates, I believe. Chapter 94. The child version of Konohamaru makes his debut. 2 months have passed since the Mizuki incident. Today marks Naruto's bi-monthly bathing ritual at the hot springs. Now that Naruto has matured considerably, he is unlikely to drown in the bath, so Hiruzen seldom accompanies him anymore. However, today he brought along a rather dim-witted child. Hey, what are you looking at? I am Konohamaru, and my grandfather is the Hokage. This little brat is quite irritating. A man wearing sunglasses delivered him to Naruto's home, informing him that this was Hiruzen's grandson and that he wanted Naruto to take him for a bath. Bang! Naruto struck Konohamaru on the head with a swift chop, just enough to leave him dazed but unharmed. Young master. Hibiki, witnessing the bullying of his young master, wanted to confront Naruto, but was quickly restrained by an Anbu. The Hokage has assigned you this task. You may now return. Konohamaru, clutching his head, retorted to Hibiki, you can leave now? I'll deal with this blonde brat myself. With reluctance, Ebisu donned his sunglasses and took his leave from Konohamaru, silently wishing for his young master to survive under the influence of the Jinchuriki. He quietly offered a prayer for his lord. Recently, rumors had circulated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had become adept at wielding the power of the Nine Tails. The fact that Lord Hokage had not intervened suggested this was likely true, possibly stemming from the third Hokage himself. Let us shift our focus back to the day following the Mizuki incident. Naruto. Could you enlighten me about the origins of your wood release and sage mode? Sarutobi inquired warmly, recalling the earlier example of Kinomoto. Upon witnessing Naruto's use of wood release, Sarutobi was taken aback with joy. He had not anticipated that the first Hokage's wood release would manifest in Naruto. When he observed Naruto's Nine-Tails transformation yet retained his consciousness, Sarutobi could not help but smile. Behold, what defines a genius? A perfect Jinchuriki combined with wood release. As Naruto matures, Konoha may transcend being merely a village name and become synonymous with the ninja world. However, when Naruto's sage mode emerged, Sarutobi's composure faltered. The long hair, the same sage mode, the extraordinary strength. It was as if the first Hokage had truly returned. Sarutobi felt a headache wash over him. Should he address this matter or let it be? Ultimately, to err on the side of caution, he called Naruto over. Perhaps my father should explain? Naruto pondered for a moment, then, inspired by Minato's insight within the ceiling space, spoke up. Before the astonished gaze of the third Hokage, a chakra apparition floated from Naruto's abdomen. Long time no see, third Hokage. The golden flash, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had made his appearance. Minato? Yes, it's me. Minato nodded, sharing a few intimate secrets known only to him and the third Hokage, alleviating Sarutobi's concerns. It truly has been a long time. However, your current form. Sarutobi hesitated, observing Minato's spectral existence. I have passed on. This is merely a fragment of my chakra, Minato replied with a faint smile, candidly addressing his own demise. I did not expect to see you again, even if it is just a fragment of chakra. Sarutobi stroked his chin, initially believing Minato's substantial chakra indicated his resurrection, only to realize it was simply a chakra remnant. Wait, if Minato possesses such an abundance of chakra, why resort to the Reaper Death Seal? Was it an act of sacrifice? Sarutobi pondered aloud. Ahem, Minato, I have a pressing question. Why does Naruto possess wood release and sage arts? Sarutobi straightened up, fixing his gaze on Minato. With a resigned scratch of his head, Minato replied, due to certain circumstances, we cannot disclose everything directly. However, regarding wood release, sage arts, and immense strength, I trust one need not elaborate further. His words conveyed a near-direct implication. Indeed, the first Hokage resides within Naruto. Is he still present? Sarutobi, now drenched in sweat, contemplated for a moment before asking. Minato nodded affirmatively. When Kinomoto visited, Senju Tobirama returned from the Pure Land and accompanied her for 2 months. Indeed, a familiar presence. Now there's one more person and a fox. The third Hokage succinctly recounted the events surrounding Tobirama, which allowed the one man and one fox in the ceiling space to finally breathe easier. That explains the familiarity, Kushina mused, realizing that the chains from earlier had been left by Tobirama. Yet, she questioned why Kurama and Hashirama had not recognized her. Now it makes sense. No wonder I felt so familiar. Isn't that right, Kurama? Hashirama's realization dawned as he slapped his right hand against his left. Yes, Hashirama, your reasoning is quite sound. I thought the same. However, I was preoccupied with Naruto's well-being at the time, so I did not contemplate it further. Kurama nodded, his eyes glimmering with sincerity. Alas, it is truly regrettable that Tobirama had to leave. I had hoped to play cards with him. Indeed, it has been ages since I last saw Tobirama. I wonder how he is faring now. The conversation between the one man and one fox continued, filled with strange excitement. As Kushina turned her attention back to the dialogue between Sarutobi and Minato, the shared joy and relief in the eyes of the man and fox were unmistakable, especially Kurama, whose tail wagged with delight. Meanwhile, the conversation outside was drawing to a close. Minato, I also wish to speak with the old man. Minato's face twitched in evident discomfort. Oh, right. Kushina has something to say to you. In the ceiling space, Kushina had already grasped Minato's waist, and he cast a pleading glance at Sarutobi before returning to his conversations with Kushina. Wait, Minato. Sarutobi realized what was about to transpire and attempted to grasp the golden flash. Yet, alas, one could not catch a fleeting light. Hey, Sarutobi. The familiar crimson hue appeared before Sarutobi, while Naruto cowered behind the nearby sofa, ears perked for the unfolding drama. What a drag, save me. Sarutobi sought to signal Naruto for assistance, only to find him cowering behind the sofa, hands clasped over his ears. The familiar sensation of exasperation. It feels just like it did months ago with Tobirama. Sarutobi sighed, feeling a sense of resignation. Chapter 95. The Susanoo Pool at Kushina's behest. Naruto returned to his original home. The house was immaculate, clearly maintained by regular cleaning. Numerous affectionate photographs of his parents adorned the walls. How nostalgic, Kushina remarked, gazing at a picture of herself and Minato by the bedside, her eyes filled with reminiscence. In those days, your father and I were the most beloved couple in the village. Minato smiled, his own eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Back then, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin would often visit. Those were truly cherished times. What a drag. Let us go buy a camera and take a photo together, Kushina suggested. Oh, that sounds splendid. In the end, the photograph on the bedside was replaced with one featuring the four of them, with little Kurama cradled in Naruto's arms, proudly lifting his head, his tail a blur of excitement. Fast forward to the present. Upon understanding Naruto's current situation, Sarutobi decisively opted for a more hands-off approach. How amusing. Even our ancestral spirits have emerged, what more can I say? Simultaneously, wishing to foster a closer bond with Naruto, Sarutobi hesitated to join him in bathing, now aware of the many presences residing within Naruto's being. Then came Kinomaru, who glared fiercely at Naruto, full of defiance. How dare you hit me? He exclaimed after Ebisu left. Naruto narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Kinomaru for 3 seconds. What's the matter? Are you scared? If you are, just howl. Another swift chop from Naruto landed on Kinomaru's head. How dare you? Take my Kinomaru flying kick. With tears in his eyes, Konohamaru leaped into action, only to stumble over his own shoelaces and fall flat. What a drag. Guess I'll just consider you my little brother. Naruto clasped his hands together and performed a few simple seals, summoning a wooden construct that hoisted Konohamaru aloft. Departing, I shall take you for a bath today. Oh. It seems that Konohamaru is of the same generation as myself. Should I ask him to recognize me as an elder brother? However, being called Big Brother by this little one makes me feel rather like a hapless monkey summoned for rescue. Never mind, I will address it later. For now, I must seek Sasuke. Meanwhile, what is Sasuke up to? Practicing his swordsmanship. As usual, it is that familiar figure of his father, charging towards me with that ever-recognizable expression. Yet, this time, it is a transformed Sasuke. Fugaku's strikes have become something Sasuke can now deftly evade and counter. When confronted by the oncoming blade, Sasuke swiftly brandishes his wooden sword, striking the vulnerable part of his opponent's weapon, successfully parrying the attack. Excellent. Your swordsmanship has indeed improved significantly. Fugaku ceases his assault, a look of satisfaction evident in his eyes. The Uchiha clan's swordplay emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity, but for Sasuke at this moment, he possesses none of these attributes. After all, he is still but a child. No matter how diligently he trains, reaching the level of a ninja is still a distant goal. Not every household is graced with a fox residing within, occasionally replenishing one's chakra and vitality. However, I have learned from father and master that there are several tailed beasts in the shinobi world, 9 in total, it seems. Our very own Mangekyou Sharingan possesses a unique advantage against these beasts. If I were to capture the other 8 and contain them within me, my chakra would surely surpass Naruto's. This plan cannot be deemed perfect, but it is undoubtedly splendid. Izuna is astonished. He had no idea that our Mangekyou Sharingan had a particular effectiveness against tailed beasts, a revelation bestowed upon Sasuke by Fugaku. When Fugaku calmly divulged all he knew in response to Sasuke's inquiry about the tailed beast within Naruto, there was no need for alarm. Even if the third Hokage were to pursue this matter, it could simply be claimed that Naruto informed Sasuke. Sasuke reminisces about that night when Crimson Chakra enveloped him. A flicker of envy crossing his gaze. I wonder what the other tailed beasts look like. I hope they are somewhat dashing. Today, however, it seems that Naruto has called everyone for a bath. The time is indeed nearing. Hey Sasuke, are you home? The voice of the blonde echoed from outside the door. Ah, it is Naruto. Come in quickly. Makoto opened the door, welcoming Naruto to sit. It's fine, auntie. I came to find Sasuke to go to the hot springs. Naruto scratched his head, partially obscuring the wooden clone outside the door, which tactfully covered Konohamaru's mouth. Oh, I see. Makoto's eyes gleamed with mirth as she glanced at Naruto, then called out to the yard. Sasuke, Naruto has come to take you to the hot springs. Sasuke, who was about to change his clothes, sighed. How troublesome, yet a trip to the hot springs would not be unwelcome. However, I ought to inform my master. Sasuke closed his eyes. You're here quite early today? Izuna, swinging his sword, looked at his disciple with a hint of confusion. Master. Naruto has come to invite me to the hot springs. Sasuke felt a twinge of concern about his master's response. He knew he should be training. Yet this was a rare opportunity for a bath with friends. Go ahead, Izuna replied after contemplation, waving his sword and slicing a small area of the woods to create a level ground. Occasional rest is beneficial. Izuna patted Sasuke's shoulder and inquired about the nature of a hot spring. It's a pool filled with water, heated for bathing. Izuna understood this explanation. Go on. As long as you maintain your resolve to grow stronger. As Sasuke exited the ceiling space, Izuna gazed at the cleared area, narrowing his eyes. It seems that a hot spring might indeed be quite pleasant. Susanoo. Since arriving here, Izuna has noticed a slight change in his vision. It appears to resemble his brother's eyes. Moreover, the power of his ocular abilities has intensified, continuously regenerating, and even allowing him to activate the highest form of Susanoo. Thus, a gray-blue Susanoo materialized into a pool upon the leveled ground. Water style, water sphere technique. He simply sprayed some water into the pool and then heated it with fire style. Steam began to rise from the pool. It appeared rather inviting. Unbeknownst to him, this scene resembled the process of boiling a soup. He merely felt that bathing within would be exceedingly comfortable. With wood placed beneath the pool to provide continuous heat, Izuna shed his clothing and comfortably settled into the water. He slowly closed his eyes but kept Susanoo activated. After all, it would be less impressive to fall halfway through. How delightful. Once my elder brother returns, We shall bathe together. Aside from the memories that surfaced when employing water style, the entire experience was utterly blissful. Chapter 96. Konohamaru, eyes sparkling with wonder after receiving a sweaty Sasuke. Naruto led him to join Shikamaru and Choji, while Karui had already sought out Hinata and the others. What are you staring at? Sasuke glared at the small figure being carried by Naruto's shadow clone, who kept glancing at him, much to his annoyance. Hey, do you know who I am? Konohamaru exclaimed, struggling in vain. I am Sarutobi Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. Sasuke nodded and then extended his hand toward Naruto. Hand me a cloth. Although curious about what Sasuke intended to do next, Naruto sensed it would be entertaining and handed him a handkerchief typically used for drying hands. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Konohamaru's face paled as he watched Sasuke approach with the handkerchief in hand. It wasn't he that he was cowardly, but this person's eyes had turned red. Wait, Sasuke, you're not actually going to stuff my handkerchief into his mouth, are you? Naruto's true self intervened, regarding Sasuke with skepticism. Sasuke nodded calmly. That was indeed his intention. What is wrong with that? That's my handkerchief. Naruto was exasperated. He certainly didn't want to mar his handkerchief with the saliva of a small child. Fine, forget it. Sasuke turned away and tossed the handkerchief back to Naruto. Seeing Naruto easily halt Sasuke's actions, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hey, what is your name? Although Sarutobi had mentioned Naruto's name to Konohamaru, the young master hardly remembered. Oh, since you asked, I shall tell you. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a man destined to become Hokage. The shadow clone, still carrying Konohamaru, struck a dashing pose. And despite the child on his shoulder, he looked quite impressive. Naruto's true self facepalmed. He felt that his clone's personality was rather erratic. However, it seemed rather enjoyable. Hey, Sasuke, don't laugh. A muffled snicker came from nearby. Naruto could tell it was Sasuke. I'm not. Sasuke suppressed a smile and turned to meet Naruto's gaze seriously. Really? You're truly not. After a 10-second stare down, Sasuke turned away once more. Ah, how shameful. Hey, true self, join us. The nearby shadow clone continued to fan the flames. Despite the slight embarrassment felt by Naruto and Sasuke, to Konohamaru, Naruto appeared utterly heroic. Even the members of the Uchiha clan were silenced by Naruto's words. Was this not a testament to his formidable strength? Unlike his tutor, who spent his days gazing at older sisters and reading trivial novels. At this moment, Konohamaru completely disregarded the fact that he was being carried by Naruto, who had even handed a handkerchief to Sasuke. He had succumbed to his own fantasies. If he were to pledge allegiance to Naruto as his leader, might he not have a chance to surpass the old man? Konohamaru began to contemplate how he could make Naruto his superior. Enough chatter, let us hasten, as his damp clothing was quite uncomfortable. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, strode ahead of Naruto, who walked alone. The afternoon sun bathed him in light, rendering him extraordinarily radiant. Hey, do you know the way? Sasuke halted, quietly tracing a circle. Naruto shook his head in exasperation and then guided Sasuke towards Shikamaru's home. Oh dear, so early. How troublesome, Shikamaru murmured, rubbing his eyes as he rose from bed, while his mother tugged at his ear, dragging him into the living room. Ouch! Mom, be gentle. Nara Yoshino regarded her lethargic son with disappointment, sighing. I'm counting on you today, Shikamaru. While his intellect is sound, he is truly lazy. Sleeping through the afternoon nap is quite exceptional. Thankfully, he has this group of friends. She smiled at Naruto and Sasuke before nudging Shikamaru to prepare. All right, let us go. Shikamaru picked up his prepared clothes and stepped outside. The sun was scorching. He squinted at the sky, the sun glaring down upon him. Let us hurry. Though the owner is a familiar face, it would be ill-advised to arrive late, Naruto shrugged. Within 10 minutes, they had gathered Choji, Kiba, and an eager newcomer. What was his name? Oh, right, it was Shino Aburame. It's Shino. He adjusted his glasses, donning sunglasses akin to Ebisu's. Shino, seated at the edge of the fifth row, had a good rapport with Ino, primarily because she remembered him, thus facilitating their acquaintance. However, it was uncertain if she would recall him. Oh, all right, Shino. Naruto nodded and led the group towards the hot spring establishment he frequently visited. Originally, it was merely a bathhouse, but due to Naruto's patronage, it attracted the attention of the Umbu and the Hokage, evolving into a hot spring over time. The Umbu often visited to unwind after missions, coupled with a slight favoritism from the Hokage. Thus, the establishment acquired another identity as the Umbu's exclusive hot spring. The owner remarked, endless profits, truly endless. The Umbu members are quite affluent. They order dozens of onsen eggs while bathing. And no one dares to cause trouble in my establishment. Once, a rival establishment, envious of the owner's success, dispatched individuals to disrupt the business on the day Naruto was bathing. The rival had calculated that no Umbu members would be present. Only a solitary elderly man accompanied by a young boy with blonde hair. They sent over a dozen robust men to the bathhouse, boasting that they feared no one, not even the Hokage. Just then, Sarutobi appeared, wrapped in a bathrobe. The rival's expression mirrored that of a ghost upon seeing the owner. Wait, you actually have the Hokage here? Given the establishment's promotion as a favorite of the Hokage, the rival had deemed it a falsehood. To their astonishment, it was true. Subsequently, the rival establishments relocated, and this one successfully became renowned. The owner chuckled, what a win. The owner was astute. Understanding why both the Hokage and Umbu frequented his establishment, it was all due to the charming blonde. No worries. When Naruto visits, he enjoys complimentary access and 6 onsen eggs. 3 times a month, we reserve the entire venue unconditionally, and regardless of the number of guests, it's always at a 30% discount. With each person receiving 3 onsen eggs. Strength. What does it mean to possess strength? 3 in the morning. I shall generate power for love. I crave positive reviews. Chapter 97. Brother, accept me. Sasuke, a striking young male Uchiha, bore a visage reminiscent of his ancestor, Izuna, pale skin, a prominent nose, and an exquisite jawline. This often rendered him particularly alluring in the eyes of young female humans. Coupled with his aloof exterior and warm interior, he became the object of relentless pursuit by the female youth. Today, they gathered together. Ino, let me tell you, Sasuke is mine. Sakura declared, unwaveringly challenging Ino. Oh really? But I've never even heard your name from Sasuke-kun, Ino teased, tilting her head with a playful tongue out, delivering a statement that could easily shatter Sakura's defenses. However, Ino interjected, but I have heard your name from Sasuke-kun. She grasped Sakura's arm, eyeing Ino intently. This individual possessed a certain intrigue. In just 2 sentences, she not only confirmed her closeness with Sasuke, but also implied her authority while attempting to sow discord among them. You think I'd be pleased to hear that Sasuke-kun mentioned me? Well, perhaps a little, she admitted. But it seems Sasuke-kun's assessment of you is quite brave. The effect is remarkable. Ino was rendered speechless. Hey Ino, what's wrong? Don't let the enemy's words defeat you. Sakura nudged her, trying to rouse her petrified friend. Though Ino was momentarily frozen, her mind was still active, briefly contemplating Sasuke's mindset and his relationship with Ino, gaining a clearer understanding. She patted Sakura's shoulder and cheerfully addressed Ino. Oh, I'm genuinely pleased. Sasuke-kun's compliment is indeed an honor for me. Humph, Ino scoffed. Well, let us hurry to the hot springs. Otherwise, Naruto-kun and the others will be waiting too long. Hinata chimed in nearby, though unsure why the boar slayer was so popular. She was content as long as it wasn't Naruto-kun. Oh right, my brother and the others should be arriving soon. It is worth mentioning that Ino had moved adjacent to Naruto's residence, a request made by Kushina. However, even without the request, Ino likely would have sought Sarutobi. After all, she harbored numerous traces of her grandmother's chakra. If Sarutobi were to refuse, one could only wonder how many he could withstand. At this moment, Sarutobi, seated in the Hokage office before a somewhat cloudy crystal ball, inexplicably felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Strange, has something occurred again? He stroked his chin, shook his head, and continued observing. At the hot spring establishment, the owner exclaimed, Ah, isn't that young Master Naruto arriving? Upon seeing Naruto and his group of boys enter, the owner promptly set aside his tasks to greet Naruto. Yes, we need 1 male pool and 1 female pool. You still have those, right? Naruto inquired, nodding at the owner. Of course, that's a given. However, today the onsen eggs might take longer. The Umbu next door reserved the entire venue for a welcome and relaxation, ordering quite a bit of food, so your orders may be delayed, the owner explained. Updating Naruto on the day's circumstances. Oh, the Umbu? That's fine. Initially, Naruto wished to ask if the older sister had arrived, but given the Umbu's nature, confidentiality must be upheld. Previously, the elder sister mentioned she had a boyfriend and promised to introduce him next time. However, due to missions, she had yet to bring him along. One could only wonder what kind of person he was, though he sounded quite admirable according to the elder sister's words. What should I bring for him the next time we meet? I have an idea, perhaps some nourishing fruit. as there is an abundance of it from Master Hashirama's side. As I bask in the warmth of the hot spring, an inexplicable sense of comfort envelopes me. Could it be that Tsukiyomi is thinking of me? No, wait. What is that scent? Goodness, the Oil Woman clan should refrain from bringing insects into the hot spring. A few insects float to the surface, their limbs twitching slightly. It is uncertain whether they are dead or merely enjoying the warmth. Meanwhile, a member of the Oil Woman clan is pouring hot spring sake into his mouth, intoxicated by his indulgence, causing the insects within him to become inebriated as well. Helpless, I find myself seeking out the shopkeeper. The scene shifts back to the men's bathhouse, where the children are wrapped in towels around their lower bodies while their upper bodies remain bare. Who is that child over there? Yato points at a boy playing with Akamaru, causing his towel to slip and reveal Konohamaru's little elephant. Oh, he is the grandson of the third Hokage. My grandfather asked me to bring him along for a bath. Yato exclaims, wait, the grandson of the third Hokage is playing inexplicably with my Akamaru? This could spell trouble. If Akamaru accidentally bites Konohamaru, it would be disastrous. The mere thought of Akamaru sinking his teeth into Konohamaru's little elephant sends shivers down Yato's spine. Surely, the third Hokage would be furious, and not only would he lose Akamaru, but he might also face the wrath of the rumored root assassins. Yato feels as though his life might be over. Akamaru reassures him, you're overthinking it. I wouldn't bite something so filthy. Itachi adds, you're worrying too much. The current root wouldn't bother with a 7-year-old child. Yato rushes over to embrace Akamaru, pulling him back into the pool while Konohamaru looks on in bewilderment. What a mess. Sasuke covers his eyes with a white towel as steam wafts toward his eyelids, a barely audible groan escaping his lips. Hey, Sasuke, shift over a bit. A voice with golden hair interrupts Sasuke's moment of relaxation. Fine. All right, Sasuke mumbles, scooting aside until the water reaches his neck, only to realize he has ingested something. Hey, wrap your hair up. Sasuke exclaims as he uncovers his towel and discovers strands of blonde hair in his mouth, spraying water toward Naruto in exasperation. Actually, I know how to tie it up, a voice, unnoticed by anyone, murmurs. Forget it, I'll just do it myself. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Shino stealthily ties Naruto's hair into a bun. At that moment, Naruto, still arguing with Sasuke, attempts to use his hair as a weapon, only to find it has already been tied. Oh no, some mysterious being has secretly tied up my hair. Shino interjects, that was me. By the way, Naruto, would you accept me as your subordinate? Just as Shino attempts to explain, Konohamaru rushes to the edge of the pool and bows deeply to Naruto. Huh, why do you suddenly want to be my subordinate? Naruto is taken aback, having never expressed such an idea to him. Because I think you're amazing. You can command so many people, Konohamaru exclaims with wide eyes, gazing at Naruto, who stands with Sasuke on one side and Yato on the other, flanked by Choji and Shikamaru, with a sunglasses-wearing man cradling a dog. Truly, a leader indeed. Hey, who is that? I think it's a good idea. Yato leans closer to Naruto. If we get caught while doing something, let Konohamaru take the blame. An excellent plan forms among the boys. All right, from now on. I am your leader, Naruto declares, accepting Konohamaru and pushing him towards Sasuke. This is your second brother. Huh, what? I can't believe you, Sasuke, with your thick eyebrows, are also the little brother of the leader. With a smirk, Konohamaru thinks to himself, now I have a new identity. No one will ever call me the grandson of the Hokage again. As he grins, Akamaru leaps onto his head, only to plummet into the water with a splash.